Chapter 1. In the City, the System, and the Apocalypse. Time: February 23rd, 2022, 2:45 p.m. Location: Huagua, Southwest Province, Tongzhou City, Rongdu Pedestrian Street. Milk tea shop. A sudden sound echoed in Li Yi's mind, causing his paintbrush to pause. The Apocalypse Supreme System has been successfully bound. It was not a mere figment of his imagination. Li Yi squinted his eyes. At first, no one paid attention to this disaster. It was merely a cold, a flu, the extinction of a species, the disappearance of a city, until this catastrophe became relevant to everyone. In 2032, a virus of unknown origin swept across the globe, plunging the world into a biochemical crisis in just 6 months. Monsters transformed into zombies by the virus craved flesh and blood. Order collapsed. Morality disintegrated, and a new round of survival of the fittest commenced. Current task: survive for 3 hours. Task description: you are alone in a crowded pedestrian street teeming with zombies that regard you as food. Please strive to survive for 3 hours. Task reward: Tier 1 genetic optimization liquid. Li Yi glanced at his phone, clearly displaying the date of February 23rd, 2022. Looking through the glass of the milk tea shop, he observed the bustling pedestrian street outside. I see now, Li Yi mused, a smile creeping onto his lips as if recalling a joyful memory. However, the woman opposite him, Huang Lily, clearly disagreed. Li Yi, are you even listening to me? Huang Lily's voice rose sharply, filled with irritation. No, Li Yi replied flatly, his expression unchanging. You. Seeing Li Yi's indifferent demeanor, Huang Lily's anger flared, and she leaned forward, grinding her teeth as she declared, "Let me be direct. Let's break up. I have already secured a position as a civil servant. While you haven't even passed your postgraduate entrance exam, it's simply too unambitious. I cannot envision a future together with you. We are now from 2 different worlds." After exhaling deeply, Huang Lily returned to her seat. Li Yi remained focused on the draft paper in his hands, his fingers delicately sketching. Honestly speaking, Li Yi's earnestness in painting had once captivated Huang Lily. His handsome face, dexterous fingers, and a serious demeanor while painting made him seem like a born artist, radiating an alluring brilliance. Yet, regrettably, even artists need sustenance. Though Li Yi excelled in appearance, demeanor, and artistic skill, he appeared otherwise rather unremarkable. Hailing from a small county, his parents had no retirement funds, running an ordinary dumpling shop. In contrast, she had, through her own efforts and the assistance of relatives, successfully secured a position as a civil servant. Had Li Yi succeeded in his postgraduate exams, perhaps there would have been some potential for the future. But unfortunately, Li Yi had proven to be disappointingly lacking. With this thought, Huang Lily became increasingly resolute in her decision. "All right, I understand," Li Yi said without lifting his head. "Is this your attitude?" Li Yi's nonchalant demeanor reignited Huang Lily's anger. "Have you ever heard a saying?" Li Yi inquired, his demeanor indifferent in contrast to Huang Lily's ire. "What saying?" Huang Lily felt her mood soften slightly at that moment. Predictably, Li Yi was about to utter words of reconciliation, attempting to sway her with his rhetoric. However, he merely smiled and remarked, "Never underestimate a person, especially if that individual happens to be a failed art student." "What do you mean?" Huang Lily found his statement perplexing. "That's understandable. Considering it's a parallel world, your lack of comprehension is quite normal." Li Yi chuckled to himself. How long had it been since he awakened his past life's memories? Was it 26 days or 27? In any case, the amalgamation of memories from 2 worlds had shaped the new version of himself. Yet, the mindset from his previous life was far more formidable, thus taking precedence. Therefore, failing an exam was hardly a novelty. After all, successful artists often only gain value posthumously. As for the unsuccessful ones, well, perhaps they might excel in stand-up comedy? Living this second life was no simple feat. Li Yi simply wished to live well. "You're insane." Finally, Huang Lily exclaimed before grabbing her small bag and exiting the milk tea shop without a backward glance. After her departure, Li Yi sketched a few strokes on his paper, and a beautiful young woman with exquisite features, rich in Eastern European characteristics, sprang to life on the page. Gazing at his creation, Li Yi smiled with pride. His previous self had many admirable qualities, yet was overly absorbed in the world of art, neglecting other aspects of life. Casting a glance at the 3-hour countdown provided by the system, he rose, clutching his sketch, and moved to the other end of the milk tea shop. There sat a foreign girl, who had been alone for 2 hours. "Hello, beautiful lady. Did you know that you've become the most stunning sight on this pedestrian street?" Li said in English, taking a seat beside her while spreading his sketch across the table. "Oh my God, is this drawing of me?" The foreign girl expressed her astonishment, her English laced with a distinct rolled R accent. He felt a stir in his heart and swiftly switched to Russian, saying, "Forgive my lack of skill if given more time. I could surely capture half of your beauty." Upon hearing her native tongue and observing Li's handsome visage, imbued with an air of mystery, the girl felt a flutter of intrigue. "My name is Alina. Mysterious Eastern artist, perhaps we should spend more time together." "Of course, but I suggest we find a quieter place. The lighting here is not conducive to showcasing your beauty." As a failed art student, Li was naturally eloquent. His nimble tongue always kept Alina enraptured. 2 hours passed in a flash. Li gazed at the crimson hue on the sheets, undoubtedly a piece most men would admire. "Alina, I didn't expect you to be." "Don't worry, Li," Alina interjected, cutting him off before he could finish. It must be said, foreign girls do recover quickly. After spending another half-hour on his artwork, Li activated his post-creation relaxation mode. Once he had exhaled a cloud of smoke, he gently tousled Alina's brown hair as the system's 3-hour countdown was nearing its conclusion, saying, "I need to take a shower, Wood. You like to join me? You go ahead, Li. I need to rest for a bit. You're simply too strong." Despite her racial advantages, Alina, a novice on this journey, could hardly compete with the seasoned expertise of a veteran like Li. Li smiled knowingly before stepping into the bathroom. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in precisely. 3-hour survival task completed. Evaluation, perfect. You will receive an excess reward. Rewards have been credited to your personal space and can be withdrawn at any time. Chapter 2. Hellish task, clear the walking street. In the bathroom, Li first washed his hands with great care, then raised his gaze to his reflection in the mirror. Setting aside other matters, it was apparent that his previous incarnation was an artistic soul, possessing a striking appearance that aligned well with Eastern aesthetics. At first glance, he bore a resemblance to the renowned star, Leslie Chung, and his otherworldly presence only added to the air of mystery surrounding him. Truly handsome, Li praised himself before swiftly redirecting his focus to the system. With a mere thought, a series of dark-colored squares materialized before him. There were numerous squares, yet only 2 items. Instead of hastily examining these items, Li inquired in his mind, "System, can anything be stored in the personal space?" The system promptly responded, "Personal space can only store retrieve system items." Well then, Li felt a twinge of disappointment. If one could store anything, it would be an unparalleled asset for nefarious deeds. After all, those who frequently engage in such activities know that the most challenging task after a kill is disposing of the body. After a brief moment of contemplation, Li finally focused on the 2 items. The first was Tier 1 Gene Optimization Liquid, a gene optimization liquid of initial level, perfect in quality, capable of significantly enhancing physical attributes and potential with no side effects, but only applicable to natural humans whose genes have not been modified. The second was Mystery Lottery Box, can draw certain products from the system mall, as well as mall currency. Each draw increases the chances of winning grand prizes. Having comprehended the 2 items, Li felt enlightened. With another thought, a glass test tube filled with green liquid appeared in his hand. He glanced at the test tube before turning on the shower. Amidst the sound of cascading water, without further hesitation, he uncorked the test tube and consumed the green liquid in one swift motion. 0.5 minutes later, a wave of heat surged through his body. After 10 minutes, he felt his pores opening wide. 15 minutes later, a layer of dark substance was expelled from his pores, nearly enveloping his entire exterior. After waiting an additional 5 minutes, Li exhaled deeply, standing beneath the shower head as warm water cascaded over him. The black substance was quickly washed away, revealing his delicate and luminous skin. Could this be considered a form of refining one's essence, akin to the practices found in martial arts novels? Li pondered. Once he had finished cleansing himself, he stood once more before the mirror. The young man reflected therein appeared even more handsome, his gaze bright and his complexion radiant. Li clenched his right fist, acutely aware of the marked enhancement in his strength, stamina, and endurance. His previously slightly myopic vision had not only returned to clarity, but now allowed him to perceive with even greater sharpness. He attempted to swing his empty fist, and with the surge of power, a resounding bang echoed through the air. A smile crept upon his lips. Indeed, strength breeds a sense of security. The cramped hotel bathroom offered little room for Li Yi to stretch his limbs, but he remained unhurried, diverting his attention to the second item within his personal space. Activate the lottery blind box, he silently invoked, and a beam of white light materialized before him. In the next moment, he heard the system's voice. You have received a basic reward, 100 currency for the shop. He did not feel disheartened by the modest reward. Instead, he opened the system shop with a touch of anticipation. One by one, items came into view. At the top of the system shop, there were categories of items. Gene resources, equipment, technology. Li first turned his gaze to the gene category. I-level gene repair serum. Can treat basic genetic diseases. Price, 500. I-level gene optimization liquid. Initial level gene optimization liquid. Price, 2,000. I-level gene evolution liquid. Can further evolve genes from the initial level. Price, 5,000. While the selection was limited, the information was substantial. After familiarizing himself with the offerings, Li perused the other categories of items. Once he had thoroughly examined them all, his eyes sparkled with increasing brightness. Although most of the items were beyond his current means, they provided him with a clearer vision of his aspirations. After organizing his thoughts, Li intended to exit the bathroom, only to find Alina entering. Completely unclothed, the enchanting figure stirred a ravenous appetite within the newly empowered Li. Li, would you like to take a shower together? Alina inquired, finding the mysterious man before her even more captivating than before. Of course. Li replied with a subtle smile, promptly moving behind Alina. Pressing closely against her, he pinned her against the glass wall of the bathroom. The gentle sound of water cascading effectively masked any extraneous noise. Time passed unmeasured, and eventually, Li cradled the utterly exhausted Alina back to bed. Having been thoroughly spent, she succumbed to slumber almost immediately. Li, gazing out at the twilight beyond the window, reveled in the newfound vigor coursing through him as he lit a cigarette. Meanwhile, the system's voice resonated once more. Your strength has been enhanced. The next phase of your mission is now available. You may select the difficulty level for the next phase of the mission. Task 1. Escape from the pedestrian street and seek a safe haven. Task 2. Fight through the pedestrian street and procure sufficient survival supplies. Task 3. Eliminate all zombies in the pedestrian street. A task of extreme peril. Please choose with utmost caution. Note, the higher the task's difficulty, the greater the completion coefficient and the more abundant the rewards. As Li beheld the newly presented tasks, he fell into deep contemplation. Once the cigarette he held between his fingers had burnt down to its end, he extinguished the smoldering butt in the ashtray. A gentle breeze wafted through the gauzy window, brushing against his face. In the next moment, Li silently resolved, I choose task 3 The system's voice resonated immediately. The hell-level task is extremely dangerous. Please confirm once more if you wish to accept. Confirm. With a resolute thought, a new interface materialized before him. Hell, the difficulty task successfully initiated. Task description. Please eliminate all zombies in the pedestrian street within 10 hours. Task reward. After glancing at the task description, Li diverted his attention elsewhere, methodically donning his attire. With meticulous care, he fastened each button of his white shirt before seizing a pen and paper from his bedside, swiftly inscribing his contact information. Subsequently, with empty hands, he ambled towards the pedestrian street, silhouetted against the crimson clouds of the setting sun. An hour later, Li flicked the spent cigarette but towards a nearby trash can. Yet, his aim faltered and the butt fell to the ground. Reluctantly, he bent down to retrieve it, preparing to dispose of it properly. However, at that moment, a look of astonishment suddenly crossed Li's face. Chapter 3. A major incident has arisen. Urgent assistance required. February 23, 2022, 6:48 p.m. Tongzhou City Emergency Response Center. The dispatcher expertly answered the phone, a task she repeated hundreds of times daily. Tongzhou, with its millions of inhabitants, is but a small city in the vast expanse of Huagua, which boasts a population of over 1 billion. In such a modest locale, the majority of emergency calls typically pertain to disputes or disturbances arising from alcohol consumption, with serious criminal cases being exceedingly rare. However, upon answering this particular call, the dispatcher's expression shifted to one of astonishment. With a hint of disbelief, she inquired, "Are you certain you are not mistaken?" A male voice on the other end responded, "I am certain. Please hurry. It's right on Rongdu Pedestrian Street." Although the nature of the incident was hard for the dispatcher to fathom, she promptly replied, "Please keep your phone accessible. We will dispatch officers immediately." Rongdu Police Station. Deputy Chief Zhang Yin was listlessly attending to paperwork. Since the holiday season had concluded, the number of reported incidents had significantly dwindled. If this continued, he would soon find himself leading a raid on illicit activities. Just then, the phone on his desk rang. Zhang answered immediately. "What? A bomb has been discovered on Pedestrian Street. What kind of international joke is this?" His tone was filled with incredulity. This reaction was not unwarranted. Huagua has long maintained one of the highest standards of public safety globally. The mere mention of a bomb, let alone firearms, is exceedingly rare. After years of service in Tongzhou, Zhang had encountered nothing more severe than a homicide involving a knife. Nevertheless, given that a citizen had reported the situation, it warranted attention. With a scoff, he thought, "I shall see who dares to make such a blatant false report." With this mindset, Zhang hung up the phone, summoned his apprentice, and drove the police car toward Pedestrian Street. Rongdu Pedestrian Street. Li gazed at the C4 explosives nestled within a trash bin, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. Though the 100 mol currency could not procure gene optimization liquid, it was more than sufficient to acquire several 500 GC4 bombs. If he had more currency, he could even arm an entire squad. Of course, for now, he was merely indulging in fanciful thoughts. 8 minutes after making the emergency call, 2 uniformed officers approached briskly. Li waved his hand. "Are you the one who reported the incident?" Zhang Yin inquired, scrutinizing Li as he spoke. The young man was quite handsome, and his demeanor suggested he was not mentally unstable. His attire and hair were neat, and he appeared to have recently graduated from university. "Yes, that's me," Li affirmed, nodding. He then pointed to the trash bin by the roadside. "I discovered a bomb inside while disposing of a cigarette butt. I've seen pictures online, and it resembles a C4 explosive." "Oh, is that so? We shall need to verify if it is indeed explosives." Zhang replied in a nonchalant tone, moving closer to the trash bin to peer inside. In light of China's stringent regulations concerning hazardous materials, it is exceedingly unlikely to encounter anything as dangerous as a C4 explosive, let alone a mere detonator, in everyday life. Concerning Li's claims, Zhang Yin was naturally skeptical, suspecting him to be an enthusiast who had seen too many images online, mistaking ordinary objects for explosives. Yet, his attention was soon captured. The contents of the trash bin bore an uncanny resemblance to a C4 bomb. Several colorful wires were interconnected with a timer. Could it be a prank? Zhang Yin found it hard to believe. However, with a more meticulous examination, his expression grew increasingly grave. Having undergone relevant safety training, he was certain that, even if this object were not a C4 bomb, its external apparatus confirmed it to be a perilous high-explosive material. Observing the bustling pedestrian street, Zhang Yin was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Without a moment to spare, he turned to his apprentice with a serious demeanor and instructed, "Immediately contact the SWAT bomb disposal unit." Following this, he swiftly retrieved his phone and dialed, "Director, we have a serious situation that requires urgent assistance." 5 minutes later, Zhang Yin and his apprentice had successfully established a security perimeter and commenced evacuation procedures. Li, as the first discoverer, was positioned at a distance and instructed not to leave. Although the tourists on the pedestrian street were puzzled, they complied with the directives. Yet, it seemed to be in the nature of the Chinese to be drawn to commotion, as many onlookers peered curiously over the security line. Moments later, a cacophony of sirens heralded the arrival of multiple police vehicles, accompanied by 3 armored bomb disposal units, a sight that instilled immediate concern among the crowd. Zhang Yin swiftly located the director and the SWAT officers, and with urgency, he conveyed, per reports from the public, "A bomb device has been discovered in a trash bin on the pedestrian street. I have conducted a preliminary assessment, and it is highly likely to be a high-risk explosive." The director and the SWAT officers exchanged grave glances, and with a robust reinforcement of police personnel, the security perimeter was expanded. Meanwhile, Li found himself in the company of two police officers. As the first discoverer, he was required to cooperate with the investigation, regardless of the outcome. On the other side, a bomb disposal robot operated by professionals had successfully extracted the suspicious explosive from the trash bin. Subsequently, a bomb technician clad in protective gear took a deep breath and cautiously approached the explosive. After a brief examination with specialized equipment, the technician inhaled sharply, exclaiming, "It is high explosive material, primarily composed of RDX." Inside the command vehicle, upon hearing this report, the SWAT officer's expression turned profoundly serious. He promptly issued a rapid succession of commands. Initiate Level 1 response immediately. Evacuate all civilians in the vicinity. Conduct a comprehensive search within a 2-kilometer radius. Each directive was delivered with meticulous precision. However, the director nearby felt as though his heart had leaped into his throat. Insanity. This was sheer madness. A glaring C4 bomb had brazenly appeared in the bustling pedestrian street, filled with crowds. After decades of service in the police force, he had witnessed the audacity of gangs. Yet he had never encountered such a deranged criminal. It is essential to understand that this is a highly potent explosive. Merely a few hundred grams could effortlessly obliterate a 2-story building. We must contact national security. At that moment, the director quickly added. The commanding armed police also sprang into action immediately. This crisis was evidently beyond their capacity to handle alone, as a large number of bystanders were evacuated. Li was once again escorted away under the watchful eyes of 2 officers. Furthermore, reinforcements were continuously rushing to the pedestrian street. Half an hour after Li made the emergency call, he received a notification from the system. Detection complete. No remaining zombies in the pedestrian street. The clearance mission has been accomplished. Commencing reward distribution. Chapter 4. Abundant Rewards. Special Task Force 2. 23. Upon discovering the presence of high explosives in Rongdu pedestrian street, relevant authorities promptly established a task force. Given the gravity of the case and its potential implications for national security, the task force was of considerable stature and comprised an extensive array of personnel. Criminal police, armed police, and special operatives from covert operations divided into 3 teams to commence their investigation. Meanwhile, after confirming the presence of explosives, Li was escorted to the bureau to assist with the inquiry. However, due to the case's significance, his accompanying officers transitioned from regular police to criminal investigators. In the Criminal Investigation Office, the officer responsible for questioning Li appeared quite amiable. After offering Li a cigarette, he began, "Do not be anxious. We are merely here to have a casual conversation. Please, have a smoke." The case was monumental, and the implications were severe. As the initial discoverer, Li was immediately detained. Concurrently, his personal background was meticulously scrutinized, including 3 generations of ancestry and even the browsing history on his phone and computer. Coupled with footage from surveillance cameras at the crime scene and its vicinity, Li's involvement in the crime could be effectively ruled out. There was no evidence to suggest that Li had any connection to the origin of the bomb, its motive, or the sequence of events surrounding the incident. Thus, he was merely cooperating with the investigation. After a few puffs of smoke, Li recounted, "At that moment, I merely intended to discard my cigarette but into the trash. And that is when I noticed it. Initially, I wasn't entirely certain. It merely resembled something suspicious. Yet, I eventually deemed it prudent to report it to the authorities. In truth, I had never encountered a genuine C4 bomb before. I had only seen it in films." When Li exited the Criminal Investigation Office, it was already the early hours of the following day. Nevertheless, the police station remained brightly illuminated. C4, as a highly potent explosive, frequently appears in cinematic narratives. However, its emergence in reality, particularly in a nation with stringent controls like Huagua, signifies a substantial incident. The importance lies not only in the perpetrators but also in the underlying motives and the bomb's origins. The ad hoc task force was determined to uncover the truth behind this matter. Regrettably, this incident may forever remain an unsolved enigma. The bomb had been procured from the system using virtual currency, devoid of any markings or identifiable information. Furthermore, the method of deployment occurred at the very moment he discarded the cigarette but extracted from his personal space. Consequently, the task force was doomed to remain unable to resolve this case. With this thought in mind, Li's gaze flickered momentarily before he hailed a taxi by the roadside, preparing to return to his residence. Based on his past experiences, he anticipated a period of covert surveillance ahead. Although officially he would merely be restricted from leaving the borders of Tongzhou City, In the more clandestine realm, he would likely endure a prolonged period of tracking and investigation. Fortunately, he had ample experience in such matters. Upon returning to his rented accommodation, Li feigned exhaustion, showered, and climbed into bed. Unsurprisingly, his room had already been equipped with surveillance and listening devices. Li was indifferent to these matters, for he had no intention of engaging in any reckless actions in the foreseeable future. As he nestled into his bed, he closed his eyes, feigning slumber, while inwardly reviewing the system rewards. Task completion, purging the walking street. Completion evaluation, perfect. You will receive an excess reward. Rewards have been credited to your personal space and can be retrieved at any time. After glancing at the system information, Li shifted his attention to his personal space. This time, 3 rewards awaited his perusal. The first, Tier 1 Gene Evolution Liquid, capable of further evolving genes at the initial level and deriving gene traits. It seemed promising. Li's most vivid recollection of the Tier 1 Gene Evolution Liquid was its staggering price of 5,000 in the system marketplace. He never anticipated acquiring it so swiftly. Justifying the risks, he undertook to complete the hellish task. After a brief contemplation, he turned his gaze once more. The second, M4A1 assault rifle, a classic model, worthy of your possession. Upon seeing this iconic assault rifle, Li felt a rush of excitement. Soon, the sleek black M4A1 materialized in his bed, its cool touch evoking a sense of familiarity. The unease he felt upon traversing into a parallel world seemed momentarily assuaged. Though it was not his favorite model, it still provided a comforting reassurance. Li murmured softly. After inspecting the 6 fully loaded magazines, he reluctantly returned the rifle to his personal space. Next, his thoughts coalesced once more. The third, Lottery Blind Box X10, allows the extraction of select items from the system marketplace, as well as marketplace currency. Each draw increases the odds of winning grand prizes. A tenfold chance. Li's lips curled into a slight smile as he focused his mind and opened all the lottery blind boxes. Soon, a stream of system notifications flickered across his retina. First draw, 200 marketplace currency. Second draw, multifunctional tactical backpack. Third draw, police bulletproof vest. Fourth draw. The variety of items within the lottery blind boxes was extensive, yet nothing particularly captivating caught Li's eye. Where was the promised SSR? As he pondered this, the final blind box opened, and a golden light flashed before him. Wow, a golden legend. This exclamation was not from the system, but rather a figment of Li's imagination. As the golden glow dissipated, a black USB drive appeared in his line of sight. Tier 1 Gene Repair Technology. With this technology, one can manufacture Tier 1 gene repair agents. What a splendid find! In that instant, a glimmer of surprise lit up Li's eyes. Undoubtedly, the purpose of this technology was to produce the Tier 1 gene repair agents, which were priced at 500 in the system marketplace. These gene repair agents could cure most genetic diseases afflicting humanity. Although Li did not suffer from such ailments, he was drawn to the vast market potential behind this technology. With this technology at his disposal, he could undoubtedly expedite the accumulation of capital. Simultaneously, it could give rise to an array of entirely different strategies. A straightforward yet remarkably effective plan swiftly took shape in Li's mind. It was only as dawn began to break that Li, burdened with various aspirations for the future, gradually succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, in the building opposite Li's rented accommodation, 2 diligent operatives were meticulously carrying out their surveillance mission. Do you think he poses a problem? One inquired. Yes, but not significantly, came the reply. What do you mean? Haven't you noticed? He appears excessively calm and composed. If an ordinary person were to endure such experiences, they would inevitably feel an urge to share and narrate their tale. Yet, this individual hasn't even made a phone call. Perhaps he is simply unperturbed? The other questioned again. Precisely, which is why I said yes, but not significantly. Chapter 5. New Tasks and the First Bucket of Gold Plan. March 2nd, 2022. Upon returning from his workout, Li opened the door to his rented apartment. A full week had elapsed since the incident at the Rongdu walking street on February 23rd. Despite the presence of numerous witnesses that day, it was surprisingly devoid of any online uproar or public sentiment. Subsequently, the release of an official notice regarding a tactical exercise effectively drew the curtain on the matter. Those privy to the truth, including Li, had all signed confidentiality agreements and were bound by a gag order. Throughout this week, Li had remained notably subdued, diligently playing the role of a failed art student. His daily routine consisted solely of exercising and commuting between the job market and his apartment. He surmised that the covert surveillance on him would likely cease within another week. Upon returning to his apartment, Li habitually retreated to the bathroom for a shower. Moments later, as he emerged, he received a phone call. "Hello, Officer Zhang." Li greeted. The caller was Zhang Yin, the first officer to arrive at the scene. "Do you remember the name Alina?" Zhang Yin inquired over the phone. "Yes. She's from the Russian Federation. Is there an issue?" Li blinked, recalling the graceful figure of the Russian girl. "Nothing of great concern. Just to inform you that she has been deported." Zhang Yin paused before adding, "Try not to contact her again. Her background is not very clean." "Oh, thank you for the warning, Officer Zhang. I will certainly keep that in mind," Li replied, contemplating the conversation as it concluded. Deportation? A tainted background? He quickly formed a hypothesis. It seemed the Russian girl was of dubious origin. Otherwise, she would not have been expelled following an investigation. The Russian Federation. It was highly probable that she had connections to the mafia. Unexpectedly, in search of a bit of leisure, he had encountered a daughter of the underworld. The mafia, after all, was his favorite. These individuals were both generous and kind, never resorting to subtleties, opting for firearms over knives whenever possible. Time swiftly passed, and another week went by. Upon his return, Li discovered that the familiar pancake stall at the entrance of the community had inexplicably vanished. A quick inspection of his apartment revealed that the hidden surveillance and listening devices had also disappeared without a trace. A discreet glance across the window confirmed that the curtains had been drawn open. Indeed, they had retreated. Li smiled faintly. With the confirmation of his surveillance having dissipated, he eagerly retrieved the reward from his previous task. With a mere thought, a glass vial appeared in his hand. It contained a green liquid. The very Grade 1 gene evolution liquid. Unlike the gene optimization liquid he had used previously, this evolution liquid shimmered with a faint golden glow. Without hesitation, Li consumed it in one swift motion. Soon, a wave of heat began to spread from Li's stomach to his internal organs, causing his body temperature to rise rapidly. At that moment, he felt a heavy fog enveloping his mind, akin to the sensation of inebriation. After enduring this for 10 minutes, the intense heat subsided, and his thoughts regained their clarity. He sensed that his body had seemingly transcended a certain limit. A surge of stamina, strength, and reflexes, among other physical attributes, surged within him. Li grasped the stainless steel thermos on the table and, with a firm grip, he heard the unmistakable sound of glass shattering. His fingers had sunk deep into the thermos's exterior, shattering the glass within. Taking a deep breath, he savored the abundant power coursing through him, and his eyes gleamed with intensity. After effortlessly crushing the thermos, he murmured to himself, "I am truly beginning to feel an unprecedented sense of security." Having briefly acclimated to his enhanced physical prowess, he was about to indulge in a meal when he suddenly heard the familiar voice of the system. "Your strength has significantly increased. The I-tier gene lock is about to be unlocked. Please continue your efforts. New tasks have been issued. The new tasks are as follows: Survival Task, Construction Task, Conquest Task. Survival Task 1. You find yourself in a perilous post-apocalyptic world. Strive to survive for 3 months. Construction Task 1. Recruit at least 3 survivors. Conquest Task 1. Clear a designated area and eliminate over 10 zombies. Please accept at least 1 task. At least 1? Li's index finger lightly tapped the tabletop as he silently resolved, "I shall accept them all." In an instant, the 3 tasks transformed into golden light and vanished before him. Subsequently, Li picked up his phone and swiftly downloaded several loan applications. Lacking work experience and a credit card, his borrowing limit was rather modest. After nearly half an hour of transactions, he managed to secure a total loan of 50,000. Gazing at the figures in his bank account, he scoffed disdainfully. He longed for the days in the Federation, where one could easily find kind-hearted locals willing to lend a sum of money. After muttering a few thoughts, Li searched online for a business secretary services contact number. Once connected, he stated directly, "I wish to register a foreign trade company with export qualifications as swiftly as possible. Let us set the registered capital at 1 million. Without actual contribution. A month? I'll pay extra. Can it be done in a week? Accounting services, no problem." After coordinating via his phone, Li scoured the internet for additional information. As night fell, he finally confirmed his destination. That's the one, Steel Fruit Gold. After confirming the destination, he contacted a visa agency. The response he received was that it would take 5 days. Without a visa, he could not purchase his plane ticket in advance and was left with no choice but to wait patiently for a few days. After settling everything, Li ultimately tossed his phone aside, shaking his head with a wry smile. The entrepreneurial phase is fraught with challenges. One must be hands-on in every matter. The following day, Li visited a business secretary company and a visa agency. After paying the fees and signing the contracts, he took out his phone and called Officer Zhang Yin. "Officer Zhang, am I free to leave Tongo City now?" Li inquired. "The restrictions have been lifted, right?" "Thank you, Officer Zhang, for your hard work. I didn't pass the entrance exam, so I plan to engage in some foreign trade business and conduct an overseas inspection. I will return shortly. Rest assured, I will not be heading to the Russian Federation. I am going to Africa instead. Should you require anything, please feel free to reach out, and I will cooperate fully." After hanging up, Li let out a long sigh of relief. With the restrictions lifted, he could confidently venture to the Democratic Republic of the Congo. After all, to swiftly amass the initial capital, one must seek out the most chaotic environments. As for China, he had no intention of stirring up trouble there. Firstly, because he belonged to China, and secondly, having finally attained a clean identity, he could not afford to jeopardize it unless absolutely necessary. Chapter 6. Making the first fortune abroad 5 days later. Li emerged from the office building clutching a business license. According to his plan, the next step was to rent an office and casually recruit a few individuals. However, glancing at the balance in his bank account, he realized he would have to postpone that endeavor for the time being. After waiting another 2 days, Li received his visa for the Democratic Republic of the Congo from the visa agency. Although it was merely a tourist visa allowing for a short stay, the duration was sufficient. The moment he obtained the visa, he promptly purchased a ticket to the Democratic Republic of the Congo. On March 18th, a spring rain fell upon Tongzhou City. Li had always preferred to carry a gun rather than an umbrella, so by the time he arrived at the Tongzhou high-speed rail station, he was slightly dampened by the rain. This reminded him of the joyous times spent battling adversaries in a dark, humid basement. After over 2 hours on the high-speed train, Li reached Rongqing. He did not linger in this vibrant city known for its lively nightlife. Instead, he headed straight to the airport. To reach the distant Democratic Republic of the Congo in Africa, he needed to transfer flights twice. Including layover times, the entire journey would span 17 hours. And the price of a one-way ticket reached 5 figures. At 10 a.m., observing his luggage pass through security without a hitch brought a faint smile to Li's face. Once upon a time, he had to exert considerable effort to ensure a smooth passage through security. After locating his seat in economy class, he requested a bottle of purified water from the Ethiopian Airlines flight attendant and then closed his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, the young woman seated next to him seemed captivated by his handsome appearance and enigmatic aura, incessantly striking up conversations. "Are you traveling for work or leisure? I've heard it's chaotic over there, but we have peacekeeping forces stationed long-term." The girl was lively, but unfortunately, her physical appearance did not quite match her spirited demeanor. Otherwise, Li would not have minded engaging in a friendly encounter in the airplane restroom. After nearly 10 hours of flight, the plane landed at Bole International Airport in Addis Ababa. This was the capital of Ethiopia, once a contender for Li's destination, but ultimately discarded. After a 3-hour layover at Bole Airport, he boarded another flight heading to Njili International Airport in Kinshasa, the capital of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. This time, his neighbor was a stunning ebony beauty. Li attempted to converse in English and French, but the lovely lady appeared fatigued and seemed disinclined to engage in dialogue. 4.5 hours later, under the morning sun, Li arrived in Kinshasa. Kinshasa was approximately 7 hours behind the capital of Huagua, making it 10 a.m. upon his arrival. As soon as he disembarked, he could not resist stretching his limbs and savoring the scent of the air. While the atmosphere of the Democratic Republic of the Congo was far from sweet, Li found it rather appealing, as it carried familiar notes of chaos, gunpowder, and sin, his spiritual sustenance. In the late 19th century, during the colonial era, the once unified Congo was divided into 2 regions by colonizers. This has given rise to the present-day Kinshasa and Brazzaville. Interestingly, the capitals of these 2 nations are merely separated by a river, allowing them to gaze upon each other from a distance. What is even more intriguing is that this area boasts the title of the world's largest French-speaking city. After spending $90, Li emerged from the airport with his documentation in hand. Upon exiting, he approached a currency exchange booth by the roadside. In no time, he exchanged $50 for 270,000 units of the local currency. In fact, the use of the US dollar in Kinshasa is significantly more prevalent than that of the local currency. Having completed his currency exchange, Li entered a taxi. Once inside, he produced a $10 bill and, in French, expressed his desire to visit a hotel. He requested a luxurious establishment, yet one that was not overly populated with tourists, as he preferred to engage with the locals. The driver, beaming with delight at the tip, promptly pressed the accelerator. "Rest assured, sir, I shall take you to the most suitable hotel. By the way, are you alone? It is not very safe here. Would you require a bodyguard?" The driver initiated a sales pitch while navigating the streets. "No, I believe it is quite safe here," Li replied, naturally dismissing the need for a bodyguard. Kinshasa is a major city under government military control. Although the roads are wide, they are exceedingly congested due to the dense population. After more than half an hour, the taxi halted in front of a locally styled hotel. Just before disembarking, the driver offered a friendly warning. "Generous, sir, I have a kind suggestion. It is best not to engage too much with the locals, especially at this hotel." Li remained noncommittal. Upon entering the hotel, he checked in, spending a hefty $240, yet the furnishings were rather ordinary. The sole advantage was perhaps its rich local character. Although the Democratic Republic of the Congo is among the least developed nations globally, the cost of living is anything but inexpensive. The $240 hotel room bore little distinction from a standard budget hotel room back home, thanks to his robust physical condition. The long journey did not leave Li feeling fatigued. After settling his luggage, he proceeded to the hotel lobby, ordered a cup of local blue tea, and began to quietly observe the locals coming and going. Until noon, he could not find the individuals he sought. However, he remained unperturbed. After enjoying a lunch rich in local flavors, Li returned to his room for a nap. As night fell, he made his way back to the hotel front desk. After exchanging greetings with the receptionist, he inquired, "Are there any nearby places worth visiting for leisure?" The receptionist appeared somewhat surprised by his question. Although there is a considerable Chinese community in Kinshasa, most tend to keep a low profile. Coupled with the abysmal security, it is rare for outsiders to consider venturing out at night. However, upon noticing Li's handsome visage, the receptionist felt a flutter of interest and tentatively suggested, "Perhaps you could wait for me to finish my shift, and I—" "You misunderstand," Li interjected, waving his hand before offering a $5 bill. "I merely wish to enjoy a drink and perhaps smoke a few cigarettes." "Very well." The receptionist, a woman of African descent, accepted the tip with a hint of disappointment and remarked, "There is a decent bar on the southern street. However, it tends to be rather pricey. As you are a foreigner, it would be prudent to bring a local along if you decide to go." She then cast a hopeful glance in Li's direction. Had she been the exquisite black pearl from the airplane, he might have given it some thought. Yet, the woman before him could scarcely be considered more than a mere black stone, and Li found little interest in her. Moreover, this city was notorious for its rampant HIV prevalence. After politely declining her company, Li ventured into the streets of Kinshasa under the cloak of night. 15 minutes later, upon seeing the luxurious sports cars parked outside the hotel, he realized he had indeed arrived at the right place. Chapter 7. The Golden Mine at Home. The Democratic Republic of the Congo is situated in the very heart of Africa, rich in resources, particularly in non-ferrous metals. It has rightfully earned its status as the world's premier exporter of gold. Li ultimately set his sights on this destination, motivated by various compelling factors. After all, he had no desire to end up with nothing more than a handful of white powder or tobacco leaves. However, despite its abundant resources, the Congo is plagued by a multitude of issues that have rendered its political landscape unstable. Such instability inevitably hinders sustainable development. Consequently, there exists a stark disparity between the wealthy and the impoverished. In the capital city of Kinshasa, one can find a juxtaposition of slums and opulent bars. Due to the dire security situation, Li was subjected to a thorough search by the doorman before being granted entry into the bar. Only after confirming that he bore no weapons was he permitted to proceed. In truth, even without personal space, he possessed no fewer than 10 methods to smuggle a weapon inside. Upon entering the bar, Li cast a discerning glance over the throngs of revelers and the dance floor and swiftly noticed a few individuals in a booth indulging in smoke. He held no interest in tobacco. His habitual instinct was merely to check his escape route. After assessing his surroundings, he made his way directly to a booth on the second floor. The bar's staff, upon catching sight of Li's visage, exhibited both surprise and fervor. The Chinese community in the Congo is relatively small, and those who venture out at night to indulge in leisure are even fewer. Yet, whenever one does appear, they are invariably regarded as a prized catch. What would you like to order? The minimum consumption for the booth. The enthusiastic young African staff member began to recommend. Li scanned the drink menu, disregarding the mention of minimum consumption, and simply stated, "A Godfather, please, sir." "We have a minimum consumption," the young man attempted to interject, but Li shot him a piercing glance and, placing a cigarette between his lips, interrupted. "I only need a Godfather right now, do you understand?" "Why, yes, understood." Startled by Li's demeanor, the young man stammered his response and promptly busied himself. Li settled into the booth on the second floor, casting a glance down at the bustling dance floor below, while subtly observing the surrounding booths from the corner of his eye. In the corruption-laden Congo, it is hardly surprising that 99% of the wealth is concentrated in the hands of a mere 0.1% of the population. Many young locals revel in a life of excess. For in a resource-rich Congo, these individuals genuinely possess mines at home, gold mines, to be precise. CC's Lakidi Kazlam is one such individual who is fortunate enough to have a gold mine at home. He is also the proprietor of this very bar. Almost every evening, CC's can be found at his establishment, not to assert his authority, but rather to transform the bar into a social platform. He welcomes everyone, from the second and third generations of wealthy families to officials and agents of various warlords. Consequently, CC's possesses a remarkable knack for discerning character. However, on this occasion, he found himself in an unusual predicament. A tourist? Observing Li seated across from him, Decisive pondered briefly before shaking his head. The casual demeanor amidst the unfamiliar clamor, coupled with an air of relaxation, suggested he was far from a mere visitor. Rather, he resembled a local who had long since integrated into the surroundings. Could he be a businessman? Decisive mused. China's investment in the Congo was significant, naturally attracting entrepreneurs. However, these Chinese businessmen, though shrewd, seldom frequented establishments like bars. Moreover, Li's attire and demeanor seemed to diverge entirely from that of a typical businessman, evoking instead the image of an actor or model. What intrigued Decisive further was the familiar scent he detected emanating from Li, a distinctive aura cultivated through years spent navigating the shadows. He had encountered similar essences in individuals such as assassins, spies, and even some dangerous elements. This only intensified Decisive's curiosity about this uniquely positioned Chinese individual in the Congo. Who did he represent? What forces loomed behind him? Decisive had never been one to remain complacent. His ambitions were vast. Otherwise, he would be living a life of indulgence in the United States, much like his brother, rather than seeking opportunities for a change of fate in the impoverished chaos of Kinshasa. Thus, he was determined not to overlook any chance that arose. "Hello. I am the proprietor of this bar. You may call me Decisive," he said, approaching Li with a glass of ice-cold whiskey in hand. Decisive's arrival was both anticipated and unexpected by Li. He had prepared a series of plans to extract his first fortune from the target upon discovery. Yet, while Decisive scrutinized him, Li was equally observant of Decisive. Through his observations, Decisive met Li's criteria. However, the unexpected twist lay in the fact that before Li could initiate any action, Decisive had already approached him, indicating his considerable ambition. Only those driven by ambition would seize every opportunity, and Li had a particular fondness for such ambitious individuals. As Decisive approached, Li adjusted his posture, crossing one leg and placing his drink on his knee while extending his other hand casually along the back of the sofa. He exuded a relaxed demeanor, yet his narrowed eyes sparkled with keen interest as they assessed Decisive from head to toe. Not feeling offended by Li's posture, Decisive instead sensed he had found the right person. In someone else's territory, displaying a relaxed attitude combined with a scrutinizing gaze suggested that this man, who had turned the tables, was indeed remarkable. Had Li resorted to the customary pleasantries typical of his fellow countrymen, Decisive would have likely felt disheartened. Li deftly pried open the metallic cap of his kerosene lighter, producing a crisp sound as the flame danced before his cigarette. After igniting it, he gazed at Bastien and remarked, "The music here is rather loud." As if receiving a command, Bastien gestured to a nearby waiter, whispering a few words into his ear. Instantly, the cacophony of the bar diminished. The once rhythmic DJ set swiftly transitioned to dance music. The throng of revelers on the dance floor, after a collective hiss, offered no protest, instead shifting to a different style of dance. Such conforming youths. Li mused to himself, before lifting his glass towards Bastien. He did not invite Bastien to clink their glasses but, after a brief pause, brought the glass to his lips. Bastien mirrored his actions. Only after this unspoken toast concluded did Li squint and declare, We require a shrewd collaborator in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Chapter 8: The First Arms Deal. For many Africans, the Democratic Republic of Congo is vast. It is the second largest country in Africa by land area, despite its severe internal divisions. Yet, for Sisiko, Congo feels exceedingly small, so small that it fails to produce a unified voice. Even decades ago, that tyrant could not bring this place into harmony. Tribes, interests, enmities, religions, these are the rungs of chaos in the Congo. But these rungs do not ascend, they descend, leading straight to hell. Upon realizing the extent of his ambitions, Sisiko became humble. For only by lowering oneself can each step be taken with greater steadiness. This is my homeland. Thus I have many friends here, Sisiko remarked. He remained uncertain about the faction represented by the Chinese man before him, nor did he know who stood behind him. Yet, this was of little consequence. In this bountiful land, shadows abound. The presence or absence of one more would make little difference. What truly mattered was what the man before him could offer. However, Sisiko was a shrewd individual, and a clever man never believes that fortunes fall from the sky. Thus, he inquired, "What can I offer you?" He chose to ask about his contributions before inquiring about gains, showcasing his astuteness. Li Yi had no intention of keeping him in suspense, especially given the other's apparent candor. There is a particular specialty crop that is scarce in yield, requires high cultivation standards, and is exceedingly difficult to grow. Being extremely particular about its environment, Li Yi stated. Specialty crop? Sisiko pondered. Specialty crops typically refer to those with unique applications or economic value. When the other mentioned a specialty crop, his mind immediately drifted to tobacco leaves. If Li Yi were to request that he cultivate tobacco on this land, Sisiko would feel there was nothing left to discuss. He bore no animosity towards tobacco or its related products. Instead, he envisioned a broader future. And associating himself with tobacco would severely tarnish his reputation. Moreover, possessing a gold mine rendered him independent of such ventures. However, he soon heard Li Yi continue. We need a suitable piece of land and a substantial workforce to cultivate this crop, ensuring that it never leaks outside. As Li Yi spoke, he produced a stack of documents from his personal space. To Sisiko, the seemingly magical way Li Yi conjured the documents did not evoke surprise. Rather, his focus was entirely upon the stack of papers. After handing the documents to Sisiko, Li Yi fell silent. This stack of documents naturally originated from the system specifically. It contained part of the raw materials needed for the eye-level gene repair technology that he had drawn. Gene repair technology comprises highly complex components, necessitating equally intricate raw materials. One such raw material could only be cultivated in certain lands of Africa, which was among the primary reasons Li Yi had chosen the Democratic Republic of Congo. Meanwhile, Sisiko had already skimmed through the documents. The document describes an unprecedented crop. This particular plant demands a high level of environmental and cultivation expertise, yet remains within the realm of feasibility. Contrary to his initial assumptions, it is not tobacco leaves. The specific utility of this crop is not mentioned in the material. Overall, as long as the counterpart provides the seeds, with some effort, cultivation is indeed possible. The ensuing question then arises, what can I gain from this? Sisiko inquired bluntly. Simultaneously, he had already formed a mental scale to weigh the situation. The enigmatic man from Huagua appeared to be affiliated with a certain biopharmaceutical conglomerate. Of course, this was merely an inference drawn from the stack of documents, and he lacked absolute certainty. However, after careful consideration of what he would need to offer, he had a rough idea of his potential gains, pharmaceuticals or certain medical technologies. These commodities have a promising market in Gangwajan, and with proper management, they could also enhance his reputation. This was Sisiko's line of thought. Yet, he was soon taken aback by an unexpected development. Li Yi produced another sheet of paper and handed it to Sisiko, stating, "If you are willing to assist us in cultivating these crops, we can establish a preliminary friendship. As initial acquaintances, we are able to offer some small gifts." Listening to Li Yi's words, Sisiko grasped the implication. It was quite straightforward. They could currently achieve a foundational collaboration. Should the partnership endure or yield additional value, he could secure further support. What kind of support might that entail? Sisiko lowered his gaze to the contents of the paper. His eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the document. It was a list of weaponry. Sisiko was no stranger to arms. Being the owner of a genuine gold mine, he not only maintained a fully equipped mining protection team, but also possessed a substantial armed force. Thus, Commonplace weapons such as firearms and ammunition failed to astonish him. The weaponry list that captured his attention could not possibly consist of mundane items readily available on the market. Arms dealers, being merchants, naturally seek to differentiate themselves in the competitive landscape. This was something Li Yi had meticulously planned prior to arriving in Gangwujin. Therefore, the weaponry list he provided certainly did not include rifles or grenades. Instead, it featured tangible, high-value items, some of which were quite formidable. Li, is this truly feasible? CC Sir asked, pointing to a line on the list, a mix of surprise and anticipation in his voice. Li glanced at the item CC Sir was highlighting and noted that it was a particular type of intercontinental ballistic missile. Moreover, this item is categorically prohibited in international trade. Its price within the system was exorbitant, beyond his current means, yet this did not deter him from including it on the transaction list. Of course, Li Yi replied nonchalantly. We can even provide door-to-door delivery, though we do not guarantee quality or repairs. You will need to furnish the requisite technical personnel yourself. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Sei's heart inevitably warmed. Although he could not ascertain the veracity of Li Yi's claims, the potential energy represented by the ability to transport such an object to his home was almost beyond imagination. Yet, the more he pondered, the more vigilant he felt compelled to be. Just as he contemplated how to subtly test Li Yi, he heard him continue. As friends meeting for the first time, I suggest you refrain from considering the toys of our larger companions. Perhaps the toys suited for younger enthusiasts are more appropriate for you at this moment. As he spoke, Li gestured towards the initial items on the list, all of which were readily available for purchase within the system's marketplace. We are always welcoming to new friends. Observing C's eyes caught in a dilemma, Li Yi added, to demonstrate our sincerity, we can first deliver some smaller toys to your doorstep. For instance, this PH-11-wheeled rocket launcher boasts impressive deterrence and efficiency, and it is remarkably user-friendly, requiring minimal training for immediate use. Chapter 9. The armed path of warmth when confronted with a stranger whom he had known for less than an hour, producing a comprehensive list of prohibited weapons for sale. Most individuals would instinctively regard him as a fraud. Caesar was no exception. However, the stranger, without requiring a deposit, offered to deliver the goods directly to his doorstep. This significantly enhanced the credibility of the proposition, especially since no financial commitment was necessary on Caesar's part. Moreover, the list contained numerous enticing items that piqued his interest. Should Li Yi indeed fulfill the promises contained within that list, he could assure that the steel fruit would possess a unified voice. Nevertheless, Caesar remained remarkably rational at that moment. I appreciate your approach to friendship, he exclaimed as he produced a cigar, skillfully trimming its end before igniting it with a torch and handing it to Li Yi. After indulging in a few puffs, Caesar revealed an address, thoughtfully marking it on a map. The location was not far, situated approximately 200 kilometers east of the capital, Kinshasa. Caesar candidly admitted, there is a mining protection squad of mine stationed there, and they have grown weary of their meager weaponry. Men, especially warriors, are perpetually yearning for more. After a succinct assessment from Li Yi, the two engaged in further discussions regarding specifics such as pricing, delivery time, and payment methods. Once the details were finalized, they raised their glasses, clinked them together, and downed their drinks in unison. Following this, the previously gentle melodies in the bar transitioned once more, and, in sync with the lively rhythm, bottles of flamboyantly packaged spirits were delivered to Li Yi's booth. Immediately thereafter, a throng of voluptuous women approached. This is also part of our budding friendship, my friend. I hope you enjoy yourself. With these words, Caesar embraced one of the ladies and bid farewell to Li Yi. Due to his body being genetically optimized, Li Yi hesitated to visit a hospital for a medical examination. Consequently, he remained uncertain about his ability to withstand certain viruses. For this reason, despite the allure and enthusiasm of the women arranged by Caesar, he ultimately returned to the hotel alone. The following morning, after enjoying breakfast, Li promptly set his plans in motion. He contacted a car rental company and, having spent the last of his funds on a box truck, leisurely drove toward the outskirts of the city. Fortunately, the expenses from the previous night at the bar had not fallen upon him. Otherwise, he might have had to engage in some physical negotiations with the kind-hearted locals to gather enough money for a taxi. The trials of entrepreneurship are indeed cumbersome. Even driving requires his personal involvement. Shaking his head, Li navigated the truck as he gradually departed from Kinshasa. Meanwhile, Caesar was conversing with his father over the phone. Father, I met an intriguing Chinese individual last night, Caesar recounted, with slight embellishments. His encounter with Li Yi. In his words, Li Yi emerged as a temporarily enigmatic arms dealer. I understood. After leaving this brief statement over the phone, Cizai's father hung up. Following the conversation, Cizai pondered for a moment before again picking up the phone to contact his subordinates. Prepare yourselves. At 9:45 a.m., Li Yi observed the arrival of a box truck at the city's security checkpoint. Although the government forces in Congo lacked the capability to control the entire nation, their vigilance over the capital was commendably thorough. After scrutinizing Li Yi's various credentials, they instructed him to open the cargo door. Upon seeing the empty truck bed, the soldier at the checkpoint hesitated briefly before signaling for release. The truck following Li Yi, however, was charged a toll of $200. A clever move indeed. Observing this scene through the rearview mirror, Li Yi smiled faintly, offering a quiet assessment before pressing the accelerator. With his personal space secured, he had no need for a transport vehicle. In fact, were it not for the need for cover, he could have delivered the goods on a bicycle. However, it was somewhat regrettable that while Cizai appeared to wield considerable influence in Congo, he did not seem to belong to a wealthy family. The wheeled rocket launcher that Li Yi passionately recommended failed to capture Cizai's interest. In Cizai's words, I am aware of this item, it is excellent. But both the shells and the vehicle are exceedingly expensive. Even the government forces cannot afford such a weapon. Possessing it now would not bode well for me. It became evident that Li Yi had greatly overestimated the caliber of the African warlords. After all, Africa was not like those wealthy elites lounging atop oil fields in the desert. They could hardly afford advanced technology with great firepower. Fortunately, I only occasionally dabble as an arms dealer. Li Yi mused, occasionally offering a quip. Compared to the capital, Kinshasa, the road conditions in the rest of Congo were abysmal. After enduring a bumpy journey, just as he was nearing the transaction site, an unexpected incident occurred. Squealing, upon noticing an obstruction in the road ahead, Li slammed on the brakes. The truck's tires left a mark on the dirt road. Then, with the roar of an approaching engine, through the window, Li spotted a jeep rapidly closing in, occupied by 5 young men brandishing AKs. Were they here to extend a warm welcome? In that instant, the thought flickered through Li Yi's mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he retrieved the M4 assault rifle awarded by the system from his personal space. The cold, familiar feel instantly coursed through every nerve in his body. How nostalgic. Li Yi sighed briefly, then thrust the muzzle out of the window, quickly aimed, and without hesitation, pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. After a simple burst of 2 rounds in a 3-shot sequence, Li Yi clearly witnessed 3 blossoms of crimson erupting, accompanied by a cacophony of inexplicable roars. The speeding jeep careened out of control due to the demise of its driver. Yet, this posed no challenge for him. After shifting to single-shot mode, he executed 2 precise shots, and the 5 occupants of the vehicle met their fate in unison. At that moment, Li found himself somewhat disenchanted. His body, enhanced through 2 rounds of genetic optimization, had become astonishingly formidable. He felt no recoil even from the M4 rifle, coupled with his terrifying dynamic vision and extensive combat experience. Targeting these 5 individuals was akin to firing at stationary targets, hardly even a warm-up. Li lit a cigarette, pressed down on the accelerator, and plowed through the roadblock. Speeding away. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in his mind. You have successfully eliminated 5 zombies, earning a reward, system currency X50. How generous of them. Li grinned, flicking the cigarette but out of the window. Chapter 10, The Transaction and the Chinese Association. The Democratic Republic of the Congo shares its eastern borders with Uganda, Rwanda, and Burundi, countries notorious for their own complexities. Coupled with historical and ethnic factors, the eastern regions, as one departs from Kinshasa, become increasingly tumultuous. Private mining enterprises, rebel factions, resistance groups, and tribal warlords are rampant throughout the land. For instance, the young black man who approached in a jeep, armed with an AK, was likely part of a local mining protection squad. It is not uncommon in the DRC for individuals to moonlight as highway bandits during their spare time, especially when one is driving a large transport vehicle without an escort, essentially an invitation for trouble. Li paid little heed to this minor incident. After a bumpy ride along the dirt road, he was soon met with the sound of honking horns. Before long, a convoy appeared, led by 2 jeeps with a truck trailing behind. On board each vehicle were armed individuals, brandishing AKs or Type 56 rifles. These men, bearing their teeth and waving flags that likely represented some tribal emblem, appeared far more organized than the earlier bandits. Their attire was surprisingly uniform. As the three vehicles encircled Li Yi's transport, he calmly brought the vehicle to a halt. Upon stepping out, he addressed the unruly assembly. "Is the payment ready?" The leader, a burly black man with an antiquated AK slung over his shoulder, retorted, "Is everything prepared?" Such rudeness was disheartening. Li Yi shook his head internally and gestured towards the truck's cargo area. Swiftly, he retrieved 2 armored personnel carriers, which he had previously acquired from the system's marketplace, from his personal space and placed them in the truck's bed. In an instant, the tires of the transport visibly sank under the added weight. The mining protection squad, oblivious to this detail, erupted into chaotic cheers as they opened the cargo area. As the back opened, 2 gray-green VN, one-wheeled armored vehicles came into view. The sight of these armored vehicles elicited another round of excited exclamations from the men, their navette rendering the scene both amusing and endearing. While the vehicles were not cutting-edge military technology, they were certainly beyond the comprehension of these uneducated individuals. However, it appeared that Cecile had anticipated this moment. The man who had been conversing with Li Yi stepped into the cargo area and, moments later, emerged having successfully driven out both armored vehicles. Clearly, he was of a different caliber than the others. After manipulating the armored vehicles for a brief period, the burly man returned to Li Yi. "These are excellent armored vehicles. And they are brand new," he exclaimed, his initial aloofness replaced by enthusiasm. Yet, Li Yi remained unfazed by the flattery and bluntly inquired, "Where's the money?" The imposing figure of the African man uttered nothing, merely gesturing behind him with a wave of his hand. Shortly thereafter, a handbag was delivered to Li Yi's presence. The bag was opened before him, revealing a substantial sum of old, non-sequential American dollars. The African man then stated, $600,000, all in old bills. Li Yi showed no intention of scrutinizing the contents. He zipped up the handbag and tossed it into the vehicle before taking the driver's seat and accelerating away. As Li Yi drove off in the transport vehicle, the African man promptly retrieved his phone and dialed Decisive. "Sir, the transaction has been completed. I have confirmed that the equipment is not only intact but also brand new, as if it has just been manufactured," he reported over the phone. The return journey was devoid of the warm-hearted African man, which left Li Yi feeling somewhat disappointed. However, upon entering Kinshasa, the soldiers at the security checkpoint chose to forego collecting the toll upon seeing Li Yi return with an empty vehicle. To say the least, in recent years, the Chinese have held a degree of respect in Africa. After returning the transport vehicle, Li Yi hailed a taxi and arrived at a 2-story courtyard. A sign at the entrance announced the Guangdong Chinese Association in 6 gilded characters against a black background, flanked by 2 stone lions. Upon entering, he was greeted in a quaint reception room by a middle-aged man clad in a black gown and cloth shoes. After taking a seat, the man served Li a cup of tea before inquiring, "Sir, how may I assist you?" His tone carried a hint of a Cantonese accent. After taking a sip of tea, Li opened the handbag in front of the middle-aged man. 600,000 in non-sequential old bills, converted into Huayuan. All transferred to this account, he stated, handing over a note with the bank account details. The man glanced at it, his expression unwavering. After sipping his tea, he replied, "Based on current market conditions, I can offer you 2 million Huayuan." Li narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on the middle-aged man. After a 2-second pause, he decisively responded, 350,000, no negotiation. This money is easily handled, and you will profit. The middle-aged man ceased speaking, merely maintaining his gaze on Li Yi for several seconds. However, he soon found himself unable to withstand Li Yi's stare, instinctively looking away. After a deep breath and another sip of tea to calm himself, he nodded in agreement. A friend is like a fierce dragon crossing the river. Consider it a friendship. 350,000 will be transferred to this account by tonight at the latest, absolutely clean. Afterward, the middle-aged man regarded Li Yi with a mix of curiosity and intrigue, suggesting, "Why not stay for dinner?" Meeting an old friend in a foreign land is indeed a joyous occasion. "Perhaps another day," Li Yi replied, shaking his head in decline. He had matters to attend to that evening and intended to engage in some activities that required limited interaction with others. After departing from the Chinese Community Center, Li Yi made his way directly back to the hotel. 2 VN, one-wheeled armored vehicles, with an official foreign trade price of 1.8 million yuan, are designated for national-level procurement, essentially at wholesale prices. However, the price Li Yi offered Decisive was $300,000 US dollars per vehicle, slightly above the official rate. Yet, this still represented a considerable advantage for C's, as warlords typically lack the privilege to procure weaponry from China. As for the middle-aged man, He could assure that the sum of $600,000 US dollars would seamlessly appear in Li Yi's account. After all the effort expended, a mere $600,000 US dollars had been earned, which could only be considered as initial capital. To amass significant wealth, future plans would be crucial. Nevertheless, every venture begins with challenges, and Li Yi, embarking on his second entrepreneurial journey, remained unperturbed. Chapter 11. The Illusion of Grandeur and the Victims of Generosity. On the night the transaction was finalized, Li returned to Cez's bar once more. This time, they occupied a private booth, which contained only the two of them. Cezis poured a glass of whiskey and slid it across the table to Li Yi, his demeanor radiating warmth and camaraderie. Without a doubt, Li Yi had demonstrated his exceptional abilities and sincerity. The VN, one-wheeled armored personnel carrier, is hardly a remarkable asset in the international arms market. If Cezis were genuinely interested in acquiring it, he could easily obtain it through various means, even if he lacked the credentials to purchase directly from the exporter, Huagua. What truly captured Cez's attention was the remarkable efficiency that Li Yi exhibited during this transaction. In the span of a single night, 2 armored personnel carriers had arrived in the Democratic Republic of the Congo and were promptly delivered to the designated location. It is worth noting that Li Yi had not initially recommended these 2 vehicles. This implies that either Li Yi possessed a certain stockpile of arms within the Democratic Republic of the Congo, or he had orchestrated their transport from outside the country overnight. Regardless of the scenario, considering the array of weaponry listed on the inventory, Cezis could sense the underlying implications of this reality. Moreover, reports from his subordinates indicated that the armored vehicles received were, astonishingly, brand new. In fact, aside from consumables, the market for military trade is predominantly dominated by second-hand equipment. However, new items carry a deeper significance. For instance, it suggests that Li Yi possesses the capability and credentials to purchase military equipment directly from Huagua. Furthermore, it indicates that he enjoys a strong cooperative relationship with a certain nation or political entity that can provide him with such resources. Regardless, for Cezis, a minor warlord in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, the power and influence represented by Li Yi far exceed his own. This understanding, coupled with a successful transaction and Cezis' ambitions, shaped his current demeanor. Cheers, Cezis proclaimed in halting Mandarin, a phrase he had only just learned a few hours prior. Li Yi smiled faintly in response, remaining silent as he raised his glass to clink with Cezis. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Li Yi took the initiative to steer the conversation back to business. The information I provided you needs to be completed promptly, by mid-year at the latest. We expect to see the first batch of raw materials. In return, everything on that list can be purchased at any time, provided you have sufficient cash or equivalent gold. He paused momentarily, tapping his finger against the glass while contemplating his next words. Eventually, he met Cezis' gaze and continued. Should you successfully cultivate and produce this batch of raw materials as planned, you will further secure our friendship. As your ally, I can offer you a word of caution. At this juncture, Li Yi paused once more, while Cezis presented the freshly prepared cigar before him. After exhaling a plume of smoke, Li fixed his bright gaze upon CC's through the haze and stated resolutely, "Become a true collaborator as soon as possible. What you see now is merely the tip of the iceberg." Regardless of CC's reaction, Li Yi expertly crafted an enticing vision, casting a bait that was impossible to resist. Meanwhile, CC's felt a fervent excitement within him. Merely the contents of that list contained items beyond his wildest imagination. If this was merely the tip of the iceberg, CC's harbored no fear of Li Yi's potential deception, for his losses were minimal. The only costs involved were the expenditure of time and resources on the cultivation and processing of raw materials, which paled in comparison to the immense gains he stood to achieve. Undoubtedly, Li Yi had bestowed upon him a ticket to the future, a ticket to becoming a player in the game, and a ticket to mastering his own destiny. Once their business discussions concluded, the atmosphere in the private room soon transformed into a lively affair. A succession of stunning, exotic beauties entered the chamber. Adapting to the local customs, Li Yi reclined slightly, gazing at the ceiling while engaging with the foreign ladies. Unfortunately, they seemed somewhat hesitant in their speech, often stumbling over their words. On the 3rd day of his arrival in Kinshasa, Li Yi awoke as usual from the grand bed in his hotel room. A glance at his phone revealed that 3.5 million yuan had successfully been transferred to his account the previous night. Upon reviewing the transaction details, he discovered it originated from a trust institution overseas, which had made the full payment without hesitation. Alas, Li could not help but sigh. The middle-aged man handling the funds for him appeared to possess a modest fortune. Had the individual chosen to abscond with his money, he would have had ample justification to secure another windfall. While he preferred the allure of risk-free ventures over arms dealing, just as this thought crossed his mind, his phone rang unexpectedly, displaying an unfamiliar international number. Li answered directly. "Who is this?" The voice on the other end was strikingly familiar. It was the very middle-aged man he had just been contemplating. "Mr. Li, it's me. I hope I'm not interrupting you," the man inquired. It seemed there might be business on the horizon. Although this disrupted his plans, Li always embraced the thrill of unforeseen surprises. Thus, after glancing at the time, he replied, "Prepare lunch. I shall come to your place to eat. Consider it a compensation for our last meal." "Of course. I am at your service." After a brief exchange, the call ended. Tossing his phone onto the bed, Li gazed out at the brilliant sunlight before leisurely donning a casual suit. Since he was heading out for business, he might as well dress a touch more formally. Meanwhile, on the other side, the middle-aged man set down his phone and addressed his companion. "Brother Wang, do not fret. I have already made contact. There may be a solution to your predicament." "Thank you, Brother Huang. As long as my son can be rescued, I am willing to discuss anything." The Mediterranean man, known as Brother Wang, wore an anxious expression, his eyes clouded with worry. It was noon when Li alighted from the taxi and, after entering the alley, made his way into the Guangdong Chinese Association. The reception room, which he had visited once before, was already set with an array of Chinese delicacies. Upon seeing Li's arrival, two middle-aged men immediately stood up to greet him with warmth. Li cast a lingering glance at the Mediterranean man, surmising that he must be the one in distress. Once seated, the middle-aged man spoke. "Last time Mr. Li visited, he left in such haste that I neglected to introduce myself. My surname is Huang, and my friends call me Old Huang. I am originally from Guangdong and have been in the Democratic Republic of the Congo for over 30 years, managing this association. My primary role is to assist our compatriots in resolving certain difficult matters." Li nodded slightly at his words, realizing that he was essentially a broker, or perhaps an intermediary. In tumultuous regions, such individuals proliferate, profiting from the disparity in information. Li had stumbled upon this place merely through a casual inquiry with Sykes. After Old Huang finished speaking, he turned to the Mediterranean man and introduced him. "This is Brother Wang Zuda, a businessman from Guangdong." As soon as Old Huang's words fell, the man named Wang Zuda arose enthusiastically, grasping Li's hands in both of his, bowing slightly as he greeted. "Hello, hello." Indeed, he was quite amiable, especially in the presence of this benefactor who was about to provide financial assistance. Chapter 12. The Rescue Mission and the Social Media Influencer. The Chinese have a penchant for discussing matters over dinner, a tradition that remains vividly manifested even in foreign lands. After a series of clinking glasses and exchanged toasts, Lao Wang cautiously broached the subject. "My dear brother Wang has recently encountered some troubles in the Democratic Republic of the Congo." Li remained silent, continuing to serve himself food, yet his gaze was fixed on Lao Wang, encouraging him to elaborate. Lao Wang continued. "Brother Wang's son was lured by a classmate to invest in a mining venture, only to discover that the investment was a ruse, and the kidnapping and extortion were all too real. They are demanding a sum of $2 million. At this point, Lao Huang turned his attention to Wang Zuda. Wang Zuda understood the implication and looked hopefully at Li, picking up where Lao Huang left off. "Mr. Li, to be candid, I have indeed managed to scrape together the $2 million. However, I learned through contacts that the group responsible for my son's kidnapping are seasoned criminals, lacking any sense of integrity, which gives me considerable cause for concern." Hearing this, Li grasped the overarching narrative and the sequence of events. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Have you contacted the Chinese embassy?" Wang Zuda shook his head, a hint of regret coloring his expression as he replied with a wry smile. "My son now holds Australian citizenship. He immigrated for the sake of foreign investment policies. Thus, he had become classified as a foreign national." Li inwardly acknowledged the implications. Foreigners inevitably face higher demands. Once Wang Zuda finished speaking, Lao Huang seized the opportunity to interject, raising his glass towards Li. "Mr. Li, I have also consulted some local acquaintances regarding Brother Wang's predicament, but they merely offered to inquire without any commitment. You, however, are a force to be reckoned with, possessing remarkable abilities. If you could resolve this matter." Lao Wang left his statement unfinished, quenching his thirst before sharing a knowing glance with Wang Zuda. Wang Zuda, steeling himself, declared, Mr. Li, should you successfully rescue my son, the $2 million will be promptly transferred to your account. Wang Zuda was indeed straightforward. Rather than gamble the $2 million on the kidnapper's reliability, it would be wiser to allocate those funds towards securing more trustworthy external assistance. In fact, prior to meeting Li, Wang Zuda had already sought information about the kidnappers through Lao Wang. The outcome had been far from favorable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sought out Li. Li remained silent, his gaze shifting back to Lao Huang, who promptly relayed the details regarding the kidnappers. Unsurprisingly, they were affiliated with a local warlord's faction, which explained why Lao Huang's local contacts were hesitant to intervene. Wang Zuda could hardly offer a sum sufficient to compel these individuals to take action. After all, $2 million was hardly enough to wage war against a warlord. As for mercenaries, they were not Navi. Rescuing hostages was not akin to annihilation or protection missions. This type of operation was among the most challenging in the field. As for Li, he also lacked expertise in rescue operations. After a brief moment of contemplation, he turned to the visibly anxious Wang Zuda and stated, "To successfully rescue your son, it will require $3 million. If the rescue fails, I will demand $1.5 million from you. And I shall allow the individuals who have kidnapped your son to accompany him to his grave. I will not entertain any negotiations. Should you agree, I will make arrangements today. If not, you may seek assistance elsewhere." Li's words were resolute and unyielding, leaving Wang Zuda no room for bargaining. Upon hearing Li's declaration, Wang Zuda's expression shifted between hope and despair, frequently casting glances at Lao Wang. Lao Wang merely shook his head gently, indicating that he could offer no assistance at this moment. After nearly half an hour of contemplation, Wang Zuda finally made up his mind. Cupping his hands in a gesture of respect towards Li, and sighed deeply, "Then I shall trouble you, Mr. Li. Please do your utmost to bring my son back safely." "I will do my best," Li acknowledged with a nod. After inquiring a few more details from Lao Huang, he rose to depart. It was only after watching Li exit the courtyard that Wang Zuda turned to Lao Huang with a worried expression and said, "Brother Huang, do you think this young man is capable? He seems to be around my son's age." Lao Huang lifted his teacup with a smile and then pointed to his own head, saying, "Brother Huang, you depend on this for a living. As for me," he then pointed to his eyes, "I rely on this for my livelihood. This young man possesses a fierce aura. Had it been a century earlier, we might not have even had the privilege to dine with him. Fortunately, now we are all merely trying to survive abroad." After leaving the Chinese community center in Guangdong, Li whistled as he made his way back to the car rental company. After renting a Jeep, he slowly drove towards the outskirts of the city. His purpose for coming to the Congo was not only to acquire startup capital and implement his plans, but also to fulfill one of the 3 system tasks: to cleanse a specific area and eliminate over 10 zombies. Initially, he had intended to create some disturbances. However, with Wang Zuda's predicament arising, he decided to shift his focus accordingly. In any case, completing a task while potentially profiting was a dual advantage. For someone like him, the Congo was indeed a land of opportunity, teeming with prospects. Once outside the city, Li sped along the main thoroughfare heading east. Unlike the previous day when he drove a transport vehicle, the Jeep allowed for swifter travel, and it was rare for road bandits to target such a vehicle. His destination was deep within the eastern part of the Congo, a considerable distance away. Traversing various territories along the way, Li was unconcerned about entering dangerous war-torn or conflict-ridden areas. In fact, he thrived in such environments. What truly left him somewhat speechless was the dreadful condition of the roads in the Congo. After driving several hundred kilometers, the Jeep suffered a flat tire, having unknowingly run over something. Under the blazing sun, Li completed the tire change, but just a few kilometers down the road, he was met with a torrential downpour. The heavy rain rendered the already poor dirt roads even more treacherous. Despite the formidable strength bestowed upon his genetically optimized physique, Li harbored no inclination to sprint on foot. Consequently, after a grueling afternoon of travel, he decisively pulled his vehicle to the roadside, ceasing further progress. It was not fatigue that compelled him to halt, but rather the realization that his battered Jeep had succumbed to a few minor malfunctions after enduring numerous hardships. As he pondered whether to procure a new vehicle from the system's marketplace, a domestically manufactured off-road vehicle suddenly came to a stop nearby. Moments later, Li heard a familiar voice speaking in Mandarin. "Hey there, buddy. Need a hand?" A slightly plump young man, camera in hand, jogged over. Upon seeing the lens aimed in his direction, Li instinctively lowered his head, concealing his features. The young man, noticing his reaction, quickly turned off the camera and, with an apologetic tone, remarked, "My apologies, friend. I work in social media and it's just a habit. Please forgive me." Chapter 13. The astonishing travel expenses and the commencement of action. Perhaps it was the sight of his compatriots in a foreign land, particularly in the wilderness, that ignited a sense of enthusiasm in the slightly plump young man. He rummaged through the vehicle to procure some rudimentary repair tools. The two of them tinkered with the Jeep for a while, but ultimately, their efforts were in vain. Lee, however, remained rather unconcerned. If all else failed, he could simply procure a new vehicle from the system marketplace in a more secluded location. Yet, the warm-hearted young man was insistent, declaring that he could not allow Louis to remain alone in such desolate surroundings. "This is not your homeland. This is the Democratic Republic of the Congo, a place rife with chaos. Come, let me give you a lift." With that, he opened the car door. Seeing this, Lee had no choice but to grab his satchel and take a seat in the passenger side. The car gradually set off. Through their conversation, Lee learned more about his companion. The young man's name was Guantong, sharing the same surname as the renowned Yi, and he possessed quite a sense of chivalry. Originally a tour guide, he had transitioned into a travel content creator, seeking a breakthrough in his career by venturing to the Congo in pursuit of greater exposure. "My dear brother, what about you? You seem freshly graduated from university," Guantong inquired as he drove. "Just here to engage in some minor business, nothing worth mentioning," Lee casually replied, swiftly shifting the topic. "This place is indeed quite chaotic. Aren't you worried about being out here alone without hiring a bodyguard?" "I did hire one. But upon hearing that I intended to visit a tribe in the east, he vehemently refused to accompany me." Guantong shook his head, adding, "You are aware of the ethnic strife in this region. It must be said, traveling with a companion is far more enjoyable than being alone." Guantong, as a travel blogger, had traversed many places and possessed a wealth of knowledge about various locales. Lee, no ordinary individual himself, contributed to their engaging discussions. Time swiftly passed, and before they knew it, night had descended. They had traversed Bandunda province and arrived at the junction of 3 provinces in the heart of the Congo. After hastily consuming some rations, Lee took the wheel while Guantong settled into the back seat to rest. "I'm not in a hurry, my brother. If you grow weary, feel free to rest. Safety comes first," Guantong reminded him. Lee nodded in acknowledgement, choosing silence. Even without genetic enhancements, he could endure 2 days and nights of intense activity. After undergoing 2 enhancements, he felt an almost inexhaustible reservoir of energy within him. Thus, he drove throughout the entire night. When Guantong awoke, daylight had already broken. Observing Lee still at the wheel, he initially thought little time had passed. However, upon checking his phone, he was taken aback, exclaiming, "My dear brother, you drove all night. You must rest." The road conditions in the Congo were atrocious, and driving at night in such an environment was particularly exhausting. Lee smiled as he pulled over. Just as Guantong assumed Lee was about to take a break, he witnessed Lee opening the car door and retrieving his luggage. "My brother," Guantong began, but Lee merely waved him off, cutting him short. Listening to Lee, he stated, "I have arrived at my destination. I shall no longer accompany you on this journey. You, however, are alone and lack even the most basic safety precautions." As he spoke, he reached into his handbag. To Guantong's astonishment, Lee produced a sleek black handgun, diligently inspecting the magazine and its ammunition. "Consider this your fare for the journey. By the way, do you know how to use it?" Lee inquired, looking up at Guantong. With great difficulty, Guantong nodded, his mind in a state of utter disarray. "That's good to hear." After handing the handgun to Guantong, Lee waved his hand and, clutching his handbag, set off in a particular direction. It was only after watching Lee's silhouette fade into the distance that Guantong exhaled deeply. He then glanced at the handgun thrust into his hands. "What kind of person have I entangled myself with, calling him my brother along the way?" Guantong murmured to himself with a hint of self-mockery. Yet, once his initial trepidation subsided, his spirits lifted as he began to examine the handgun gifted to him by Lee. What man could resist such a thing? With the gun in hand, Guantong felt an inexplicable surge of confidence, even pressing the accelerator with renewed vigor. In the realm of steel fruit, various warlords, both large and small, abound. Some wield a semblance of legitimacy, operating under the guise of governmental authority while remaining largely autonomous. The family of Decisive exemplifies this. Others are armed factions opposing the government, often receiving foreign funding and support, and at times, acting as proxies for external powers. However, these anti-government armed groups generally harbor a rebellious spirit, rarely engaging in activities such as kidnapping or smuggling that might jeopardize their future prospects. Consequently, those who dare to undertake such reckless acts of abduction tend to be smaller, localized armed forces. These groups might comprise a mere handful of individuals possessing a dozen rifles, asserting control over their territory more as gangs than as true warlords. Larger factions may exceed 100 members, exhibiting a somewhat structured organization, yet upon conquering a territory, they seldom invest effort into its governance, merely awaiting future integration, resembling more of a banditry than organized military action. Li Yi's mission focused on the latter. After traversing for a while, he plunged into the tropical jungle as per the map provided by Lao Wang. Li possessed extensive experience in jungle warfare, and given his current physique, which surpassed his previous strength, he advanced swiftly. By midday, following the traces discovered within the jungle, he soon reached his target location. In a clearing amidst the trees, wooden structures surrounded by tents came into view. Perhaps due to their concealment within the dense forest, the adversaries appeared lax, with only 2 watchtowers, one of which was unguarded. How amateurish, Li thought to himself, proceeding to shift positions for multiple observations. There were approximately 30 individuals present, primarily armed with AKs, supplemented by a few throwable weapons. The sentry post was exceedingly primitive, with Li observing but a single patrol within a span of 3 hours. In the central wooden structure, it appeared that the opposing leader resided. Beyond that, several iron cages imprisoned a handful of captives. Li did not encounter the intended rescue target among the cages, yet he felt no disappointment. After all, he had never envisioned earning $3 million from the outset. In contrast to the complexities of a rescue mission, he preferred the swift acquisition of $1.5 million. As for the fate of the rescue target, that would depend on their luck. At 2:40 p.m., the hour of greatest fatigue, Li procured a mortar and 3 shells from the system's marketplace. After calibrating the direction, he loaded the shells. Then, with a thunderous roar, the sound reverberated through the forest. Chapter 14. $3 million credited, returning home. Bang, bang, bang. Li, an adept artilleryman, swiftly loaded the shells with remarkable speed. 3 rounds were rapidly fired from the 60mm mortar. At such a close range, there was no room for error. With a thunderous roar, the wooden structure at the center of the camp was instantly reduced to splinters. This was soon followed by a cacophony of screams and the chaotic sound of gunfire. The untrained African soldiers, akin to headless flies, fled in all directions, unable to discern the source of the bombardment, let alone mount an effective counterattack. After surveying the results of the shelling, Li waved his hand, summoning the 60mm mortar into his personal space. He then grasped his M4 assault rifle, donned a black mask that concealed all but his eyes, and instead of rushing into the fray, he initiated a series of precise shots. After claiming several targets, he quickly relocated. Soon, after repeating his previous actions, Li finally infiltrated the enemy camp. At this moment, fewer than half of the adversaries remained, and those capable of mounting a resistance were exceedingly scarce. Although some enemies had sensed Li Yi's presence, their erratic gunfire posed no real threat to him, nor could it hinder his advance. As Li Yi tossed a few round explosives, a brilliant fireball erupted, significantly diminishing the clamor of the battlefield. He then observed a branch adorned with a white cloth slowly rising behind a cover. Urgent shouts reached his ears, but unfortunately, the language was unfamiliar, though it could be surmised that it was a plea for surrender. Li paid this scene no mind. After swiftly changing his position, he executed one final round of accurate shots. Bang, bang, bang. Following the brief, rapid gunfire, tranquility enveloped the battlefield. It was truly astonishing how easy it was to strike down the adversaries. Li shook his head lightly. The matchmaking mechanism in Africa was woefully inadequate, especially compared to the foes he had previously faced. Even without the system's enhancements, he was confident in his ability to conquer this stronghold unscathed. As he pondered the system, its delightful voice resonated in his mind. Conquest Task 1 completed. You have successfully cleared the area and eliminated 28 zombies. Rewards have been issued. The next phase of the Conquest Task will commence upon the completion of all current tasks. Please stay tuned. Li did not immediately check the system rewards. Instead, he meticulously surveyed the battlefield. Restocking his ammunition, he adhered to the principle of being bold yet cautious, which was always a commendable trait. As he glanced over the chaotic scene, intending to light a post-battle cigarette, an unexpected knocking sound emanated from beneath the rubble. Li followed the sound. Using his foot to clear away several pieces of rubble, revealing a metal plate before him. The sound was emanating from beneath the plate. To his surprise, there was a tunnel. As this realization dawned upon him, he aimed his gun while using his other hand to lift the metal plate. In the next instant, a filthy head emerged. Upon seeing the dark muzzle of the gun, two grimy hands immediately shot up to shield it. Simultaneously, Li Yi heard the person pleading in Mandarin. "Don't kill me. Don't kill me." Li Yi remained silent, instead producing a bottle of mineral water and pouring it over the man's head. As the water cascaded down, a face remarkably similar to Wang Zuda's came into view. It turned out to be his $1.5 million. Initially expecting to earn only $1.5 million from this venture, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the other half was still alive. Without further ado, he yanked the man up. The walking fortune of $1.5 million breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing that Li Yi meant him no harm. Feeling rather pleased at recovering the funds, Li Yi took out his phone, snapped a few pictures, and sent them to Old Huang, messaging in Mandarin, "Prepare to transfer the funds." Old Huang should be reunited with his son by tomorrow. At that moment, the man, upon overhearing Li Yi's conversation, quickly grasped the situation and exclaimed excitedly, "You are here to save me. Thank heavens, I'm finally rescued. By the way, do you have any food?" Li Yi tossed him a few pieces of dry rations, along with a bottle of mineral water for good measure. The man quickly devoured the provisions, and after gulping down a couple of swigs of water, he let out a long sigh of relief. "Once you've eaten, let us move. It looks like rain is coming," Li Yi instructed. "Sure thing, big brother. I'll do as you say." The man appeared obedient and compliant, though this demeanor was fleeting. Before long, Li found himself beset by an incessant barrage of questions from the man, who was now quite the chatterbox. "Big brother, my name is Wang Zuren. What is yours? Or what is your code name? Are you part of the special forces from Huagua? Your gear looks incredibly cool. Where are your teammates? Where are we meeting?" However, when Li Yi shifted his gun's aim, the man quickly clamped his mouth shut. Perhaps influenced by the incessant chatter of Wang Zuren, the return journey was fraught with challenges. Shortly after emerging from the forest with the tightly mouthed Wang Zuren, the two were caught in a torrential downpour, turning them into drenched chickens. After a considerable wait at the roadside without sighting a single vehicle, they finally managed to flag down a dilapidated van once the rain had ceased. With a few American bills exchanged for passage, they were finally on their way home. After enduring a full day and night of travel, Li Yi and Wang Zuren finally arrived in Kinshasa. Upon reaching the Chinese Association in Guangdong, the Wang father and son embraced passionately. While Li awaited the arrival of the funds, it is simply implausible for any form of evasion to exist. Wang Zuda promptly settled the remaining payment via mobile banking in plain sight. After confirming that everything was in order, Li Yi was preparing to make his exit when Lao Wang requested him to pause for a moment. "Mr. Li, you truly embody the ferocity of a dragon crossing the river. Might I inquire if it would be convenient for you to leave a means of contact for future goodwill?" Lao Huang ventured. Li Yi nodded, providing him with a domestic contact number. Upon returning to the hotel, Li Yi entrusted the seeds of the raw materials for the gene repair solution to Decisive, urging him to commence planting and production at the earliest opportunity. They also arranged the details for their next arms transaction. With all matters settled, Li Yi proceeded to purchase a return ticket to his homeland. In stark contrast to his initial departure, burdened by online loans, he now possessed $3.6 million, roughly equivalent to 25 million yuan. This sum was just sufficient to tentatively initiate his plans. The trials of entrepreneurship. Sitting on the flight home, Li couldn't help but express another poignant sigh. Chapter 15. Transfers and Talent Market Recruitment. March 25th, Rongqing International Airport. Upon exiting the terminal, the gentle drizzle enveloped him once more, as if to welcome his return with a cleansing embrace. After borrowing a light from a passerby near the trash bin, Li Yi ignited a cigarette. The slanting rain brushed against his cheek, imparting a refreshing sensation. Once he extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray atop the bin, Li departed from the airport. This time, however, he did not head directly back to Tongzhou. Instead, he procured a high-speed train ticket to Rongqing. It was only upon reaching the station entrance that he smacked his forehead, disabling the flight mode on his phone, which promptly flooded with notifications. After dismissing the irrelevant messages, his gaze sharpened, revealing a contemplative expression. A missed call from a contact named Mother appeared on his screen. Naturally, this referred to the mother of the original persona. Since his arrival, Li Yi had seldom communicated with her, whether it was due to the influence of the original's memories or his own experiences. He felt a palpable sense of restraint and anxiety in the presence of this maternal figure, more intense than when confronting the most fearsome armed adversaries. It was not fear itself, but rather the overwhelming affection emanating from her, which left Li, who had never experienced familial warmth, feeling somewhat at a loss, unsure of how to respond. The journey from the international airport to Rongqing took merely half an hour. Yet, even as he exited Rongqing East Station and boarded a taxi, he remained without answers. His usual approach was to resolve the problem by addressing its source, but clearly, this time was different. This predicament caused him a quiet headache. It was only after checking into a luxurious star-rated hotel that Li inhaled deeply and returned the call. The phone was quickly answered. "My child, why couldn't I reach you earlier? Is everything all right?" The accent-laden voice of a middle-aged woman tightened Li's heart momentarily. However, he soon relaxed. "Mom, I was on the plane earlier. I just landed a job and was assigned to a business trip. I'm still in Rongqing," he reassured her. "You started working and are already on a trip." His mother seemed perplexed but soon continued. "Are you adjusting to the food? Is the work tiring? Do you have enough money? I can send you some." A barrage of concerned inquiries struck him like arrows piercing his heart, leaving Li breathless for a moment. After a few seconds, he exhaled slowly, saying, "Mom, rest assured, the job is great, and I have enough money." After a few more exchanges, the conversation ended abruptly with, "Boss is calling. I need to buy buns." Li stared at the concluded call for an extended period. Shortly thereafter, a transfer of 1,500 yuan from his mother appeared on his WeChat, accompanied by a voice message. Li opened the voice message, and the familiar tone resonated once more. "Take care of your health, eat well. Your father and I can still work, so don't put too much pressure on yourself. Take care of yourself." For reasons unknown, Li Ru played this voice message repeatedly, as if entranced. It was not until the afternoon that she suddenly moved her fingers, locating a contact named Sun Lair, and dialed the number. The call did not connect immediately. After a brief wait, it was returned. "Oldly, what's up? I was just on the subway. The signal was intermittent. I just got out and called you back." Sun Lair said on the other end, "I remember your family is from Rongqing, right? Do you know of any suitable places there for elderly living? Ones that would make them comfortable?" Li inquired directly. "You must be asking for a relative, right? Here's the deal. Tell me your relative's budget, and I'll suggest a few properties for you to check out," Sun Lair replied. Having shared a dorm for 4 years, they were familiar with each other's circumstances. And Sun Lair naturally did not assume that Li intended to buy a house for his parents. Li glanced at the 15 million yuan transfer and, after clicking to accept, stated, "The budget is 15 million. We can increase it if necessary. Your relative is quite wealthy." Sun Lair exclaimed, then continued, "All right. I'll pick out some options for you and send them later." After discussing the property acquisition, Sun Lair and Li exchanged a few more words about their current situations and made plans to have a meal together when convenient. Following the call with Sun Lair, Li felt a sudden lightness, as if a weight that had been pressing on her heart had vanished. With a sense of relaxation and joy, Li began attending to more pressing matters. After registering with various recruitment platforms using the company's business license, she scheduled a booth at the Rongqing job market. Subsequently, she found a vendor online for producing pull-up display stands, sent them the design content, and paid a deposit. At 8 a.m. the next morning, Li entered the Rongqing job market with the display stand delivered by the vendor the previous night. Upon reaching her booth, she made minimal arrangements, simply setting up the stand and waiting for applicants to arrive. At 9 a.m., a throng of job seekers flooded into the venue, transforming the once quiet space into a bustling market. A month ago, the original version of herself had been among them. There is a saying in the job market, gold in March, silver in April, indicating that these months are the best for hiring and job seeking. Thus, it was the peak season for companies recruiting new employees. Li's company did not have any notable background. Nowadays, people are quite astute, first checking a company's details on their phones, such as registered capital and scale, before deciding to apply. Consequently, even though Li offered salaries significantly higher than those of other companies, few showed interest. Some might even have suspected her of being a fraud. However, several young women, drawn by Li's handsome appearance, attempted to obtain his phone number under the guise of job applications. As noon approached, a genuine applicant finally arrived. "Will the salary be included in the labor contract?" The individual inquired as he took a seat opposite Li. "Yes. Which position are you applying for?" Li responded. He had prepared 3 positions in total: a secretary responsible for various tasks, an experienced accountant, and a laborer who would also serve as a runner. Each position had its respective requirements, yet overall, they were not particularly demanding. "I would like to apply for the secretary position," the applicant declared, opting for the role with the highest salary. In truth, this formal recruitment process was a first for Lee, akin to a young maiden embarking on her wedding journey. In his past life, recruitment was far simpler. A quick sweep of the battlefield would suffice. Those who survived were hired, while those who perished received a compensation. Reflecting on this, Lee picked up the resume that the applicant had handed over. Chapter 16. The First Employee. Secretary Su Wei. Su Wei is a young woman hailing from a mountainous region, belonging to a minority ethnic group. She is the only female college graduate from her village in nearly a decade. Her exceptional academic performance and striking appearance serve as defining characteristics. However, these attributes sometimes lead to complications. For instance, her roommate, driven by jealousy, spreads rumors that she is being kept by someone. Moreover, after successfully passing an interview with a company, she is faced with the unwelcome demand to accompany clients, with veiled implications of inappropriate expectations. Naturally, Su Wei is unwilling to succumb to such indignities. Yet, reality quickly delivers a harsh blow. Her grandmother, who raised her, suddenly falls ill. And as if that were not enough, her younger brother is threatened with expulsion from school due to a fight with classmates, unless he agrees to a settlement. Furthermore, upon graduating from university, she can no longer reside in the dormitory, and her student loans are now due for repayment. These myriad pressures plunge Su Wei into an unprecedented predicament. Consequently, upon entering the job market, her focus narrows to positions offering the highest salaries. She disregards considerations such as the company's growth prospects or future advancement opportunities. After submitting several resumes, Su Wei continues her search for lucrative employment. In a corner of the job market, a simple recruitment notice catches her eye. Wildfire Foreign Trade is hiring. Secretary, accountant, marketing salesperson. Secretary requires a pleasant appearance and demeanor. Adept at organization, capable of assisting superiors in their tasks. Monthly salary after tax, 6K to 15K, proficiency in multiple languages preferred. Accountant, must be proficient in. Su Wei is quickly captivated by this advertisement. The reason is simple. While many companies in the job market boast high salaries, only Wildfire Foreign Trade prominently displays the phrase after tax. A quick search on her phone reveals that this company was registered just a week prior. Typically, newly registered companies without substantial capital often turn out to be shell companies. Nevertheless, the enticing after-tax salary solidifies Su Wei's resolve. Name, Su Wei. Age, 23. Lee examines the resume in his hand, then glances at the woman seated before him. Whether in her identification photo or in person, she is undeniably a stunning beauty. As for work experience, Lee does not place much importance on it. After all, the company he founded, Wildfire Foreign Trade, does bear some resemblance to a shell company. To put it bluntly, he merely needs a few individuals to assist him in completing various tasks. Work experience and academic qualifications are of little consequence. After a straightforward discussion of a few questions, Lee states plainly, "This is a startup company, and if you join as a secretary, you will be required to assist me with some initial tasks. Do you have any objections?" "No," Su Wei replies, shaking her head. "As long as you sign a formal labor contract with me, I will fulfill all tasks within the scope of the agreement." "Very well. When can we proceed with the onboarding process at the earliest?" Lee extended his hand towards Su Wei. She gently shook his hand, feeling a sense of relief within her. This boss appeared young and handsome, and seemed straightforward, which suggested he was likely not a fraud. "I can start at any time," Su Wei replied. "That couldn't be better," Lee said with a slight smile, then produced a pre-printed labor contract and handed it to Su Wei. "Once you sign the contract, you can commence work immediately. Today will count as a full-paid day," he added. Su Wei was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. After a brief moment of surprise, she focused on the contract before her. After meticulously reviewing it word by word for several minutes, Su Wei confirmed that there were no issues with the document, and even areas that might have seemed ambiguous were thoughtfully clarified by the employer. For instance, specifics regarding post-tax full attendance and overtime were clearly outlined, which often require thorough discussion in the workplace. Having finished reading the contract, Su Wei's impression of the company significantly improved, and she quickly signed her name. The contract was prepared in duplicate, with both Lee and Su Wei retaining a copy. Subsequently, Lee stood up, gesturing for Su Wei to take his seat. "You will take over receiving resumes and conducting interviews. All the requirements are detailed above." "I'll step out for a smoke," he said, making his way outside. Sue was both astonished and somewhat amused. Although she was aware of the irregularities often found in startups, becoming the HR representative in her very first minute on the job was quite unexpected. By the way, Lee suddenly turned back after walking a few steps, looking at Sue and asking, "What do you like for lunch?" The company provides meals and accommodations during field work. "Anything is fine, Mr. Lee." Sue quickly adapted to her new role. "I appreciate people who are not picky eaters," Lee remarked before waving his hand and leaving. Half an hour later, Lee returned to the talent market carrying a meal package. After handing the food to Sue, he said, "You have 15 minutes to eat. Once you finish, come with me to handle some business." Sue said nothing and immediately opened the meal he had brought back, the aroma wafting over her. Regardless of other factors, although this company had few employees, the external work benefits were commendable. This meal package was worth at least 80, indicating that he was not a stingy boss. After Sue finished her lunch, Lee took her out of the talent market, and they hailed a taxi to the nearest bank. Lee was there to open a corporate account, commonly referred to as a company account. After completing a series of procedures, the Wildfire Foreign Trade Company successfully established its corporate account. Upon finishing the account setup, Lee injected $5 million into it. Exiting the bank, he turned to Sue and inquired, "Can you drive?" Sue promptly responded, "Mr. Lee, I obtained my driver's license in university, but I haven't actually driven on the road since." During her university days, she enrolled in a driving school due to the enticing discounts offered for group registrations. "It's all right. Driving isn't difficult, as long as you have a license," she mused. Lee nodded in agreement, then handed Sue a bank card, saying, "Please go to the 4S dealership and purchase a sturdy off-road SUV. Ideally, it should be capable of supporting a machine gun on the roof." "No, I misspoke." He quickly shook his head and clarified, "Just ensure it's robust enough, with a budget of no more than $1 million. Avoid anything too inexpensive. A black vehicle will suffice. And as for the brand, it should not be from Japan. Register it under the company name. You can drive this car for now. Don't worry about any minor accidents, as it is insured. Consider it practice." After saying this, Lee disregarded Sue's presence, hailing a taxi and departing with ease. Sue could only manage a wry smile. On her first day at work, not only was she tasked with assisting her boss in interviews, but she was also expected to handle procurement. Moreover, it was quite audacious of President Lee to entrust the purchase of a high-end vehicle to someone completely inexperienced in automobiles. Nevertheless, one could not deny that his nonchalant demeanor, coupled with his striking appearance, was indeed captivating. Chapter 17. Finalizing the office space, Sue's trust. A new day dawns. For Lee, it is an exceedingly ordinary day. However, for Sue, it marks her official first day at work. Despite having commenced her duties the previous day, at 8 a.m., Sue stepped out of the building, gazing in awe at the brand-new black luxury SUV parked below. It still felt surreal to her. The afternoon prior, after receiving Lee's directive, she had ventured to the dealership. Unfamiliar with automobiles, she consulted a few well-connected classmates before finally settling on her choice. Although the vehicle was purchased by the company, utilizing its funds, she could not deny the exhilaration she felt at the moment she swiped her card. Is this the life of the affluent? Sue took her place in the driver's seat, cautiously starting the engine and gradually pulling away. Lee's daily routine was rather unpredictable. Thus, when Sue called him, he was still nestled in bed, asleep. "I understand. Just come to the executive suite," he replied before casually tossing his phone aside. Moments later, he emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel, opening the hotel room door. Sue appeared taken aback by the sight. Lee, however, maintained his composure and invited her in. "I had the hotel send breakfast. If you haven't eaten, we can share," he remarked nonchalantly. "No need, Mr. Lee. I've already eaten," Sue politely declined, making a concerted effort to avoid looking at him. While his athletic physique was not readily apparent when he donned his clothing, the contours of his well-defined muscles became strikingly evident when he removed his shirt, resembling the most exquisite of forms. Sue found herself unable to resist stealing glances from the corner of her eye. After breakfast, Lee changed into a white shirt and casual trousers, finally donning a coat before leading Sue out of the hotel. "Mr. Lee, will you be driving, or shall I?" Sue inquired. "You drive. It's a good opportunity for practice," Lee replied. Sue nodded, intending to move to the other side of the car, but before she could take a step, she swiftly turned around to open the rear door for him. Lee shook his head and instead opened the door to the front passenger seat. "Remember, I prefer to sit where the view is expansive," he instructed. Su Wei immediately nodded vigorously in agreement. Once inside the vehicle, Li Yi provided an address, and Su Wei began navigating on her phone. This was her first experience sharing such a confined space with Li Yi, and as a novice driver in a luxury car, she felt quite anxious. Throughout the journey, her hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, her eyes fixed on the road ahead. In contrast, Li Yi appeared relaxed, resting his hand against his cheek and occasionally admiring Su Wei as she drove. Su Wei possessed striking features. Her large eyes, elegant nose, and lightly applied makeup captured attention effortlessly. Fresh from campus and untouched by the harsher realities of society, she exuded a purity that was particularly appealing to older men. Due to the formal nature of her work, Su Wei today donned a rather minimalist women's suit paired with a pencil skirt. Her long and alluring legs encased in black stockings, adding an extra touch of charm. However, Li Yi was not a lecherous man. He merely glanced at her a few times before diverting his attention elsewhere. Half an hour later, Su Wei leisurely parked the car in the underground garage of an office building. As Li opened the car door, he instructed, "Please reach out to the building's leasing department. Our company intends to rent an office here." "Understood, Mr. Li," Su Wei promptly replied, setting her plans in motion while Li Yi casually examined the building's floor plan. Moments later, Su Wei returned, accompanied by a man clad in a black suit. Under the man's guidance, the trio entered a small conference room. "Mr. Li, what are your requirements for the office space?" "Our C-High building will do our utmost to meet your needs," the suited man inquired. Li pondered briefly before responding, "We require a larger presidential office, and for workstations, 5 or 6 will suffice." He considered further and added, "Ideally, it should be fully renovated and ready for immediate occupancy." "No problem, Mr. Li. We have several options that fit your criteria. Shall we take a look now?" "Lead the way," Li replied. The C-High building is situated in a prime area, amidst the bustling heart of the city, with comprehensive amenities nearby. While this did not significantly concern Li Yi, it was still essential to present a polished faade. After inspecting several office areas, Li settled on a 200 square meter space. Directly opposite the entrance was the reception area, followed by a spacious workspace for 10 individuals. Additionally, there was a multimedia conference room, a small pantry, and a reception area. Most importantly, it featured a luxurious presidential office of 50 square meters, complete with a private restroom and a small sitting area. Li Yi was particularly pleased that the office was not only fully furnished, but also equipped with all necessary office furniture, saving him considerable effort. Essentially, all that was required was to affix the company's name and logo at the reception with minimal additional work needed. Ultimately, Li Yi secured a 1-year lease at the price of 300,000 per year, after affixing the official seal of the Yehua Foreign Trade Company to the contract. This space officially became Li Yi's for the next year. Once he had resolved the necessary paperwork and bid farewell to the suited man, Li Yi settled into the luxurious leather chair of the presidential office. Su Wei stood opposite the desk, awaiting Li Yi's forthcoming directives. "There are several matters I need you to attend to. Please take note," Li Yi said, crossing his legs. "Mr. Li, I'm listening," she replied. Though she had graduated from university less than a year ago, Su Wei had accumulated part-time and internship experience during her studies, allowing her to acclimate quickly to the professional environment. Coupled with Li Yi's generous demeanor and decisive efficiency, she sensed that although Yehua Foreign Trade was a nascent enterprise, it held significant potential for future growth. As one of its founding members and the boss's secretary, she was determined to make her mark. Consequently, Su Wei approached her responsibilities with great diligence, resolved to support Li Yi to the best of her abilities. Upon witnessing Su Wei retrieve a notepad from her bag, Li Yi raised a finger and stated, "The first task is to ensure that the company name and logo are properly installed at the front desk." "Understood, Mr. Li. This can be accomplished today," Su Wei responded while jotting down notes. Li Yi, pleased with Su Wei's demeanor, smiled faintly and raised a second finger, declaring, "The second matter is that, although the renovation requires no oversight, there are numerous essentials still lacking for the office, such as computers, printers, and refreshments for guests like tea and coffee. You may procure these items at your discretion, and I will provide my signature when needed." "Very well, Mr. Li. I am acquainted with a supplier of office supplies who can deliver at any time," Su Wei replied. To be candid, had this procurement task arisen in another company, Su Wei might have hesitated to take it on. However, having discerned Li Yi's approach to conducting business, her reservations dissipated. After all, Mr. Li had entrusted her with the purchase of luxury vehicles worth millions without any criticism regarding their quality. Thus, the acquisition of these assorted office supplies felt trivial in comparison. In a brief period, Li had instilled a sense of trust and respect in Su Wei through his distinctive style and attitude. Chapter 18. Awkward Responses. Buying a house for parents, the third matter. Li began. The recruitment efforts of the company will continue, but there is no need to scour the talent market. We can directly arrange interviews through online platforms. We are adding a receptionist position, which will offer a salary 10 lower than that of a sales representative. You can handle the interview for this position yourself. No need to consult me. As the only subordinate of Li at present, Su Wei felt the weight of trust bestowed upon her. Moreover, the authority within such a small company, which mostly functioned as a shell, held little significance for Li. This behavior, in fact, instilled a profound sense of trust in Su Wei, further enhancing her admiration for him. Although the tasks had increased, they represented trust and the opportunity for autonomy, a rarity in many large enterprises. Rest assured, President, I will remain vigilant regarding the recruitment efforts, Su Wei assured sincerely. Li nodded lightly. He was indifferent to Su Wei's attitude, yet who wouldn't appreciate kind words? The fourth matter. Li's tone shifted to one of solemnity as he stated, "Please contact several headhunting firms. We need to recruit a few biomedical engineers with salaries to be discussed. As a startup in the foreign trade sector, it is challenging to find suitable candidates in this field, so please exert extra effort." While Li possessed the complete technology for the I-stage gene repair solution, scaling up production necessitated skilled talent. With his now legitimate identity, the previous methods were no longer applicable. Otherwise, simply abducting a few candidates would resolve all issues. Understood. President, I will take note of this, Su Wei responded, though she harbored some uncertainties regarding the recruitment of such talent. She diligently recorded Li's requirements. Then came the final matter. Li's tone relaxed considerably as he looked at Su Wei and said, "Currently, you are the only one I can rely on. So your workload will be relatively heavy. Your salary during the probation period will increase by 10. If your performance is commendable, you will be promoted to a permanent position next month." Salary raise on the very first day of work? Su Wei's delicate face displayed both surprise and delight. In her excitement, she was about to speak, but Li waved his hand and then inquired, "By the way, is it all right if I call you Xiao Wei?" "That's perfectly fine, President. My friends and family also call me that." Perhaps due to the salary increase or the trust Li had placed in her. A newfound radiance illuminated Su Wei's face. "Great. Henceforth, I shall address you as Xiao Wei." Li nodded and continued, "You have recently graduated from university, so you likely have little savings." Thus, Li pondered for a moment before smiling and suggesting, "You may draw 3 months' salary in advance from the company account as a formal employee to purchase some nice clothes. After all, you are the sole representative of our company, and we cannot afford to appear shabby." Another wave of surprise washed over her. Not only was there a salary increase on her first day, but she could also draw 3 months' salary in advance? What a remarkable boss! However, after the excitement subsided, Su Wei couldn't help but feel a sense of bewildered trepidation. "Mr. Li, this is truly..." Su Wei had scarcely begun to speak when she was interrupted by Li's dismissive wave. Li stated, "I possess a rather straightforward approach to my endeavors and have little patience for circumlocution. Just perform your duties well, Xiao Wei, without overthinking." His tone was imbued with decisiveness and clarity, exuding an undeniable charisma. Su Wei found herself enveloped by this aura, her heart racing with fervor. "That will suffice. I have other matters to attend to this afternoon. I shall leave this in your capable hands." With that, Li rose and exited, leaving Su Wei to gaze at his receding silhouette. As it vanished from her sight, she could not help but exclaim, "No wonder so many are captivated by the archetype of the domineering CEO. It is simply overwhelming." With that, Su Wei gently patted her chest, attempting to calm her racing heart. As the leader of his group, Li was undoubtedly adept at managing people. Not only could he handle a novice like Su Wei, but he could also navigate the complexities of even the most cunning individuals. After leaving the company, he drove directly to a high-end real estate office. The previous evening, Sun Lao Air had already recommended several properties. While Li possessed a keen understanding of human nature, he was not omniscient regarding every individual and sentiment. For instance, the familial affection he lacked in his past life remained an enigma to him. Thus, he could only respond in the most rudimentary and clumsy manner. Upon entering the sales office, Li was greeted warmly. However, much to his disappointment, although the property was appealing, comprising a series of detached houses and townhouses. It was still under construction and did not meet his requirements. It was not until he arrived at the second property, observing the nearly completed houses ready for occupancy, that his interest was piqued. Mr. Lee, although this villa is a townhouse, it boasts ample space and a splendid view. Furthermore, as it is intended for your elders, they would likely prefer a lively environment. Having neighbors mitigates feelings of solitude. The sales representative continued to elaborate in hopes of securing a commission. Ultimately, Lee acquired the townhouse in the urban area of Rome City for a total of 12.8 million yuan, paid in full. He estimated that the subsequent renovations and furnishings would require an additional investment of over 10 million, which might lead to financial constraints. However, he remained unfazed. After all, explaining the source of funds to his parents at this juncture would be cumbersome. It would be wiser to wait a year or so until the villa was renovated, allowing him to claim that he had earned his wealth through entrepreneurship. After finalizing this purchase, Lee felt invigorated. Yet, as he returned to the hotel, he suddenly recalled an oversight. In his preoccupation with acquiring a home for his parents, he had neglected his own needs. Given that the headquarters would be established in Rome City, and he would spend the majority of his time there, residing in a hotel long-term was decidedly impractical. Moreover, he required a degree of privacy that a hotel could not provide. Should he then purchase another property? Lee swiftly shook his head, dismissing the notion. Although he still possessed over 10 million in funds, numerous tasks lay ahead. The secondary trading plan with Decisive would only commence after the first batch of raw materials was produced. Additionally, his personal housing needs were modest, leading him to conclude that renting was more prudent than purchasing at this juncture. With this thought in mind, Lee dialed Su Wei once again. Xiao Wei, please assist me in renting an apartment with a good view. It should be a ready-to-move-in type, as I will be residing there personally. Having finally acquired a capable assistant, albeit a young lady, Lee had no intention of indulging in sentimentality. He intended to make full use of her abilities. To his surprise, Su Wei embraced the sudden influx of tasks with enthusiasm rather than disdain. Rest assured, Mr. Lee, I will go apartment hunting later today. Chapter 19. The company's operations and progress. April 3rd, one day before the Qiming festival. After Lee completed his morning routine, he donned a casual black outfit. Approaching the entrance, he noticed that the expansive shoe cabinet contained only 2 pairs of similarly styled sneakers. Choosing one pair at random, he opened the door and stepped outside. His current residence was an upscale apartment. Though modest in size with a 2-bedroom layout, it exuded sophistication. The monthly rent seemed to exceed 6,000. A detail he had only glanced at while signing, leaving the arrangements largely to Su Wei, who had also procured many of the household items. Taking the elevator directly to the underground parking garage, Lee swiftly located his vehicle. A mere 15 minutes later, he parked in the basement of the Decisive building. Once again ascending via the elevator, he exited on the 19th floor. The Decisive building housed numerous companies of varying sizes, from large financial firms occupying entire floors to smaller law offices with just a single room. Lee's company, Wildfire Foreign Trade, although modest in personnel, boasted a remarkably spacious and luxurious office environment. Turning a corner, he glimpsed the reception area through the glass door, where the company logo awaited. The name Wildfire was derived from the mercenary group he had belonged to in his previous life, and the logo featured a striking black and red umbrella emblem. Su Wei had once inquired about its significance, but Lee had merely smiled and shook his head in response, choosing not to elaborate. However, today, the reception area appeared slightly different. A young woman clad in a deep blue uniform stood at the front desk, smiling warmly. This marked the arrival of a new receptionist. After silently acknowledging her presence, Lee stepped through the automatic glass doors into his company. While the receptionist may not have possessed Su Wei's striking beauty, she was certainly an elegant young lady in her own right. As Lee entered, the receptionist immediately greeted him. "Sir, welcome to Wildfire Foreign Trade. May I assist you?" Her words trailed off as hurried footsteps approached. Su Wei swiftly reached Lee's side and spoke. "Mr. Lee, you have arrived. This is our newly hired receptionist, Lin Xiaya. She is yet to meet you. Please forgive her." Su Wei then turned to Lin Xiaya and introduced, "This is our company's owner, Mr. Lee." Lee nodded at Lin Xiaya before proceeding towards his presidential office, with Su Wei quickly following in his wake. Lin Xiaya, meanwhile, relished the moment he acknowledged her with a nod, a sparkle igniting in her eyes. She was pleasantly surprised by how handsome her boss was. With a sense of admiration, she promptly retrieved a small mirror to touch up her lipstick. Meanwhile, Su Wei was reporting to Lee, "Mr. Lee, I am still diligently seeking a candidate for the finance department. We have managed to recruit one salesperson who will commence work after the Qingming holiday. As for the biomedical engineer, our headhunter has reached out to several prospects, but they lack the inclination to switch jobs. Additionally, our company website has been successfully developed and is now live. You may review it at your convenience. Li listened attentively to Su Wei's report, occasionally nodding in acknowledgement. Su Wei was indeed quite capable. Although the tasks he assigned were not particularly difficult, they were somewhat intricate and cumbersome. Su Wei managed to complete them in an orderly fashion without uttering a word of fatigue, exuding the aura of a seasoned professional. After Su Wei concluded her report, Li looked at her and smiled, praising her. You have done remarkably well. You've worked hard these past few days, handling both official and personal matters. It seems I must reward you with a bonus. Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Li. As your secretary, it is my duty to fulfill these responsibilities. Su Wei responded, clearly pleased by Li Yi's recognition and praise. This job was entirely different from her previous one. Although it was a startup, the company was well-funded. Otherwise, they would not have leased such a luxurious office from the outset. Furthermore, the young and generous boss conducted business with remarkable efficiency. With a small team, there was little room for office politics. Moreover, the boss trusted her greatly, entrusting her with tasks of varying significance. While the workload was somewhat demanding, considering her salary and the advanced payment from her employer, Su Wei felt it was all worthwhile. It was this sense of belonging to the company that emboldened her to ask, when she noticed Li Yi in good spirits, "Boss, may I inquire about the primary goods our company imports and exports? I would like to familiarize myself with the market and business in advance." "Ah, goods." Upon hearing this question, Li Yi blinked slightly. He had established this company with two main objectives, to conceal arms trading with Caesar and to fulfill system tasks. However, there was indeed legitimate import and export business. Li Yi replied, "Our company primarily engages in the import and export trade of steel and gold. In terms of exports, we mainly deal with textiles, such as clothing and footwear, and we also provide some technical foreign trade services. As for imports, we focus on agricultural products and processed agricultural goods, like coffee beans and tea." These details were not mere fabrications by Li Yi. During discussions with Caesar, it had been decided that these items would constitute the overt trade. Caesar had the resources and territory to easily handle the absorption of these textiles. However, Li needed to seek markets for coffee beans and tea. With this thought in mind, Li continued, "Once our sales personnel start work, have them explore the market for coffee beans and tea according to market conditions." "I understand, Mr. Li," Su Wei nodded, resolved to take advantage of the upcoming holiday to gain insights into this market segment. Naturally, Li Yi was unaware of Su Wei's intentions. After her departure, Li Yi called Caesar. Upon learning that the latter had begun cultivating special crops, Li Yi offered additional reminders. "Don't worry. I have specially invited an agricultural expert to ensure timely production," Caesar assured over the phone. "That's reassuring. I look forward to your good news." After the call ended, Li stretched with a yawn. Gazing through the window at the bustling traffic below, he felt an overwhelming sense of languor enveloping him. Life at present was delightful in many aspects, yet it bore an excess of idleness. There were no thunderous sounds of artillery in the air, and the charming drones hovering nearby were devoid of bombs, rendering the atmosphere almost too peaceful to bear. It was exceedingly dull. Perhaps he should consider a side venture. Li contemplated. However, he soon shook his head. His primary career had yet to find its footing, making it impractical to pursue any additional endeavors. Thus, in a fit of boredom, Li sought out a gym, where, amidst the astonished gazes of numerous fitness instructors, he unleashed what seemed to be boundless energy. This was how Li spent nearly the entirety of the Qingming festival. Following the festival, on the first day back to work, he was, after a long interval, greeted once more by the voice of the system. Chapter 20, Completion of Construction Tasks and Rewards, April 7th, for C's Building, Wildfire Foreign Trade Company. "Just sign here." In the reception room, Su Wei guided the man before her to inscribe his name on the labor contract. This man, named Qian Guotao, was about to become the company's inaugural salesperson. He quickly affixed his signature to the document, feeling rather positive about the company. Although it was a startup, the office exuded an air of luxury, unlike some densely packed enterprises. Moreover, the young HR officer who interviewed him was strikingly beautiful, appearing quite youthful. He couldn't help but wonder if she had a boyfriend. "Miss Su, are you in charge of the company's HR?" After a moment of contemplation, Qian Guotao inquired. "No," Su Wei replied, shaking her head. "I am the personal secretary to Mr. Li. Currently, the company is small, so I manage HR in the meantime. I see. A hint of disappointment colored Qian Guotao's tone. A young and lovely woman like her, acting as the boss's secretary, surely had a close relationship with him. One could speculate that she might even be responsible for warming his bed at night. Meanwhile, in the president's office, as Qian Guotao inscribed his name, Li Yi heard the long-awaited system notification. Construction task 1 completed. You have successfully recruited 3 survivors. Rewards have been issued. A new phase of conquest tasks will commence upon the completion of all current tasks. Stay tuned. Hearing the notification, a smile played at the corners of Li Yi's mouth. Although it was slightly later than anticipated, it had no adverse effects. However, one question lingered in his mind. How did the system determine whether a person was a zombie or a survivor? Li pondered this briefly and concluded that anyone who joined his ranks would be considered a survivor. This notion entailed certain temporal paradoxes. But those were matters for physicists to consider. Li Yi had no intention of dwelling on them. Just as he was about to check the system rewards, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Come in, Li Yi said. The door opened to reveal Su Wei, accompanied by a man in his 30s. Mr. Li, this is Qian Guotao, our newly hired salesperson, Su Wei introduced. Li Yi nodded at Qian Guotao, who promptly greeted him. Hello, Mr. Li. Then, Li Yi turned to Su Wei and said, I've already briefed you on the work arrangements. Just relay that to him. I have some matters to attend to. So if there is nothing urgent, feel free to take charge. Understood, Mr. Li. Upon hearing that Li Yi had business to attend to, Su Wei promptly escorted Qian Guotao out of the president's office. Once the two had departed, Li Yi closed his eyes, his thoughts drifting into his personal space. Within this personal realm lay 5 items. The first was his M4 assault rifle. The second comprised tactical gear, including a vest and helmet. It was a reward obtained during the first 10 consecutive draws. Li Yi's gaze fell directly upon the third item. I-tier gene lock key. After achieving a perfect state of I-tier genes, this item can be used to break through the first layer of the gene lock. This was a reward for completing Conquest Mission 1 during the Steel Fruit event. However, Li Yi had yet to attain a perfect state of I-tier genes, rendering the item unusable for now. As for how to reach the perfect state of I-tier genes, according to the system's description, one must consume the I-tier gene evolution liquid 3 times to achieve perfection. Yet, the price of that liquid in the system shop is a staggering 5,000, which Li Yi could not afford at the moment. After pondering the concept of gene locks for a while, Li Yi's gaze shifted to the 4th item. The 4th item was also a reward for just completing Construction Mission 1. Loyalty chip. This chip is an implantable nanochip. Once embedded, the recipient will be unable to defy any of your commands. What a remarkable item. The moment Li Yi laid eyes on the loyalty chip, joy surged within him. Those who often take on leadership roles understand that no matter how adept one is at managing people, one cannot ensure absolute loyalty from subordinates. The loyalty chip undoubtedly resolves this issue. Moreover, as Li Yi's upcoming plans would involve some confidential matters, he would need absolutely loyal subordinates even more. With this loyalty chip, he could save considerable time and effort. As for the final 5th item, it was a lucky draw blind box. The rewards from the 2 tasks totaled exactly 10. After lighting a cigarette, Li Yi focused his thoughts and commenced the second round of 10 consecutive draws. He recalled that during the first round, he had drawn the I-tier gene repair technology and wondered if this time he might uncover something equally valuable. Soon, lines of system information flickered across Li Yi's retina. First draw, 200 currency. Second draw, 500 currency. Third draw, W03 sniper rifle. Fourth draw. The information flowed swiftly. Yet, apart from the sniper rifle from the third draw, the majority consisted of currency. By the time of the 10th draw, a flash of golden light appeared before Li Yi's eyes. Just when he thought he had drawn something exceptional again, he saw the currency surge dramatically. You have drawn 5,000 currency. Well, that's acceptable. Li Yi smirked slightly, then used the newly acquired currency to purchase the I-tier gene evolution liquid directly from the system shop. After consumption, he experienced the same sensation as last time, but it was considerably shorter in duration. Once that warm feeling faded, Li Yi stretched and found the enhancement to be quite minimal. Nevertheless, he was not disappointed. Even with his current physical condition, without undergoing rigorous data testing, he could confidently assert that he was several times stronger than an ordinary person. Moreover, he was more intrigued by the gene lock at this moment. He wondered what transformations his body would undergo once the gene lock was unlocked. While he could not find an answer to this question for now, he was certain that it would not be long before he experienced it firsthand. As time progressed, 2 out of the 3 tasks had been completed, leaving only the final survival mission. This particular task did not require Li Yi's direct involvement. Merely surviving for 3 months would suffice for its completion. Although the days had become somewhat mundane, Li Yi, who relished seeking thrills rather than indulging in masochism, found solace in the tranquility. In this leisurely yet monotonous existence, more than half a month swiftly elapsed. As April drew to a close, Li received a report from Su Wei. "Mr. Li, regarding the biomedical engineer you asked me to keep an eye on, we have found a candidate. But there are some concerns." Su Wei hesitated slightly as she conveyed the information. Li remained silent, accepting the documents Su Wei handed him. When it came to addressing problems, he was exceptionally adept at finding solutions. Chapter 21. Biomedical Engineer. Kong Hongfei, age 42, male, divorced, with a daughter. In 1998, he enrolled in the biomedical engineering program at Jinling University. In 2004, he was recommended for graduate studies at Southeast University. In 2006, he entered Harvard University to pursue his doctorate under Professor Hudson. After obtaining his Ph.D. in 2009, he joined a department at Bayer Pharmaceuticals, engaging in gene-targeted drug research. Upon reading this, Li looked up at Su Wei and inquired, "This background is quite impressive. What is the issue?" Su Wei promptly handed over another document. Li Yi took it and noticed that this material also pertained to Kong Hongfei, but the content was particularly intriguing. In September 2015, Kong Hongfei was sued by Bayer Pharmaceuticals for embezzling company assets and conducting illegal drug research. Ultimately, he was ordered by the Federal Court of Germany to compensate Bayer for its losses and sentenced to 5 years in prison, with a lifetime ban from the pharmaceutical industry. Once Li Yi finished reading the document, Su Wei judiciously remarked, Kong Hongfei was released from prison in 2021 and was subsequently deported back to his home country. Although Germany imposed a lifetime ban on him from the pharmaceutical field, such legal constraints hold no validity in Huagua. However, due to the serious stain on his record, he has been unable to secure employment with major domestic corporations and research institutions. As Su Wei spoke, she observed Li Yi's expression. Noticing that he displayed neither disgust nor aversion, she paused and continued. Moreover, smaller companies do not offer favorable conditions, so Kong Hongfei's primary occupation at present is delivering takeout. He also has a 9-year-old daughter who, due to illness, is unable to attend school. Li Yi, being exceptionally astute, grasped the implications of Su Wei's final statement. He remarked, "So, the reason for his lawsuit is related to his daughter?" Su Wei responded, "That is merely my conjecture. I cannot ascertain with certainty." "Mr. Li, would you like to investigate further?" Just as Su Wei expected Li Yi to request an investigation, he shook his head. "No need for an investigation. Inform him to attend the interview promptly," he replied. Li Yi was indifferent to the reasons behind Kong Hongfei's lawsuit, whether he was virtuous or malevolent. He had his ways of managing the situation, especially with the recently acquired loyalty chip. Thus, Li Yi valued capability over character. "Understood, Mr. Li. I will call him immediately." Su Wei replied, promptly acting on the directive. She was well aware that her boss was a decisive individual, and she endeavored to enhance her efficiency in her work. April 29th, Monday. After entrusting his daughter to a neighbor, Kong Hongfei scarcely had time to change out of his delivery uniform before he rode his electric bike directly to the Decisive building. He held little hope for the upcoming interview. Having returned to his homeland for over a year, he had faced numerous disappointments and despair, and he genuinely did not believe that this interview would yield a successful outcome. Moreover, considering that the other party is a product-oriented foreign trade enterprise, what use could they have for a pharmaceutical engineer? Initially, he had no intention of wasting his time. Yet, the young lady who called him, though they had never met, had consistently encouraged him. He did not seek sympathy. However, he had to acknowledge that after enduring an overwhelming amount of negative emotions, any flicker of positivity would compel him, enveloped in darkness, to grasp at the last remnants of light. Thus, in pursuit of this glimmer, he reluctantly declined several delivery orders and proceeded to the interview location. Upon arriving at the Decisive building, Kong Hongfei adeptly parked his electric scooter in the designated area. Due to his prior experience delivering here, he found the place familiar. After securing his vehicle, he entered the building, only to be predictably stopped by the security guard at the entrance. "Deliveries cannot enter. Please have the customer come down to collect," the guard shouted. Naturally, Kong Hongfei was not there to make a delivery. Just as he was about to explain, he heard the urgent sound of high heels clicking against the floor. Shortly after, a familiar voice reached his ears. "You must be Dr. Kong. I'm Su Wei." The one who contacted you. Please follow me. Su Wei, who had been waiting for a while, said to him. At that moment, Kang Hongfei lifted his gaze, and what met his eyes was a strikingly beautiful face. He was taken aback to discover that the young woman he had spoken to on the phone was so stunning. Indeed, a reflection of both beauty and kindness. He did not linger in his appraisal, but simply followed Su Wei into the elevator. During their ascent, Su Wei spoke again. Dr. Kang, our general manager Li is very much looking forward to your arrival, which is why I was asked to greet you at the entrance. Mr. Li greatly admires talented individuals like yourself. This statement was not directly from Li, but rather an improvisation by Su Wei, who sensed her boss's particular interest in a biomedical engineer. Her words undeniably instilled a sense of anticipation in Kang Hongfei for this meeting. Although the company was not aligned with his professional field, the mere demonstration of this attitude was an experience he had never encountered before. However, he remained curious about what a foreign trade enterprise could possibly want with him. With this question lingering in his mind, Kang Hongfei followed Su Wei into the general manager's office. Upon seeing Kang Hongfei arrive, Li Yi gestured towards the chair opposite his desk, inviting him to sit down. Tea or coffee? He inquired. Just water, please, Kang Hongfei replied, all the while observing Li Yi and the office surroundings. Having seen the world, he did not find the company or the office particularly luxurious. Instead, it was the entrepreneur before him that left him somewhat perplexed. Li exhibited both the sharpness of a founder and an unexpected composure for his age. Even more intriguingly, Kang Hongfei sensed an enigmatic aura surrounding him. This was not a matter of mysticism. Rather, it was simply that he could not decipher the person before him, leading him to describe it in such terms. Soon, a glass of water was placed beside Kang Hongfei. After Su Wei departed, Li Yizai turned to Kang Hongfei and addressed him directly. I require a capable and compliant pharmaceutical engineer. I have reviewed your resume, and it meets my criteria. As for your previous endeavors, they hold no concern for me. The interview unfolded entirely unlike what Kang Hongfei had envisioned. However, he appreciated Li Yi's forthrightness, as it allowed him to save time and accept more delivery orders. What do you need me to do? Kang Hongfei inquired directly. I need you to produce a finished drug based on the technology one provide, Li Yi replied, crossing his legs and lightly tapping his finger on the surface of the desk. This medication does not require technological development or clinical trials. I simply need you to create it. As he spoke, Li Yi glanced at Kang Hongfei and smiled. You're quite adept at this, aren't you? Upon hearing Li Yi's words, a flicker of anger surfaced on Kang Hongfei's face, but he suppressed his frustration and replied coldly, I decline. I'm sorry, but I have other matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Without hesitation, Kang Hongfei stood up, preparing to exit the office. However, at that moment, he heard Li Yi's light voice drifting into his ears. Are you certain you don't wish to hear about the remuneration before you depart? Chapter 22. The first user of the loyalty chip. Hearing Li Yi's voice, Kang Hongfei paused in his steps. As Li Yi had said, he was indeed adept at creating medications that required neither approval nor clinical trials. This was precisely what he had done during his tenure at Bayer Pharmaceuticals, in his quest to treat his daughter, afflicted with a rare congenital genetic disorder. He had disregarded company regulations and ethical laws, engaging in illicit drug research and experimentation. Alas, he ultimately failed to cure her illness. Otherwise, it would have been an entirely different narrative. However, after regaining his composure, Kang Hongfei began to ponder. If the other party had summoned him merely to provoke or humiliate him, it would be rather dull. Moreover, this was their first meeting. There was no enmity or grievance between them. Thus, what could this inscrutable young man possibly possess that would allow him to exert such control over him? With this thought, Kang Hongfei turned around to face Li Yi once more. The subsequent words from Li Yi struck Kang Hongfei's mind like a thunderbolt. The reward I can offer you is, meeting Kang Hongfei's gaze, Li Yi articulated deliberately, to cure your daughter. That is impossible, Kang Hongfei instinctively retorted. As a father, he wished more than anything to heal his daughter. He would gladly trade his own life for hers. Yet simultaneously, as a researcher, he understood better than anyone that curing his daughter's ailment was a task more daunting than climbing to the heavens. No, it was even more formidable than that. His daughter suffered from a congenital genetic disease, primarily caused by a deficiency in gene copy numbers, resulting in her loss of mobility and a life expectancy that rarely surpassed her teenage years. Similar conditions include the well-known ALS, or amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, colloquially known as Lou Gehrig's disease. Since the causes of such rare illnesses have been identified, countless medical professionals and experts have embarked on targeted research, with numerous pharmaceutical companies investing in development. Although there has indeed been progress in treating some rare diseases, the prospect of a cure remains fundamentally unattainable given humanity's current technological capabilities. During his time at Bayer, Kang Hongfei specialized in researching genetic rare diseases. Even while imprisoned in the Federal Republic of Germany, he endeavored to remain informed about the forefront of academia. Consequently, he could assert with certainty that his daughter's condition was incurable. His greatest wish now was merely to ensure that his daughter could enjoy each day to the fullest. Yet, what if, as a family member of a patient, Kang Hongfei harbored a glimmer of hope, even knowing the odds were slim? The mere suggestion of a cure filled him with an insatiable yearning. As a father, he found himself rooted to the spot, unable to move an inch. Li Yi, of course, was aware that Kang Hongfei would not be easily convinced. He did not rush to explain, but instead lifted his teacup, took a sip, and leaned back, awaiting Kang Hongfei's response. Moments later, a sigh echoed suddenly within the silent office. Immediately thereafter, Kang Hongfei resumed his previous position, grasping the water beside him and taking a hearty gulp in an attempt to maintain clarity and rationality. With a sharp sound, the metallic lid of the lighter was flicked open by Li Yi's thumb, and the flame ignited the cigarette. Amidst the rising smoke, Li Yi's bright eyes shimmered with insight. A wise decision, he casually remarked before continuing. I tend to be quite forthright and do not appreciate coercion. Thus, let me clarify in advance. Exhaling a plume of smoke, Li fixed his gaze on Kang Hongfei and stated, I possess a valuable piece of technical information that can substantiate my earlier claims. However, to access this information, you must pay a considerable price. Your freedom, your thoughts, and even your soul will belong to me. Leaning forward with an intense stare, Li Yi asserted, I am not jesting. The choice to view this information lies solely with you. In that moment, Kang Hongfei felt as though he were under the scrutiny of a ferocious beast, a chill creeping down his back. Yet, there was no hesitation. I must see it. Without a moment's reflection, he declared decisively, I would pay any price to heal my daughter. His voice resonated within the confines of the office. Li ceased further dialogue. Retrieving a tablet and transferring the technical details of the Tier 1 gene repair agent into it, he then handed the tablet to Kang Hongfei, who eagerly accepted it and became engrossed in its contents. Soon, his expression shifted, furrowing his brow, displaying excitement, dawning realization, and finally, his eyes sparkling with hope. Li Yi remained patient, quietly awaiting Kang Hongfei's review of the technical data. Kang Hongfei remained absorbed for a full 2 hours. When Li Yi extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray, Kang Hongfei abruptly stood, exclaiming, so that's how it is. It's all true. He murmured to himself, his lips trembling as if a multitude of words yearned to escape, yet ultimately, only 2 lines of tears fell. After a brief moment, he took a deep breath and turned his gaze back to Li Yi. This time, his eyes reflected not only excitement, but also boundless gratitude. Kang Hongfei began to speak, but Li Yi waved his hand to interrupt him. No need for further words. Now, with your expertise, tell me how long it will take to produce this agent. Kang Hongfei swallowed the words he had nearly spoken and began to contemplate seriously. After a few minutes, he responded, there are still some aspects of the technology that need validation, but if all goes well, 3 months. He declared emphatically, if you provide me with adequate equipment and raw materials, I will certainly accomplish it in 3 months. 3 months, you say? At this juncture, Li Yi found the timeline acceptable. Moreover, the raw materials under the purview of Decisive would necessitate time. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yi stated, I can provide you with everything, and once the potion is successfully concocted, your daughter shall be the first to benefit. However, at present, I require a safeguard for myself. With that, Li Yi retrieved a loyalty chip from his personal space and placed it upon the table. Crafted through nanotechnology and employing an unconventional implantation method, it resembled a piece of chocolate. Li Yi then proclaimed, consume it, and devote the remainder of your life to serving me. Without a moment's hesitation or reflection, Kang Hongfei resolutely grasped the loyalty chip and swallowed it whole. He was oblivious to what he had just ingested, yet it no longer held any significance. For he had acquired the most invaluable treasure in this world, the means to heal his daughter. Chapter 23, New Features of the System. Fitness Studio. After Kang Hongfei ingested the loyalty chip, Li Yi was greeted by the voice of the system. Member interface activated. Current member, Kang Hongfei. Kang Hongfei. Loyalty 90. Loyalty chip, successfully implanted. Upon witnessing the newly activated features of the system, Li merely cast a cursory glance before shifting his focus to the exuberant Kong Hongfei. He instructed, "Please devise a feasible plan as soon as possible." Suppressing his excitement, Kong Hongfei responded with as much composure as he could muster, "Rest assured, I will formulate the plan overnight." Li nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded to finalize some details with Kong Hongfei. Subsequently, he summoned Su Wei and instructed her to transfer a sum of money to Kong Hongfei's account as a consulting fee. This financial assistance was intended to help Kong Hongfei settle his household matters, thereby facilitating his work for Li Yi. After Kong Hongfei departed, just as Li Yi was preparing to leave the office, he noticed Su Wei knocking on the door once more. "Mr. Li, the sales channels for tea and coffee have been established. When is our shipment expected to arrive at the port so I can prepare in advance?" Su Wei inquired. Upon hearing Su Wei's report, Li Yi couldn't help but smile. It struck him how his secretary seemed to be more invested in the company's operations than he was. Even before the goods had arrived, the sales channels were already in place. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yi decided to delegate all visible import and export business to Su Wei. Thus, he said to her, "From now on, you shall be in charge of the company's import and export operations. Our target clients are miners from Ganghwa and the general public. Please research what products are needed and manage accordingly. As for profitability, as long as we do not incur losses, it suffices. These ventures primarily serve to establish connections, so pursue them with confidence." Having concluded his instructions, Li Yi patted Su Wei on the shoulder and swiftly exited the company. It was only after watching Li Yi enter the elevator that Su Wei finally processed the situation. Having been with the company for less than a month, she was already juggling roles in finance, human resources, administration, and now, project manager as well. Moreover, she had recruited everyone in the company. Li Yi certainly had a lot of faith in her capabilities. Although Su Wei internally grumbled about her workload, she felt invigorated once again. Despite the myriad of tasks demanding her attention, she relished the opportunity to hone her skills. There was no one to micromanage her, and the absence of workplace politics made her thoroughly enjoy this role. With this in mind, Su Wei wrapped her fingers on the desk, surveying the few employees present, and declared, "Everyone, please head to the conference room. We shall convene a brief meeting." After leaving the company, Li Yi drove to the Xinlan Villa district. The villa, which he had purchased for 12.8 million, had recently been measured on-site by a design firm. Today, he had arranged to meet with the interior designer to discuss the renovation plans. At the entrance of the villa's small courtyard, Li Yi encountered the designer, a middle-aged man with a meticulously groomed mustache, exuding an artistic flair. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Li Yi remarked, "This house is intended for my parents, so both its functionality and decor must cater to the needs of the elderly. The materials must be safe and healthy. Furthermore, the garden should be aesthetically pleasing." The designer diligently noted Li Yi's requirements and proceeded to ask a few straightforward questions. Half an hour later, the two exited the villa together. "Rest assured, Mr. Li, I will present a proposal for your review as soon as possible," the designer assured him. Li nodded silently, choosing not to respond. In truth, he possessed considerable knowledge regarding home renovations. For instance, he was adept at concealing a secret armory behind the walls or transforming a basement into an interrogation room. He had even garnered experience in the rather morbid task of burying bodies in the garden. Unfortunately, such expertise was of no immediate use. After bidding farewell to the designer, Li drove to a gym located near his residence. This establishment, known as the Langdao Fitness Studio, was a recent discovery for him. Compared to traditional gyms, fitness studios, though pricier, offered a more intimate atmosphere with fewer patrons, comprehensive equipment, and personal trainers with commendable physiques that were quite pleasing to the eye. Naturally, Li had no need for a personal trainer. Thus, after greeting the receptionist, he donned his workout attire and commenced his routine. His physique had long surpassed that of an average person, rendering conventional exercise meaningless. Therefore, Li Yi's workouts focused primarily on precision and accuracy, striving to familiarize himself with every ounce of strength within him to unearth his body's full potential. After some time, a voice resonated from behind him. "Old Li, you're here again today." The speaker was Zhou Langdao, the gym's owner and a retired soldier. "With nothing else to do, I might as well practice a bit," Li replied as he set down the equipment. Turning around, he noticed Zhou Langdao wearing boxing gloves. Upon seeing Li's gaze fixed on the gloves, Zhou Langdao took 2 cautious steps back and warned, "Old Li, I'm not going to spar with you. You're a monster. I haven't recovered from that punch you delivered last week." When Li first visited this gym, its training methods, reminiscent of military drills, had captured Zhou Longtao's attention. After some dialogue, Zhou Langtao inquired about Li Yi's military background. Li simply shook his head, opting not to answer, which only fueled Zhou Longtao's imagination. After several visits, Zhou Langtao invited Li Yi to spar in the ring. Eager to test his abilities, Li Yi gladly accepted. However, Zhou Langtao failed to last even one round, being knocked out with a single punch. Since then, he had refrained from mentioning boxing in Li Yi's presence. After working out for a while longer, Li Yi prepared to leave. Just as he was about to depart, Zhou Langtao suddenly called out to him, saying, "Old Li, I've arranged a gathering with some comrades tonight. Would you like to join us?" "No, I wouldn't want to intrude on your gathering," Li Yi declined. "Are you certain?" Zhou Langtao raised an eyebrow and said, "Before we indulge in our meal, let us visit the shooting range." "Surely. It has been ages since you last handled a firearm. Are you certain you won't join us? Are you planning to redeem yourself in marksmanship after being bested in combat?" Li Yi responded with a smile. "Indeed, that thought has crossed my mind." Zhou Langtao chuckled in reply. While the notion was commendable, it was unfortunate that Li Yi chose not to display any bravado in front of Zhou Langtao and his comrades. Moreover, due to the recent investigation surrounding the 223 incident on Rongdu Pedestrian Street, his public profile had been thoroughly scrutinized, making it imprudent to reveal too much. While he could attribute his combat skills to fitness training or self-study, his experience with firearms was limited to his university military training. Taking all these factors into account, Li ultimately declined Zhou Longtao's invitation. Chapter 24. Pharmaceutical Plans and New Arms Deals. On April 30th, only a day remained before the May Day holiday. Li, however, held no interest in the upcoming break. Su Wei shared this disinterest. In order to earn Li Yi's trust, she had transformed into a formidable woman, wielding significant authority in her role as secretary. Yet, Su Wei was not the only one who had no intention of taking a holiday. Early in the morning, upon entering the office, Li Yi encountered Kong Hongfei, who, despite having spent the night awake, was still in an excited state, holding a notebook. Kong immediately rose to greet Li Yi upon his arrival. Li Yi gestured for him to remain calm. Moments later, Su Wei presented Li Yi with a cup of tea and quietly closed the office door. Only then did Li Yi turn his attention to Kong Hongfei. Without delay, Kong spread open the notebook before Li Yi and pointed out, "Boss, based on what you mentioned yesterday, I have roughly outlined a plan. As per your requirements, the gene repair drug will not be made available to the market. Thus, to circumvent pharmaceutical regulations, the research and production of the final product must be conducted abroad." Li Yi nodded in agreement. The eye-level gene repair agent could cure genetic diseases, but it was also too conspicuous. Once introduced to the market, it would undoubtedly draw global attention towards him. Moreover, this technology was his only trump card at present, and he had no intention of revealing it too soon. Kong Hongfei continued, "Establishing a laboratory and production line from scratch would be too slow. So I plan to secretly acquire a pharmaceutical company or research institute in Temasek for development." Without needing Li Yi to inquire further, Kong elaborated, "Although Temasek is small, it possesses the necessary research conditions, and there are no embargoes from the West, making it easier to procure the required equipment. Additionally, the Temasek government does not exercise strong control in this area, leaving many loopholes to exploit. As one of the 4 Asian tigers, Temasek is renowned for its open financial sector and warmly welcomes foreign investment, particularly in high-tech fields. It is indeed a suitable choice." Li Yi concurred. With Li Yi's affirmation, Kong Hongfei felt a sense of relief and proceeded to discuss the second plan. "As for the modified version of the gene repair agent, I believe it can be developed domestically." Kong paused briefly before continuing. "Currently, the domestic talent in this field is abundant and cost-effective, and with supportive policies, we can quickly scale up production. Research and development can either start from scratch domestically, or we can opt for direct acquisition. If we aim for expedited approval for market release, we can conduct research abroad and then import it back home, thus saving considerable time. The development of a drug often requires extensive time, especially for clinical trial approvals, which are particularly complex domestically. In contrast, abroad, we can employ various methods to swiftly complete experimental work and bring the product to market in the shortest timeframe possible." Though Kong Hongfei was a talent in research and development, he was also well-versed in the related processes. As the discussion approached its conclusion, Kong Hongfei gazed eagerly at Li Yi and spoke, "Boss, a rough estimate suggests that if both plans are executed simultaneously, We will require at least 100 million as initial capital, and there may be considerable expenses thereafter. Although Li Yi currently lacked the 100 million, acquiring it posed little challenge for him. He responded, "Commence preparations immediately. Do not fret about the funding. I shall have it resolved within a week at the quickest, or a month at the slowest." Furthermore, after a moment's contemplation, he added, "You may find it overwhelming to manage this alone. So do not hesitate to allocate funds where necessary and hire additional personnel if needed. However, the confidentiality of the medication we are developing must be strictly maintained. No third party must be made aware." "Understood, boss." Kong Hongfei nodded solemnly. He remained oblivious to the source of Li Yi's technical documentation and was indifferent to why Li Yi intended to create two versions of the medication, one potent and one less so. All that mattered to him was that the sooner they commenced research and production, the sooner his daughter could be cured. At that point, she would be able to attend school and play with other children as any normal child would. As for everything else, he cared not. After allocating an additional 2 million as startup funds to Kong Hongfei, Li found himself nearly depleted of the 25 million Hua Yuan he had brought back from Gangwajan. Thus, once Kong Hongfei departed, Li picked up his phone and called Decisive. Upon connecting, he inquired about the progress of the raw materials and received an assuring response that everything was proceeding smoothly. Only then did Li Yi say, "My friend, fortune smiles upon you. I currently have a batch of impressive toys to dispose of. Are you interested?" On the other end of the line, Decisive, dining with friends, immediately stood up and exited the private room. Once in a secluded corner, he replied, "I am indeed interested. I wonder about the quality of these toys." The previous transaction had merely served as a mutual probe and confirmation. This time, however, the stakes could be raised considerably. The quality is pristine, and they are sophisticated toys of significant technological value. "If you are intrigued, perhaps we could meet to discuss further," Li Yi proposed over the phone. "Certainly. Let us arrange a time and place." Moments later, Decisive returned his phone to his pocket, filled with anticipation for the grand toys Li Yi had mentioned. Even if he might not personally utilize them or afford them, it would not hinder his ambition to leverage these grand toys to elevate his standing or even profit from them. As for the nature of these grand toys, Li surveyed the diverse array of weaponry and equipment available in the system's marketplace, not rushing into any purchases. Considering the financial requirements for Kong Hongfei's plans, Li Yi resolved to procure high-value weaponry this time. Coupled with the system currency he currently possessed, the options were somewhat limited. After a period of contemplation, he ultimately focused his attention on a cylindrical object. Once a general direction was established, Li summoned Su Wei and instructed her, "Please assist me in applying for a tourist visa to Ethiopia, and once it is secured, kindly purchase the flight tickets as well." "Understood, Mr. Li," Su Wei promptly acknowledged. However, instead of departing immediately, Su Wei hesitated for a moment before asking, "Mr. Li, what will happen to the company during your absence?" Upon hearing her words, Li turned his gaze towards Su Wei. This young woman, who had graduated from university nearly a year ago, had recently shown remarkable growth, becoming not only more beautiful but also exuding an increased grace. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yi said to Su Wei, "Come here beside me." Although slightly puzzled, Su Wei obediently moved closer and stood by Li Yi's side. Suddenly, as she felt a powerful yet exceptionally warm sensation enveloping her hand, Su Wei's entire being tensed in surprise. Chapter 25. Su Wei's emotions and farewell. Su Wei felt immense gratitude towards Li Yi. During her most challenging times, it was Li Yi who extended a helping hand. Not only did he offer her a position that allowed her to hone her skills, but he also bestowed upon her a considerable amount of trust. He even thoughtfully advanced her 3 months' salary, enabling her to resolve her pressing financial issues. Moreover, Li Yi's handsome visage and well-proportioned physique, accompanied by an enchanting aura, rendered him utterly captivating. Consequently, it was undeniable that Su Wei harbored profound feelings for Li Yi. However, throughout her upbringing, constrained by her family's circumstances, Su Wei had devoted herself to diligent study and part-time work. Despite being pursued by several well-off classmates, her resilient and independent nature led her to regard the boys at school with indifference. Thus, devoid of romantic experiences and physical intimacy with the opposite sex, she found herself frozen in place the moment Li Yi's presence brushed against her. Li Yi's hand was large, smooth, and warm. He gently took Su Wei's small hand in his own, noticing her lack of resistance. A subtle smile graced Li Yi's lips as he stood up while exerting a gentle force. Then he placed his hand on her delicate shoulder, guiding her to sit on his office chair. After helping her settle into the chair, Li did not hastily withdraw his hand from her shoulder. Instead, he leaned down, aligning his profile with hers. Their faces were so close that Li could catch a whiff of Su Wei's faint, alluring fragrance, while she, in turn, sensed the warmth radiating from him. At that moment, the air between them crackled with an undeniable chemistry. Su Wei felt her heart race uncontrollably, beating faster with each passing second. Just then, she heard Li Yi's soft voice whispering in her ear, "How does it feel to sit here?" Not only did she hear his words, but she also felt a warm breath brushing against her ear, igniting a flurry of emotions within her. Ellie, Mr. Li. Su Wei was at a loss for words, her hands awkwardly resting on her lap, fingers entwined. In contrast to her authoritative demeanor when commanding her subordinates, she felt like a bashful maiden, cheeks flushed and tongue-tied in Li Yi's presence. Li Yi remained silent, seemingly oblivious to her shyness. As he gently ran his fingers through her hair, after a moment of tender caress, he softly inquired, "Do you feel it now?" Su Wei averted her gaze, producing a faint, almost inaudible sound. Under Li Yi's touch, she felt a burgeoning sense of fulfillment within her, a warmth she had long yearned for in her childhood. In that instant, the resilience and independence she had maintained for years seemed to melt away. Li Yi smiled gently and gradually ceased his ministrations. Then he said, "There's no need to be nervous. Sitting here is nothing to fret over. You need to learn to adapt to this situation, as there will be many instances in the future where I will require your support." His words were laden with double meanings, ambiguous yet intimate. Su Wei could only feel an overwhelming sense of trust and care enveloping her. The image of Li Yi in her heart has undergone numerous transformations. He embodies the roles of a boss, an elder brother, a mentor, and even a father figure. She seems to find reflections of all these personas in him. Ultimately, these shadows converge into the singular presence of Li Yi before her. "Mr. Li, I shall strive to do my utmost." Su Wei's voice rose slightly, as if to bolster her own resolve. "Yes, I believe in you," Li Yi replied, gently placing his hand on Su Wei's delicate shoulder, then ceasing all physical contact. Su Wei, however, lingered, her affectionate gaze resting on his hand for a few fleeting seconds. Then Li Yi said, "During my absence, this position is yours. I entrust the company to you, so make sure to excel." With that, he stretched lazily, casting his gaze out the window, leaving Su Wei with only a silhouette. "Mr. Li, I will double my efforts and ensure I do not let you down," Su Wei declared with unwavering determination. On May 5th, a Sunday and the final day of the May Day holiday, Su Wei arrived early at Li Yi's apartment. Without needing a key, she entered by inputting the access code. After changing into slippers with practiced ease, she commenced her daily routine of cleaning and organizing. Li Yi's residence was not disordered, a testament to both his personal habits and Su Wei's diligent upkeep. Once the cleaning was completed, she thoughtfully prepared a simple breakfast. Subsequently, she entered Li Yi's bedroom, smiling as she glanced at him, who was now awake and rising. She then opened his wardrobe, which contained a limited selection of clothing. This was the result of Su Wei having previously purchased a few sets with company funds. After selecting an outfit, she addressed him, "Mr. Li, your clothes and breakfast are ready. I will take you to the airport shortly." Today marked Li Yi's departure for Ethiopia. After he completed his morning routine and donned the casual spring suit Su Wei had prepared, she also provided 2 additional summer outfits, considering the climate in Ethiopia. It is indeed curious. When she first joined the company, Su Wei had been wary of workplace politics, limiting herself strictly to her designated duties. However, now it seemed unnecessary for Li Yi to make such requests, as she had taken on multiple roles, becoming not only a diligent employee but also a personal secretary, integrating into various aspects of his life. Despite receiving no additional compensation, Su Wei found joy in her expanded responsibilities, and Li Yi was equally pleased. After some time, the two made their way to the international airport. At the terminal, Su Wei felt a twinge of reluctance, remaining close to Li Yi until boarding. Her feelings for him had evolved, now intertwined with deeper emotions. Li Yi, smiling, embraced Su Wei and whispered in her ear, "Rest assured, I have been to Ethiopia before, and I have partners there. It is quite safe." Instinctively, Su Wei wrapped her arms around Li Yi's waist, holding him tightly for a moment before saying, "I will wait for your return here at the company. You can rely on me to manage everything well." "I believe in you," he replied. After Li finished speaking, he gently took hold of Su Wei's delicate hands, giving them a firm squeeze before releasing them. Subsequently, Li grabbed his suitcase, passed through security, and waved goodbye to Su Wei. She stood there, watching his figure fade from sight, before slowly departing the terminal, lost in thought. At that moment, as she bid farewell to Li Yi, she realized with clarity that she had fallen in love with him. Having never experienced romance before, she was uncertain of what love truly felt like. Yet, in the instant when Li Yi embraced her, she was overwhelmed with a sense of longing and affection, as if she wished to transform that fleeting moment into eternity. Chapter 26. Hypersonic Missiles. Ethiopia is the fourth largest nation in Africa, encompassing an area of approximately 1 million square kilometers, and it also ranks as the second most populous country. However, it is also among the most underdeveloped nations in the world. Comparatively, many individuals are more familiar with its neighbor, Somalia, with which Ethiopia has had physical exchanges. Whether it is Ethiopia, Somalia, or the distant Yemen across the sea, Li is well acquainted with them all. Despite being in a parallel world, many aspects remain strikingly similar, granting Li sufficient understanding of the region. Much like his previous journey to the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Li embarked on an Ethiopian Airlines flight from Chengdu International Airport. After nearly 10 hours of travel, he finally arrived at his destination airport. Unlike his previous trip that required a layover, this time, Li disembarked directly from the plane. Although it was 8 p.m. in China, the local time in Ethiopia was only 3 p.m. Stepping into the blazing sunlight, Li exited the terminal and spotted Decisive, adorned in a floral shirt and sporting sunglasses. Upon seeing Li, Decisive quickly approached with brisk steps. After a brief embrace, Decisive ushered Li into a sleek black luxury car. Compared to the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Ethiopia's security was notably better, albeit still limited. Thus, in addition to the two of them, there were 2 armed bodyguards in the vehicle. One of the bodyguards was a familiar face to Li. He was the robust African man who had facilitated the transaction during Li's first dealings with Decisive. Li, have you booked a hotel? If not, I recommend you stay with me. Decisive expressed his warm hospitality as they settled in the car. My secretary has already reserved a hotel for me. Let me check. Li replied, glancing at his phone before providing Decisive with an address. Upon reaching the hotel, Li swiftly completed the check-in process. Meanwhile, Decisive remarked, Li, I have arranged to meet some friends tonight for dinner. You should rest for now, and I will pick you up at 7. Hearing this, Li felt a stir of curiosity and inquired, Who are your friends? Neighbors or from across the way? Li, you are truly astute. Decisive grinned, revealing a set of pearly whites, and gestured towards the eastern direction, stating, In this region, I dare not conduct business with the neighbors. So they are from across the way. Li instantly understood. The neighbors referred to Somalia, while the individuals across the way were the Houthi rebels in Yemen. Both factions held geographical advantages and profited significantly by extorting protection fees from vessels traversing the Suez Canal. The reasons for avoiding business dealings between Ethiopia and Somalia were steeped in historical complexities. Moreover, Decisive's response conveyed another layer of meaning. He explicitly informed Li that he would not be purchasing the goods himself, but had instead contacted the Houthi forces. Decisive was effectively acting as a bridge, simultaneously expanding his network to include Li. This can be regarded as a manifestation of sincerity. In summary, Li felt content with the actions of Decisive, and even more so with the trading partner, the Husseini armed group. In this world, there exists a plethora of affluent individuals willing to spend lavishly on weaponry, such as the wealthy tycoons thriving on oil. However, the dilemma lies in Li's current inability to engage in direct transactions with them. International arms trade often adheres to unwritten rules and established partners, such as the affluent tycoons collaborating with a certain enigmatic Eastern nation or the North Atlantic organization with the American Federation. If Li were to siphon off a client, he would immediately attract the vigilant scrutiny of arms exporters. For the time being, Li wished to remain beneath the radar of these colossal entities that dominate the world. Consequently, the relatively insular and lesser-known Husseini armed group emerged as a commendable candidate. Furthermore, Li harbored no doubts regarding their financial capabilities. After all, the protection fees alone in the Red Sea yielded an annual income of $2 billion for the Husseini. Although this amount pales in comparison to the fortunes of the tycoons, it is indeed quite substantial when juxtaposed with smaller nations. Most importantly, the Husseini armed group possessed an acute demand for weaponry. While others might merely boast about targeting American carriers, this group was genuinely audacious enough to take action. Contemplating this, Li found himself filled with anticipation for the evening's dinner gathering. Time swiftly passed to 7 in the evening. Li boarded a black sedan, and after half an hour's drive, arrived at an opulent restaurant. Upon entering the private room, he immediately spotted Decisive, who was accompanied by a man adorned with a white turban and a beard. Once seated, Decisive commenced the introductions. "This is Mr. Sali, one of the diplomats from across the sea," Decisive introduced to Li. He then turned to Sali, saying, "This is my business partner and close friend, Li." Li exchanged nods with Sali. The trio began by savoring the local Ethiopian coffee, followed by a delightful feast. Sali, a traditional Yemeni, abstained from pork and alcohol due to his faith, yet tobacco was not excluded. Exquisite cigars from Cuba were prepared and presented to the trio. Amidst a swirling haze of smoke, Sali finally spoke. "I have heard from Decisive that Mr. Li possesses some substantial toys that require attention." Indeed, Li nodded affirmatively. Sali, upon hearing this, displayed no overt reaction. After exhaling a plume of smoke, he remarked, "We are not interested in ordinary toys, for we possess plenty ourselves." His tone tinged with a hint of arrogance. However, Li subtly smirked, thinking that were it not for a certain nation continuously supporting the Husseini, their situation would likely be dire. In essence, they were merely proxies. Sali's statement was merely an attempt to discern what Li could offer. Li, with a slight smile, revealed a set of figures. 1. 500 kilometers, Mach 10, ground-based launch. Upon hearing Li's words, Sali's hand, which held the cigar, trembled slightly. Undoubtedly, this set of data could only be possessed by hypersonic missiles. Similar to ballistic missiles, hypersonic missiles are also subject to international embargoes. Thus far, only a select few nations have access to such technology. Even the nation that has consistently supported them has merely commenced its research and development. It is likely to take several more years before such support reaches their hands. Should they acquire even one or multiple hypersonic missiles, the American federal aircraft carriers patrolling the Red Sea would have to retreat in trepidation. More importantly, if he could successfully procure such a formidable asset, his standing within the organization would rise dramatically. Contemplating this, Sali could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Chapter 27. Delivering some rockets to Fox hypersonic missiles. Broadly defined, refer to missiles that exceed a speed of Mach 5. Within this definition, the majority of ballistic missiles also fall under this category. However, when one typically refers to hypersonic missiles, it is in a narrower sense. Specifically, those that primarily operate within the atmosphere, achieve speeds surpassing Mach 5, and possess the capability for extensive maneuverability. Compared to ballistic missiles, hypersonic missiles, while having a shorter range, are swifter and more agile, allowing them to evade anti-aircraft defenses. This is why they rank among the most expensive weapons in the current system marketplace. To the extent that Li had to exhaust his entire fortune merely to acquire such a set. At times, Li found himself questioning whether this system was truly designed for him to combat zombies in the apocalypse. This hypersonic missile was, frankly, sufficient to contend with extraterrestrial foes. Nevertheless, Li chose not to dwell on such matters. Rather than torment himself with unwarranted worries, he preferred to make the most of it. "I must say, I am exceedingly intrigued by your grand toy," Sali remarked, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. The individual before him, a Chinese national, likely had ties to a significant Eastern power. This Eastern nation has consistently maintained a commendable reputation in the international market, particularly within the Arab world and Africa. However, their arms exports are typically executed with caution, only selling to recognized sovereign governments. Consequently, organizations like Fox are utterly ineligible to make purchases, often resorting to third-party intermediaries. As for hypersonic missiles, these colossal instruments are unequivocally subject to embargo, rarely available for sale. Thus, if this Chinese man indeed possessed such a set, Sali would be more than willing to make an offer. Not only could he acquire a strategic weapon capable of threatening the fleet of the American Federation, but he could also leverage this opportunity to cultivate a relationship with the individual. Should he manage to procure a nuclear weapon, the long-sought ambitions of his organization could finally be realized. At that juncture, his standing within the organization would be beyond question. After a brief moment of contemplation, Sali's demeanor shifted to one of enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Li contemplated maximizing his gains. After all, exchanging his entire fortune for such a formidable asset, while risking the attention of formidable entities, necessitated a resolution to his initial financial challenges. Eventually, after a round of negotiations, Li stated $80 million US dollars for a complete set, which includes a ground-based launcher and one missile, and I can deliver it to the Red Sea. For subsequent transactions, you would receive $15 million per missile. Li looked at Sali and added, you should recognize that this price is quite generous. Indeed, this price was exceedingly fair. For high-end weaponry of this nature, production costs tend to decrease as output increases, and thus, the more one purchases, the lower the price per unit becomes. The data and parameters Li provided, when compared to a certain Eastern nation's anti-ship missile, would likely reveal its cost. Undoubtedly, the price Li offered aligned with market trends. This may not seem to offer any advantage to Sally. However, he is well aware that such weapons are subject to international embargoes, making it a complete seller's market. Essentially, there is a price but no market. Thus, even if the price increases, it is only to be expected. Moreover, Li has only raised the price slightly and even offers home delivery, demonstrating considerable goodwill. Furthermore, the agreement for regular supply signifies even more. With this in mind, Sally rose from his seat, stepped outside, and found a secluded spot to make a phone call. Moments later, he returned with a smile, having tucked his phone away. Back in the private room, he addressed Li. We can accept the price of $80 million, but we require the second missile to be provided within a month for an additional $15 million. That is not feasible, Li replied, shaking his head. The second missile can only be provided within 3 months unless you can pay for 5 or more in one go. Otherwise, the production line will not be activated in the short term. He then added meaningfully, adjusting the production schedule is quite a cumbersome task. Li's last remark undoubtedly sparked endless speculation in both Seas and Sally. For Li, 3 months would suffice to accumulate the necessary currency for the transaction. It was evident that Sally had gained certain privileges. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded gravely, saying, "We can discuss the transaction details now." By the time they left the restaurant, it was already late at night. Li and Sally had confirmed the transaction details. Notably, with Seas's guarantee, Sally made an initial payment of $20 million as a deposit. At Li's request, this sum would be deposited into Seas's company account. Upon departing the restaurant, Li and Seas entered a private booth. After pouring whiskey and toasting, Li remarked to Seas, "Subsequent payments will also be processed through you. If you manage this well, aside from the corresponding expenses, you will further earn our friendship." At this, a smile graced Li's face as he added, "Perhaps next time. You could also have some grand toys at home." "I look forward to that day, Li," Seas exclaimed, raising his glass once more. For him, if this transaction succeeds, he could not only gain Li's friendship, but also earn favor from the Hussein side. Thus, Seas even declined the intermediary commission proposed by Li. Simultaneously, he could seize the opportunity presented by this transaction to glean more about the power behind Li. This way, it was a threefold gain. Facilitating Li's financial cleansing was merely a matter of convenience. For Li, having Seas handle this money not only saved him considerable time but also eliminated intermediary costs. As for the previously approached Lao Wang, Li did not believe he had the capability to manage such a large sum. Even if he could, it would likely take a significant amount of time and incur substantial losses. After discussing some further details with Seas, the entire transaction plan was completed. Then, with a mysterious smile directed at Li, Sezais exited the private room. Soon after, when Sezais returned, a series of lovely maidens with sun-kissed skin graced Li's presence. "Oh, how could I nearly forget? Ethiopia is renowned for its abundance of stunning beauties, famously referred to as the land of exquisite women in Africa. Particularly, Sezais possesses an exceptional eye for talent. Those chosen are undoubtedly of the highest caliber. My dear friend, your warm hospitality is simply irresistible." Chapter 28, Commencing Trade. From Djibouti to Addis Ababa, the capital of Ethiopia. When Li awoke, the sun was already high in the sky. After taking a refreshing shower, he placed a call to Kong Hongfei, who was currently in Singapore. During their conversation, Li learned that Kong had engaged an auditing firm even before departing for Singapore and was presently conducting due diligence on several promising biopharmaceutical companies. A rough estimate suggested that it would take no less than half a month, and possibly up to a month, to finalize the acquisition targets. Li, unperturbed by the timeline, merely stated over the phone, "I have nearly prepared the necessary funds, and they will be fully in place within a week. Please ensure that you find a law firm to register the company as per our previously designed structure, so we are ready to receive the funds at any moment." On the other end, Kong Hongfei nodded vigorously. "Rest assured, boss, I will handle everything." Due to his daughter's illness, he was more eager than anyone else to commence the trials and production of the medication. After concluding the call with Kong, Li departed from the hotel and made his way to the train station. At the station, He purchased a ticket for the international train journey from Addis Ababa to Djibouti. Notably, this train traversed the Addis-Djibouti Railway, a project established by China. Consequently, both the platform and the train exuded a sense of familiarity for Li. Ethiopia, being a landlocked country, lacks its own coastline. Thus, Ethiopia and Djibouti jointly operate the Dorala port, located within Djibouti and belonging to the coast of the Gulf of Aden. Li aimed to transport his significant cargo to the Red Sea, and the simplest method recently was to set sail from Dorala port. The train journey from Addis Ababa to Djibouti would take approximately 10 hours. Fortunately, the scenery along the way was quite pleasant. The Addis-Djibouti Railway elegantly traverses the East African Rift Valley, and with the train's moderate speed, passengers could enjoy some remarkable natural vistas. Even at certain minor stops, one could conveniently sample local delicacies. Foreigners like Li were not uncommon on the train. He even spotted a content creator from China, intently capturing moments with his smartphone. This sight reminded Li of Guantong, whom he had met in Congo-Kinshasa. Before parting ways, he had gifted him a fully loaded handgun. He wondered if that weapon provided Guan with a modicum of security. Regardless, Li felt there was something lacking in that regard. 10 hours later, in the evening, Li checked into a hotel in Djibouti. Djibouti is a diminutive nation, yet it commands the strategic choke point of the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, which connects the Red Sea to the Indian Ocean. To the north lies the renowned Red Sea and the Suez Canal. This small territory, with a population of approximately 1 million, hosts military forces from over 10 countries, including China. This presence contributes to a semblance of security, particularly outside the borders adjoining Somalia, where the overall safety is considerably better than the average in Africa. After resting for a night at the hotel, the time had arrived for the morning of the following day. After casually consuming a hasty breakfast, Li made his way directly to the port of Doha. Upon arrival, he encountered the individual he had arranged to meet. "Mr. Li, the cargo ship you booked will arrive at the port tonight," said a middle-aged man from Huagua, who was the business manager of Doha port. "Unloading will take approximately 4 hours, and the ship should set sail by midnight at the latest." The reason a Chinese national held such a position abroad was straightforward. The multifunctional port was invested in and operated by Huagua. "Please extend my regards to the captain." Li nodded in acknowledgement. The cargo vessel he had chartered was not particularly large, yet it could effortlessly accommodate a hypersonic missile along with its corresponding launch vehicle. After confirming the details of the vessel, Li did not head straight back to his hotel. Instead, he began a purposeful stroll around Djibouti. Rather than visiting various tourist attractions, he primarily explored the military bases of different nations. After all, few places offered a direct glimpse into the overseas military presence of multiple countries. However, boredom soon set in, prompting Li to wander back toward the port to observe the warships of various nations. In contrast to the behemoths on land and in the air, the maritime giants were the true toys of grandeur. As he watched, he pondered when he might acquire destroyers and aircraft carriers from the system's marketplace. That would indeed be exhilarating. Ideally, he would also include nuclear submarines, allowing him to wield nuclear deterrence. Only then would he feel a genuine sense of security. Of course, for now, these thoughts remained mere fantasies. After meandering throughout the day, Li returned to the port at 11 p.m., guided by a staff member. He was introduced to the cargo ship he had temporarily rented. The vessel, named Minsk, was a 4,000-ton ocean-going freighter. Although it appeared sizable, it could be considered relatively small among its peers. Nonetheless, it was more than adequate for accommodating a hypersonic missile and its launch vehicle. Once the ship unloaded its containers, the crew commenced maintenance work. The captain of the Minsk, an Englishman, enthusiastically showed Li around the ship. His warmth was understandable, given the attractive price offered for this short-distance transport. After Li finished his tour, the repairs were completed. Subsequently, as the dock's cranes began their work, an enormous yet empty container was placed onto the deck of the Minsk. The captain inspected the container thoroughly, ensuring everything was secure, before playfully remarking to Li, "These goods are quite light." The Minsk hardly increased its draft. "Surely, this container isn't filled with air?" Li chuckled in response, "Not air, but U.S. dollars." The captain paused for a moment, then erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "You are undoubtedly the most humorous Huagua person I have ever encountered." At 2 a.m., Li sat in the captain's quarters, gazing at the receding lights of Doha port, and quietly lit a cigarette. For hours later, as dawn gently broke, the Minsk was suddenly pierced by a series of urgent alarms. Immediately, Li Yi heard the first mate's panicked cry. "Captain, it's a fleet of pirate skiffs." Many of them. The captain, who had been in a drowsy state, jolted awake and gazed out to sea. There, several speedboats were racing towards the Minsk at full throttle. The captain, seemingly seasoned in such matters, surveyed the scene and calmly remarked, "It's those rascals from Huss. No need to panic. Our cargo owner must have prepared the toll." With that, the captain turned his gaze towards Li Yi. Li smiled faintly, observing Sally on the skiff, quite surprised that this fellow had come personally to collect the goods. Chapter 29. The Foxes will cherish your friendship. The Gulf of Aden and the Red Sea are internationally acknowledged perilous waters. The former is primarily threatened by Somali pirates, while the latter is plagued by the armed group known as the Houthis. Although both emerged from a similar piratical origin, they have charted remarkably divergent paths. The Somali pirates have transformed their illicit activities into a thriving enterprise, even taking their operations public for funding, with one providing a firearm and another a vessel. An entire village can muster a pirate crew through collective effort. Each successful venture yields dividends, making for a flourishing business. In stark contrast, the Houthis have opted for a far grander strategy. After securing their initial fortune through piracy, they swiftly formalized their organization and subsequently secured their first round of financing. Following this, the Houthis engaged in a dual strategy of legitimization while simultaneously expanding their influence. Today, they possess not only defined territories, but also a highly modernized organizational structure. Nevertheless, the lucrative business of piracy, characterized by low costs and rapid returns, is not easily relinquished. Thus, the Houthis have instituted an organized system for collecting tolls or protection fees from merchant vessels traversing the Red Sea. Generally, the larger the vessel, the heftier the toll. Unlike their Somali counterparts, the Houthis do not resort to disorganized kidnappings or seizures of merchant ships, although exceptions exist. For instance, vessels belonging to the United States and Israel often face more aggressive tactics, sometimes even targeted by rocket fire. Such actions, however, are contingent upon the prevailing circumstances. At present, the Minsk, a small-tonnage British merchant vessel, need not fear such extreme measures. Consequently, the captain remains relatively composed, even dismissing the need for his crew to prepare for defense or retaliation. Regarding the toll, the captain had already informed Li Yi that it constituted part of the transportation costs when taking on this particular job. Moments later, as dawn's gentle light began to break, a small Houthi craft approached the Minsk. Soon, several individuals clad in headscarves and dark yellow camouflage, armed and ready, boarded the vessel. Among them was Sally, who had been prearranged with Li Yi. The crew did not resist, and the newcomers exhibited no intent to attack. The encounter resembled more of a friendly meeting. Just as the captain prepared to pay the toll of $20,000, the armed Houthi suddenly raised his weapon. "Nobody move. Hands down." Panic ensued among the crew, including the captain. This was not their first encounter with the Houthis, who typically allowed safe passage after toll payment, often even providing escort through certain waters. What had changed? "No, you can't." The captain attempted to negotiate, but his words were swiftly silenced. Subsequently, both he and his crew were quickly restrained and confined in separate quarters. It was only at this juncture that Sally produced a cigar and offered it to Li Yi. "Li, you are more efficient than I anticipated. I can hardly wait to see the grand toy." In the captain's cabin, Sally gazed at the containers on the deck, his eyes shimmering with fervor. "I suggest we return to port for a closer inspection. This place is not secure," Li Yi remarked with a shrug. Although this maritime region appeared relatively safe for the moment, who could tell if satellites above were monitoring this location? Sally understood this well, thus he tempered his excitement. Subsequently, Sally's crew began to maneuver the Minsk, a 4,000-ton cargo vessel, which immediately surged forward at full speed after altering its course. By noon, the Minsk had docked at the Los Isa port, under the control of the Hussa armed forces. Despite it being midday, the port exuded an eerie silence. To prepare for the arrival of the hypersonic missiles, Sally had long since established control over the port. It was only when the heavy crane was ready to unload that Li Yi had a thought and retrieved the hypersonic missiles along with their ground launch vehicles from the system. The draft of the Minsk increased slightly, but at that moment, no one noticed this minutiae. All eyes were fixed on the massive containers being hoisted. Once the containers were safely lowered, they were swiftly transported into the nearby warehouse by transfer vehicles. Sally and Li Yi followed closely into the warehouse. Before the enormous container, Sally did not hasten to open it, but instead circled around it. He then turned to Li Yi, his gaze filled with anticipation. Li nodded with a calm smile. Without further hesitation, Sally commanded his subordinates, "Open the container." As the container doors creaked open, a colossal missile launch vehicle, reminiscent of a giant truck, came into view. However, the most captivating sight was on the launch platform, where a slender, rounded missile lay quietly, awaiting its turn. At that moment, Sally could not help but swallow hard. Were it not for Seisai's assurance, he would never have believed that a mysterious man from Huagua possessed such a hypersonic missile, nor that he would truly acquire it. After all, according to the data on paper, even their investors did not have such extravagant toys. Yet now, this astonishing contraption stood before him. Sally reached out to touch it, feeling the cold surface, imbued with a hint of the sea salty breeze. But no one paid attention to these details. After a brief moment of contact, Sally exchanged a knowing glance with the bespectacled military engineer beside him. At that instant, with the grand toy before him, he was nearly convinced of its authenticity. However, for safety's sake, it was still prudent to have it verified by professionals. In truth, the engineers from Husa had never encountered such advanced machinery either, so the verification process required some time. Seizing this opportunity, Sally set up a table in the warehouse and invited Li to share a meal. Throughout their lunch, the two occasionally exchanged remarks while glancing at the marvel before them. It wasn't until 2 o'clock in the afternoon that the engineer leaned in to whisper a few words into Sally's ear. Suddenly, Sally sprang to his feet, clasping Li's hands in an enthusiastic shake. "Thank you, Li. Husa will forever cherish your friendship," he exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "I hope this marks merely the beginning of our friendship," Li responded with a smile. "Indeed, I assure you. Although a sophisticated hypersonic missile cannot alter the predicament faced by the Foxes, it has bestowed upon them a formidable power that instills fear in their adversaries, something they had never experienced before. If wielded judiciously, they could certainly capitalize on this missile to their advantage. While it may not be sufficient to drive away the American federal carriers, it will surely instill a sense of trepidation during their maritime patrols in the Red Sea. Furthermore, for Sally, this transaction and its potential ramifications will elevate his standing within the organization. Li, the funds will be credited before midnight tonight. I eagerly anticipate our next encounter." Before parting ways, Sally embraced Li. Chapter 30. The Fate Club. On the return journey, the atmosphere was somewhat delicate. When the captain and crew of the Minsk were released from the cabin, the vessel was anchored in the same waters where they had been intercepted. The captain then heard the words of the individuals from the coast. "We sincerely apologize, Captain. We mistakenly identified your ship as a foreign merchant vessel that required detention. As a gesture of our regret, we have filled your fuel tank. Additionally, here are some coffee and honey. We wish you a safe journey. Farewell." Amidst the incredulous gazes of the crew, the individuals from the coast swiftly departed from the ship, boarding a small boat and vanishing from sight. After an indeterminate period, the captain suddenly turned to Li and inquired, "Is there an issue with your cargo?" Li shook his head, indicating that there was no problem with the cargo. Yet his expression betrayed a lingering fear as he remarked, "Long-distance trade is indeed perilous. I have decided to cancel this trip and return to Djibouti." The captain said nothing in response. He too felt a twinge of fear. When confronted with the ominous glare of a gun, he had feared he would never see his wife and children again. Moreover, although canceling the voyage meant foregoing subsequent transportation fees, the deposit was non-refundable. Nevertheless, the fact that the coast had filled his fuel tank had already proven to be quite profitable. Upon the Minsk's return to the port of Doha, Li wasted no time in purchasing a train ticket to Addis Ababa. After experiencing the Ethiopia-Djibouti Railway once more, he arrived in Addis Ababa at the break of a new day. According to the news delivered by Decisive the previous night, Sally had promptly paid the remaining balance of $60 million for the cargo. Li couldn't help but regard the coast with newfound respect. In a matter of days, such a significant sum demonstrated the efficiency and unity of the internal operations of the coast's armed factions. Furthermore, it indicated that the coast possessed a considerable amount of readily available funds. Li had ultimately garnered $80 million, equivalent to approximately 570 million Chinese yuan. However, this was based on the official exchange rate, which was not entirely representative of the actual value. Additionally, since Decisive would be handling this sum, some losses were to be expected, leading Li to estimate that the final amount he would receive would be around 500 million. While this represented a loss of over 70 million, it was still remarkably low. According to the normal prices in the black market, liquidating $80 million would typically incur at least a 50% reduction. However, despite the dubious origins of this money, the coast had provided relatively comprehensive documentation, making the processing straightforward. With the assistance of Decisive, a local authority, the losses were kept to a minimum. Upon arriving in Addis Ababa, Lee did not pause for rest but instead sought out Decisive. Subsequently, the two boarded an Ethiopian Airlines flight bound for Kinshasa, the capital of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Although Lee's visa for the DRC had expired, this did not hinder his entry in the slightest. He was even spared the necessity of paying $90 to obtain some largely unnecessary documents, a convenience entirely attributable to Decisive's influence. Upon exiting the airport, the two individuals entered the awaiting vehicle. Once inside, Decisive offered Lee a cigar, and after indulging in the smoke, he remarked, "I have established the farm, Lee. You shall witness it shortly, and I assure you, it is undoubtedly the most modern farm in the entire Congo and perhaps even in all of Africa." "I look forward to it," Lee responded, gazing out the window. After departing from Kinshasa, the car journeyed eastward and, by evening, arrived at the modern farm Decisive had mentioned. Upon entering, Decisive guided Lee on a tour, elaborating, "I have enlisted the finest agricultural experts from our country to ensure your crops thrive." Lee nodded appreciatively, though his knowledge in this area was limited. He understood that the seeds he had exchanged for in the system were genetically modified plants, with their fruits serving as the core raw materials for the level 1 gene repair agent. Observing the vibrant green sprouts in the organic soil, Lee expressed his satisfaction. "My friend, you have done exceedingly well. As long as this batch of raw materials is supplied on time, I can assure you a mysterious gift." Once more, Lee painted a grand vision for Decisive, who eagerly embraced the prospect. "Indeed, I am very much looking forward to it," Decisive replied with a smile. This transaction between Lee and Decisive was facilitated through his connections, and within this exchange, Lee demonstrated his prowess yet again. A set of internationally banned, cutting-edge weaponry, possessed by only a select few nations, was audaciously transported to the Red Sea within a mere 3 days. This further validated his suspicions that Lee was backed by an unimaginable force, capable of orchestrating such swift logistics and transport. Conversely, news of the Fox clan's acquisition of hypersonic missiles would soon reach the public domain. For such weaponry is not meant to be concealed but to serve as a deterrent against adversaries. At that juncture, his role in this transaction would inevitably come to light, particularly among his acquaintances, leading to an imminent elevation of his status within his social circle. In summary, while there were no tangible gains, the potential rewards and intangible prestige afforded Decisive the opportunity to advance further. Thus, he said to Lee, "I will ensure the funds from this venture are managed properly, and regarding the intermediary fees, you may provide me with your personal account." Decisive's intentions were clear. He sought to bribe Lee with the intermediary fees, oblivious to the fact that no such formidable entity existed behind Lee, prompting him to attempt to fortify their relationship. Lee understood Decisive's intentions, but shook his head in refusal, saying, "Decisive, personally, I do not require any money. For us, money is." At this point, Lee suddenly paused, then placed a hand on Decisive's shoulder and continued, "Perhaps when you truly come to understand us, you will grasp the meaning. There are many things I cannot yet disclose, but I eagerly anticipate the day I can share them with you." Undoubtedly, Lee was attempting to sketch a prototype. Meanwhile, the ambitious Decisive was perpetually in pursuit of seizing opportunities. Rest assured, that moment will surely arrive. As he gazed upon the modern farm before him, Decisive's heart was stirred. The seeds sown in the soil mirrored his burgeoning strength and status, destined to flourish with the passage of time. Lee, on the other hand, looked through the transparent ceiling, his gaze piercing the glass to behold the azure sky. Perhaps from the very moment he arrived in this world, the hands of fate had begun to sway. The colossal entity that Decisive envisioned would one day be forged by his own hands. Why not call it the Club of Destiny? Chapter 31, The Perfect Eye-Level Gene, Unlocking the Gene Lock. On May 8th, a flight departing from the capital of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Kinshasa, landed in the capital of Ethiopia, Addis Ababa, after a journey of 4 hours and 30 minutes. This marked Lee's fourth visit to this city. Similar to his first experience, he did not linger in Addis Ababa for long. After a brief 2-hour interval, an Ethiopian Airlines Boeing 787 took off once more, this time destined for Temasek. Following an arduous 9-hour and 30-minute flight, Lee arrived in Temasek on May 9th. For the Chinese populace, This day might merely signify the second workday following the May Day holiday. However, for Li, it held significant importance. Not only because he was about to meet Kang Hongfei. The international airport in Temasek was a marvel of beauty and luxury. Yet Li refrained from indulging in its splendor. Upon exiting the terminal, the familiar voice of the system echoed in his mind. Survival mission 1 complete. You have successfully survived for 3 months in the perilous bioweapon apocalypse. Rewards have been issued. You have completed all current phase tasks. New missions will commence upon unlocking the eye-level gene lock. Hearing the system's announcement, Li momentarily paused his hurried pace. He did not rush to inspect the system rewards, but instead glanced at his empty system currency. To unlock the eye-level gene lock, he needed to consume the eye-level gene evolution liquid once more. However, this item was priced at a staggering 5,000 in the system, and he currently found himself in a deficit, unable to afford it. With this thought in mind, Li quickened his steps, hailing a taxi to his reserved hotel. In stark contrast to the underdeveloped and chaotic regions of Africa, Temasek exuded an air of prosperity. The city was clean and orderly, adorned with towering skyscrapers and brimming with modernity. Yet, Li found himself drawn more to Kinshasa, where the wild spirit of the place resonated with him, unlike Temasek, which donned the veneer of civilization. 40 minutes later, Li completed the check-in process at the St. Regis Hotel. It was only upon entering the elegantly styled hotel room that he set down his luggage, lit a cigarette, and took a seat on the balcony, ostensibly gazing at the city's nightscape while, in truth, surveying his personal space. Unsurprisingly, 2 new items had appeared in his personal space. He directed his attention to the first item, a level gene evolution liquid, a familiar substance that addressed his immediate needs. After a cursory glance, he turned to the second item, gene lock targeting device. Using this item allows you to autonomously select the direction for unlocking the gene lock. Another reference to the gene lock. Li lingered on the second item for a moment. His curiosity piqued. It seemed that the system was continually guiding his body towards an ongoing evolution. Moreover, it appeared that the unlocked gene locks were categorized into different types. After a brief contemplation, with a mere thought, the recently awarded eye-level gene evolution liquid materialized in his hand. Like sipping a beverage, Li swiftly poured it into his mouth. The familiar sensation surged within him once more, though it lacked the intensity of his initial experience. However, the warmth that once enveloped him abruptly transformed into a searing flame. Li could distinctly feel his body temperature rising rapidly, both internally and externally. This was soon accompanied by an overwhelming thirst. Unable to resist, he seized the pure water provided by the hotel, unscrewed the cap, and drained the entire bottle. This action seemed to alleviate his thirst rapidly. 10 minutes later, his body temperature gradually returned to normal. Had it come to an end? As Li pondered this, an intense hunger suddenly washed over him. He reluctantly retrieved a pack of emergency ration bars from his luggage, tore open the packaging, and consumed it with haste. Once he had finished the entire bar, he downed another bottle of water and finally exhaled deeply. Simultaneously, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. You have achieved a perfect state of eye-level genes. Only by unlocking the gene lock can you advance to the next stage. Upon hearing this, Li did not hastily seek to unlock any gene locks. Instead, he focused intently on the changes within his body. Following yet another genetic evolution, his physical prowess had been enhanced once more. Although the improvement was not as significant as during his initial evolution, it was nonetheless remarkable. Li decided to test his strength. He retrieved an M4 assault rifle from his personal space and, with little remorse, snapped it into several pieces. Such strength could likely fell an adult elephant with bare hands. As he contemplated this, he began to roll 2 fingers over a .556 bullet. The steel alloy bullet was effortlessly crushed into a thin metal sheet, with gunpowder spilling from his grasp. After casually discarding the mangled M4 and the remnants of the bullet into his personal space, Li stretched his limbs and performed a few stretching exercises. With the satisfying cracking of his joints, a wave of security washed over him. He relished the sensation of wielding such power. It brought him a profound sense of reassurance. After spending an hour experiencing the transformations within his body, Li finally ceased his movements and turned his attention to an item that had been stored in his personal space for some time. Eye-level gene lock key. Upon achieving a perfect state of eye-level genes, this item can be used to breach the first layer of the gene lock. This was a reward for completing construction task 1, specifically designed to unlock the gene lock. Li had initially believed he would need to wait some time before utilizing this item. But the system had fortuitously rewarded him with the final vial of eye-level genetic evolution liquid he required. With a mere thought, the gene key materialized in his hand. Curiously, Li Yi examined the key. Within the silver test tube, approximately the thickness of his thumb, a double helix-shaped pill gleamed with a faint golden luster. Its unique design exuded an air of mystery. After observing, Li Yi retrieved the recently acquired gene lock targeting device from his personal space. According to the system, the simultaneous use of these two items would allow him to autonomously select the direction in which the gene lock would be activated. Li felt an intense curiosity regarding this direction of the gene lock, pondering what novel transformations it might bring him. After several minutes of focused contemplation, he simultaneously pried open the caps of two test tubes with his thumbs. Without a moment's hesitation, Li placed the contents of both test tubes into his mouth and swallowed. No immediate changes occurred, and even the system remained silent. Li, unperturbed, reclined on the plush bed, patiently awaiting the outcome. 1 minute, 10 minutes, half an hour. Time passed, moment by moment. Chapter 32, The Will Gene Lock and the New Mission. In his mind, the voice of the system resonated. The eye-level gene lock has begun to be deciphered. Decoding progress. 1. 5. 10. Eye-level gene lock successfully deciphered. Gene lock solidification complete. Target gene lock selector detected. Commencing selection now. Information flowed incessantly through his consciousness. Shortly thereafter, the system's voice echoed again. Gene self-check completed. The eye-level gene lock can be directed towards muscle, metabolism, will. Please determine the unlocking direction within 5 minutes. Upon hearing this, Li swiftly began to contemplate. Muscle was self-explanatory, while metabolism referred to the biological process of continuously replacing old substances with new, akin to the shedding of a snake's skin. Similarly, humans are in a constant state of metabolism. In a certain sense, metabolism dictates the existence and continuation of living beings. Alternatively, in a more straightforward manner, metabolism determines lifespan. This was undoubtedly enticing, especially given the lack of effective methods available to genuinely prolong life. However, for Li Yi, this aspect held little allure. After all, his physique was not only robust but also remarkably youthful. Instead, it was the final option, will, that piqued Li Yi's interest. Thus, he briefly employed the process of elimination. As for muscle, he already possessed a physique several times stronger than the average person, and even with enhanced strength, it would be futile against firearms. Hence, it was dismissed. Metabolism held no urgency for him at this young age. Thus, it too was disregarded. Consequently, despite his uncertainty about what will entailed, it was indisputably the most fitting choice at present. Furthermore, Li Yi had an affinity for the unknown and for adventure. With this thought, he hesitated no longer and silently declared, "Choose will." In the next moment, the system's voice announced, "Will selection complete. Loading gene lock key. Loading progress. 1. 5. 10. Time ticked by. During this period, Li Yi was astonished to discover that he was unable to control his own body. Apart from his thoughts, his entire being seemed to be in a state of suspension. He could not even perceive his heartbeat or pulse. Li Yi remained unfazed, merely watching the loading progress bar in silence. At last, after an indeterminate amount of time, the progress bar reached 100%. The system's voice resonated once more. Loading complete. The brain will enter a state of dormancy, with an estimated duration of 24 hours. Damn. Why wasn't he that mentioned earlier? Accompanied by this final thought, Li Yi instantaneously lost all consciousness. 24 hours later, Li slowly opened his eyes. The first sight that greeted him was the ceiling of a hotel room. After gazing for a few moments, his thoughts and awareness began to gradually return. He slowly recalled the events that had transpired before his slumber. With this in mind, Li Yi picked up his phone, disregarding several missed calls, and directly checked the time. On May 10th, at 22:37, an entire day and night had passed without clarity. Li Yi muttered a complaint and then checked his missed calls. There were 2 from Su Wei and 1 from Kong Hongfei. Rather than hastily returning the calls, Li Yi perused his WeChat messages. Kong Hongfei's messages were unremarkable, but Su Wei had sent him numerous texts filled with concern and worry. After pondering for a moment, Li Yi decided to reply to Su Wei, stating that he was currently occupied and unable to use his phone, but would contact her later. Having completed this, he tossed his phone aside. Rising from the bed, he intended to reach for the main light switch in the room. However, just as the thought crossed his mind, he heard a sudden click as an unseen force pressed the switch, illuminating the room instantly. How remarkably intelligent. Li murmured, yet soon recognized something amiss. If it were voice-activated or sensor-driven, there would be no need for the switch to click. With this thought, a spark of realization flickered in Li Yi's eyes as he glanced at the bottle of purified water on the table. Open the cap, he mentally commanded, and to his astonishment, the bottle cap began to spin as if by magic. Witnessing this phenomenon, Li Yi was flooded with myriad thoughts and speculations. Could it be that words manifest reality? With a smile, he closed his eyes and silently envisioned, "Bring me a nuclear bomb with a yield of 100,000 tons." Unsurprisingly, nothing transpired. It was merely a whimsical endeavor, and Li had not anticipated success, thus he felt no disappointment. Next, he moved to the bathroom. Gazing into the mirror above the sink, his appearance remained unchanged, still strikingly handsome. However, his eyes gleamed with an extraordinary intensity, captivating in their allure. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yi focused his thoughts once more. Crack, crack, crack. The sharp sound of shattering glass echoed as the mirror fractured, splintering outward from the center. Unperturbed by the broken mirror, Li Yi turned his attention to the showerhead. With a mere thought, hot water gushed forth. Is this the power of the genetic lock? Li Yi concentrated, shaping the flowing water into a sphere and attempting to suspend it in his palm. Initially, he succeeded, but within 5 seconds, the water sphere burst, cascading down. Almost immediately, Li Yi felt as though his head had been struck by a heavy blow, leaving him dazed. It seemed he had reached his limit. Yet, a smile crept upon his lips. If this were indeed the effect of the willpower genetic lock, it was exhilarating. Although it resembled the commonplace telekinetic abilities often found in novels, Li Yi understood the true potential of such power. For instance, he could cause a person's heart to suddenly cease beating. Furthermore, he could even make a bullet curve in its trajectory. Although these matters necessitate practical verification, and at present, he may not yet be capable of achieving them. The mere contemplation of transforming these possibilities into reality stirs immense anticipation within Li Yi. While Li Yi muses over various future scenarios, the system once more comes online. You have unlocked the I-tier gene lock, significantly enhancing your capabilities. A new task has been issued. The new tasks are as follows: Survival Task, Construction Task, Conquest Task. Survival Task 2. You find yourself in a perilous post-apocalyptic world ravaged by biohazards. Please strengthen yourself as much as possible. Enter the 2-tier gene state and survive for 6 months. Construction Task 2. Recruit at least 20 survivors and construct a shelter for them, while also stockpiling 10 tons of viable food and fresh water. Conquest Task 2. Eliminate all zombies within a 5-kilometer radius of the survivor shelter and slay 5 mutated creatures. Please undertake at least one task. Chapter 33. Acquisition of a pharmaceutical company. Wildfire Security. Li Yi meticulously examined the tasks presented by the system. After a brief contemplation, he silently declared, "Accept all." Subsequently, the 3 tasks transformed into golden light and vanished before his eyes. For him, these tasks were rather straightforward. The primary challenge lay solely in the quest for the so-called mutated organisms. However, Li Yi remained unperturbed. After making slight modifications to his previously established plans based on the newly accepted tasks, Li Yi called Kong Hongfei. Upon the call connecting, he simply instructed, "Come to my place," before abruptly hanging up. He then proceeded to call Su Wei, as there is no time difference between Temasek and Huagua. Su Wei was roused from her slumber by Li Yi's call at this hour. Yet, instead of being irritated, she was exceedingly delighted. Not only did she enthusiastically report on the company's status, but she also inquired about Li Yi's well-being, her concern evident in her tone. "Rest assured, I'm quite busy." "But there's nothing serious," Li Yi replied, then shifted the topic. "Please register a security company named Wildfire, with a registered capital of 10 million, fully paid. I will soon transfer funds to the company account, so be sure to check." After a brief pause, Li Yi added with a smile, "I feel somewhat guilty for waking you up to work at this late hour. Henceforth, your personal salary will be doubled this month. No need to refuse, you deserve it. For I currently only trust you." After saying this, Li Yi disregarded Su Wei's reaction and decisively ended the call. On the other end, Su Wei, having just awakened from her slumber due to the phone call, stared blankly at her device after the call ended. After some time had passed, a smile suddenly emerged on her face, and she began joyfully rolling around on her small bed. She was not only elated about her salary increase, but also thrilled by Li Yi's growing trust and praise towards her. The thought of this banished any lingering drowsiness as she donned her nightgown and sat in front of her computer. Although she was uncertain about Li Yi's motives for establishing a security company, She understood her role was simply to follow his directives. Meanwhile, shortly after concluding his conversation with Su Wei, Kang Hongfei appeared before Li Yi. His complexion was notably poor, clearly indicating a lack of rest for an extended period. Nevertheless, his spirit appeared invigorated. Upon seeing Li Yi, Kang Hongfei immediately presented the documents, stating, "Boss, the background checks are nearly complete. I have preliminarily identified 2 targets that require your final decision." Li Yi accepted the documents and began reviewing the results of the background checks. Before arriving at Temasek, Kang Hongfei had contacted an auditing team in the domestic market. After conducting background checks on several local pharmaceutical companies, he had further refined the list. Ultimately, only 2 enterprises were identified as acquisition targets. One of them, named New Ali, lacked any core competitive products. Its advantage lay in its low price, requiring minimal expenditure. However, its drawback was the incomplete supporting infrastructure, necessitating a comprehensive restructuring of the entire company and the addition of supplementary facilities upon acquisition. Another company, named Kanglan, was founded by Chinese entrepreneurs from Temasek and boasts a history of 60 years. Its core competitive products have been steadily defeated by rivals over the past 3 years, with its market share now dwindling to less than 5%. The development of new pharmaceuticals has persistently failed, leading the company to the brink of bankruptcy. Its advantages lie in a comprehensive support system, possessing its own upstream and downstream channels, as well as a research institute with a certain degree of research capability. However, its shortcomings include a lack of specialization and an overwhelming debt burden. Should one choose the former option, it would necessitate navigating numerous connections, constructing laboratories, and amplifying research investments. Opting for the latter would require a complete overhaul of the enterprise, streamlining operations while introducing new flagship products. After reflecting on both companies, Li Yi found himself in deep contemplation. He personally leaned towards the latter option. Although it was somewhat more expensive, it remained within the realm of affordability and promised significant time savings. The former would demand an additive approach, entailing continuous investment and the exploration of new channels. Ultimately, considering the desired end goals, Li Yi looked at Kang Hongfei and declared, "Let us proceed with Kanglan. I will finalize the investment within 3 days. Once the investment is complete, you may commence the acquisition process." Furthermore, Li Yi pondered and added, "After the acquisition is accomplished, you will lead the research and production efforts. As for the corporate restructuring, I will appoint a dedicated individual to handle that." "I share the same sentiment. I am utterly inexperienced in operating a company." Kang Hongfei nodded in agreement. In pursuit of swiftly developing finished pharmaceutical products, Kang Hongfei has been working tirelessly. With his sleep reduced to no more than 4 hours a day, he has had to communicate with the audit team while simultaneously immersing himself in technical documentation, truly finding himself stretched thin. Fortunately, everything is progressing steadily. Once Li Yi made his decision, Kang Hongfei took his leave. Before departing, Li Yi advised, "Make sure to rest. It would be unfortunate if the drugs are not completed and you collapse beforehand. One cannot perish before the battle is won." Kang Hongfei nodded in response. Seemingly unconcerned by the warning, Li did not press the matter further, if necessary. He could always provide Kang Hongfei with a gene repair serum to ensure he remains vigorous. After bidding farewell to Kang Hongfei, Li turned his attention to the finances. The proceeds from this transaction approached 500 million yuan, with the majority being processed by Decisive. The initial sum of 150 million yuan had already appeared in Li Yi's account. He first allocated 50 million yuan to Wildfire Foreign Trade. The remaining 100 million yuan was directed towards Kang Hongfei's side. Even with the registration of a security company, the 50 million yuan should suffice for an extended period. However, the 100 million yuan for Kang Hongfei was evidently insufficient. Nonetheless, additional funds would arrive in a few days, and acquiring a company also takes time, so Li Yi was in no rush. After notifying both parties to check for the funds, Li Yi instructed Su Wei to contact the headhunting firm once more. "I am in search of a highly capable professional manager, preferably one well-versed in the pharmaceutical industry, who can effectively lead a team. The salary is negotiable." Li conveyed to Su Wei over the phone. Currently, his pool of available candidates is limited, prompting the need to enlist a headhunting firm to seek out an exceptional professional manager. Running a company is undoubtedly distinct from managing a gang. There are numerous considerations that must be taken into account, which causes Li Yi to reminisce about the comrades from his previous life. He wonders if, after his inexplicable downfall, those individuals fell victim to their adversaries. He sincerely hopes they are all faring well. Otherwise, chaos would surely reign in the underworld. With a touch of nostalgia, Lee smiled subtly, manipulating his phone, which floated effortlessly in his palm. Chapter 34. Securing Secretary Su Wei. On May 12th, the 5th day of the 4th lunar month, Lee, who was in Timasek, presumed it would be an ordinary day, until Su Wei, during a routine work report call, mentioned, "Mr. Lee, today is Mother's Day. Would you like me to assist you in preparing a gift?" Mother's Day? Lee was momentarily taken aback. His thoughts quickly shifted. "I would have forgotten about this day if you hadn't mentioned it. What about you? Have you prepared a gift for your mother?" He inquired in a conversational tone, as he was rather unfamiliar with this holiday. In fact, he felt estranged from most celebrations. Soon, Su Wei's voice came through the phone. "Mr. Lee, I haven't seen my mother in nearly 20 years. There was a hint of sorrow and loss in her words. However, her ability to speak of it so lightly suggested she had come to terms with it. This response resonated with Lee on a deeper level. Without any comforting words, he contemplated briefly before saying, "How about this? Buy 2 gifts, one for my mother and one for yourself. I will send you the address shortly. It's a bit of a hassle for you, but I appreciate it." "Certainly, Mr. Lee. I will take care of it right away," Su Wei replied promptly. For reasons unknown, Lee sensed a hint of excitement in her tone as she uttered those words. Meanwhile, in Huaguo Rongqing, on the 19th floor of the Sihai building, Su Wei excitedly hung up the phone. Almost instinctively, her petite feet, encased in black stockings, kicked out twice. Once her high heels were flung off by the force, she laughed and retrieved them, slipping them back on. She was elated because Lee had asked her to assist in delivering a gift to his mother. Was this the precursor to meeting the parents? At that moment, Su Wei's imagination ran wild with various scenarios. It took her quite some time to regain her composure. Afterward, Su Wei glanced at the address Lee had sent and promptly purchased a train ticket to his hometown for that very day. Once her travel plans were confirmed, she immediately called Lin Xiaoya, the company receptionist. Lately, Su Wei had developed a good rapport with Lin Xiaoya, especially since she was the first employee Su Wei had personally hired. "Xiaoya, please help me think of an appropriate gift for Mother's Day for an elder," Su Wei said. As Lin Xiaoya entered the office, she cast an envious glance at Su Wei, who was seated in the boss's chair, before asking, "Sister Wei Wei, are you sending a gift to your mother?" "No, it's for Mr. Lee," Su Wei replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoya's expression shifted from envy to jealousy. But after pondering for a moment, she responded, "First and foremost, a bouquet of fresh flowers is essential. Then perhaps some skincare products or health supplements. A massage device would be lovely as well. My mother adores it." Su Wei listened attentively, jotting down notes. Time was of the essence. She needed to gather everything before boarding the high-speed train. Upon this realization, Su Wei decisively took Lin Xiaoya along and drove Li's luxurious SUV directly to the nearest shopping mall. Meanwhile, Li, after a brief moment of hesitation, dialed his mother's number. "Mom, is everything at home all right?" he asked nervously, swallowing hard. "Everything's fine," his mother promptly replied, but then swiftly changed the subject. Inquiring with concern, "How's work going, dear? How are you managing your meals while on business trips?" "I'm doing well. It's a bit hectic, but the compensation is substantial," Li hastily responded, finding this conversation far more challenging than facing an entire platoon of adversaries on the battlefield. "I just received a bonus." "Mom, I'll transfer some money to you. Just accept it. I don't have many expenses here. Also, since today is a special occasion for you, I had a colleague bring you a gift. Just accept it. I have some matters to attend to, Mom. Please take care of yourself." After hastily delivering his words, Li felt as if the phone was burning in his hand. He quickly ended the call and tossed the device aside. After spending a few minutes to calm his nerves, he picked up his phone again, found his mother on WeChat, and transferred 20,000 yuan to her. Completing this task, Li couldn't help but chuckle at himself. He had faced countless storms in life, yet he always felt utterly helpless when it came to his mother. Even across thousands of miles, just hearing her sincere concern over the phone made him feel both cherished and overwhelmed. That evening, Li received another call from his mother. "Dear, I received the items your female colleague brought over, and there was even a bouquet of flowers." His mother's joyful voice resonated through the line. "That girl is truly lovely. You must seize the opportunity. I wanted to invite her for dinner, but she mentioned she had to rush back for work. Your boss must be quite demanding." After several minutes of her chattering, the call finally ended. Li let out a wry smile, continuing to hold his phone aloft in his palm. 3 days later, Li's overseas account received the remaining funds from Sezai's, totaling 360 million yuan. However, considering that this money would likely not be used domestically, he opted not to have Sezai's converted into yuan, keeping it all in US dollars. Upon the funds' arrival, Li transferred 90% of it to Kong Hongfei. He then notified Kong Hongfei via phone. The funds are in place. Commence the acquisition immediately. Understood, boss. I'll inform them right away. Both Li Yi and Kong Hongfei had limited understanding of the market, but with sufficient funds, they could hire a professional team to handle the operations. Li merely needed to await the outcome. Acquiring a company of considerable scale is a complex endeavor, especially given the dispersed nature of its equity. Additionally, considering local policies and various negotiations, this acquisition was bound to take time. Li Yi did not intend to remain idle during this period. After finalizing the acquisition details, he promptly booked a flight back home. The Airbus A321 medium-sized passenger aircraft first reached Kuala Lumpur in 1 hour. After a 2-hour layover, it then proceeded to Chengdu. By the time Li Yi arrived at Chengdu International Airport, it was already past 2 a.m. the following day. At that hour, the high-speed trains had ceased operations, compelling Li Yi to take a taxi back to his apartment in the city center. As he pulled his suitcase and entered the passcode, he finally returned to the long-lost abode. However, the scene that unfolded before him took him aback. In the immaculate and tidy living room, Su Wei was peacefully slumbering on the sofa against the wall. Startled by the sound of the door opening, Su Wei slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing Li Yi, she first exhibited surprise, then a sudden joy, only to be followed by astonishment once more. Stammering, Su Wei managed to utter, Mr. Li, I was just. However, before she could complete her sentence, Li Yi unexpectedly drew closer. In an instant, Su Wei found herself enveloped by a powerful embrace. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock as she let out a soft gasp of surprise. She had never anticipated that Li Yi would initiate a kiss. After a brief moment of astonishment, Su Wei instinctively wrapped her arms around Li Yi's waist, fervently responding to his advance. Chapter 35, The Playful and Inexperienced Su Wei. On May 13th, the 6th day of the 4th lunar month, a Monday, the gentle sunlight streamed through the glass, weaving its way through the gaps in the curtains, ultimately illuminating the grand bed in the bedroom. One exquisite leg peeked out from under the covers, glimmering enchantingly in the sunlight's embrace. Such a splendid sight was one that only Li Yi could witness. With a delicate movement, Li Yi lifted the lovely leg that rested upon him and gently withdrew his arm. Su Wei, nestled in her slumber, seemed to sense something amiss, furrowing her brows in her dreams. A few faint traces of tears lingered on her delicate visage. After a brief morning routine, Li Yi stepped outside. He purchased some ointment from a nearby pharmacy and picked up breakfast before returning to their abode. Upon his arrival, the sound of the door stirred Su Wei from her slumber. As she beheld Li Yi, her cheeks flushed a rosy hue, and instinctively, she attempted to conceal herself with the covers. Yet, Li Yi, with a playful smile, settled at the edge of the bed and teasingly pulled back the covers. Now that we've seen everything, do you intend to feign ignorance? He jested, sitting beside her. Let me apply some medicine for you. Having mastered the essence of battlefield first aid, Li Yi executed the treatment with remarkable precision. Su Wei, her face aglow with embarrassment, soon felt a significant alleviation of discomfort. After he finished applying the ointment, Su Wei intended to rise. However, just as she attempted to sit up, she found herself gravitating back down, still painful. Noticing her struggle, Li Yi chuckled, affectionately ruffling her hair. Today, you should rest well. Don't worry about work. Also, hand me the key to your place. I will gather your belongings. You shall reside here from now on. His tone brooked no argument, leaving Su Wei no room for bargaining or feigned modesty. The more he asserted himself, the deeper her infatuation with Li Yi grew. A confident man is perpetually the most captivating. As Su Wei savored the breakfast that Li Yi had brought, he took her key and made his way to her residence. His life craved an outlet and indeed required a woman to care for him. Su Wei was not only beautiful but also capable and easily managed. Li Yi was confident he could cultivate her into an even more remarkable individual. With myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, Li Yi entered Su Wei's dwelling and began to organize her belongings. In truth, there was little to arrange. Even though Li Yi had fronted 3 months of salary, Su Wei still resided in a cramped compartment within an older community. The space was minimal, consisting of merely a bed and a table, along with a rudimentary wardrobe. The bathroom and kitchen were shared, indicative of a cohabitation arrangement. Due to time constraints, Li did not encounter any of the other tenants. After hastily packing Su Wei's belongings into his vehicle, he swiftly returned to his own abode. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of Su Wei, who had changed into a fresh outfit. Perhaps lacking her own clothes here, she donned a white shirt of Li Yi's. Beyond the evident curves that were unmistakable, she also showcased a pair of long, graceful legs. As soon as Li Yi entered the room, Su Wei clung to him like a delicate bird. She perched on his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck, resembling a koala nestled against him. After a brief moment, Li Yi began to caress the soft skin of Su Wei's beautiful legs while teasingly remarking, "There's no need to call me President Li all the time. Feel free to address me as you see fit." Upon hearing this, Su Wei blinked her beautiful eyes and leaned in closer to whisper in his ear. Breathing out a warm sigh, she playfully suggested, "How about dear or hubby? What do you think of ego?" Her words dripped with flirtation. Li Yi, feigning annoyance, playfully smacked her perky rear. Fully aware of the teasing trouble she was stirring up. "You little temptress, you need a proper lesson," he declared as he rose to his feet. In the throes of their first love and the exhilaration of newfound intimacy, Su Wei yearned to be by Li Yi's side every moment. With nothing pressing on his schedule, Li devoted the entire day to her. As evening approached, he finally broached a serious topic. "What is the progress with the security company?" he inquired. Upon hearing him mention work, Su Wei straightened her posture and replied, "Li Yi, I am currently entrusting a professional firm to handle the registration of the security company, which is expected to take about half a month." She elaborated. The registration process for a security company differs from that of a typical business. Aside from paid-in capital, it also requires management personnel to possess relevant professional qualifications. Such individuals are not readily available, so I decided to delegate the task to a third-party company. Furthermore, if armed transportation qualifications are needed, state funding is also necessary. Though Su Wei was uncertain why Li Yi wanted to establish a security company, she was determined to fulfill his requests, which led her to acquire considerable knowledge on the subject. Li pondered for a moment before responding, "There is no need for armed transportation qualifications. We only need to set up the shell company." He explained, "This security firm will primarily focus on labor export, serving clients abroad. I've already made arrangements with friends in Africa, so once the company is registered, I will need you to work hard to establish the framework." Pausing, he retrieved a cigarette from his pack. Just as he was about to light it, Su Wei swiftly offered him a flame. After igniting the cigarette and taking a puff, he continued, "Additionally, you will be in full charge of wildfire trading from now on. Just manage it as you see fit." Li planned to concentrate his efforts on medical research and production with Kong Hongfei, leaving wildfire trading to Su Wei to handle, as it merely served as a cover. Hearing Li Yi's words, Su Wei blinked in surprise. In less than 3 months, she had transitioned from secretary to manager. And now she was directly promoted to the role of the boss's wife. All of this was made possible by Li Yi. Ego, overwhelmed with emotion. Su Wei gazed at him with longing. Li Yi, however, merely rolled his eyes at her. "You little fledgling should refrain from causing any more mischief." Chapter 36. Su Wei and Kong Hongfei stepping into a new world on May 15th at the hotel in Temasek. Kong Hongfei's gaze remained fixed on the documents in his hands without so much as a blink. In light of his inability to conduct personal experiments at this stage, he had already perused the materials no less than 10 times. He endeavored to comprehend the aspects that eluded his understanding, while repeatedly simulating the comprehensible segments in his mind. Besides delving into this information, he was also focused on the progress of the acquisition of Konglon Pharmaceutical. However, the primary tasks were being carried out by a team of temporary hires. The acquisition proceeded in a methodical manner. Although obstacles arose, the financial backing from his boss, Li Yi, facilitated a smoother public relations process for the acquisition team. After receiving a report from the acquisition team, Kong Hongfei reluctantly diverted his bloodshot eyes from the documents. He then picked up his phone and called Li Yi. "Boss, the acquisition is proceeding relatively smoothly. Only 2 shareholders remain in need of negotiation, and the largest shareholder has already cashed out. We are now effectively the largest shareholders of Konglon, with the remaining shares expected to be finalized in about a week." Kong Hongfei reported. Li Yi's voice soon echoed through the phone. "You are doing exceptionally well. Continue to push forward with the acquisition, and do not hesitate to spend where necessary. You should be well aware of the economic value of this material, so prioritize efficiency." Kong Hongfei nodded vigorously, affirming, "Understood, boss." Just as Li Yi had articulated, Kong Hongfei was acutely aware of the economic significance of the documents. Even if Li Yi chose not to launch a finished gene repair medication, merely segmenting it into various specialized drugs could instantly captivate the market. Any ailment related to genetics would find application. Conditions such as albinism, megaloblastic anemia, and Gordon's syndrome. Simply contemplating these possibilities allowed Kong Hongfei to identify a plethora of diseases that could benefit from this technology. Moreover, given the seller's market, pricing power resided firmly with the enterprise. Kong Hongfei harbored no doubts that, should the upcoming experiments yield success, Li could swiftly transform the presently bankrupt Konglan into a new giant within the pharmaceutical industry. However, regarding fame and fortune, Kong Hongfei had adopted a detached perspective. His sole aspiration now was to heal his daughter. Beyond that, he wished to dedicate the remainder of his life to caring for her and repaying his boss's kindness. Meanwhile, in Rongqing, Su Wei was driving Li Yi's luxurious black SUV, gradually coming to a stop outside a tenement building. This was the place she had rented since her graduation. Li had assisted her in moving her belongings 2 days prior, yet the lease termination and deposit refund had not been addressed. Being frugal since childhood, Su Wei seized the opportunity during a lull at work to visit and reclaim her deposit. If negotiations were possible, she hoped to also recover the remaining month's rent. After a brief wait, she encountered her landlord downstairs. Upon noticing Su Wei's attire and the luxurious automobile beside her, the seasoned landlord immediately grasped the situation, smilingly remarking, "Miss Su, I anticipated that your stay here would be brief. Congratulations." It was hardly surprising for a beautiful girl hailing from a modest rural background to achieve sudden success. Individuals like Su Wei were familiar to the landlord, having encountered them on numerous occasions. Subsequently, no melodramatic events unfolded. The landlord not only promptly returned the deposit but also sought to foster goodwill. He remarked, "Miss Su, your lease expires in a month, and I shall refund the rent for this month as well, considering my properties are quite easy to rent. May I inquire where you are currently employed? Given your impressive demeanor, it must be a large corporation. As the adage goes, when one possesses sufficient strength, kindness abounds in their surroundings." Su Wei, however, did not naively believe that the landlord's amicable demeanor stemmed from mere politeness. It was her displayed capabilities that rendered her a person of value worth associating with. "It's not a major corporation, merely a foreign trade export enterprise," Su Wei replied dismissively. After exchanging a few brief words with the landlord, Su Wei did not drive away immediately. Instead, she returned to the room she had previously rented. Upon ensuring she had not left behind any belongings, she sat for a moment on the small bed where she once slept. She recalled the time right after graduating from university when she had rented this room with her part-time earnings after securing an internship. The first month of work was particularly challenging. Her grandmother was gravely ill, her younger brother needed school fees, and she had scarcely any money. Eventually, she had to muster the courage to borrow a small sum from a classmate she was on good terms with. It took her 2 months of subsisting on instant noodles to repay the debt. Reflecting on that period, she found it almost unimaginable how arduous it had been. However, those hardships were now behind her. Remembering Li Yi and her current self, a smile involuntarily graced Su Wei's delicate features. After a brief moment of bittersweet reminiscence, she cast one last glance at the rental unit, closed the door, and prepared to depart without looking back. Just then, the door to the adjacent room swung open unexpectedly. "Xiao Wei," a man's voice called out. Su Wei turned her head only to furrow her brows slightly. The speaker was her neighbor, a somewhat greasy man in his early 30s who referred to himself as Brother Yang. His profession appeared to be that of a security manager at a nearby nightclub. She recalled how he had eagerly assisted her in moving when she first arrived. However, he later made several overtures to engage her in conversation, often insinuating that he could offer her assistance, suggesting she work at the nightclub where she could earn considerable money in a single night. Although Su Wei had not experienced much of the world's darker side, she was no fool, having successfully gained admission to university from a modest rural village. Thus, she was acutely aware of his intentions. This understanding was precisely why she consistently avoided him during her stay, which also explained her choice to sleep on Li Yi's couch during his absence. "Is there something you need?" Su Wei inquired, her expression devoid of emotion. Yang observed the youthful and striking Su Wei, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes, yet he wore a smile as he addressed her. "Xiao Wei, I am currently hiring. The pay is 1,500 for a night, with just 100 deducted. Over the course of a month, one could earn more than 40,000. With a stroke of luck, if customers were to offer tips, making 50,000 in a month is entirely feasible. Moreover, we operate in a legitimate establishment, merely accompanying clients for drinks and songs, nothing more. Are you truly not considering this opportunity?" As he gazed at the increasingly radiant Su Wei, his mind began to scheme. A girl from such humble beginnings would find it hard to resist the allure of 50,000 a month. With a few manipulative tactics, he could not only win her over but also profit from her. It seemed like a double victory. However, to his astonishment, Su Wei's delicate face betrayed no sign of emotion. Upon hearing the figure of 50,000, she exhibited no reaction, no surprise, anticipation, or skepticism. Yang even questioned whether she had comprehended his words. Unbeknownst to him, Su Wei had transformed significantly. Although she lacked personal wealth, she was no stranger to money. Just days prior, Li Yi had transferred a sum of 10 million to her for the purpose of registering a company. Thus, no matter how extravagant Yang's promises were, they paled in comparison to the reality of Li Yi's casual remarks. Not interested. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Su Wei replied coolly, leaving only the sight of her graceful figure in her wake. Watching her depart swiftly, Yang's expression hardened. How dare she disregard him so brazenly? Irritated, he pursued her downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, he intended to engage her once more, only to see her press the button on her car keys, causing a luxurious black SUV to emit 2 crisp beeps. Soon after, Su Wei drove off without a backward glance. Damn it. So that's why she was so haughty. She's involved with a wealthy benefactor. Yang spat disdainfully, extinguishing the lingering malicious thoughts in his mind. Understanding who was worth his attention and who was not was the essence of survival in this city. Chapter 37. Feed Investment, Appointing Professional Managers. A week swiftly passed. Within this time, an amusing incident occurred that brought a smile to Li Yi's face. The advanced hypersonic missiles he had previously traded to Houthi forces had inexplicably found their way to Iran, where they were officially proclaimed as domestically developed new missiles. Li Yi remained unfazed by this turn of events. After all, he was merely a seller, and what the buyer chose to do with his products was of no concern to him. However, the reaction from the United States was significant, prompting a swift return to sanctions and various blockades. Iran, accustomed to such measures, took it all in stride. Additionally, Saleh from the Houthis had reached out to Li Yi, expressing a desire to expedite the transaction for a second missile, even suggesting a potential increase in price. As for the first missile, Li speculated that it had likely been dismantled by Iran for technical reverse engineering. However, any fruitful results from such endeavors were improbable, as military-grade weaponry typically corresponded directly to national arsenals, equipped with sophisticated anti-tampering mechanisms. Thus, Iran was most likely leveraging this missile to bolster its deterrence capabilities while garnering international attention. Regarding the transaction for the second missile, Li Yi naturally declined. His current system currency was insufficient for another hypersonic missile purchase. At least until the pharmaceutical group was fully operational, he had little time to focus on acquiring system currency. On that note, a message finally arrived from the pharmaceutical group today. Boss, the acquisition has been completed, came the voice of Kong Hongfei through the phone. Feed Investment now holds 97.3 of Konglan Pharmaceuticals. The remaining 2.7 is dispersed among employees who are in the process of signing. You have done exceptionally well. Now proceed according to plan, Li replied to Kong Hongfei. Understood, boss, Kong Hongfei responded, his tone tinged with urgency. I will head over to take charge of the Research and Development Center immediately. Once the call ended, he made his way directly to the R&D Center of Konglan Pharmaceuticals, vowing not to leave until the finished pharmaceutical products were successfully created. Meanwhile, in Roaching, Li glanced at the time and, accompanied by Su Wei, entered a CAF. Today, he was to interview a professional manager recommended by a headhunting firm. Such high-caliber talent recruitment typically involves a mutual selection process between the enterprise and the candidates. Currently, Li owned 2 companies. One was Wildfire Foreign Trade, managed by Su Wei, which ostensibly operated as an import-export company but served as a FAA for arms trade. The other was the intricately designed Feed Investment, registered in the Cayman Islands, boasting a highly complex multi-party equity structure. This so-called multi-party structure was, in fact, a shell company, designed to obscure the true ownership of Feed Investment, serving as a fortress of sorts, at least on the surface. It was challenging to discern who truly held the reins of Feed Investment. Nevertheless, both companies lacked significant recognition, not only on the international stage but even domestically, within Roaching. Thus, it is quite challenging for high-caliber individuals to join. However, Li Yi does not require an exceptionally astute professional manager. In fact, with the remarkable efficacy of the gene repair serum, even a novice could successfully manage the company. Therefore, what Li Yi truly needs is a capable yet easily manageable professional manager, such as the middle-aged man named Yu Chaojun before him. I have reviewed Mr. Yu's resume, and it aligns well with the company's requirements, Li Yi remarked after taking a sip of coffee. Yu Chaojun's resume is rather unremarkable. Its sole merit lies in his stability, with each promotion achieved through years of diligent effort. Furthermore, having just welcomed a third child into his family and with no retirement benefits for his elderly parents, he is under considerable pressure. This is precisely why a person like Yu Chaojun, who values stability, is seeking an interview. For Li Yi, the conditions presented by Yu Chaojun are indeed quite manageable. Upon receiving an affirmative response, a broader smile spread across Yu Chaojun's face. "Thank you, General Manager Li, for your recognition," he expressed, his gaze filled with anticipation as he inquired, "When do you think I should begin work?" Although Yu Chaojun is currently bound by a work contract, Li Yi is willing to compensate him for any breach of contract. Thus, with the salary Li Yi is offering, Yu Chaojun is eager to embark on this new endeavor. Having made his selection, Li Yi wasted no time. With a gesture, Su Wei promptly retrieved the pre-printed contract from her bag. Yu Chaojun meticulously examined the document, confirming that all terms matched their prior discussions before swiftly signing his name. Afterward, he exhaled a sigh of relief, adopting a more serious demeanor as he stated, "General Manager Li, I am now in your employ. Please feel free to assign me any tasks." It must be noted that Yu Chaojun adapted remarkably quickly to his change in identity. Li then produced another document and handed it to Yu Chaojun, saying, "Your first assignment will be to oversee the restructuring of the Konglon Pharmaceutical Group under Temasek, addressing debt, human resources, and market aspects." Konglon? Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Yu Chaojun's expression shifted to one of surprise. As an industry insider, he was well acquainted with Konglon. Although not a giant in the pharmaceutical sector, it held a modicum of influence within Temasek. Recently, it had garnered attention due to its bankruptcy. Although he had heard that someone had taken over, he never anticipated that the individual in front of him, Li Yi, would be the one to do so. "I am astonished to learn that you are the one acquiring Konglon, General Manager Li. You truly possess remarkable decisiveness," Yu Chaojun complimented. Li Yi showed little reaction, simply stating, "Upon your arrival at Temasek, the head of the research center will liaise with you. Moving forward, Konglon will be divided into two divisions, research and operations, with you fully responsible for the latter. Further details will be communicated to you." As Yu Chaojun listened, he nodded in agreement, and once Li Yi finished speaking, he responded, "Understood, General Manager Li. I will first settle my family affairs and will depart for Temasek next week." Li Yi shook his head, stating resolutely, "Next week is too late. I will grant you one day to attend to your family matters. We shall depart the day after tomorrow." Li's own, Yu Chaojun wished to articulate further. Yet he found himself ensnared by Li Yi's piercing gaze. In that moment, a chill crept down his spine, and the words that had surged to the tip of his tongue were swiftly swallowed. It dawned upon him that the youthful and handsome Li Yi before him was not akin to the seasoned veterans he had previously encountered in his former workplace. "I understand. Li's own, I shall set forth punctually the day after tomorrow." Yu Chaojun amended his statement. Only then did Li Yi acknowledge him with a stoic nod. Once Yu Chaojun had departed, Su Wei furrowed her delicate brows and remarked, "Ego, I can't shake the feeling that Yu Chaojun is somewhat slippery. Might he impede our endeavors?" Upon hearing Su Wei's concerns, Li Yi took hold of her petite hand, playfully toying with it as he jested, "And what, dear Wei, do you believe my endeavors to be?" Of course, Su Wei opened her mouth, yet words eluded her. It suddenly struck her that despite having shared intimate moments with Li Yi, her understanding of his professional pursuits was woefully limited. For instance, she had only recently learned of his pharmaceutical enterprise, Konglon, in Temasek. However, this lack of knowledge mattered little to her. Su Wei was drawn to the potent air of mystery surrounding Li Yi, along with the unwavering confidence he exuded. As Su Wei fell silent, Li Yi smiled again, leaning in to whisper in her ear, "My true endeavor, of course, is to be with you." With that, he pulled Su Wei to her feet, swiftly returning to their apartment. Setting aside all else, Su Wei, clad in her secretary attire, exuded a captivating allure, particularly enhanced by her black stockings and high heels, which offered a remarkable boost to her charm. Chapter 38. It turns out hairstyles can enhance attack speed. I never expected the new boss to have such a style. As he walked to his own building, Yu Chaojun couldn't help but exclaim. Having navigated the workplace for many years, he had encountered all sorts of leaders. Young and passionate individuals like Li Yi typically pursue efficiency and limits. To be honest, Yu Chaojun felt somewhat overwhelmed by this. However, with a family of 3 young children at home, he had no choice but to muster his courage. Faced with Konglon, a pharmaceutical company that had gone bankrupt due to a lack of core competitiveness, he couldn't think of any good solutions at the moment. Well, he decided to take it one step at a time, especially since the new boss offered a generous salary. Shaking his head, Yu Chaojun entered his home. Upon returning, he saw his wife feeding their twin sons formula and decided to speak up. "Dear, could you help me pack my bags? I need to go to Temasek tomorrow." Without looking up, his wife replied, "Another business trip?" "No." Yu Chaojun took a deep breath and said earnestly, "I've switched jobs. I just signed the contract today." At this revelation, his wife immediately looked up, her eyes shimmering with disbelief and confusion. "Honey, you were just about to get promoted." Just as she was about to mention the promotion, Yu Chaojun interrupted, "My salary has tripled, although there are no stock options. The year-end bonus is guaranteed for 6 months. Moreover, there is no non-compete agreement, just a hefty penalty for breach. The boss also delegates power well, with no bureaucratic red tape." As he spoke, Yu Chaojun paced the living room, glancing at the old house they had lived in for over a decade. He continued, "It is indeed a bit tough, but next year we can move into a bigger house, and our 3 sons can each have their own bedroom. We can also bring my parents over to live with us, which will alleviate some of the burden of raising the children." After this heartfelt declaration, Yu Chaojun's wife found herself at a loss for words. "All right, hold the baby for a moment. I will pack your bags right away." On May 24th, after Yu Chaojun wheeled his suitcase out of the station, he immediately spotted someone holding a sign with his name. After confirming each other's identities, he got into the other person's car. Before departing, Yu Chaojun had thoroughly reviewed the materials regarding Konglon Pharmaceuticals. Nevertheless, he could not fathom why his boss, Li Yi, would choose to acquire such a seemingly hopeless company. It was not until he met Kong Hongfei in Konglon's research and development laboratory that he finally found the answer. New drugs were currently undergoing experiments, and the technical challenges had all been resolved. Kong Hongfei regarded Yu Chaojun and said, "The boss needs you to use every means at your disposal to navigate the hurdles for the drug's market launch. As for Konglon's previous products," a hint of disdain flickered in Kong Hongfei's eyes, even without having seen the technical documents provided by Li Yi. His prior experience at Bayer Pharmaceuticals allowed him to look down upon Konglon's past products with utter contempt. The boss intends to delist all products, retaining only the core sales channels, with Konglon focusing solely on new pharmaceuticals in the future. After Kong Hongfei finished speaking, he handed Yu Chaojun a document. This document contained descriptions of the new drugs and a few experimental data, all of which he had tirelessly compiled during this period. Given that Li Yi demanded strict confidentiality regarding the new drugs, Konglon's previous research personnel had been dismissed. Furthermore, he would be tasked with rebuilding the research team to ensure that more innovative gene therapies could be swiftly introduced to the market. Yu Chaojun meticulously examined the document. Although he was not well versed in the technical aspects, if the descriptions of the drugs were indeed accurate, no, even if only half of the efficacy were true, it could undoubtedly seize a significant share of the global market. With this thought, a smile of joy illuminated Yu Chaojun's face. He had initially believed that he was stepping into a mess to clean up, but it turned out to be a veritable golden goose. "Professor Kong, rest assured, I know what needs to be done." Although his abilities were not particularly extraordinary, after years in the industry, Yu Chaojun felt a sense of confidence. As long as the information was accurate, even a dog could achieve remarkable results in the CEO position. As for swiftly navigating the hurdles to market the drug, that was his forte. Soon, after exiting the research center, Yu Chaojun took out his phone and called his former subordinate. "Xiaowu, how has work been lately? I hear you're with Xiaoli? Perfect. Bring your team along. I welcome all. Lao Chio, don't think I've forgotten about you. I'm now at Temasek." With each call made, the network Yu Chaojun had cultivated over the years began to bear fruit. With ample authority granted by Li Yi, he rapidly assembled an operational team. Meanwhile, while Kong Hongfei and Yu Chaojun busily attended to their tasks, Li rested leisurely with his head on Su Wei's lap. Entrusting professional matters to professionals is one of Li Yi's guiding principles. Just as he had once been a commando, he would never usurp the role of a sniper unless absolutely necessary. And what if problems arose? Li simply smiled at the thought. He not only excelled at problem-solving, but was also adept at managing those who raised issues. "Igu, what are you laughing at?" Su Wei inquired, noticing Li Yi's sudden chuckle. "Oh, nothing, just pondering some matters," Li Yi casually replied. Su Wei did not dwell on it. She simply picked a grape, peeled it, and fed it to Li Yi. After she had fed him a whole bunch of grapes, Su Wei tentatively said, "Igu, my grandmother's birthday is the day after tomorrow, and I plan to." Su Wei's sentence trailed off, but Li Yi grasped her intention. With a mischievous smile, he remarked, "What, do you want me to accompany you to see your grandmother?" Su Wei's eyes brightened as she nodded. She merely wished to take a leave to visit her hometown, but having Li Yi accompany her would be an absolute delight. "Igu, Are you truly willing to accompany me back? Su-wei inquired, her eyes twinkling with anticipation. This journey was not merely about celebrating her grandmother's birthday. It held the deeper significance of introducing him to her family. She had already met Li Yi's parents, and if he were to meet her grandmother, it would signify a profound advancement in their relationship, rendering it even more stable. Of course, I can, Li replied as he sat up. Su-wei, with a sudden spark of inspiration, leaned closer to his ear, her breath warm as she whispered, "Igu, my hometown still has my high school uniform. Moreover, I purchased a JK outfit the day before yesterday, currently resting in my wardrobe, accompanied by white stockings." With such earnestness on Su-wei's part, Li Yi found it impossible to decline. Before long, Su-wei appeared before Li Yi, adorned in a crisp white shirt and a blue pleated skirt. Her legs clad in white knee-high socks, and her hair styled in playful twin ponytails. The naturally exquisite Su-wei, under this ensemble, shed her past allure and embraced an air of innocence and freshness. One is perpetually learning, and Li Yi was no exception. Time slipped away unnoticed. "Igu, I fear I may not be able to return to the office tomorrow." Su-wei's voice emerged, hoarse and fragile. "Then do not go. Rest well," Li Yi replied, igniting a cigarette. The smoke he exhaled, under the influence of his thoughts, morphed into various shapes. Chapter 39, Su-wei's past and her truant uncle. Su-wei is a vibrant young woman hailing from the Yi ethnic group in the heart of the Daliang Mountains. Her cheerful disposition and striking beauty are just a few of the attributes that define her. On Sunday, May 26th, Li Yi set off in the morning, driving alongside Su-wei, their journey beginning in Chengdu and heading southward. They traversed through various cities and counties, crossing the Dada River as they continued their expedition southward. Although Su-wei felt somewhat fatigued from her recent late-night efforts, the thought of Li Yi accompanying her provided a constant source of exhilaration. Sitting in the passenger seat, she shared her life story with him. "So, your mother left for work in the south after giving birth to your brother and never returned?" Li inquired while driving. "Yes," Su-wei nodded, her gaze drifting wistfully out the window. When she turned to look at Li Yi, a sweet smile quickly graced her lips. "My father passed away early, and my mother left, so my brother and I were raised by our grandmother." Her tone softened at the mention of her grandmother. She would climb the mountains to gather medicinal herbs, craft beautiful insoles, and her cooking was exceptional, Su-wei reminisced. "Indeed, that is quite remarkable," Li concurred. Having been an orphan in his past life, he struggled to fully comprehend the depth of familial bonds. Yet, he understood the immense challenge faced by an elderly woman striving to raise 2 children in a remote village. The more secluded the area, the more vulnerable the impoverished and weaker individuals became to exploitation. One could only imagine the storms Su-wei's grandmother had weathered for the sake of the siblings over the years. "However, since I started university, my grandmother's health has deteriorated significantly, and she often falls ill." Su-wei's eyes clouded with concern as she continued. "My brother is in high school in the county and frequently associates with delinquents. Recently, he was disciplined by the school for fighting with classmates. When we return, you must help me advise him to avoid upsetting our grandmother." There was a hint of frustration in her voice as she expressed this. Li Yi smiled and readily agreed. "No problem. I excel at communicating with others and persuading them to heed advice." This was not merely flattery. Li Yi was indeed skilled in this regard. Whether through physical interaction or simply engaging others in conversation, he possessed considerable experience. "Then I shall leave it to you," Su-wei replied, her trust in Li Yi unwavering. Thus, as they conversed, Li Yi and Su-wei continued their journey southward. After over 5 hours of driving from Chengdu, they arrived at a county-level city within the autonomous prefecture. Although it was referred to as a county, it was actually a county-level city that housed a renowned satellite launch center. Li Yi and Su-wei took a brief respite here. Su-wei had visited this place a few times before, though not enough to be familiar with it. So she relied on her instincts to guide Li Yi in sampling some local delicacies. Regrettably, after just a few bites, Su-wei expressed her disdain, stating that the dish lacked authenticity and was far inferior to her grandmother's cooking. Li Yi, however, was not particular about food and polished off every last bit of the lamb noodles in his bowl. After lighting a post-meal cigarette, he gazed at the shopping mall across the street and suggested, "Let's buy something for Grandma. It feels inappropriate to arrive empty-handed." Su-wei shook her head, then linked her arm with Li Yi's, nuzzling her head against his shoulder with a smile, saying, "Igu, I've already taken care of that. It's in the trunk. You needn't worry about these trivial matters. I'm not one of those overly sentimental girls." Su-wei's initiative genuinely caught Li Yi by surprise. However, this was quite agreeable to him, as he had little interest in indulging a young lady. Su Wei's independence was indeed a relief. You were quite thoughtful, Xiao Wei. He complimented, placing his lips on her smooth forehead. Although they were in a public setting, Su Wei felt no embarrassment. Rather, she relished the affection Li Yi showered upon her. As a Yi ethnic girl, she was known for her passionate nature. Once she had chosen Li Yi, her heart was fully devoted to him. In her eyes, he was undoubtedly the most enchanting man in the world. Confident yet unpretentious. He was decisive in action and never dilly-dallied. His stern demeanor could be intimidating, yet he was generally amiable. Moreover, he was unconcerned with trivialities, valuing principles over wealth. Exuding a certain heroic charm. Particularly striking were his eyes, which seemed to shine with an inner light. Whenever he gazed at her with deep affection, she invariably felt herself ascend to the heights of ecstasy. Such a man was indeed a rarity in the mundane world. Ego, let us continue. The road ahead is arduous, and we must strive to reach home before nightfall. After sharing a moment of intimacy, they resumed their journey. As Su Wei had predicted, the forthcoming path was fraught with winding mountain roads. Additionally, due to the frequent rain, the conditions were poor, with intermittent landslides encountered along the way. Fortunately, the infrastructure in Huagua was remarkably sound, and despite the occasional obstacles, they navigated through without incident. By the time they reached Su Wei's hometown in the county, she felt as though her rear end might collapse from the prolonged sitting. In contrast, Li Yi remained unfazed, showing no signs of fatigue. In truth, he found the journey rather monotonous. With no artillery fire to accompany them and no adversaries to ambush them from the mountains, he feared he might doze off at the wheel if not for the occasional brush against the soft thigh of his co-pilot. Upon arriving in the county, dusk had already settled in. Su Wei's home was not in the county itself, but in a village in the countryside. After reaching the county, they did not head straight to the village, but instead parked near the county high school. Su Wei's younger brother, Xu Yang, was a senior there, preparing for the impending college entrance examinations. As most students had canceled their holidays to study fervently in the days leading up to the exam, Su Wei contacted Su Yong's homeroom teacher, only to receive unexpected news. Xu Yong left school on Friday, saying he needed to go back to care for grandma. Didn't he, you know? The class teacher of Xu Yong expressed his surprise. Upon hearing this, Su Wei immediately comprehended the situation. Her grandmother was indeed unwell, but the caregiver was a teacher volunteering in the village, to whom she had even expressed her gratitude over the phone. However, she never anticipated that Xu Yong would falsely convey military orders and, in the crucial days leading up to the college entrance examination, would choose to skip classes. In an instant, anger surged onto Su Wei's delicate face. Chapter 40. You kill, I dig. A senior high school student often mingling with delinquents. Where could he possibly escape to during class? Even without Li Yi's assistance, Su Wei could swiftly pinpoint several locations. Subsequently, she turned to Li Yi and said, Good. After a long day of driving, perhaps you should find a place to rest while I search for that rascal. I'll accompany you, she added. Li Yi shook his head in refusal and then jested. You are well aware of my stamina. Not only can I endure a day, but I could manage a night as well. Indeed, Su Wei understood Li Yi's capabilities. She often heard people in the village say that there are only dead oxen, not worn-out fields. Yet, she felt that her field might be exhausted, and even Li Yi could not be worn out. With this thought, Su Wei confidently led Li Yi through the bustling streets and alleys of the small county town. Su Wei had attended high school here as well. Although it had been 5 years, the town had not changed much, making her navigation quite effortless. The duo first visited a smoky internet CAF, but after a thorough search, they found no sign of Xu Yong. However, the CAF's manager seemed to recognize the beautiful Su Wei. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke. Aren't you that girl's sister, the one who used to come here and tug on ears? Do you remember me? Su Wei asked in surprise, but quickly recalled her purpose and added, Have you seen my brother these past few days? He is a student in the county, with a mole on his chin. The manager did not rush to respond. Instead, he glanced at Li Yi beside Su Wei, his gaze flickering several times before he replied, I know him. He often comes here to surf the internet. Recently, he seems to be hanging out with a mo. You might want to check the billiard hall. All right, thank you. With a lead, Su Wei immediately took Li Yi and headed towards the billiard hall. Upon entering, they did not see Xu Yong but encountered a group of spirited young men. They were as lean as monkeys, clad in leather jackets and tight pants. Their feet adorned with peculiar shoes that revealed the tops of their feet. This group appeared to be filming a video, striking odd poses around the billiard tables. Li Yi, unfamiliar with such beings, couldn't help but cast curious glances at them. Su Wei, after scanning the area and finding no sign of her brother, felt a twinge of disappointment. Just as she was about to inquire further, the spirited young men approached her eagerly. "Hey, beautiful, care to join us for a video? I have 2 million followers online. I guarantee you'll go viral." The leading young man began his flirtation. Compared to the overplayed antics of the spirited young women, Su Wei, with her youthful beauty and poise, embodied the very image of the goddess they envisioned. Unperturbed by their advances, Su Wei inquired, "Do you know a moo?" "What a moo?" The young man responded, immediately adopting an exaggerated expression. He then pretended to take a drag from a cigarette, and after one of his companions lit it for him, he exhaled dramatically and said, "In the entire Daliang Mountain, I only know brother you. That's me." Faced with the frivolous demeanor and flippant behavior of this young man, Su Wei couldn't help but frown. At this moment, Li emerged from the corner. A sharp clap resounded, followed by a cry of anguish from a spirited young man, igniting a wave of commotion among the onlookers. Yet, the spectacle was far from over. Li, akin to a farmer grasping a chick, seized the young man by the nape and hoisted him effortlessly. "Answer any question I pose. Do you understand?" he asserted, his piercing gaze sweeping across the restless crowd of young men. Instantly, a chill enveloped the assembly, and the atmosphere grew tense. The young man, his face bruised and swollen, lamented, I know. He's the bouncer at the karaoke hall. He must be playing cards at the mahjong parlor now." With the answer obtained, Li finally released his grip. As they exited the billiards hall, Su Wei abruptly halted and addressed Li. "Go, extend your hand." Li, perplexed, replied, "Rest assured, my hand is fine." However, Su Wei shook her head, took his hand, and meticulously wiped it with a wet tissue. "I was merely concerned that your hands might be dirty," she smiled. In that fleeting moment, she discovered the source of her swift infatuation. Li emanated an overwhelming sense of security. It felt as though, regardless of the trials the world presented, he would shield her completely. This sensation was one she had only ever encountered with her grandmother. Contemplating this, the anxiety that had initially surged due to her brother dissipated entirely. "Igu, you are truly wonderful," Su Wei exclaimed, rising on her toes to plant a gentle kiss on his cheek. Li, feeling the warmth of his recently cleaned hand, couldn't help but think that Su Wei was increasingly appealing to him. He killed, she dug the graves. What could be more splendid than that? Though the small county boasted only one karaoke hall, it housed numerous mahjong parlors. It was not until the third establishment that Su Wei finally located her brother. There, at a mahjong table, her brother Xu Yong was engrossed in the game with 3 other young men. Witnessing this scene reignited the anger that had momentarily subsided due to Li Yi's presence. In a few swift strides, she approached and firmly grasped Su Yong's ear. He instinctively turned away, only to realize it was his sister, causing his heart to skip a beat. The other 3 players exchanged amused glances, reveling in the spectacle of a beautiful woman confronting Xu Yong, clearly not there to make trouble, and thus relished in his embarrassment. "Sis, let me explain," Xu Yong began, attempting to resist, but Su Wei disregarded his protests, dragging him out of the parlor. The 3 companions trailed behind, eagerly watching the unfolding drama. After exiting the mahjong parlor while still gripping Su Yong's ear, Su Wei maintained her hold, coldly stating, "You needn't say anything. Just come with me." With that, she pulled Xu Yong forward. Su Yong's 3 companions immediately became agitated. "Beauty, even if you," one of them began to speak, only to find his throat suddenly constricted, rendering him utterly speechless. Following that, an enchanting gaze fell upon him. The other 2, witnessing this scene, instinctively prepared to intervene. However, within moments, 2 dull thuds echoed, and they crumpled to the ground, clutching their stomachs, utterly powerless to retaliate. It was only then that Li Yi released the grip on the man's neck and swiftly caught up with Su Wei. "Beauty, allow me to wipe my hands." Li jested, disregarding Xu Yong and playfully addressing Su Wei. Chapter 41. The news from Su Shiza and Su Wei's advice to her brother. It was the first encounter for Xu Yong with Li Yi. His initial impression was one of surprise. How could this fellow be even more handsome than he? Soon after, Xu Yong spotted his sister, Su Wei, who, upon releasing her hold on his ear, tightly embraced Li Yi's arm, her face adorned with a sweet smile. The scene was as delightful as it was heartwarming. At that moment, even the most oblivious Xu Yong comprehended that this must be his sister's boyfriend. With that thought, Su Yong's gaze shifted towards Li Yi, transforming from mere scrutiny to a more discerning examination. His sister was not only the sole female university student in their village, but also possessed a beauty that rendered words unnecessary. Furthermore, she was industrious and capable, an exemplary figure who could effortlessly navigate both the drawing room and the kitchen. Thus, the question arose, Did this man truly deserve her? As Xu Yong assessed Li Yi, he pondered the matter further. In terms of appearance, though he was reluctant to admit it, Li Yi indeed matched his sister's allure. Regarding attire, well, Xu Yong had little experience with the finer things in life and could not discern much. The only certainty was that Li Yi was neat and unpretentious. Then there was the matter of his demeanor. Xu Yong sensed that this prospective brother-in-law possessed a certain uniqueness, particularly evident in his eyes, which seemed to shimmer with an inner light. Whenever Li Yi's gaze occasionally swept over him, Xu Yong felt an inexplicable tightening in his chest, an emotion he, being young, did not yet understand. However, upon arriving at a luxurious black SUV, Xu Yong's expression transformed as Li Yi produced the car keys. He recognized the vehicle. According to online sources, its base price started at a staggering 600,000 yuan. With a few optional add-ons, it could easily exceed $1 million. It appeared his sister had found herself a wealthy heir. Xu Yong mused over this, momentarily forgetting about the incident of being caught skipping class by his sister. Nevertheless, Su Wei had not forgotten. Once inside the vehicle, Li took the driver's seat while Su Wei occupied the passenger's side. Xu Yong settled into the back seat, continuously surveying the luxury interior and even pinching the leather seats. The atmosphere of a high-end automobile was palpably different. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Xu Yong hastily retrieved his phone. He intended to capture several short videos, certain that this would attract a considerable number of female admirers. If he could manage to capture the car emblem on the steering wheel from the driver's seat, there might be a plethora of young women eager to flirt with him. Lost in these thoughts, Xu Yong forgot his current predicament, crossing his legs and resting one hand on the armrest while the other began to take selfies. Meanwhile, the once sweet smile on Su Wei's face had vanished. With a look of exasperation directed at her brother in the back seat, she snatched the phone from his grasp and coolly commanded, "Put your legs down and sit properly." At her words, Xu Yong immediately complied. It was clear that Su Wei held significant authority within their household. At his age, rebellion was typical, yet in the presence of his sister, Xu Yong displayed an unusual level of obedience. Unexpectedly, as Xu Yong braced himself for a tempestuous encounter with his sister, he found her engrossed in her phone, tenderly providing navigation assistance to Li Yi, who was driving. A sense of irritation inexplicably washed over Xu Yong as he realized he was entirely overlooked. It was only when they exited the county and ventured onto a rural path that he could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Sister, I still need to return to school. The college entrance examination is just a few days away." Su Wei, without turning around, glanced at him through the rearview mirror and replied nonchalantly, "Oh, so you do remember about the exam. I thought you had forgotten." Stung by her remark, Xu Yong pouted and fell silent. Li Yi, on the other hand, smiled slightly, finding Su Wei's sardonic demeanor amusing. As evening descended, the rugged mountain road was illuminated only by the car's headlights in the silvery glow of the moon. After more than an hour of navigating the winding road, they crossed the mountain, and distant glimmers of light began to appear amidst the hills. "Ego, that's our village. We're almost there." Su Wei's voice brimmed with excitement. Not only because she was returning to her hometown, but also because she would soon see her grandmother. This time, she was bringing along her most cherished companion. After another 10 minutes of driving, they drew closer to the lights. Just as they were about to arrive, Li Yi's phone rang. He glanced at the screen and saw it was Decisive. He promptly pressed the brake and pulled over to the side of the mountain road. As he answered the call after stepping out of the car, Decisive's voice resonated through the receiver. "Li, my father has agreed to expand the security team for the mine." There was a note of anticipation in his tone, and Li Yi understood the implications. Officially, it was a security team, but in reality, it was a personal armed force operating independently. "That is splendid news, my friend," Li Yi responded in French, then continued, "I understand your needs. Rest assured. I guarantee that your security team will be the most comprehensive armed group across all of Africa." According to their previous agreement, Li Yi was to supply Decisive with a batch of arms at a price below market value. Although the arms were relatively low-end, they were diverse in type and ample in quantity. "Li, thank you for your support. I eagerly anticipate the day we reunite." Decisive expressed his heartfelt gratitude, and the two began discussing some details of their arrangement. Meanwhile, taking advantage of the moment while Li Yi was on the phone, Xu Yong finally seized the opportunity to inquire, "Sister, is this your boyfriend?" Su Wei glanced at him, her silence speaking volumes. Xu Yong pressed on, "He seems quite affluent. Is this car his or his family's? Is he a rich second generation?" Su Wei remained tight-lipped. In truth, had Xu Yong not been her brother, she would have little interest in engaging with such a childish inquiry. As the crucial Gaokao approaches, it is disheartening to witness the negligence towards studies, particularly when one chooses to engage in mahjong with local ruffians. It seems inevitable that once the Gaokao concludes, yet another aimless drifter will roam the streets of the county. Despite the assistance of Li Yi, which has empowered her to secure a job for her younger brother, or even to sustain him without employment, Su Wei is acutely aware that all her achievements stem from Li Yi's support. However, Li Yi's willingness to aid her does not extend to Xu Yong. Each individual must possess their own worth, and she is determined that Xu Yong should not become a mere appendage to her existence, as this would diminish her value in Li Yi's eyes. Thus, while Li Yi is still occupied on a call, Su Wei calmly addresses Xu Yong, regardless of your thoughts. He is your brother-in-law, and you must heed his words just as you heed mine. If you wish to avoid languishing in these mountains for the rest of your life, then consider carefully what I have said. It is often said that the children of the impoverished mature early. Su Wei has taken on that role within the family. And now it is time for Xu Yong to step up. Chapter 42. Young, yet must walk the right path. Engage in some brotherhood. Upon returning to the car, Li Yi immediately sensed the peculiar atmosphere between Su Wei and Xu Yong. His brother-in-law sat there in a contemplative pose, noticeably less animated than before. Li refrained from commenting, merely nodding at Su Wei before driving the final stretch of the journey. Like many southern villages, what was termed a village here consisted of few clustered houses. Generations of residents had adapted to tending their own fields, scattered sporadically across the mountains. Thus, as the car passed a few homes, Li soon spotted Su Wei's residence nestled at a bend on the mountainside. It was a modest structure of 2 tiled rooms, with a smooth cement area at the entrance. Su Wei had once described this house to Li Yi, revealing that these 2 rooms were a result of poverty alleviation assistance from the county. After disembarking, Li Yi was greeted by Su Wei's grandmother, who seemed to have been waiting at the door for quite some time. Apu, Su Wei exclaimed upon seeing her grandmother, Apu being the Yi term for grandmother. The two embraced warmly, after which the grandmother ushered Li Yi inside and soon served tea. Though over 70 and with some health issues, Su Wei's grandmother retained a lively spirit. She welcomed Li Yi with enthusiasm, albeit her Mandarin was not particularly fluent, necessitating Su Wei's role as translator. While Li Yi was well versed in various matters, this was his first experience akin to meeting a girlfriend's parents. However, with Su Wei facilitating the conversation, he felt at ease. Subsequently, Su Wei and her grandmother moved to the kitchen, where they began to stir-fry vegetables in a large pot over the traditional stove. This left Li Yi alone with Xu Yong, who occasionally shot glances in his direction. Li Yi, unperturbed, leisurely produced a cigarette, placing it between his lips without stowing it away, instead tossing it toward Xu Yong. Somewhat taken aback, Xu Yong nonchalantly retrieved a cigarette of his own and brought it to his mouth. The two lit their cigarettes but shared no words. Meanwhile, just a wall away, Su Wei, while fetching ingredients, peeked out. As she observed this scene, she nearly admonished Xu Yong, but her hand was seized by her grandmother, who then shook her head in disapproval. Upon returning to the stove, her grandmother remarked while adding firewood, "Do not concern yourself with them. Matters among men are not for us women to meddle in." Besides, she lifted her gaze, a hint of reminiscence shimmering in her eyes, and continued, "Your man is extraordinary. He carries an air of danger. I once encountered a great king in my youth, and he bore the same essence, a truly formidable man." At her words, Su Wei's expression turned contemplative before she broke into a smile. The great king her grandmother referenced was a leader of the mountains, well documented even in historical texts. Simultaneously, the words of the grandmother hinted at another meaning. She held a firm belief in Li Yi. Otherwise, she would not have drawn a comparison with the king. This thought filled Su Wei with even greater joy. Meanwhile, as Su Wei conversed with her grandmother, the 2 men outside finally engaged in dialogue. The first to break the silence was, naturally, Xu Yong, who, while smoking, hesitantly began, "Li, sister, brother-in-law." His stuttering revealed his unfamiliarity with the situation. "How did you meet my sister?" Xu Yong inquired. "Through recruitment," Li Yi succinctly replied. Xu Yong nodded, his mind already concocting a dramatic tale of a domineering CEO, a wealthy heir, falling for a mere office worker. "Is my sister doing well in the city?" Xu Yong asked again. However, this time, Li Yi remained silent, merely casting a glance at Xu Yong without uttering a word. Xu Yong felt uncomfortable under Li Yi's gaze, as though his very soul were being scrutinized. Fortunately, as one cigarette was finished, dishes were served at the table. Hungry, Xu Yong was the first to reach for the chopsticks, only to be rebuked by his grandmother. Then, under Su Wei's subtle guidance, Li took the lead in using his chopsticks, officially commencing the meal, though Su Wei often cooked for him. The flavors of the dishes prepared over a rural stove with homegrown ingredients were unparalleled. Li, not a connoisseur, could still discern an indescribable yet profoundly memorable taste in the food. During the meal, Su Wei also poured some homemade wine for Li, allowing him a novel experience. Having been accustomed to foreign wines, the dishes were predictably delicious, and the grandmother's warmth was equally unsurprising. What was unexpected, however, was the elder's remarkable composure. She refrained from questioning Li and instead shared anecdotes from Su Wei's childhood. In the grandmother, Li perceived the raw, untamed spirit that is seldom found in people these days. Now, he finally grasped the answer. It was no wonder that despite the family's impoverished circumstances, Su Wei was nurtured so excellently, and 2 children were raised healthily. Had the grandmother been born a decade or 2 earlier, she might have been a formidable matriarch. Just as the grandmother sensed a certain ferocity in Li, he too felt a wildness emanating from her. Thus, an unspoken understanding blossomed between them. After dinner, Su Wei prepared a bed for Li and brought a basin of water for him to wash his feet. "Brother Yi, I told you my grandmother is wonderful," Su Wei exclaimed, squatting to wash Li's feet while smiling. "Indeed, the elder is truly remarkable," Li responded earnestly, nodding in genuine agreement, not merely to appease her, but from personal experience. Su Wei was even more delighted by the mutual recognition between her grandmother and Li. However, when it came to discussing her brother Xu Yong, a shadow of worry crossed her brow. Li gently caressed Su Wei's hair and assured her, "Leave this matter to me. Since he has called me brother-in-law, I shall not let it be in vain." Initially, Li had not given much thought to Xu Yong, despite being Su Wei's brother. However, Su Wei's grandmother imparted a distinct sense of warmth to Li. In deference to her, Li resolved to guide this young man towards a more righteous path. At such a promising age, how could one squander their time in the company of lowly street delinquents? Even if success seemed distant, one need not embark on entrepreneurship. Instead, one could form a group and cultivate some form of endeavor. Upon hearing Li's words, Su Wei was elated. After all, in her eyes, while Li may not possess boundless abilities, anything he uttered was assuredly within his grasp. Chapter 43. Entering the mountains, Li's hunter gamely. "I wish to meet you at the earliest opportunity." In the early morning, as the mist surrounding the Daliang Mountains had yet to dissipate, Decisive made a call. Li was still nestled under the covers, while Su Wei lay entwined around him like an octopus, peacefully asleep. "What has transpired, my friend?" Li inquired. It was likely still the dead of night in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. What could have kept Decisive awake? "I have heard some unsettling rumors. It may be akin to previous occurrences, but regardless, I must prepare adequately." Decisive did not elaborate over the phone, yet his tone carried an air of urgency. Li speculated it was possibly related to political affairs. After all, stability in African politics was a rare phenomenon, particularly in the DRC, where war and coups were commonplace. After a moment's contemplation, Li caressed Su Wei's smooth skin and spoke into the phone. "I shall travel to Kinshasa in a week. There is also a small matter I require your assistance with." "Li, I sincerely look forward to your arrival," Decisive concluded. Once the call ended, Li glanced at the cigarettes on the bedside table, and with a thought, one floated to his lips. Shortly after, a lighter followed suit, igniting with a sharp click. The sound seemed to rouse Su Wei, who, upon opening her drowsy eyes, instinctively nestled closer to Li. After a moment, she gradually emerged from her slumber. "Ego." Su Wei twisted her body, intending to rise from the bed, but something felt amiss. A sense of unease washed over her. Li, however, did not press her. He simply allowed her to assist him in getting dressed and ready for the day. Breakfast consisted of a bowl of noodles cooked in lard by her grandmother, accompanied by homemade chili oil, which provided a unique flavor. Afterwards, Su Wei took the car keys from Li and addressed her younger brother, Xu Yong. "I will take Grandma to the hospital. You must listen to Ego. Do whatever he asks of you." Upon hearing this, Xu Yong glanced at Li but remained silent. Soon, the two of them stood at the door, watching as Su Wei drove away with their grandmother. It was only when the car turned a corner and disappeared from sight that they turned to face each other. Though they were engaged in eye contact, Xu Yong's gaze flickered nervously. For reasons unknown, he always felt a sense of guilt and fear when meeting Li's eyes. The previous night, Xu Yong had shared a bed with their grandmother, expecting to be lectured about skipping classes so close to the college entrance examinations. To his surprise, she had said nothing, merely instructing him to keep Li company that day. "Brother-in-law," Xu Yong mustered the courage to suggest, "would you like me to show you around the vicinity?" In truth, there was little of interest nearby, save for the mountains. Yet Li nodded. That sounds good. I have not ventured into the mountains for quite some time and find myself reminiscing about it. With that, Li returned indoors, retrieved a long black handbag, and remarked to Xu Yong, "It has been a while since I last explored the mountains." Xu Yong found himself perplexed by Li Yi's words. Could it be that this wealthy brother-in-law also hailed from the mountains? He certainly did not seem to fit that mold. As Xu Yong pondered, he accompanied Li Yi deeper into the mountains. The Dalian Mountains are a sub-range of the Hongduan Mountains, renowned for their frigid peaks, hence the name Cool Mountain. Even though it was late May, the mountain climate remained chilly and overcast. The steep and perilous terrain meant that much of the area was rarely trodden, retaining a remarkably primitive state. Even the Yi people, who had lived there for generations, were not particularly familiar with this great mountain. "Which university did you graduate from, brother-in-law?" Xu Yong inquired intermittently while leading the way. After spending some time with Li Yi, he realized that as long as he avoided direct eye contact, this brother-in-law appeared far less intimidating. Apart from his handsome features, he seemed no different from an ordinary young man. Xu Yong also noted that Li Yi was quite amiable. He would always offer Xu Yong a cigarette whenever he smoked, treating him more like an equal than a junior. Thus, Xu Yong's confidence began to grow. "I attended Shumi, but unfortunately I did not pass," Li Yi casually replied while surveying the towering mountain forest. "So you struggled academically as well, brother-in-law?" Xu Yong remarked, feeling considerably lighter. He then asked, "What are you carrying? Would you like me to help with that?" Perhaps due to their shared academic misfortune, Xu Yong felt a newfound camaraderie with Li Yi. "Sure, I could use a break." Li Yi chuckled, handing over the bag he had been carrying. Upon receiving it, Xu Yong immediately felt its weight and quickly used his other hand to maintain his balance. "What on earth is in here? It's rather heavy," Xu Yong muttered. Yet he hoisted the bag nonetheless. Li remained silent. After an hour of trekking, they had ventured further off the beaten path, entering an area devoid of trails. At that point, Xu Yong paused, placed the bag on the ground, and sat on a rock, panting, "Sister, brother-in-law, if we go any further, we'll be in the depths of the mountains with no path left. I've heard from the people in the village that it's easy to get lost in there. And there are wild beasts." Feeling exhausted and in need of rest, Xu Yong could not fathom what was so fascinating about the mountains, aside from the chill and the occasional leech that might leap onto them. Strangely enough, they had yet to encounter any of those blood-sucking creatures, which was quite unusual. "Then let us take a break," Li Yi replied, allowing Xu Yong to rest by the roadside while he surveyed the surroundings. Compared to the high mountain forests, he was far more accustomed to tropical rainforests, where treasures could often be found, such as broad-bladed landmines or elusive guerrilla fighters. In essence, forests are bountiful places, ideal for hunting. After contemplating, Li noticed that Xu Yong was growing increasingly bored and offered him a cigarette, saying, "Could I borrow your phone? Mine has no signal." Xu Yong, without a second thought, handed over his phone. As Xu Yong began to indulge in the clouds of smoke, Li Yi, while observing Xu Yong's phone, inquired, "Did you play games in the mountains when you were young? What could possibly be entertaining in the mountains?" Xu Yong shook his head in response. Li Yi, in a serious tone, replied, "In fact, the mountains can be quite fascinating. I remember when I was your age, I often ventured into the mountains with my classmates." "What did you play? Was it tourism?" Xu Yong seemed somewhat disengaged from the conversation. When city children go into the mountains, what else could it be but tourism? "No." Li then tucked Xu Yong's phone into his own pocket, smiling brightly as he continued. "We played a game called Hunters. One group acted as hunters while the other played the prey. The objective was to see whether the hunters would succeed in capturing the prey or if the prey would turn the tables on the hunters." Chapter 44. Li Yi's method of instruction. Hunter's game? Who can catch him first? Isn't that just a game of hide and seek? Xu Yong commented. He was puzzled as to why Li Yi suddenly brought up such matters. Did he wish to have a heart-to-heart conversation? Previously, he had been the sole male in his family. Although the youngest, he had always been treated well by his sister and grandmother, despite their occasional sternness. Now, however, an unfamiliar man, who claimed to be his brother-in-law, had appeared. More critically, his sister seemed to lean on him heavily, while his grandmother appeared to trust him implicitly. This left Xu Yong feeling as if his world was being encroached upon by an alien presence. Thus, he harbored a complex and contradictory sentiment towards Li Yi. At times indifferent, at times unnerved, at times friendly, and at times utterly bewildered, just as he felt now, in the depths of the forest. Li suddenly spoke with a smile, "Let us partake in a game of hunter." The thought of playing hide and seek in the mountains struck Xu Yong as utterly absurd. He contemplated this silently, feeling increasingly perplexed. Yet, at that moment, Li continued. My instructor once told me that there are two simple ways to transform a boy into a man. The first is physiological, easily achieved through women. The second is psychological. A bit more intricate, yet not insurmountable. As Li spoke, he squinted at Xu Yong. For reasons unknown, in the eerie stillness of the forest, Xu Yong felt an unsettling quietude enveloping him, devoid of even the faintest chirp of a bird or the rustle of insects. Sister, brother-in-law, what are you talking about? Xu Yong suddenly felt a pang of anxiety, a wave of inexplicable irritation and unease rising within him. He then heard Li say, Let us engage in a hunter's game. Your reward will be the attainment of true manhood, while I, perhaps, can find amusement in an otherwise dull existence. Li grinned, revealing a flash of white teeth. Though he was smiling, Xu Yong perceived an increasingly sinister aspect to Li Yi's countenance. Brother-in-law, perhaps we should return. It's rather cold in these mountains. Could you please return my phone? I'd like to check the time. Xu Yong yearned to reclaim his phone, hoping to regain a semblance of security. However, Li did not return it. Instead, he crouched beside a black handbag and began to speak slowly. Because you are a boy and I am a man, I shall be the hunter, and you shall be the prey. As he spoke, Li unzipped the handbag. And to Xu Yong's astonishment, he extracted a black assault rifle. Xu Yong recognized it from shooting games, something like an HK. So, it was a real-life game of CS he intended to play. Xu Yong suddenly grasped the situation, realizing he had nearly been misled by Li Yi's earlier strange demeanor. Next, he observed as Li Yi affixed what appeared to be a silencer to the muzzle of the rifle, then proceeded to scan their surroundings with exaggerated precision. At this moment, Xu Yong remarked, Brother-in-law, what should I use? Do you have a Barrett? I am adept at sniping. Li remained silent, merely releasing the safety on his firearm and directing the ominous black muzzle towards Xu Yong. Xu Yong's advance abruptly halted, and he gestured frantically, Brother-in-law. This fake gun should still be quiet. Before he could finish the word pain, a muffled bang resonated in his ear. Instantly, he felt an intense heat radiating from his left earlobe. In the next moment, a searing pain electrified every nerve in his body. Instinctively, Xu Yong touched his earlobe, the warm, slick sensation causing a jolt of alarm within him. Upon glancing at his fingers, he saw crimson blood trickling from his fingertips. Oh! It hurts. As the fleeting protective mechanism of his brain dissipated, the pain made Xu Yong grimace. At that moment, two more muffled bangs echoed, and the soil beneath his feet erupted in a flurry. Hush, Li commanded, placing a finger to his lips, his predatory gaze fixated on Xu Yong. Do not scream. I detest the cries of my prey, as they only heighten my excitement. Li glanced at Xu Yong and grinned once more, revealing not only his pearly white teeth but also a glimpse of his crimson tongue. Now, fulfill the role of your kind. Flee desperately, hide in fear. His voice shifted from monotone to piercing, then deepened into a menacing timbre. Xu Yong's legs trembled uncontrollably. He could not comprehend why the situation had devolved into such chaos. Yet the pain in his ear, coupled with the bullets scattered on the ground, starkly indicated that the man before him was not jesting. In an instant, horrific scenes from films he had watched flashed through his mind. A psychopathic killer? A madman? Regardless of Li Yi's true nature, Xu Yong understood he was gripped by terror. Yearning to escape this place, longing to see familiar faces, craving. Yet the rational part of him compelled him to utter, brother-in-law, before he could finish. Another resounding bang filled the air. A sharp gust grazed his face, igniting fiery pain anew. In that moment, Xu Yong turned and bolted without a second thought. Li stood still, watching Xu Yong's figure vanish, only lowering his gun after a brief pause, then picking up his handbag. He recalled the time. At either 12 or 13 years of age, when he had been taken to a rainforest while rummaging through a trash bin. It had been the same game then. The victor would earn the chance to survive. Li did not know how to nurture a child, but he believed that war was the most effective means to foster growth and development. War could transform anyone, be they elderly or young, women or men. My method of teaching is rather costly. No, I must ensure Xiaowei wears her school uniform. Li muttered to himself, then began to follow the traces left by Xu Yong, pursuing him with unhurried determination. On the other side, Su Wei, who was idly awaiting her examination results, dialed Li Yi's number. Ige, if Xiao Yong misbehaves, feel free to reprimand him. This boy is becoming increasingly unreasonable and could benefit from a lesson. Su Wei addressed Li Yi. Initially, she hesitated to trouble him, fearing that her brother's antics might tarnish her reputation in his eyes. However, being her younger brother, she hoped he could lend a hand. Furthermore, Li Yi had promised to assist her in disciplining him properly. Rest assured, Xiao Wei, your brother is still quite sensible. Suddenly, a strange muffled sound interrupted Li Yi's voice on the line. Yi Gu, what is happening over there? Su Wei inquired anxiously. It's nothing. Just per signal reception. Focus on taking care of your grandmother. Don't worry about expenses. I have some matters to attend to, and I'll call you back later. Li glanced at the figure fleeing in haste, tucked his phone away, and raised the ominous barrel of his gun once more. Chapter 45. Urgent Elimination Mission, Elite Monster. Corpse Rotting Vines. In the chilling depths of the forest, Xu Yang gasped for breath, his mind racing to comprehend how circumstances had spiraled into chaos. Yet, a palpable sense of danger loomed from behind him. Bullets whizzed past his ears on several occasions, had it not been for his fortunate luck. He might have been riddled with holes by now. At that moment, Su Yang's adrenaline surged to its peak as he frantically fled through the dense undergrowth. Despite his efforts to conceal himself, his pursuer remained relentless, shadowing him like a specter. In this dire moment, memories of his sister and grandmother flooded Xu Yang's mind. If Li Yi were indeed a deranged killer, would he turn his attention to them after eliminating him? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. No, I must return. Despite his academic struggles and vices, his sister and grandmother were undeniably the most significant people in his life. With this realization, the panic that had consumed him transformed into a clear sense of purpose. Suddenly inspired, he plunged into the thorny vegetation nearby. Though his body was lacerated by the thorns and an unbearable itch plagued him, he clamped a hand over his mouth, stifling any sound. The footsteps that had relentlessly pursued him drew nearer, then slowed. Su Yang's eyes widened in alarm. Through the gaps in the leaves, he glimpsed Li Yi's trousers and even the angle of the gun pointing towards the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Xu Yang felt his heart racing, every hair on his body standing on end. This tense moment stretched for what felt like an eternity, each second a tormenting trial of life and death. It was only when the footsteps finally receded that he exhaled a long sigh of relief. At that moment, he had no time to rest. A singular thought consumed him. He must urgently inform his sister and grandmother. With that in mind, his exhausted body found renewed vigor. Gritting his teeth, he took a deep breath and retraced his steps, sprinting back as swiftly as possible. Meanwhile, Li Yi, having intentionally allowed Xu Yang to escape, paused momentarily, accompanied by the voice echoing in his mind. Detected elite mutated plant entity. Initiating urgent extermination mission. Extermination target, corpse rotting vines. Mission description, the corpse rotting vines. Having evolved after consuming countless mutated corpses, represent the most perilous threat within this jungle. You may attempt to eradicate it for substantial rewards. Do you accept the mission? Without a moment's hesitation, Li Yi silently affirmed in his mind, accept the mission. He had not anticipated that accompanying his inept brother-in-law could yield such unexpected benefits. A faint smile graced his lips as the system's prompt materialized within his retina. Extermination mission commenced. Please eradicate the corpse rot vines completely within 3 hours. The countdown begins. Subsequently, a countdown of 3:00 appeared before Li Yi's eyes. After a brief glance at the timer, he began to observe his surroundings. What met his gaze were towering, dense trees, coupled with a tangle of wild grass and unfamiliar vegetation. However, considering it was a vine, Li Yi's eyes gradually ascended, searching for similar entities. After a moment, a vine entwined around a large tree came into view. Could this be the corpse rot vine? Li Yi scrutinized it for a while, finding nothing particularly unusual, yet this did not hinder his subsequent actions. He extended his hand, grasping a sturdy segment of the vine, and with remarkable strength, he effortlessly pulled it down. Then, Li Yi temporarily procured a military shovel from the system marketplace and began excavating at the base of the vine. Before long, the entire vine, roots included, lay piled before him. However, the system's task remained unfulfilled. Reluctantly, Li Yi purchased a barrel of fuel, dousing the vine before igniting it. Accompanied by the crackling sound and the evaporation of moisture, the vine was swiftly consumed by flames. In a mere 10 minutes, Li Yi once again heard the system's voice. Task completed. You have successfully cleared the elite mutant from this area. Rewards are being issued. Soon after, a series of notifications followed. You have received a bounty of 5,000 system currency. You have received a gene lock catalyst. You have received an elite lottery ticket. Hearing these notifications, Li Yi couldn't help but smile broadly. One must admit, this fortunate little brother was indeed a harbinger of good luck. This exceedingly simple extermination task yielded rewards surpassing those of previous endeavors. Was this not an encouragement for him to wander more frequently through the deep mountains and forests? With various thoughts in mind, Li Yi began to examine his personal space. The 5,000 system currency alleviated some of his pressing concerns. Initially, he had been short on system currency to redeem the second supersonic missile from Husai, yet with this influx, he was nearly there, only needing to transact with Sally at the appointed time. Li Yi's primary focus, however, was on the gene lock catalyst. Soon, the relevant description appeared before him. Gene lock catalyst slightly enhances gene lock abilities with no side effects. What a splendid item! Li had been diligently training his gene lock abilities. For instance, while driving, he appeared to have both hands on the steering wheel and feet on the brake or accelerator. In reality, he was manipulating the vehicle with his mind. Despite this, his progress had been rather slow. If initially Li could lift a walnut with his mental power, now he could barely lift an apple, with no significant qualitative change. Thus, anything that enhances the capability of the genetic lock is undoubtedly beneficial. Moreover, to attain the so-called Stage 2 genetic body, it is imperative to elevate the genetic lock's capacity to a certain degree. With this thought in mind, Li Yi summoned the genetic lock catalyst, which promptly materialized in his hand. The test tube appeared identical, yet the liquid within had transformed into a resplendent golden hue, with a shimmering aura enveloping it. After observing it for a few moments, Li consumed its contents. There was no remarkable sensation, but he suddenly felt a jolt of energy, akin to receiving an adrenaline injection, invigorating him immensely. He conducted a brief experiment. Where he once could lift an apple, he now found himself capable of hoisting a watermelon. While there was no qualitative leap, the magnitude had escalated dramatically, increasing several-fold in strength. This modest enhancement yielded impressive results, leaving one to wonder if future potions would offer even more substantial improvements. With a sense of elation, Li pursued the traces left by Xu Yong while contemplating the final reward. Chapter 46. Only with nuclear weapons can one feel secure. Xu Yong sprinted with all his might. Despite being utterly exhausted and breathless, he gritted his teeth and, with the last vestige of his strength, was determined to return home. He needed to unveil Li Yi's true nature, to shield his sister from this deranged murderer, and to protect his family. The mere thought of these responsibilities ignited a surge of energy within his once-numb body. Li Yi, in stark contrast, strolled leisurely a short distance behind Xu Yong. While Xu Yong was in a frantic escape, Li Yi appeared to be enjoying a leisurely outing. His mood was notably elevated, having just completed a system task that yielded substantial rewards. However, there was a slight disappointment regarding the elite lottery ticket he received as a reward. Whether it was due to his ill fortune or sheer bad luck, it seemed unworthy compared to the other rewards. Nevertheless, Li Yi was a content man. As long as he had money to spend and women to indulge with, coupled with a sufficient sense of security, he felt greatly satisfied. He pondered the necessity of enhancing the situation, ideally by acquiring some nuclear weapons, as he always felt a lingering lack of security. Apu, although your health seems stable, you should come stay with me in the city. Su Wei incessantly persuaded her grandmother on their way back from the hospital. The majority of the examination results had arrived. There were no significant issues, and the minor ailments were typical for someone of her grandmother's age. In the past, Su Wei lacked the means. But since becoming involved with Li Yi, her social status had ascended rapidly. Even without direct financial support from Li Yi, her current job earned her a substantial monthly salary. Consequently, Su Wei was now entirely capable of bringing her grandmother to the city for a comfortable retirement. However, her grandmother shook her head resolutely, stating, "I have spent my entire life in the Daliang Mountains. I have no desire to go anywhere else. You and Yong can visit me whenever you wish. Besides, the government is quite attentive to our elderly. If we have any ailments, the village doctor will come directly to our home." Su Wei tried once more to persuade her, but her grandmother remained steadfast. Left with no other option, Su Wei contemplated alternative solutions. From morning until afternoon, this day had been extraordinarily exhilarating for Xu Yong. He lost track of time, feeling utterly fatigued and ravenous. It felt as though he were dragging iron weights with each step, and every movement was a formidable challenge to his limits. Yet, in this dire state, whether it was sheer willpower or a breakthrough of his physical boundaries, he gradually caught sight of the familiar path. Just over this hill lay his home. A flicker of vitality returned to his dulled eyes. In that moment, a new surge of strength coursed through him, and he began to ascend the slope with all his limbs. Finally, after scraping his hands raw, he reached the pinnacle of the hill. Bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun, Xu Yong beheld his house, the open space at its entrance, and his sister, who was helping their grandmother down from the vehicle. Upon witnessing this scene, Xu Yong was immediately overwhelmed with joy. However, just as he was about to cry out for his sister, a shadow emerged behind him, its presence unbeknownst to him until that very moment. In an instant, Xu Yong felt darkness envelop his vision, collapsing helplessly to the ground. When he finally opened his eyes again, he was greeted by the familiar sight of the wooden beams in his home. The comforting scent of herbs soon wafted into his nostrils. What had transpired? Xu Yong pondered, instinctively preparing to rise, only to be met with a wave of soreness surging through his limbs. The pain compelled a mournful cry to escape his lips. Yet, the pain stimulated his mind, bringing forth the recollection of recent events. Sister and grandmother. Ignoring the discomfort, Xu Yong attempted to muster the strength to rise from the bed. Just then, a familiar voice reached his ears. Yong, you're awake. Don't move just yet. It was grandmother's voice. Xu Yong's heart, which had been in turmoil, began to settle. As he looked towards the doorway and saw his grandmother approaching, the long-standing tension dissipated momentarily, and tears welled in his eyes. Soon after, he heard his grandmother scolding him. How old are you to still be crying? It's merely a scrape from falling down the mountain. What? He fell down the mountain? Xu Yong gazed at his grandmother in bewilderment. Before long, his sister also appeared. You've grown up in the mountains, yet you still managed to fall. You really can't do anything right. If it weren't for Ego carrying you back, who knows what would have happened to you? What? Ego carried me back? The barrage of reprimands left Xu Yong even more bewildered. But as soon as he thought of Ego, that perverse murderer, a shiver ran down his spine, and he quickly said, Sister, that Li. Before Xu Yong could finish his sentence, a figure that filled him with dread appeared at the doorway. The other's smiling lips and the glint of coldness in their eyes seemed to serve as a warning. In an instant, Xu Yong swallowed the words that had been on the tip of his tongue. No, he absolutely could not speak. If he revealed the true nature of that pervert now, their family would be in grave danger. With this thought, a spark of ingenuity ignited within Xu Yong, and he quickly altered his words. That Li Go. Is he all right? What could possibly be wrong with him? Do you think everyone is like you? Su Wei shot him an annoyed glance while examining the herbs applied to him. Moments later, Su Wei exhaled in relief, saying, It's just superficial injuries. With 2 or 3 days of rest, you'll be fine and still make it in time for the college entrance examination. While I don't expect you to achieve remarkable results, it's certainly better than being unable to take the exam. This way, you can also stay home and study diligently, avoiding trouble. After saying this, Su Wei left the bedside and hurried to Li Yi, wrapping her arms around his. Xu Yong, his expression rapidly shifting, resumed his anxious state. Time had passed since their arrival in Daliang Mountain, and it was now the afternoon of the following day. Although my time here has been brief, I have accomplished all that needed to be done. My grandmother's health is stable, yet she is reluctant to accompany me to the city, so I shall have to persuade her gradually in the future. As for my brother Xu Yong, Su Wei must also consider alternative paths for him. Attending university seems out of reach. Even securing a place in a vocational college would be a notable achievement. Furthermore, with matters at the company still requiring my attention, Su Wei intends to return with Li Yi. However, just before our departure, my brother Xu Yong unexpectedly appeared quite distressed, persistently grasping my arm and refusing to let me leave. At that moment, I heard Li Yi say to Xu Yong, Since you are so reluctant to part with your sister, why not come to Rongqing after your college entrance examination? Your sister and I will take you out for some fun. Upon hearing this, Su Wei immediately felt a surge of joy and affectionately kissed Li Yi. Xu Yong, on the other hand, underwent a sudden change in expression. There was no doubt. This was indeed a veiled threat. Chapter 47. Diverse reports and future plans. Upon returning to Rongqing, it was the last day of May. Once back, Su Wei immediately immersed herself in her work. Consequently, when Li Yi heard her work report, he could not help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Brother Yi, our coffee beans have successfully begun to find their market. We have established flagship stores across major online shopping platforms. Su Wei reported earnestly from the presidential office on the 19th floor of the Sihai building. Although the daily transaction volume was merely in double digits, the satisfaction rate soared to an impressive 99. Thus, my next step is to further amplify our influence by collaborating with internet celebrities for live streaming sales. However, partnering with influencers will undoubtedly lead to a decrease in our profits, Su Wei said, glancing at Li Yi, seeking his opinion. Although Li Yi had stated that the operations of Wildfire Foreign Trade were to be under her discretion, Su Wei felt no exhilaration from this authority. Instead, she was filled with trepidation, fearing that unsatisfactory company performance would hinder Li Yi's progress. Therefore, for any significant matters, Su Wei always sought Li Yi's counsel first. Yet, what opinions could Li Yi possibly offer? Wildfire Foreign Trade was merely a FAAD, a shell company. The so-called goods were nothing more than the byproducts of Li Yi's arms dealings with Decisive. After all, no matter how exquisite the coffee beans, could they truly surpass gold in value per weight? What Li Yi did not anticipate was Su Wei's adept handling of these ancillary trades, prompting him to wonder if she might genuinely consider a shift towards selling coffee. Shaking his head internally, Li Yi lifted his teacup, took a sip, and displayed a look of satisfaction. You are doing exceptionally well. As for losses and profits, they are to be expected. Regarding future operational plans and investments, you may proceed as you see fit. For amounts below 1 million, there is no need to seek my signature. Just proceed. I trust you. In truth, Li had never expected wildfire foreign trade to be profitable. Even the arms trade was merely a means to cultivate relationships and lay the groundwork for his initial capital. His primary focus remained on the pharmaceutical venture with Temasek, particularly the research and production of gene repair solutions, which would facilitate a swift accumulation of funds once completed. Of course, this was knowledge confined to Li Yi alone. After discussing matters pertaining to wildfire foreign trade, Li spoke again. Book me a ticket for the day after tomorrow to Kinshasa. Additionally, has my visa been arranged? It has been expedited. I checked the tickets. First class is fully booked. Would business class suffice? Su Wei inquired, glancing at her phone as she awaited Li Yi's response. That will do. Li nodded, a look of contentment gracing his features. Su Wei not only catered to his physical needs but also meticulously managed his daily life. And she was rapidly growing in her professional capacity. With further nurturing, she might even become one of his most trusted assistants. As for the visa, since he had previously been using a tourist visa, which presented numerous inconveniences, Li Yi had requested Su Wei to secure him a work visa some time ago. After bidding farewell to Su Wei, Li Yi proceeded to call Kang Hongfei and Yu Chaojun. Both were currently at Temasek, with the former overseeing research and development and the latter managing operations. During the conversation, Kang Hongfei expressed his excitement, stating, "Boss, the technical validation has been completed. Once the equipment and raw materials are in place, I can immediately produce the finished drug." His enthusiasm was palpable, especially since his daughter would be the first beneficiary of the completed medication. The raw materials will be ready next month. In the meantime, continue with the technical disassembly so that we can aim for a market launch of the new drug in the second half of the year, Li Yi instructed. The finished drug refers to the complete gene repair liquid, which possesses potent efficacy capable of curing various genetic diseases. However, Li had no intention of releasing it into the market. Following the technical disassembly, the complete gene repair liquid would be segmented into various targeted gene therapeutics, which would represent Kanglan's true profit point in the future. After concluding the call with Kang Hongfei, Li Yi then listened to a report from Yu Chaojun. Yu Chaojun reported, "Mr. Li, the personnel structure at Kanglan has been streamlined as per your instructions. We have retained the core sales team and eliminated the rest, resulting in a 70% reduction in labor costs. Additionally, I have formed a lobbying team to ensure the smooth approval and market entry of the new medication. The current issue is that our funds are somewhat tight." He paused before continuing, "At Professor Kang's research center, a substantial amount of equipment and raw materials has been purchased, consuming 80% of our total funds. Thus, the money in our accounts is unlikely to last more than 3 months. Li was not surprised by the financial shortfall. Most of the initial capital had been allocated to acquiring shares in Kanglan. The actual funds available for research and operations likely totaled less than $10 million. A mere drop in the ocean for drug development and production. After a brief contemplation, Li responded directly to Yu Chaojun, "I will continue to inject funds. Follow the plan and prioritize the research center for now." "I understand, Mr. Li. Rest assured, I will coordinate effectively with Professor Kang on research and production." Yu Chaojun replied earnestly. Since joining Li, he had gained significant authority, and with insight into the company's future prospects, he was fully committed to his role. This was an opportunity to ride the wave, and only a fool would let it slip away. Once he had addressed the matters concerning the pharmaceutical group, Li scrolled through his contacts and found a number to call. He dialed it, and the phone was quickly answered. "Old Joe, I'm treating tonight. Will you grace us with your presence?" Li Yi inquired. "Rarely do you invite me to dinner, old Li. You've called me several times before, and I never came. This time, it wouldn't be a banquet of betrayal, would it?" Zhou Langao joked over the phone. Li chuckled. "Of course, it's a banquet of betrayal. The question is, do you dare to come?" "Absolutely. I must attend." Zhou Langao chuckled, remarking that while he could not best me in the arena, was it not appropriate to reclaim some dignity over a drink? The two swiftly agreed upon a time and place. Zhou Langdao was the proprietor of the Langdao fitness studio frequented by Li Yi, and he was also a veteran. He appeared to possess considerable connections in the Southwest, and his family seemed to have a modest background. In the forthcoming plans, Li Yi required certain individuals, and Zhou Langdao might be able to facilitate introductions. Soon, the clock struck 5 in the afternoon. After exchanging a brief greeting with Su Wei, Li Yi stepped out of the office, preparing to head to the designated meeting place with Zhou Langdao. Opting against driving, he hailed a taxi from the roadside and stated his destination to the 351 guest house. The driver paused slightly, then replied, "I can take you there, but it is within a military-controlled area, so I can only drop you nearby. You will need to walk the rest of the way." "Very well, let us proceed," Li Yi responded. Chapter 48. Li Yi's endeavors in education. The 351 guest house is affiliated with the military district and seldom receives visitors from outside. This is naturally the venue chosen by Zhou Langdao, who appears genuinely intent on regaining face at the dining table, thus seeking to secure a home field advantage. Those who have served in the military invariably favor taking the initiative. Although Li Yi has never formally served, he has interacted extensively with such individuals. If compelled to provide an assessment, he would deem the military of Huaguo exemplary, while others fall short. This is not mere flattery. In his previous life, when expanding a group, those with a military background from Huaguo were invariably prioritized. Their skills are proficient, morale is high, discipline is adhered to, and resilience is commendable, qualities inherent to Huaguo's soldiers, though regrettably, their numbers are scant. Conversely, the military of Yigonghe is often looked down upon. The reasons are evident when one examines the histories of World War I and World War II. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Li Yi took a few steps forward. After traversing a moderately busy street, he halted before the entrance of the military district, observing the armed sentry at the gate and the yellow line beneath his feet. A peculiar light sparkled in his eyes. This marks his first experience entering a military district so openly. After a brief wait at the entrance, Zhou Langdao emerged from within the military district. Following their mutual greetings, Zhou led Li Yi to the guard post for registration. After Li Yi presented his identification, the sentry granted him passage. It is indeed advantageous to possess the identity of a law-abiding citizen, Li Yi mused inwardly. Upon entering the military district, Zhou Langdao deliberately slowed his pace, surveying the surroundings, and remarked to Li Yi, "What do you think? Do you feel nostalgic?" Li Yi merely smiled in response. Until now, Zhou Langdao has assumed him to be a retired soldier from a special forces unit. However, Li Yi is acutely aware that while he has visited numerous military districts, he has never set foot in one belonging to Huaguo. Moreover, his visits to foreign military districts have always been met with physical warmth and hospitality. After engaging in profound exchanges of ideas, he would often leave with local specialties, notably the abundant offerings from the American Federal Military District. A few minutes later, Zhou Langdao escorted Li Yi into a 3-story, elongated white building, the entrance adorned with a sign reading 351 Guest House. While the exterior appeared ordinary, the interior held much more. Ascending to the 3rd floor, Zhou pushed open a door, revealing decor that was both antiquated and tasteful. At the center of the room stood a circular table, with a whole box of a particular brand of high-proof liquor placed in the corner. Surrounding the table were already 2 seated individuals. One donned military green camouflage attire, lacking shoulder insignia, yet exuding an imposing presence with piercing eyes. The other was somewhat portly, slightly balding, wearing round-framed glasses, and his small eyes squinted, giving him a genial appearance. It seems Zhou Langdao is indeed eager to reclaim his standing at the banquet, having even invited assistants. Li Yi, however, felt no trepidation. Soon after Zhou Langdao settled in with Li Yi, he introduced, "These two are my old class leader and an old classmate." Zhou did not elaborate on their positions, as today was a gathering of old friends meeting new acquaintances, rather than a business occasion. Li Yi then learned their names. The one clad in camouflage is an active duty officer, rank unknown, named Ma Yinglong. The name seemed vaguely familiar to Li Yi, but it was not until Zhou referred to him as Old Hemorrhoid that the realization struck. The slightly plump man with glasses was a staff member from a certain department, a longtime classmate and comrade of Zhou, named Ho Xingshu. Along with Zhou Langdao, they formed the trio known as the Ho Longao group. After a brief introduction, there was no further probing among them. Due to their military backgrounds, they quickly found common ground, although the dishes had yet to be served. The drinks had already circulated 3 rounds. Ma Yinglong appeared quite interested in Li Yi's background, raising his glass to clink with Li Yi's. And after downing half his drink, he inquired, "Old Li, you don't seem very old. Why did you retire so early?" Ma Yinglong, in his 30s, was nearly a decade older than Li Yi. However, Li Yi's unique demeanor blended well among the middle-aged men, even enhancing their overall appeal. Zhou, Ma, and Ho did not perceive Li Yi as particularly young. He merely seemed slightly youthful, hence they all began to call him Old Li. In response to Ma Yinglong's question, Li Yi shook his head, choosing not to answer directly. Instead, he raised the clinked glass to his lips and drank it in one go. The message was clear, his reticence made it unsuitable to answer. So he opted for wine as a substitute. Such decisiveness earned him the admiration of the trio. Following this, the atmosphere grew even more animated with toasts and exchanges. The men, gathered to drink and converse, shifted their topics from women to the affairs of the nation. Their shared military experiences deepened the conversation, making it more intricate. Li had limited knowledge of life in the regular army, but he was well acquainted with combat and was a seasoned veteran on the battlefield. His insights were sensible and rich, earning the agreement and recognition of Ma Yinglong. It soon became evident to Ma that this seemingly youthful and handsome Old Li, resembling a freshly graduated university student, must have hailed from a highly classified special forces unit. The intricate details of combat and experience could not be gleaned merely from books or films. Consequently, with this understanding of his background, Li was swiftly embraced by the trio. As the evening wore on and the drinks continued to flow, Zhou Langtao finally turned to Li Yi and uttered a word of acknowledgement. The three men took turns pouring drinks for Li Yi, and though they had all consumed a fair amount, Li Yi remained unfazed. Eventually, as night fell deeper, the four began to disperse. Although Li Yi had not mentioned the matter he needed Zhou Langtao to address, it was evident that it had already been largely accomplished. This gathering, while not a business meeting, served as an appraisal of character, a subtle evaluation of whether one was worth the investment of friendship. If it is deemed worthwhile, the subsequent matters shall be easily resolved. However, if not, even the slightest of issues will be handled with due formality. Clearly, Li Yi belongs to the former category. Just as Li Yi anticipated, the following morning, Zhou Langtao took the initiative to call, extending an invitation. "Old Li, I overindulged last night. Shall we have some soup together at noon today to sober up?" "Sure, just send me the address." After the call ended, Li Yi set his phone down, grabbed his car keys, and made his way to the agreed-upon location. Soon, at a Cantonese restaurant, Li Yi encountered Zhou Langtao once more. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Li Yi broached the main topic. As a result, upon hearing the news, Zhou Langtao nearly spat out the soup that was just on the verge of his lips. He stared at Li Yi, eyes wide, exclaiming, "What? Old Li, you plan to open a school?" Chapter 49, Establishing a Military Academy Abroad. "You truly are a genius." Indeed, Li Yi nodded earnestly and said, "I intend to contribute to the field of education." Upon hearing this, Zhou Langtao nearly choked on his soup, managing to swallow it with great effort. He had anticipated that Li Yi might require his assistance for something, perhaps to facilitate connections, seek out influential contacts, or tackle some difficult business ventures. However, he could never have imagined that Li Yi intended to establish a school. It must be acknowledged that this was entirely beyond his realm of knowledge. Frowning, Zhou Langtao replied, "If you were talking about setting up a training program, that would be one thing, but starting a school? How could I possibly understand that? Moreover, while I have a few friends, they are primarily in law enforcement, and I truly lack resources in the educational sector." Zhou Langtao found Li Yi to be an intriguing and mysterious individual, especially after last night's discussions. Everyone had reached a consensus that he was a trustworthy person, willing to offer assistance. However, when it came to the matter of establishing a school, he felt utterly powerless. At this moment, Li smiled, realizing that he had not explained himself clearly, leading to some misunderstandings on Zhou Langtao's part. He then elaborated. "The school I plan to establish is not within the country, but in Africa. The policies there should not pose much of an issue. And I am not concerned about student enrollment. I simply need to find some qualified teachers." Upon hearing this, Zhou Langtao's furrowed brow relaxed, and his gaze towards Li Yi was now tinged with surprise. The notion of opening a school abroad, especially in a place like Africa, was indeed quite audacious. Intrigued, Zhou Langtao remarked, "Finding teachers should not be a problem. Although Africa is a bit desolate, as long as the salaries are sufficient, many would be willing to go." He then looked at Li Yi and added, "What specialized courses do you intend to offer? I will do my best to help you make connections." In Zhou Langtao's mind, since Li Yi operated a foreign trade company, he must be aiming to expand production at the source. While such an approach was rare, it was not difficult to comprehend. It was simply a matter of establishing a technical school to impart relevant skills to workers, thereby achieving the goal of scaling up production. Many large enterprises and groups had engaged in similar practices. However, Li Yi's next statement caused Zhou Langyao to spew the water he had almost swallowed. This time genuinely spraying it out. Li Yi contemplated and said, "As for the specialties, the initial focus will be on basic army combat. Additionally, courses such as branch tactics, operational command, and military leadership will also be included. Later, I plan to introduce military logistics and special operations as well." Li spoke earnestly. Although he had never attended a formal military academy, he had undergone the necessary training and education. Particularly in the areas of basic army combat and special operations, he possessed considerable insight. However, what Li failed to notice was that with each specialized course he mentioned, Zhou Longtao's eyes widened further. By the time Li finished speaking, Zhou Langyao could no longer contain himself and spat out a mouthful of water. "You call this starting a school? You've gone abroad to establish a military academy. And you truly are a genius." Zhou Langyao was aware of Li Yi's unconventional methods, but this was rather excessive, wasn't he it? Yet, after suppressing his initial shock, Zhou Langyao quickly realized why Li Yi sought his assistance. Setting aside whether Li Yi was joking or not, the most suitable instructors for these specialized courses would undoubtedly be active duty officers, followed closely by veterans. However, the notion of veterans finding new employment, now that was truly ingenious. Zhou Langyao couldn't help but exclaim once more, putting himself in their shoes. He wondered what expressions would adorn the faces of those in the Veterans Management Department upon learning about the employment circumstances of these individuals. Let us not even mention other factors. Just consider the salary. And what about the relevance of the professions? Upon further reflection, sending veterans abroad to serve as instructors seemed to pose no legal issues. It conformed to the standards for exporting skilled labor. And it might even generate foreign exchange for the country. It was indeed a feasible plan. Zhou Langyao stroked his chin, pondering deeply, setting aside other considerations. If this endeavor were to succeed, it would undoubtedly elevate Zhou Longtao's standing within its circle. After all, establishing a military academy abroad sounded impressive. Furthermore, contributing to the re-employment of veterans would certainly pique interest. When friends inquired, Zhou Langyao could, like Li Yi, feign modesty and declare, "I'm merely contributing to the educational costs." With this thought, Zhou Longtao's eyes sparkled, prompting him to urge Li Yi for further details. Consequently, the afternoon swiftly passed. As twilight approached and Li Yi graciously declined Zhou Longtao's invitation for another drink, Zhou Langyao clapped Li Yi on the shoulder and said, "Rest assured. As long as there are no policy issues, I'll take care of the instructors for you. We don't ask for much, just let me shoot some rounds occasionally. And once the school is established, I'd love to be named honorary vice principal, just to show off a bit among my peers." Upon learning that Li Yi could resolve the overseas complications, Zhou Langyao became genuinely invested in the matter. Establishing a military academy was far more intriguing than opening any trivial fitness studio. Of course, according to Li Yi, it wouldn't start as a military academy outright. It would likely commence under the guise of a security training base. Nevertheless, it remained a prospect worth anticipating. Thus, after parting ways with Li Yi, Zhou Langyao immediately dialed Ma Yinglong, with whom he had shared a lavish feast the previous day. Once the call connected, Zhou Langyao exclaimed, "Old hemorrhoid, no need for pleasantries. I've secured all those who are retiring from your regiment this year. Rest assured, the compensation is generous, and the roles are perfectly aligned with their expertise. It may be a bit far, but they receive subsidies, earning in US dollars, and it's all rather relaxed. Do not inquire. Merely understand that it is to contribute to the noble cause of education." Meanwhile, back at their residence, Li observed Su Wei, who was busy preparing dinner, and inquired, "Has the security company been registered?" "Yes, brother E, it was just completed yesterday. The license and seal are over in the office. I can retrieve them right now if needed," Su Wei promptly responded. "Not necessary at the moment," Li Yi replied, shaking his head. "By the way, prepare a template for technical export trade for tomorrow. It will be needed shortly." "All right, brother E, but what exactly are we exporting?" Su Wei asked while stirring the vegetables in the pan. "Nothing significant, just some basic technologies related to security and defense," Li Yi casually answered. Su Wei refrained from pressing further. She had long realized that the foreign trade company seemed to be just one of Li Yi's ventures, and that his primary focus was not on it. However, this was of little consequence to her. Her only duty was to manage wildfire foreign trade effectively, providing all necessary support to Li Yi without hindering his progress. As for the nature of Li Yi's principal endeavors, Su Wei believed that even if it involved nefarious activities, she would assist him in burying the evidence, such as the formidable nature of a woman entranced by love. Chapter 50. Fire a round of cannonballs to celebrate. On the first day of June, which also marks Children's Day, Li received gifts that were far from childlike. Watching Su Wei dash toward the restroom, Li felt increasingly satisfied. Who wouldn't be fond of a woman who is not only beautiful and well-proportioned but also open-minded? Moreover, Su Wei managed the company with remarkable efficiency, even though he had little interest in transitioning to the coffee business. After all, he had no intention of reforming himself just yet. While having breakfast, Li suddenly brought up Su Wei's brother, Xu Yong, in response to her astonished expression. "Is it true that your brother is about to take the college entrance examination?" he inquired. Despite her surprise, Su Wei quickly replied, "Yes, brothery. The exams begin this Wednesday and will last for 3 days." Nodding in acknowledgement, Li then asked, "Do you have any plans for him?" Upon hearing his question, Su Wei's expression shifted from astonishment to anticipation. The implication of Li Yi's words was unmistakable. He was contemplating arrangements for her brother. This deeply moved Su Wei, for she knew all too well her brother's shortcomings. He lacked both academic performance and capability. If left unattended, he might very well become just another idle drifter after the exams. Realizing this, Su Wei promptly responded, "A Yong's grades are quite poor. Forget about getting into a university, he may not even meet the cutoff for vocational schools. I had initially thought that once he graduated, I would send him to apprentice under a skilled craftsman. Do you have any suggestions, brothery?" With that, her beautiful eyes sparkled as they turned toward Li Yi. Li nodded, acknowledging that he indeed had some thoughts on the matter. After a moment of contemplation, he articulated, "I have a friend who runs a vocational school abroad. Not only is the tuition entirely waived, but there is also a monthly stipend provided. The range of programs offered is extensive, focusing on highly practical skills." Upon hearing this, Su Wei grasped Li Yi's intent. After all, brothery had extensive connections, even knowing someone who operated a vocational school overseas. Li continued, "The school is located in Africa. While the environment may not be ideal, they guarantee job placement upon graduation, primarily in construction projects across various countries, with earnings in U.S. dollars. If you find this suitable, I can arrange for your brother to study abroad right after his exams." Li was pleased with his suggestion. Unlike Su Wei, who believed Xu Yong lacked potential, Li perceived a spark of promise in him, making him an ideal candidate for his overseas military academy. Moreover, it was certain that Xu Yong would be thrilled, especially since he had once boasted about his own capabilities. Such talent should not be overlooked. As Su Wei absorbed Li Yi's considerable proposal, her heart swelled with gratitude, and a radiant smile adorned her face. Without Li Yi's intervention, given Su Yong's grades and circumstances, he would hardly have had the opportunity to study abroad. He might even struggle to gain admission to vocational schools domestically. Recently, Xu Yong has inexplicably been incessantly calling and texting, declaring that Yi Gu is a deranged serial killer, as if he has lost his mind. Indeed, it might be time for him to face some hardships. The school established in Africa presents itself as an excellent place, devoid of entertainment venues, perfectly suited for dedicated study and practice. Moreover, it was Yi Gu who arranged for a friend to assist. Such goodwill must not be squandered. Contemplating this, Su Wei nodded repeatedly, agreeing on behalf of Xu Yong. As June's warmth gradually intensified, the attire of pedestrians became increasingly light. Yet, Su Wei unusually donned a long skirt that concealed her knees, for only in this way could she obscure the redness upon them. Upon arriving at the company, recalling what Li Yi had mentioned that morning, Su Wei contemplated calling Xu Yong. However, after some reflection, she ultimately set her phone aside. It would be wiser to wait until after the college entrance examination to inform him, lest he become complacent with the knowledge of an alternative path. With this thought in mind, Su Wei summoned the company receptionist, Lin Xiaoya. "Xiaoya, next week, several internet celebrities will be coming to the company to sign product endorsement contracts. Please be sure to pay attention." "Understood, Sister Wei." After concluding her instructions, Su Wei returned to her work at the computer. Despite the pain in her knees and the fatigue in her legs, she resolutely persevered. Meanwhile, Li Yi, before heading to the Congo, revisited the villa purchased for his parents. The designer had already submitted the renovation plans, though he felt a tinge of insecurity considering the safety of the location in Huagua. He swiftly approved the plans and paid the deposit. Today marked the official commencement of the project. The chosen construction company exhibited a sense of ceremony, even setting off firecrackers before starting work. Subsequently, Lee observed the designer distributing a stack of red envelopes to the workers. This sight made Lee ponder if firecrackers were necessary for the villa's inauguration. Should he also fire a certain number of shells to celebrate the commencement of the military academy abroad? Indeed, that seemed quite reasonable. Following the inauguration ceremony, Lee exchanged a few words with the designer. Rest assured, Mr. Lee, I guarantee the quality of the project. And there will be third-party inspections to ensure everything goes smoothly, the designer assured earnestly. Lee nodded, offering no further words, and soon departed from the villa. On June 2nd, 1 week before the Dragon Boat Festival, Lee boarded an Ethiopian Airlines flight once more, destined for the Congo. Once again, he transited through the capital of Ethiopia, and after more than 10 hours of travel, he arrived in Kinshasa in the afternoon local time. As he disembarked, he immediately sensed a markedly different atmosphere compared to his previous visits. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder and chaos. Upon exiting the terminal, Seiss swiftly approached him, having waited for some time. Without indulging in pleasantries, Seiss promptly ushered Lee into the car. Once the vehicle was in motion, Seiss eagerly exclaimed, "Lee, the current situation is quite dire. I hope you bring good news." "Of course, my friend." Lee offered a faint smile, indicating that the goods you requested are now ready for trade at your convenience. "The chaotic staircase has been laid out. Are you prepared to ascend the stage of history?" Lee gazed at Decisive, her eyes reflecting a hint of anticipation. This time, Decisive had ordered a considerable quantity of goods. Although their total value may not rival that of Foxy, they are still quite significant. Such a substantial cache of armament surely serves a purpose beyond merely augmenting a mining protection squad, does it not? Chapter 51. A significant step in mastering Africa. Lee had visited Kinshasa numerous times, both in his past life and in this one. This chaotic city never failed to evoke a sense of novelty within him. Just as now, the car had not traveled far when he observed the mobilization of military and police forces. Pickup trucks filled with armed locals aimlessly patrolled the streets, a harbinger of impending turmoil. For an ambitious and capable individual like CC's, chaos represented a ladder of opportunity, yet it remained uncertain whether this ladder would lead to the heavens or descend into hell. After admiring the commotion on the streets, the vehicle turned into a narrow alley and ultimately entered the garage of a 3-story villa. Upon alighting, Lee instinctively surveyed his surroundings. There were 4 visible sentries, with others stationed at elevated positions, and 2 concealed guards at the entrance. It was evident that CC's was exceedingly cautious, for the greater the undertaking, the more meticulous one must be. Soon, CC's escorted Lee into the villa's living room, personally pouring him a glass of whiskey before lighting a cigar. Besides CC's, both the interior and exterior of the living area were manned by several armed guards. In Lee's discerning eyes, these guards were merely superficial. Their positioning and vigilance betrayed their amateur status. Given the educational standards prevalent in Africa, such adequacy was to be expected. The cigar was quickly toasted, its rich tobacco aroma mingling with the scent of whiskey, creating an intoxicating ambience. CC's handed the cigar to Lee and raised his glass. After their glasses clinked, CC's remarked, "I appreciate your efforts, my friend. You must have noticed that the current situation is far from favorable, so let us toast to your arrival." The clear sound of their glasses striking echoed once more. Following the pleasantries, they began to discuss serious matters. After exhaling a plume of smoke, Lee's eyes sparkled with intent as he spoke. "Everything you requested is prepared, hidden away in some corner of this city, ready for your retrieval at any moment." This time, CC's had ordered a substantial quantity of cost-effective weaponry, including Type 56 rifles, grenades, howitzers, and mortars, enough to fill a warehouse the size of a basketball court. Upon hearing Lee's words, CC's nodded, excitement glimmering in his eyes as he raised his glass once more. With the escalating turmoil, the market had been severely impacted. While food prices soared, the cost of arms had doubled. An AK that previously cost $50 had skyrocketed to $150, even for secondhand goods from illicit manufacturers. In contrast, Lee was offering brand new, standardized products at unchanged prices with the added convenience of delivery. Compared to those mercenary arms dealers, Lee's pricing was not merely fair, it was a true testament of friendship. What is a friend? A friend is one who provides warmth in the cold. CC raised his glass 3 times, downing the wine in one gulp before promptly reassuring, "Lee, rest assured. Even if a deluge of bullets were to rain upon the entire Congo, not a single one shall fall upon your cultivation base. To this day, CC remained oblivious to the nature of what Li had him cultivate. Yet, this mattered little. He continued, Li, you previously mentioned needing a small favor over the phone. Now, please enlighten me on how I can assist you. Upon hearing CC broach the subject, a satisfied expression blossomed on Li's face. He had two primary objectives for his visit to Congo. The first was to invest in CC's enterprise, completing a lucrative arms trade. A formidable and discerning ally was essential to Li's aspirations. CC's understanding nature made him a fitting partner, and the next step was to bolster his strength. The second objective was to establish a military academy. The advantages of this endeavor were manifold. Firstly, it would facilitate the completion of systematic tasks, whether construction or conquest. Li required a territory to call his own. Secondly, it would afford him a personal armed force. Without a gang by his side, Li often felt a sense of insecurity. For both future development and personal needs, assembling an armed team had become an imperative. With these considerations in mind, Li addressed CC. I wish to establish a school on your territory, to be precise, a military academy. Oh, CC's expression shifted to one of curiosity and contemplation upon hearing this. The notion of Li wanting to open a military academy had never crossed his mind. However, as he pondered, he recognized the substantial benefits it would bring him. For many indigenous Congolese, particularly among tribal groups, their level of education was nearly akin to prenatal instruction, handing them firearms. It was more accurate to describe them as mere puppets than true warriors. CC, having received formal higher education, understood the significance of education well. Should a military academy be established on his soil, he could swiftly enhance the combat prowess of his forces. As an ambitious individual, CC had considered the prospect of education and even initiated literacy campaigns within the tribes. However, compared to a military academy, such efforts seemed trivial. Thus, Li's proposal to establish a military academy appeared to CC as an extraordinary opportunity. Nonetheless, CC could not suppress his doubts. As he struggled to comprehend Li's true intentions, seemingly perceiving CC's hesitation, Li smiled and remarked, I require a mobilizable armed force, not necessarily large in scale, but with formidable combat effectiveness and precision. On another note, this also serves as an investment. Li gazed at CC, raising his glass. We intend to invest in you to safeguard our interests in Africa. Li's words were remarkably candid yet sincere, and CC instantly grasped his intentions. In essence, Li, as an individual, sought a specialized task force. Subsequently, Li, representing the organization or forces behind him, provided a new round of funding to him. In return, once he obtained power, he was obliged to safeguard Li's interests and even heed some of Li's commands. While this may appear to be the nurturing of a proxy, Sichais felt no aversion to it. Rather, he harbored a sense of anticipation. Before one could become a player, one must first become the most significant pawn. With this thought in mind, Sichais rose and extended his hands to Li. After a simple embrace, Sichais solemnly declared, Li, I shall never squander your investment or this bond of brotherhood. This marked the elevation of their relationship from mere friends to brothers, a clear declaration from Sichais. Whether as friends, brothers, or so-called strategic partners, the distinctions were inconsequential. In essence, this signified Sichais' profound commitment to Li. From the foundation of Sichais' influence, Li would gradually realize his grand vision. Though this may seem a small step, it represented a monumental leap toward mastering Africa. Chapter 52 Li, do you need 235? That night, in a warehouse temporarily rented by Li, deep green boxes were meticulously stacked. These were items Li had recently acquired from the system marketplace, leading to a significant reduction in his system currency. Fortunately, the emergency extermination mission issued by the system during his time in the Daliang Mountains had allowed him to earn a substantial sum. Otherwise, the second hypersonic missile from the Fox Ford Armed Forces, anticipated 2 months from now, might not be adequately supplied. At 11:45 p.m., the roar of an engine shattered the tranquility of the night. Accompanied by the distant glow of headlights, a convoy swiftly arrived at the warehouse entrance. As the vehicle doors swung open, Zizi was the first to alight. Following him, over 20 armed soldiers surged forth from the rear compartment. With the leader being a familiar face to Li, the burly African man responsible for their initial transaction. However, upon witnessing the gathering before him, Li couldn't help but furrow his brow. Zizi, perceptive to Li's demeanor, exchanged a knowing glance. In the next moment, at the command of the burly man, the group of armed soldiers sluggishly formed a line. Li sighed inwardly, He had overestimated their military proficiency. It was no wonder Zizi had eagerly agreed to his proposition of establishing a military academy. With such skill, even calling them rookies would be an overstatement. After a moment of internal lamentation, Li Yi turned to Zizi, displaying a resigned expression, and stated, 3 men per team for a 100-meter patrol, 2 teams for 50-meter vigilance, and the rest will assist with the cargo. Is that acceptable? While it seemed he was soliciting Zizi's opinion, he was, in fact, voicing his grievances. To his surprise, Zizi did not take offense. Instead, he instructed the burly man to immediately comply with Li Yi's orders. Once the team was in motion, Zizi chuckled wryly. Li, once your military academy opens, I will certainly send all my soldiers to your school. Rest assured, I shall grant you a discount. Li laughed heartily. Subsequently, under his guidance, Zizi, accompanied by a few subordinates, entered the warehouse alongside Li Yi. Inside, illuminated by the harsh glow of fluorescent lights, the deep green boxes glimmered. Their brightness almost blinding. Li Yi led the group to the side of the boxes, remaining silent as he lifted the lid of one with a single hand. In an instant, several round, plump projectiles came into view. It was then that Li Yi spoke. 120mm mortar shells, equipped with C-type modular propellant. Known for their high accuracy and formidable power, though they are somewhat laborious to load. As he spoke, Li lifted a shell with one hand and extended it towards Zizi. Observing Li Yi's ease, Zizi prepared to receive it with one hand but noticed Li Yi shaking his head. Reluctantly, Zizi adjusted his grip to use both hands. Almost immediately upon grasping the shell, a hefty weight pressed down upon him. Roughly estimated, the shell weighed around 15 kilograms, justifying Li Yi's remark about the loading process being cumbersome. After weighing it in his hands for a moment, Zizi passed the shell to the burly man behind him. The imposing black man serves as the captain of the Decisive mining protection team. Although he lacks proficiency in command and training, he appears to possess considerable knowledge regarding weaponry. During their initial transaction involving an armored vehicle, he took it upon himself to verify its components. After studying the shell for a while, he began to dismantle it. Examining its intricate structure, Li remained silent, while Cecil, a bit embarrassed, explained, "This is Rondo. He is responsible for teaching the soldiers how to utilize this equipment." Yet much of his knowledge is derived from books, hence his eagerness to observe closely. Li had not anticipated that this robust black man was, in fact, a technical expert. Moments later, Rondo exclaimed in astonishment, "Everything is brand new. I can even smell the welding." This revelation undoubtedly astonished Cecil and his companions, as it likely indicated that the organization behind Li Yi possessed its own weapons production line. Unlike the arms dealers in the market who typically sold surplus stock requiring destruction or, worse, second-hand equipment. Although essentially there was little difference, who wouldn't prefer something entirely new? Upon hearing Rondo's words, Cecil's smile broadened. Although he would have to pay for this shipment of arms, the price was significantly lower than current market rates. Furthermore, they were brand new and delivered right to his doorstep. Such a transaction could only be orchestrated by Li Yi. Li Yi's investment was clearly reflected in this arrangement. As more boxes were opened, Cecil's smile became increasingly difficult to contain. When he finally laid eyes on 2 reconnaissance drones, his grin nearly reached the back of his head. During their discussions about this shipment, he had not specified detailed procurement items, merely expressing a desire to equip a company-level arsenal. However, his notion of a company's armament consisted of a few assault rifles and grenades, perhaps even a couple of RPGs at best. Yet, in Li Yi's perspective, a company's armament included not only a 120mm mortar, but also reconnaissance drones, grenade launchers, and individual anti-tank missiles, among others. Such a configuration for a battalion would be exceptional, not only in Africa, but even in Europe. Besides Cecil, Rondo, who appeared taciturn, was now wide-eyed in astonishment. To borrow a classic phrase, "I've never fought such a wealthy battle." While the armored vehicle was certainly practical, it could not compare to the thrill of these explosive devices. Only firepower could provide a more visceral experience. After some time spent marveling at the impressive array of equipment, the 2 men gradually regained their composure. After giving Li Yi another embrace, Cecil exclaimed excitedly, "Li, the payment will be processed today, but I did not anticipate such lavish preparations on your part. The original funds may not suffice. My brother, I will ensure you do not suffer any loss." After a moment of contemplation, Cecil continued, "I cannot readily access that much cash." Li. Cecil blinked. "Would you accept gold or diamonds?" Indeed, Cecil gritted his teeth and, drawing Li Yi aside, murmured, "Do you require uranium mines?" Indeed, the Democratic Republic of the Congo possesses a significant reserve of uranium, with the U-235 content of its or exceeding 60%. However, due to international nuclear safety concerns, a coalition of nations has collectively prohibited any individual or organization from mining uranium in the Congo. Nevertheless, this has not deterred certain locals from clandestinely extracting it. Decisive, standing before us, is one such individual. However, the extraction of high-concentration uranium ore. Without a system in place, Lee would have certainly sought to acquire some for himself, should this material come to fruition. It would undoubtedly instill a profound sense of security. Yet, now equipped with a system, as long as he possesses sufficient system currency, he can redeem that sense of security at any moment. However, Lee smiled faintly, patting Decisive on the shoulder, and the two commenced a hushed conversation. Chapter 53. Handcrafted Nuclear Bomb. Steel fruit civil war throughout a man's life. He encounters numerous temptations. For instance, a pile of cow dung lies by the roadside, and in his hand, he possesses a firecracker, or perhaps a wild grass grows nearby, and he holds a long stick. The pursuit of immense power and a sense of security is an insatiable craving for man. Take Lee, for example. Despite possessing a formidable system, the mere mention of uranium-235 ignites an insatiable desire within him, akin to a ravenous beast yearning for sustenance. No man can remain indifferent to the ultimate weapons humanity is capable of crafting. Lee's yearning for security is perpetually unfulfilled, even with his augmented physique, which could be deemed superhuman, and the ability to manipulate thoughts, granting him unpredictable capabilities. He cannot help but ponder the possibilities. What if someone were to drop a bomb on him? What if, while using the restroom, an intercontinental missile were to suddenly soar from 10,000 meters away? These anxieties stem from his experiences in his previous life during school. To prevent his dormitory neighbors from entering and assassinating him in the dead of night, he would always set up sensing landmines at the entrance of his dormitory. During those times, he often contemplated the prospect of possessing a nuclear weapon to deter other dormitories or even erasing the entire school from existence. Consequently, Lee harbored a profound obsession. Even if it meant crafting one by hand, he was determined. With this belief, Lee communicated with Caesar. Although he was fervently eager, he understood that he was not yet equipped to create a handcrafted nuclear weapon, let alone extract uranium-235 from ore, which posed considerable challenges. Thus, the uranium ore remained in Caesar's possession. As a law-abiding citizen, how could he carry hazardous materials? After discussing the payment method, Caesar left with an equipment package for a reinforced squad, looking quite pleased. The following morning, Lee received another call from Caesar. Lee, I have transferred part of the payment to your account, Caesar informed him over the phone. Additionally, there is a batch of gold stored in an offshore bank vault for you. I appreciate your efficiency. After complimenting him, Lee ended the call. The profits from this transaction were somewhat challenging to quantify. The cash component totaled 15 million US dollars, which Lee intended to allocate entirely towards the research, production, and operation of Konglon Pharmaceuticals. Furthermore, there were approximately 50 kilograms of gold, valued at around $4 million according to current market rates. Caesar would store this gold in an anonymous vault located in a neutral country, as per Lee's request, allowing for retrieval at any time. Coupled with some unquantifiable uranium ore, overall, Lee's earnings from this venture paled in comparison to those from Hussein. However, this was merely the inaugural order placed by Caesar. Should Caesar manage to ascend amidst the ensuing chaos, the subsequent transactions would far exceed the provisions of a single squad's equipment. When Decisive is able to issue checks from the defense budget, that will signify a true enterprise. For instance, the procurement of 120mm shells this time only involved a few units, but next time, he might even directly request a production line. However, providing such high-tech equipment worth tens of millions of dollars to Decisive's soldiers seems somewhat extravagant. Lee shook his head at this thought, deciding not to dwell on it. After all, he was merely a vendor. After concluding the transaction with Decisive, Lee did not linger in Kinshasa. After a layover in the capital of Ethiopia, he flew once more to Temasek. Upon arriving in Temasek, as he turned off flight mode on his phone, a flurry of messages surfaced. Before he could review them, a call from Suwei came in. What has happened? Lee inquired once the call connected. On the other end, Suwei, after a sigh of relief, spoke with joy and a hint of tremor in her voice. Ego, are you all right? I was so worried. I couldn't reach you by phone. And you didn't reply to my messages. I thought. Suwei did not finish her ominous thought, but Lee understood the reason. Glancing at the news displayed on the airport's large screen, Li Yi reassured her, "Rest easy, I am in Temasek now, not in Kinshasa. I am quite safe." As he spoke, he continued watching the news on the screen. Almost simultaneously, while Li Yi was en route from Ethiopia to Temasek, a fierce civil war erupted in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Numerous rebel factions strategically advanced toward the capital, Kinshasa, while the government forces desperately defended. Intense battles flared up across multiple fronts. The outcome remained uncertain, but for the Democratic Republic of the Congo, whether civil war or coup, it was merely another reshuffling of power. After spending a few minutes calming Su Wei, Li Yi hopped into a car and headed straight for the RD Center of Konglon Pharmaceuticals. As he had not notified anyone, security personnel at the center stopped him. Moments later, Kong Hongfei hurried over to greet him. Upon entering the expansive laboratory, apart from Kong Hongfei, only a few assistants clad in protective gear were present. Once Kong Hongfei dismissed the others, he reported, "Boss, the technology has been largely mastered, and the equipment is in place. We are now just awaiting the raw materials." Li nodded, observing the bloodshot eyes and weary demeanor of Kong Hongfei, and patted his shoulder, saying, "The raw materials will require nearly 2 months of cultivation. During this time, ensure you get ample rest while also beginning to dissect the technology." "Understood, boss," Kong Hongfei promptly replied. Due to confidentiality requirements, most of the work regarding technology validation and production development during this period was undertaken solely by Kong Hongfei. The assistants were not even privy to the nature of the experiments. In such circumstances, Kong Hongfei labored day and night, striving to enable his daughter to utilize the gene repair medication, leaving him utterly exhausted. Nevertheless, every effort was deemed worthwhile. After reporting the progress, Kong Hongfei continued, "Boss, the technical disassembly involves multiple facets. If I were to handle it alone, it might delay your progress." Though he did not elaborate further, his meaning was abundantly clear. Relying on technology for systematic production is one matter, but deconstructing it requires a reverse approach, a task fraught with complexity. Moreover, due to confidentiality requirements, Li could not openly hire technical personnel unless he acquired additional loyalty chips. Contemplating these challenges, Li felt a twinge of frustration. After a moment of reflection, he said to Kong Hongfei, "Begin training some talent on your own and provide me with a list. I will attempt to extend invitations. As for confidentiality, I will devise a solution." Li had 2 thoughts regarding this. First, he aimed to elevate himself to level 2 as soon as possible, thereby unlocking the level 2 privileges of the system marketplace, where loyalty chips might be available for purchase. Alternatively, if the system proved unhelpful, he could resort to physical means to exert control. If one person was insufficient, he would target families. Every individual possesses vulnerabilities. Coercion and temptation. This was his forte. Chapter 54, Kong Hongfei. "Boss, which planet do you hail from?" After discussing several matters with Kong Hongfei, Li Yi had just exited the Research and Development Center when he unexpectedly encountered the hurriedly approaching Yu Chaojun. Compared to their initial meeting, the present Yu Chaojun exuded less of a greasy demeanor and more of a spirited vigor. However, it remained uncertain whether he had indeed found a second spring in life. If he had, Li would need to contemplate the implications, as he had always been drawn to Yu Chaojun's established family life, believing that any potential discoveries could be more easily controlled. Upon seeing Li, Yu Chaojun displayed no surprise, having just received news that explained his swift arrival. "Mr. Li, why didn't you inform me of your arrival? I could have come to greet you." Yu Chaojun began to shower Li with fervent flattery. Li, however, was not swayed by such overtures and offered only perfunctory responses before his demeanor shifted to a more serious tone. Yu Chaojun, adept at reading the room, promptly adopted a serious expression and stated, "Mr. Li, I would like to report on our recent work." He proceeded to elaborate. In contrast to Kong Hongfei's diligent labor within the laboratory, Yu Chaojun's tasks were considerably less arduous. Besides ensuring the company's normal operations, his primary focus was on establishing sales channels. However, due to the ongoing development of the medication, even related data could not be disclosed, complicating Yu Chaojun's efforts to navigate the sales landscape, which often involved considerable challenges. Yet, these struggles were deemed worthwhile. For the moment the medication was launched, the balance of identity and power would shift dramatically. At that juncture, acquiring the drug would hinge upon Yu Chaojun's discretion. While Yu Chaojun concentrated on the sales avenues, Li was more concerned with the hurdles to the drug's market entry. Yu Chaojun reported, "Mr. Li, I am diligently working on public relations with the committee. and I am already seeing results. Rest assured, within 2 months, I will ensure the product is launched for a new drug to enter the market. Substantial clinical trial data and ethical reviews are required before registration and launch can occur. The clinical trial phase often spans several years, as it necessitates monitoring the health of participants over an extended period to ensure safety. Naturally, Li could not afford to wait that long, which is precisely why he had entrusted the drug's development to Temasek. In that region, many matters could be maneuvered through unspoken rules. Once the drug successfully debuted in Temasek, pathways to other countries would undoubtedly open. After receiving the report on the drug's market entry, Li addressed Yu Chaojun, saying, moving forward, in addition to continuing public relations efforts, you will also need to assist Kong Hongfei in sourcing some technical talent. However, those recruited must not be integrated into the core project for the time being. Kong Hongfei will manage that aspect. That said, Li paused, contemplating for a few moments before adding, I have but one stipulation. The individuals you recruit should possess stability in their lives, preferably with families. Please exercise diligence in the background checks. Currently, Kong Hongfei was in urgent need of personnel, so Li had no choice but to let Yu Chaojun proceed with the recruitment. However, the individuals brought in were initially assigned to peripheral tasks, and only after a period of scrutiny could they engage with the core projects. By that time, whether relying on the system or taking matters into his own hands, Li possessed the confidence to maintain control over them. After outlining the necessary details, Li declined Yu Xiaojun's invitation to dinner and opted for a nearby hotel to check in. In the following days, Li remained at the Research and Development Center, attentively monitoring the turmoil in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. He learned through phone communications that progress on the side of Decisive was remarkably smooth. With the equipment procured from Li, the segment under Decisive not only withstood pressure but also achieved impressive results. The exceptional matching mechanism of Africa once again proved its efficacy. Soldiers under Decisive, armed with state-of-the-art equipment, resembled low-level accounts equipped with top-tier gear. Under similar tactical proficiency, they naturally triumphed in successive battles. According to Decisive's estimates, if all proceeded seamlessly, the conflict could conclude within a month or two. Besides his ongoing concern for the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Li was also preoccupied with another matter, his own well-being. Due to the genetic evolution his body had undergone, he was unable to visit a hospital for examination. The research center belonging to Kong Lon not only possessed a comprehensive array of equipment, but also had Kong Hongfei, an expert in the field. Coupled with the fact that Kong Hongfei had installed a loyalty chip, ensuring a loyalty rating consistently above 90, Li placed considerable trust in him. After a thorough examination, Kong Hongfei scrutinized the report with a look of bewilderment. After a prolonged silence, he suddenly inquired, Boss, which planet do you hail from? Please enlighten me about your condition. Li responded, only to see Kong Hongfei shake his head before bluntly stating 3 words. I do not know. Subsequently, Kong Hongfei handed the report to Li, explaining, Boss, if the testing apparatus is functioning correctly, then with the current level of detection, it is utterly incapable of analyzing your genes. If we consider human genes as being encrypted by a passcode for an ordinary individual, this code would likely consist of 7 digits. Even if complete decryption is not feasible, a portion can still be accessed. However, your genetic code. Kong Hongfei gazed at Li, his eyes filled with curiosity and a hint of excitement, is at least 13 digits long. Although this is merely my conjecture, it is certain that your genetic structure is far more intricate than that of a normal human. To be frank, were you not my employer, I would be quite eager to dissect you to examine your composition. Li, upon hearing Kong Hongfei's observations, nodded in acknowledgement. He was acutely aware of the changes within his own body. According to Kong Hongfei's assertions, he was still fundamentally human, yet distinctly unlike an earthling. Furthermore, Kong Hongfei cautioned, Boss, it is imperative that you prevent others from acquiring your genetic information, while they may be unable to decipher it. Even the mere dissemination of this information would incite considerable upheaval. Kong Hongfei's warning indeed captured Li's attention. In his previous life, he was well aware that numerous organizations, in their pursuit of assassination targets, would procure the target's genetic material to concoct corresponding genetic poisons. There was once a powerful politician who met his demise merely 3 hours after being bitten by an unknown mosquito. However, Li need not exercise such caution. Firstly, his genetic makeup was exceedingly difficult to decode. Secondly, acquiring his genetic material would require an approach akin to Su Wei's, involving ingestion. As for hair or saliva, such methods were rendered ineffective against him. With this thought, Li felt considerably reassured. Subsequently, he observed Kong Hongfei meticulously erase his testing data before he proceeded to purchase a plane ticket back to his homeland. Chapter 55, The Surprise of Classmate Su Wei on June 8th, Saturday, which also marked the first day of the Dragon Boat Festival holiday. Su Wei had already risen from her bed as the morning light streamed into the bedroom of her apartment. Humming a cheerful tune with a facial mask adorning her face and wielding a mop in her hand, she diligently cleaned every corner of the room. Since being with Li Yi, in addition to her work commitments, Su Wei found herself occupied with cooking and housekeeping on a daily basis. However, compared to her days in the Daliang Mountains or during her university years, these tasks had become significantly less burdensome. At least now. She did not have to worry about living expenses. Instead, her thoughts were more inclined towards the changing seasons and what new clothing to purchase for Li Yi. After completing her cleaning, Su Wei removed her facial mask and began to apply her makeup in front of the mirror. Once her reflection revealed a flawless visage, she checked the time on her phone and hurried into her bedroom. After trying on several dresses in front of the changing mirror, she ultimately settled on a gray pleated skirt that exuded an air of innocence. She was well aware that Li Yi appreciated her long legs, often resting his hand on them while driving. Once she was fully prepared, Su Wei grabbed her small handbag, took her car keys, and stepped out of the apartment. At the same time, Li Yi was completing his layover in the capital city of Huagua. The continuous long-distance travel had not fatigued him. Rather, it was the time wasted during the layovers that frustrated him. As he boarded the plane, his gaze inadvertently drifted toward the aircrafts parked at the airport. Private jets were not unfamiliar to Li Yi. In his previous life, he occasionally handled legitimate business dealings, often involving the protection of high-ranking officials. During those times, he had traveled via private jets. However, even private jets required advanced route applications, though they certainly saved a great deal of hassle compared to layovers. Perhaps, he mused, he might consider acquiring a private jet someday. After all, if he ever felt despondent, he could always crash into two skyscrapers. As the Airbus A321 soared towards Rongqing, Li gazed at the drifting clouds outside, pondering in boredom. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Wei had already arrived at Rongqing International Airport. With her exquisite beauty and curvaceous figure, she effortlessly attracted the attention of many admirers, especially since she was currently unaccompanied. After politely declining an advance from one suitor, Su Wei contemplated her next move and entered a nearby CAF. Just as she was about to order a cup of coffee, a voice filled with surprise called out from behind her. Wei Wei. The familiar voice prompted Su Wei to turn around, and to her astonishment, it was her university roommate, Jiang Ruoyun. Yun, Su Wei exclaimed, her tone equally surprised. Due to her striking looks and somewhat introverted nature, she had few close friends during her university years, and Jiang Ruoyun was among the select few. The chance encounter of these two old friends at the airport led them to quickly find a place to sit together. However, Su Wei remained mindful of her purpose, frequently glancing at the time on her phone or peering towards the exit. As for Jiang Ruoyun, after unabashedly scrutinizing Su Wei, she had formed a general impression in her mind. Observing Su Wei's current appearance and demeanor, it seemed she had fared well after graduation. The handbag in her possession, while not a luxury item, could easily equate to a typical person's monthly salary. If this had been the Su Wei of their university days, she would have certainly hesitated to make such a purchase. However, Jiang Ruoyun had heard that after graduating, Su Wei had taken up an internship at a company, and now, nearly a year later, she had transformed into such a radiant individual, although they shared a close friendship. Jiang Ruoyun understood that for a girl of Su Wei's caliber to ascend the social ladder, the simplest strategy would be to leverage her looks and femininity. Wei Wei, are you here at the airport to pick someone up? Could it be a boyfriend? Jiang Ruoyun remarked, laden with implication. Indeed, I am here to greet my boyfriend. He should be landing shortly. Su Wei replied candidly, a sweet smile gracing her face. Since graduating, the pressures of life had kept her from maintaining contact with her classmates. However, upon meeting Li Yi, she had transformed into a lovesick individual, eager to immerse herself in his world. She reasoned that spending time with Li Yi was far more valuable than dining with her classmates. Consequently, even Jiang Ruoyun, who had a closer bond with Su Wei, remained unaware of her recent circumstances. Upon hearing Su Wei's response and witnessing her expression, Jiang Ruoyun had a rough idea of the situation, but could not help but feel a surge of curiosity. She was well aware that Su Wei was no naive girl, easily deceived. Numerous suitors had pursued Su Wei during their university years, and some had been quite well off, yet she had never acquiesced. It was surprising that within a year post-graduation, Su Wei had undergone such a transformation. What kind of man could ensnare someone as spirited and independent as Su Wei so swiftly? With no pressing engagements, Jiang Ruoyun engaged Su Wei in conversation, exchanging updates on their lives and reminiscing about amusing incidents from their school days. An hour later, Su Wei offered Jiang Ruoyun an apologetic smile before making her way to the arrival area, eagerly awaiting her beloved. In a short while, Jiang Ruoyun witnessed Su Wei leap into the arms of a man, eagerly reaching up on her toes to plant a kiss. If this scene were to be observed by Su Wei's former admirers, it would undoubtedly shatter their hearts. Simultaneously, Jiang Ruoyun finally caught a glimpse of Su Wei's boyfriend. Setting aside other considerations, his appearance and demeanor were such that not only Su Wei but any woman would likely be captivated. It seemed she had indeed found a tall, rich, and handsome partner. Jiang Ruoyun felt her suspicions confirmed. Meanwhile, after sharing a tender moment with the man she had longed for, Su Wei finally remembered Jiang Ruoyun. After receiving Li Yi's approval, Su Wei approached Jiang Ruoyun and said, "Ruoyun, are you returning to Rongqing? If so, I can give you a ride." Jiang Ruoyun did not decline and followed Su Wei and Li Yi to the parking lot. Once seated in the luxurious SUV's back seat, Jiang Ruoyun's suspicions were further solidified. Upon arriving in Chengdu, Jiang Ruoyun extended an invitation to Su Wei before disembarking. "Wei, it has nearly been a year since graduation. With the Dragon Boat Festival approaching and everyone enjoying a break, how about we gather together?" Su Wei hesitated, glancing towards Li Yi. In truth, she yearned to remain by Li Yi's side. Li Yi, however, gently encouraged her, saying, "Go and unwind. Do not dwell solely on work." He harbored no intention of transitioning into the coffee business, which made Su Wei feel increasingly that her efforts seemed to be persuading him to reconsider his path. "All right then. I will see you then." Su Wei ultimately acquiesced. As Jiang Ruoyun watched the car pull away, a twinge of conflict began to stir within her. She wished for Su Wei's happiness, yet could not bear the thought of her surpassing her own. It was evident that, coming from an ordinary family, she felt as though Su Wei had already eclipsed her. If that were the case, she resolved that the discomfort of this situation would not be hers to endure alone. Chapter 56. Wildfire Security. Military Academy plans on the day of the Dragon Boat Festival. Even with just the two of them, Su Wei prepared a sumptuous feast. After hanging up the phone with his parents, Li Yi transferred 20,000 yuan under the pretext of a bonus. Although there was nothing of great importance, he was not yet mentally prepared for a reunion with his parents. Until he could manage everything more comprehensively, Li sought to avoid revealing any vulnerabilities. Thus, in the presence of familial affection, he remained cautious, tense, and prudent. Su Wei, on the other hand, made a brief call to her grandmother and inquired about her younger brother, Su Yong's recent situation. With the college entrance examination now concluded, Su Yong's estimated score would at most allow him to attend a vocational school or risk becoming a drifter. Su Wei had yet to inform him of any arrangements, as Li Yi had previously mentioned that they needed to wait some time before handling the necessary paperwork. Their holiday, though not boisterous, was imbued with warmth. On the final day of the Dragon Boat Festival holiday, Su Wei reluctantly bid farewell to Li Yi and promptly drove off to meet her classmate Jiang Ruoyun. After receiving a call from Zhou Langtao, Li Yi arrived at a private room on the second floor of a tea house. Inside the room, Zhou Langtao was arranging the tea set while saying, "Old Li, I've nearly contacted everyone. The veterans retiring this year have all been gathered. While they may not be the elite of the military, they possess the requisite skills." After pouring a cup of tea for Li Yi, Zhou Langtao elaborated on the details of these individuals. In total, there were 12, 10 of whom were non-commissioned officers who had not met the criteria for job placement, thus qualifying for normal retirement. The other 2 had retired due to injuries. With the rising status of military personnel in recent years, active duty soldiers retiring due to injury often receive quite favorable arrangements. However, upon learning about Zhou Langtao's situation, these 2 ultimately chose to accept his invitation alongside their fellow comrades. Zhou Langtao had also professionally prepared a personnel dossier detailing their service records. Upon perusing the file, Li gained a preliminary understanding of this group. None stood out as particularly exceptional. Their service histories were rather ordinary. Yet, they possessed a solid foundation, with essential skills and knowledge adequately represented. Should they be deployed to the battlefield, they would require further refinement to develop effective combat capabilities. However, as instructors, especially within the matching mechanisms in Africa, these individuals would undoubtedly be considered high-caliber talent. If you deem them suitable, I can arrange interviews at my convenience. Zhou Lang now remarked with a hint of anticipation in his tone, ever since he learned that Li Yi had connections to establish military academies abroad. He had devoted most of his energy to this endeavor, having long forgotten about any so-called fitness studios. After reviewing the dossier, Li shared his thoughts. "Let us arrange the interviews soon," he contemplated before adding. "Those who pass the interview will join a security company named Wildfire Security." Simultaneously, a technical foreign trade contract was signed with Wildfire Foreign Trade. Once the military academy is completed, as a skilled professional, he would be employed by an overseas military academy in the capacity of a security instructor. Li Yi articulated his plans. Upon hearing this, Zhou Langtao deemed the approach remarkably prudent. After all, if an overseas military academy were to directly recruit military instructors from within the country, it would inevitably spark speculation and potentially incite unrest. However, presenting it under the guise of a security company would render it less conspicuous. Regarding compensation, as previously discussed, the starting annual salary would be 500,000, supplemented by performance bonuses and allowances, which would surely be satisfactory. Li remarked, "I have already communicated this to them, and they are quite pleased." Zhou Langtao responded with a smile, "It is certain they will be satisfied. These veterans are neither from technical military branches nor have they accomplished significant feats. Within the million-strong ranks of the Huagua military, such junior officers are exceedingly numerous. Those truly capable would not be easily released by the army. To receive a guaranteed annual salary of 500,000 upon discharge, albeit in a remote location, is indeed a lucrative offer. Many well-informed veterans have even approached Zhou Langtao for inquiries. However, due to the situation with Ma Yinglong, he has currently accepted only these 12 individuals. Li had no intention of making grand overtures to recruit personnel at the outset. His true aim was to establish a fully autonomous operational unit grounded in this group. That night, after Li Yi and Zhou Langtao returned to their residence following a drink, Su Wei had been eagerly awaiting their return. After a moment of affectionate exchange, Su Wei recounted the events of her class reunion. There were no dramatic tales to tell. Although it was labeled a reunion, it consisted merely of a few roommates and acquaintances. Everyone had taken note of the changes in Su Wei, engaging in much gossip. And after Zhang Ruiyun embellished the stories, they envied Su Wei profusely. Throughout it all, Su Wei remained composed, fully aware of who had facilitated her transformation. Li Yi, smoking a cigarette, stated, "I've arranged everything with the security company. In the next few days, you should have your brother come to Rongqing. Isn't he idle? He might as well train with the security firm. Once we are abroad, we will be unable to assist him, and he will need to rely on himself for many things." Su Wei wholeheartedly accepted Li Yi's arrangements. She was never one to indulge in sibling dependency. Thus, Li Yi's willingness to consider her brother's future touched her deeply. A heart that had long surrendered wished to merge into Li Yi's very being. After discussing Xu Yong, Su Wei shifted the conversation to matters concerning the company. "Igu, I previously mentioned collaborating with social media influencers for product promotion, and I have nearly finalized the discussions. We have a meeting at the company tomorrow. Would you like to join?" Su Wei inquired. Naturally, Li Yi had little interest in such affairs. Yet, just as he was about to decline, he noticed Su Wei's alluring gaze and her heartfelt tone as she said, "Igu, I've prepared several outfits and a pair of glasses for you in the office. Speaking of which, you haven't been to the lounge there, have you?" That was indeed the case. Li nodded thoughtfully and then, with a serious demeanor, remarked, "Allow me to alleviate some of your burdens, Xiao Wei. Negotiation is my forte." He spoke earnestly, for he was indeed highly skilled in the art of negotiation. If matters did not proceed favorably, he would simply overturn the table. However, what took Li Yi by surprise was that amidst this cohort of social media influencers, he unexpectedly encountered someone with whom he had previously crossed paths. Chapter 57. The Ambitions of Guantong. Is someone here to disrupt the event? On June 11th, the first day back to work after the Dragon Boat Festival holiday, Guantong awoke naturally and leisurely checked some back-end data on his phone before rising to freshen up. As a self-media blogger specializing in tourism, Guantong has boldly ventured into uncharted territories, successfully carving out a new niche within the travel industry. Compared to his contemporaries, Guantong's works are often imbued with elements of the unknown and thrill. His Exploring Africa series has garnered widespread acclaim, as he immerses himself in East African tribes while others are still sharing experiences from Bali, showcasing the raw essence of Africa. Consequently, Guantong swiftly ascended to the forefront of travel-focused self-media. Moreover, his focus on Africa aligns perfectly with the primary products of Wildfire Foreign Trade, leading to an invitation from Su Wei. Guantong harbors no aversion to promoting products, particularly since his visit to the Democratic Republic of the Congo, where he discovered that the products from Wildfire Foreign Trade are genuine local specialties. Thus, under favorable terms, the collaboration progressed swiftly. Today marks the day he is to sign a contract with Wildfire Foreign Trade. Reflecting on his journey through the Congo, even with his extensive travels, Guantong cannot help but reminisce. He recalls a dashing compatriot who had unexpectedly gifted him a handgun filled with ammunition as they shared a ride. It was this very handgun that ensured his safe return to Kinshasa amidst the turmoil in the Congo, as he joined an evacuation team back to his homeland. Though the handgun was never fired, it was surrendered during the exodus. He refrained from revealing the identity of his fellow countrymen, merely stating that he had purchased it at a high price from a local for self-defense. Each time he reflects on those harrowing days in the Congo, thoughts of that compatriot resurface. Should fate allow them to meet again, he would express his heartfelt gratitude for the assistance received. Yet, he acknowledges the slim chances of such a reunion. As Guantong adjusted his attire, these thoughts lingered in his mind. That compatriot was evidently extraordinary abroad, and such individuals rarely reside domestically. With this contemplation, Guantong entered his vehicle, navigating towards the address provided, heading to the Four Seas building. In the Four Seas building, on the 19th floor, Lee stepped out of the lounge, exuding a refreshing demeanor. Sue glanced at the time, tidied herself up, and made her way to the reception area with a slight falter. How utterly exasperating. Even her affection for Lee could not quell her frustrations. After a brief respite in the reception area, Sue, upon receiving a report from the front desk attendant Lin Xiaya, mustered the strength to rise and greet the various self-media influencers who had come to sign contracts. Once everyone was seated, Sue turned to Lin Xiaya and instructed, "Please inform General Manager Lee that everyone has arrived." Lin Xiaya promptly complied, while Sue began to engage in pleasantries with the influencers present. The corresponding cooperation terms had already been discussed and were merely awaiting formalization. Yewa Foreign Trade was set to sign agreements with 6 self-media influencers to collectively promote the company's primary products. However, during the signing process, a minor mishap occurred. A female influencer named Zhao Qian raised her voice after glancing at the price stated in the contract, exclaiming, "Mr. Su, my followers have increased by over 100,000 in the past few days. Given that, the previous price seems rather inappropriate, doesn't it?" Zhao Qian's statement immediately garnered the attention of the other influencers. Logically, the value of an influencer is determined by their follower count, making Zhao Qian's request seem reasonable. However, the issue lay in the fact that Sue had already established the pricing in advance, and both parties had agreed, with only signatures remaining. Requesting a price increase at this juncture could be seen as a breach of trust. Nevertheless, such occurrences are not uncommon in the business world. Upon hearing Zhao Qian, Sue furrowed her brow. Just as she was about to respond, the door to the meeting room was suddenly pushed open. Dressed in a casual suit, Lee pulled out a chair beside her and sat down. "What is going on?" he casually inquired, directing his gaze towards those present. Sue felt her previously furrowed brow relax upon Lee's arrival. "Ego, it's like this," she began to explain the situation, but was abruptly interrupted by a sudden voice. Old Lee." A male influencer suddenly stood up, his expression animated as he looked at Lee. He approached Lee, extending his hands and slightly bowing in a gesture of deference. This male influencer was Guantong, who had previously traveled with Lee during the unrest in Gangwajan. "It's you, Guan," Lee acknowledged with a nod, shaking Guantong's hand without displaying any particular emotion. Conversely, Guantong appeared somewhat exhilarated, gratitude evident in his eyes. Had it not been for the small gift from Lee before their parting, he might have faced dire consequences amid the chaos in Gangwajan. Moreover, anyone capable of casually gifting a firearm overseas was undoubtedly someone of significance. Reflecting on this, Guantong promptly expressed, "Li Go, you truly helped me out during the incident in Gangwajan. Without your assistance, I might not have fared so well." Clearly, Guantong was not only a warm-hearted individual but also adept at navigating social dynamics. Upon recognizing Li, he instantly elevated him from Old Li to Li Go. Despite Li appearing younger than him, Li felt little sentiment regarding the title shift. He merely smiled and replied, "It was a chance encounter. We helped each other. Didn't we? You also assisted me along the way. That can't compare." Guantong shook his head, intending to reminisce further with Li. However, noticing the presence of many others, he quickly redirected, "Li Go, it seems we are fated. Had I known this company was yours, we wouldn't have needed to negotiate at all. Rest assured, I will promote the products for free and 1T take any commission. If I were to profit from you, I would feel guilty. Guantong was exceptionally affable, even appearing somewhat obsequious in the eyes of other internet celebrities, seemingly eager to curry favor. Thus, one might wonder what exceptional abilities this brotherly possesses. A few influencers were left puzzled, and naturally, Guantong would not divulge the truth. On one hand, he was genuinely grateful to Li Yi. On the other, he sensed that Li Yi wielded significant influence in Africa, with connections that were undoubtedly formidable. As he planned to delve deeper into the African series, he found himself in need of Li Yi's assistance. To say nothing of the fact that if Li Yi could procure some resources for him in Africa, he could even embark on a military tourism series, thereby pioneering a new avenue. While other similar content creators merely unveiled mysteries, he envisioned leading a well-equipped team into perilous zones, which would truly be a game-changing approach. The very thought ignited even greater enthusiasm within Guantong. However, at that moment, a knock resounded on the conference room door. Soon after, Lin Xiaoya peered in. Her face etched with fear as she exclaimed, "President Su, a Mr. Zhou has arrived, seeking Mr. Li. He is accompanied by 12 burly men and appears quite intimidating. What on earth is this?" Upon hearing Lin Xiaoya's words, everyone, including Su Wei, was instantly taken aback. Could this be an impending confrontation? Chapter 58, The Interview. The first instructors of the military academy in the domestic realm, Li Yi was undoubtedly an exemplary citizen, and naturally, no one would seek trouble with him. Upon hearing the surname Zhou and the number 12, Li Yi immediately comprehended the situation at hand. Upon exiting the reception room, he laid eyes on Zhou Langtao and the individuals accompanying him. However, this fellow was rather ostentatiously adorned with sunglasses, and those behind him mirrored the same affectation. No wonder he managed to startle the front desk attendant, Lin Xiaoya, who had remarked on their intimidating presence. Indeed, their appearance bore an air that was quite deserving of a reprimand. On the other side, the internet celebrities, sensing the commotion, promptly rose to their feet and exited the reception room. These influencers, primarily creatures of attention, thrived on captivating the eyes of the masses. How could they resist the allure of such an emerging spectacle? Among them was a certain Zhao Qian, a social media influencer eager to raise her rates, who swiftly activated her phone's camera. What followed was a scene that defied belief. The bespectacled man at the forefront, upon spotting Li Yi, clapped his hands and proclaimed loudly, "Come now, everyone greet Mr. Li." In an instant, the 12 individuals behind him synchronously exclaimed, "Hello, Mr. Li." This peculiar spectacle, at first glance, appeared rather undignified. If it were to be disseminated online, it could very well obliterate the years of efforts in combating organized crime and roaching. Li Yi shared the same disdain for such theatrics. It was bound to lead others to perceive him as part of the underworld. Ridiculous. What sort of lowly gang could even be compared to him? Shaking his head, Li Yi took a couple of steps forward and playfully thumped Zhou Langtao on the shoulder. "Let us maintain a semblance of decorum. We are, after all, legitimate businessmen," he remarked. "Hey, I simply wanted to give you a surprise," Zhou Langtao replied, removing his sunglasses and clapping his hands. "This is Mr. Li, who will henceforth be the one dispersing salaries to all of you." The 12 individuals promptly removed their sunglasses and quickly formed a line. Once they were aligned, the person on the far left proclaimed loudly, reporting from the 55301 unit, Field Combat Platoon. The sight of their orderly formation and upright postures was, at that moment, quite pleasing to the eye. Li Yi scanned the 12 individuals, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. They had recently transitioned from military service, and the lingering aura of discipline set them apart from the ordinary populace. Subsequently, Li refrained from engaging with them further and addressed Zhou Langtao. "This place is rather cramped. Let us proceed to your gym, where we can converse in more comfort." After speaking, Li Yi turned to Su Wei and said, "Xiao Wei, I leave this to you." "Understood, Yi," replied Su Wei. With that, Li Yi, accompanied by Zhou Langtao and the 12 newly retired soldiers, made their way to Zhou Langtao's fitness studio. Meanwhile, the contract negotiations between Wildfire Foreign Trade and the influencers progressed smoothly following the interventions of Guantong and Zhou Langtao. Zhao Qian, the influencer keen on raising her fees, adeptly recognized the dynamics of power and swiftly signed the contract. As for Guantong, after amending the contract price, he inquired about Li Yi's contact information. After bidding farewell to the group of internet celebrities, Lin Xiaoya sidled up to Su Wei with a cheerful grin, exclaiming, "Sister Wei Wei, General Li was truly impressive just now. Those people frightened me." Su Wei responded with a disapproving glance towards Lin Xiaoya. Meanwhile, on the other side, A party of 14 arrived at Zhou Longtao's fitness studio in 2 luxury vehicles. Due to their primary focus on the military academy, the fitness studio had temporarily ceased operations. Hence, it was devoid of any other individuals. Upon entering the studio, Li Yi remained silent. He simply approached the ring, removed his shoes, donned his boxing gloves, and addressed the group. "Let us commence the interview." His intentions were unmistakably clear. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Longtao wore a sly smile and addressed the 12 veterans. "General Li has been certified by your deputy commander Ma, so do not hold back. Otherwise, you may find yourselves at a disadvantage." Although this was the first encounter between the 12 veterans and Li Yi, they were more familiar with Zhou Longtao. They had anticipated a conventional interview involving resume reviews and a few questions, yet they were taken aback to find the examiner stepping into the ring. Nevertheless, this suited them just fine. After a brief exchange of glances, one veteran stepped forward, donned his gloves, and proclaimed, "General Li, I am Gao Qi, from the assault team of the field combat unit." Li Yi nodded, observing the robust figure of Gao Qi, and said, "There are no rules. Use any means necessary, and give it your all to bring me down." Gao Qi could not help but feel a twinge of skepticism. Although certified by Deputy Commander Ma, this General Li appeared rather overconfident. However, Gao Qi did not underestimate him. After loosening his joints, he assumed a fighting stance. While not all soldiers excel in hand-to-hand combat, such skills were fundamental for their field unit. Soon, noticing that Li had no intention of launching an offensive, Gao Qi no longer hesitated and struck with vigor. In the military, combat techniques often focus on lethal efficiency, and Gao Qi's strike was direct, targeting Li Yi's throat. Yet, in the next instant, Gao Qi felt a blur before his eyes. Almost immediately, he was struck hard on the jaw. As the scene spun around him, he found himself staring at the floor of the ring and its edges. The onlookers, aside from Zhou Longtao, could not help but gasp in astonishment. They clearly witnessed Li Yi's sudden, rapid uppercut that sent Gao Qi crashing to the ground. Both his speed and strength were astonishing, leaving the rest of the group with serious expressions. Li Yi then pulled the fallen Gao Qi back to his feet. Having used less than 20% of his strength, and with the protection of the boxing gloves, Gao Qi suffered only a mild concussion and no significant injuries. After taking a few deep breaths, he gradually regained his composure. At this moment, Zhou Longtao smiled and remarked, "Do not be deceived by old Li's youth. He hails from the ranks of the secretive elite forces, and I trust you are all well aware of the rigorous selection criteria for such units." Zhou Longtao left his statement unfinished, yet the veterans grasped his meaning. Subsequently, a grueling series of matches commenced. After swiftly taking down the last opponent, Li removed his boxing gloves and lightly shook his head. This gesture did not signify a dismissal of his challengers, rather, it reflected the reality of his current physical condition. In such a contest, he found himself unable to unleash his full potential, restrained by the fear of causing injury, rendering the experience somewhat tedious. As for the outcome of this so-called interview, there was no genuine interview to speak of. Li merely sought an opportunity to stretch his limbs. He then addressed the 12 individuals before him. "I will now proceed to sign contracts with you. You are all aware of the specifics regarding compensation and responsibilities, so I shall refrain from reiterating them, as the overseas facilities are not yet completed. You may arrange your schedules during this interim period. Salaries will be dispersed at 30%. Are there any questions?" "None," came the unanimous response from the 12, who had been thoroughly impressed by Li Yi's prowess. It is well known that those from military backgrounds have a deep respect for strength. Chapter 59. Xu Yong, sister. Should I go to the United States or New Zealand? In a small county in Daliangshan, should I head to Rongqing and then study abroad? Upon receiving a call from his sister Su Wei, Xu Yong was taken aback. After numerous attempts to persuade his sister to leave that deranged murderer proved fruitless, Xu Yong gradually came to a realization that so-called brother-in-law was likely not a psychopathic killer. Otherwise, he would not have remained unscathed. The firearms he had seen were probably not real, but rather remarkably realistic air guns. Otherwise, how could he have only sustained minor abrasions after enduring several blows? With this understanding, Xu Yong became acutely aware of the situation. It seemed that this brother-in-law, having heeded his sister's words, intended to teach him a lesson. Anger aside, after this experience, Xu Yong realized that if he did not become stronger, he would be unable to protect his sister and grandmother. Thus, upon hearing that his sister could arrange for him to study abroad, he felt a surge of excitement alongside his astonishment. "Your brother-in-law has contacted a technical school abroad for you. If you study there for a few years, you will be able to secure a stable job afterward. Su Wei gently encouraged over the phone. Regarding her brother's overseas education, she was not entirely knowledgeable, but she trusted Li Yi. Therefore, even if it was in Africa, it would certainly be better than being a street punk back home. By the way, I have transferred 5,000 yuan to you. Please deliver it to Principal Guo at the village school and ask him to keep a close eye on AP, while I think of a way to persuade AP to move to the city. Additionally, you should come to Rongqing in the next couple of days. We need to sort out your passport and visa. Once Su Wei concluded her lengthy monologue, the call ended. It took Xu Yong a while to gather his thoughts. So, I'm going to study abroad? In an instant, visions of the United States, Australia, New Zealand, and France flooded his mind. Even if it came down to it, South Korea would suffice. In any case, these were all developed nations. He had heard that some universities in these countries did not require academic performance. As long as one had the means, admission was guaranteed. With a diploma in hand, he would return transformed, a returned scholar with an air of prestige. The mere thought of this ignited a fervor within Xu Yong, dissipating any lingering resentment towards his brother-in-law's intimidation. Soon, he would be a distinguished overseas student. Elated, Xu Yong picked up his phone to bid farewell to his girlfriends. Xiaoyu, I'm going to study abroad. I can no longer ride my motorcycle with you. Meng Bao, I'm heading overseas. Even in a foreign land, I will think of you every moment. Nan Nan, I'm going to study abroad. You. Meanwhile, after hanging up the phone, Su Wei quickly set aside thoughts of Xu Yong. With contracts signed with various online influencers, the company's products began to gain traction in sales. Although immediate profitability was still out of reach, the measures taken were elevating product visibility and laying the groundwork for future sales. In a turn of events that Li Yi had never anticipated, although Wildfire foreign trade remained in a state of loss, its future appeared promising. However, Li found himself with little time to focus on the development of Wildfire foreign trade. His current attention was primarily directed towards three aspects. Firstly, the evolving situation surrounding steel fruit gold. Having invested his resources, he expected Decisive to achieve tangible results to justify his investment. Consequently, even from across the vast ocean, Decisive would occasionally communicate with Li Yi regarding the latest developments and seek his counsel. Overall, the prevailing circumstances were favorably aligned for Decisive's faction. With Li Yi's investment, Decisive had acquired capabilities that surpassed the average standards of Africa, quickly emerging as a prominent figure amidst a series of victories. While he had yet to assume a leadership role, he was certainly positioned among the frontrunners. The second area of Li Yi's concern was, naturally, Temisek's Konglon Pharmaceuticals. While Wildfire foreign trade merely experienced losses, Konglon Pharmaceuticals was unequivocally burning through funds. Even with complete technical documentation, the process of developing a mass-producible pharmaceutical still required extensive experimentation. Coupled with the substantial costs associated with Yu Chaojuan's efforts, the expenses were considerable. Fortunately, Li Yi had ample means to generate funds. Otherwise, they would truly struggle to sustain operations. In addition to the financial drain, with Li Yi's consent, Yu Chaojun had commenced efforts to promote the new drug. Rumors had surfaced claiming that a pharmaceutical company located in Temasek had successfully developed a novel gene-targeted medication capable of curing certain rare diseases. Naturally, this information remained speculative, with few taking it as truth. Lastly, there were the 12 retired soldiers now affiliated with Wildfire Security. The establishment of the military academy was progressing. But considering Decisive's primary focus on the evolving situation, advancements in this area were relatively slow. As a result, these 12 veterans, aside from ensuring a level of daily training, dedicated their remaining time to learning foreign languages. They expressed no significant complaints, occasionally reaching out to Li Yi to engage in discussions on various topics. It was evident that they were quite curious about their boss, who hailed from a background in secretive operations. However, Li Yi had little interest in indulging their inquiries. And thus, time passed day by day. On June 17th, Su Wei departed for the train station in the morning and returned at noon, accompanied by a young boy carrying a burlap sack. This boy was Xu Yong, and the sack contained local specialties intended for Li Yi, primarily comprising mountain goods. Upon reuniting with Li Yi, Xu Yong felt less intimidated, yet he still refrained from making eye contact. Li said nothing, but Su Wei, visibly displeased, admonished him, "Aren't you going to thank your brother-in-law? Stop standing there like a fool." "Thank you, sister, brother-in-law," Xu Yong mumbled, his head bowed. Li smiled gently, responding in a warm and approachable tone, "It's all right. Children just out of their shells tend to be timid. With practice, you'll grow bolder." After a round on the front lines, frequently soiling his trousers, one is bound to mature. Seizing the opportunity during a meal, Li said to Su Wei, "Why not send your brother to old Zhou's place? They're both studying foreign languages. It would be beneficial for him to join as well." "Sure thing, Iga." Su Wei promptly nodded in agreement. Once the meal concluded, Su Wei first took Xu Yong to purchase some daily necessities and then acquired a few decent articles of clothing. However, when Xu Yong expressed his desire for a new model of smartphone, Su Wei unhesitatingly declined. "Once you've achieved some results and earned your own money, then you can buy a phone. What do you want from me now?" Su Wei shot Xu Yong an exasperated glance. Noticing his sister's irritation, Xu Yong quickly changed the subject. "Sister, which country am I going to study in? The United States or Australia? I've heard that schools in France are also quite good. And how much will my monthly living expenses be?" Xu Yong envisioned a bright future ahead. Su Wei, however, remained silent and simply led Xu Yong to Zhou Langdao, conveying Li Yi's message. "Brother Zhou, I'm entrusting this child to you." Yi Ge mentioned that he should undergo the same training standards as Feng's team, particularly in correcting his bad habits. Su Wei, somewhat anxious that Zhou Langtao might be lenient on Xu Yong due to Li Yi's reputation, added, "I'm his sister, so feel free to be strict. Make sure this little rascal develops some sense of manliness." Upon hearing Su Wei's words, Zhou Langtao broke into a grin and replied, "All right then, since you've said that, Miss Su, you can rest assured. My comrades and I have trained many new recruits over the years. We excel at molding them." Chapter 60. All set. Onward to Kinshasa. At 11 o'clock at night, the sudden ringing of a mobile phone pierced the stillness. Su Wei, engrossed in her tasks, glanced at the caller ID and saw it was her younger brother, Xu Yong. She had no intention of answering, as it might disrupt the intimate moment with the man she cherished. However, a voice beside her, that of Li Yi, urged her to pick up the call, his tone resembling a command. Upon answering, Su Yong's voice, laced with tears, immediately filled the air. "Sister, I don't want to study abroad anymore. I want to come home. I promise to behave. Just please don't make me stay with those people." Su Wei remained silent, biting her lip tightly. Yet, as Xu Yong continued to express his distress, she could no longer contain herself and, gasping, replied, "Stay put. You are not going anywhere. I'm busy running. We'll talk later." With that, she abruptly ended the call. Su Wei remained unaware of which school her brother was bound for or what skills he would be learning. Nevertheless, she had no objections to leaving Xu Yong in the care of a veteran to train and learn a foreign language. At his age, if he was not properly disciplined, trouble would inevitably find him. In this regard, Su Wei was unequivocally supportive of Li Yi. The ensuing hours seemed to accelerate amidst the busyness. Following the influencer's promotional efforts, the sales of coffee beans imported from Africa by wildfire foreign trade experienced a remarkable surge. Particularly, an influencer known as Guantong Takes You Around the World tirelessly recommended the product in each of her videos. Coupled with the commendable quality of the coffee, wildfire foreign trade was poised for an unusually profitable month. Thus, when Li Yi called Decisive to request more coffee beans, Decisive was somewhat perplexed. Was Li Yi contemplating a shift to coffee sales? How much profit could that possibly yield? Of course, selling coffee was not the plan. While Su Wei busied herself with inventory, Li Yi took it upon himself to guide a dozen veterans in training. These 12 men had served together in the same unit and were quite familiar with one another. The leader, Feng Qing, had been a squad leader prior to discharge, and thus was temporarily appointed as captain, with the vice-captain being Gao Qi, who had been the first to step up during the interview. Li quickly earned the respect of this group through his formidable abilities. Watching from the sidelines, Xu Yong resolved in his heart that he must not provoke this brother-in-law. The soldiers who had previously intimidated him were no match for Li Yi, who dispatched them with ease. Once he had familiarized himself with the group, Li Yi addressed them. "Soon, you will be heading to Africa. I hope you can adapt swiftly and accomplish your respective missions. Rest assured, we will uphold the spirit of the field unit. Count on me for the first battle. Use me." Feng Qing intended to continue speaking, but Li Yi interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Li Yi smiled and remarked, "You have all retired, and many things are no longer applicable. In summary, complete the mission and earn a substantial fortune." Upon hearing this, Feng Qing and the others erupted in laughter. During this period, Li Yi had trained them and imparted many new skills, and unbeknownst to them, they had come to regard him as their instructor. As for the tasks Li Yi had assigned, they merely involved training a group of local natives in Africa, which was not much different from guiding new recruits. It was simply a matter of guiding them through the process. Moreover, the remuneration Li Yi offered was undoubtedly beyond what they could earn domestically, which further piqued their interest. In essence, everything was under Li Yi's control, progressing in an orderly fashion. Time swiftly advanced to mid-July. This period marked the peak of summer in Rong City, with average temperatures soaring to 35 degrees Celsius over several days, creating an intensely sweltering atmosphere. Meanwhile, across the ocean in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, the most scorching phase had already passed. The smoke of war gradually dissipated from the land, and a new round of restructuring had been completed. On July 16th, as a representative of the victorious faction, Decisive excitedly informed Li Yi over the phone, "Li, my brother, everything is arranged. Your investment is about to bear fruit, and I look forward to meeting you again." Although their conversation was brief, it was evident that matters had been settled. After ending the call with Decisive, Li promptly contacted Su Wei. "Xiao Wei, please book the tickets. I am taking them to Africa," Li instructed. "Certainly, Go." After a moment of contemplation, he called Zhou Langao. Over the phone, Li inquired, "Is everything ready in Africa? Would you like to come along and take a look?" "Yes, I must go. I've been waiting for this day for so long." Zhou Langtao readily agreed, especially since Li Yi had promised him the honorary title of vice principal. After all, rounding that off would essentially make him the principal. As the principal, how could he not experience his own school? After finishing the call with Zhou Langtao, Li Yi pulled out a cigarette and was about to light it when a thought crossed his mind. Moments later, he dialed Guantong. Though Guantong had previously intended to treat him to a meal, Li Yi had declined due to being occupied with training Feng Cheng and the others. Although Li Yi did not plan to sell coffee, considering Guantong's enthusiastic promotion without charge, he decided to extend an invitation. Once the call connected, Li stated directly, "Lao Guan, I'm going to Kinshasa in the next couple of days. If you're free, you can join us." Guantong naturally did not refuse and quickly agreed. Thus, the expedition to Kinshasa transformed into a party of 16. On July 22nd, a Monday during the height of summer, at 9 a.m., a minibus parked in the lot of Rong City International Airport. As the doors opened, Li Yi, wearing sunglasses, was the first to step out, followed closely by Zhou Langao and Guantong. After the three individuals disembarked, Feng Cheng, accompanied by a group that included the temporary member Xu Yang, descended from the vehicle in an orderly fashion and swiftly formed a line to advance. Upon entering the terminal, the scene was somewhat conspicuous, especially as Feng Cheng and his companions were clad in their training uniforms. However, no unforeseen incidents occurred. When the boarding time arrived, the group, greeted with warm smiles from the flight attendants, boarded the Ethiopian Airlines Boeing 777 with precision. Chapter 61. Seize the generalship. Li Yi and his entourage of 16 included at least half who were embarking on their maiden flight, with a significant number experiencing international travel for the first time. Li Yi was unaware of the demeanor of these individuals. He, along with Zhou Langtao and Guantong, occupied the first-class section, while the others were seated in economy class. Separated from them, Zhou Langtao and Guantong, seasoned travelers, were no strangers to air travel. This marked Zhou's inaugural journey to Africa. And upon learning that Guantong had spent several years on the continent, he eagerly inquired about his experiences. Guantong, oblivious to Zhou Langtao's true identity, recognized that anyone capable of collaborating with Li Yi must possess remarkable qualities. Thus, he warmly shared his observations and tales from Africa with Zhou. Conversely, although Zhou had spent some time with Li Yi, their genuine camaraderie began only after a lavish banquet. He was aware of Li Yi's exceptional skills and the existence of a foreign trade company in his homeland, which, while not particularly lucrative, had a substantial reputation abroad. Yet, in terms of intricate details, Zhou remained largely uninformed about Li Yi. Through Guantong, Zhou did gain a deeper understanding of Africa. But the nuances of Li Yi's background remained elusive. However, as the Boeing 777 arrived at the transit hub in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, the two had conversed for several hours, fostering a burgeoning familiarity. "Oldly, I didn't expect it to be quite so warm here abroad," Zhou Langao remarked, puffing on a cigarette. At the transit airport, they stepped outside in search of a designated smoking area. The local time was approximately 6 hours behind their homeland, and being midday in Africa, the heat was palpable. "It's quite warm, indeed," Li shrugged in response. "Shall we be arriving in Kinshasa shortly?" Zhou's tone held a hint of anticipation. He held the title of honorary vice principal at a military academy being established in Congo, which, when rounded up, made him effectively the principal. And if one were to round that again, he could be considered a bona fide warlord in Africa. Does that not sound as imposing as Principal Wang from the Cheong faction? He jested. "Quite so," Li nodded. "Once we arrive, This is your domain, old Li. You must ensure that I, your guest, am well taken care of. Zhou teased. Li refrained from responding, aware that while he could indeed arrange matters meticulously, he worried whether Zhou would be able to handle the reality of it all. Nonetheless, he was not a local warlord in Congo. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they returned to the terminal. Meanwhile, the 12 veterans, along with Xu Yong, had formed a temporary unit and were taking a rest. Li Yi cast a glance at Xu Yong, who was curiously surveying his surroundings, a stark contrast to his prior demeanor when he had called Su Wei for assistance. It seems he is adapting quite swiftly, Li mused inwardly, then proceeded to close his eyes and rest. An hour and a half later, the group transferred to an Airbus A350, and after an additional 4 hours of flight, they finally arrived at Kinshasa International Airport. Soon, with the flight attendants bidding them farewell with warm smiles, Li Yi and his companions in first class were the first to disembark the aircraft. Shortly thereafter, a group of 16 gathered within the terminal. As Li Yijing prepared to guide the party through various inspections, a soldier clad in local military attire approached him briskly. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Li Yijing?" the soldier inquired. "Yes," Li replied. "At last, I've been sent by General Adula to welcome you all." The soldier gestured for them to follow and added, "Mr. Li, please lead your group this way. The general has arranged a VIP passage for you." Upon hearing the soldier's words, a subtle smile graced Li's face. Adula was a surname associated with Siko. He had not anticipated that this faction had seamlessly transitioned from warlord status to a formal military presence. Moreover, their influence over Kinshasa's international airport implied a significant standing within the new government. This indeed justified his investment. Meanwhile, Zhou Langtao and the others remained oblivious to the unfolding events, yet the soldier's courteous demeanor suggested nothing but positive intentions. Guantong, fluent in French, quietly translated for Zhou Langtao. Upon hearing the news, Zhou's face brightened with delight. Old Li is truly a local powerhouse. Upon arrival, the military sends someone to greet him. "That's impressive," Zhou Langtao remarked. Although the Democratic Republic of the Congo was not a prominent nation and its government forces lacked strength, it was still a governing body. And at least outwardly, it carried significant weight. Under the soldier's guidance, the group bypassed security checks, passport inspections, and stamping procedures entirely, exiting the terminal through a quick passage. Li Yijing caught sight of Siko from a distance. The current Siko seemed to embody a transformation, dressed in deep green camouflage, adorned with a red epaulette featuring a golden star, and topped with a military cap. He exuded an air of authority. Of course, his presence was further accentuated by the VN armored personnel carrier station behind him, which, if Li's suspicions were correct, was one he had sold to Siko. Upon spotting Li, Siko promptly approached with his characteristic briskness. After a warm embrace, Siko declared, "My brother, welcome back to Kinshasa. It appears you have achieved great success." Li Yijing smiled, responding, "Indeed, your contributions have not gone unnoticed." As they spoke, Siko led Li towards the vehicle, with the remaining 15 following closely behind. After taking a few steps, the group swiftly boarded the vehicle. Following the VN armored car were 5 jeeps, with a truck converted into a personnel carrier bringing up the rear. The convoy, imposing in its presence, advanced seamlessly towards the city center. After traversing the urban landscape, they arrived at a secluded residential area. Soon, the convoy came to a halt. After disembarking, Siko invited Li inside a 3-story villa. It was only at this moment that Zhou Langtao set down his luggage and gratefully accepted a glass of water from a servant. The military escort and the commanding vehicles afforded them a treatment akin to that of visiting dignitaries. Truly, old Li was remarkable by the looks of this man's epaulettes. He seemed to be a warlord in his own right. Zhou Langtao pondered. The group, led by Feng Cheng, who intends to remain in the gold-rich region of Kango, felt a sense of relief and quiet joy upon witnessing Li Yi's familiarity with the local military. Although domestic peacekeeping forces are stationed in Kango, fostering positive relations with local powers undoubtedly enhances their security on this tumultuous land. Meanwhile, Li Yi's somewhat naive brother-in-law, Xu Yong, exhibited an unusual demeanor of obedience and sincerity. He had observed that the soldiers around him were armed with genuine firearms, far removed from mere replicas. Initially, he had perceived his brother-in-law as a pampered heir, then as a deranged killer. Yet now, he found himself utterly perplexed about Li Yi's true identity. Could it be that he was a chieftain of an African tribe? Su Yong's imagination wandered. Chapter 62, Political Ambitions in International Games. Within the spacious living room of the villa, though the number of individuals present was considerable, an unusual tranquility reigned. Li Yi was seated upon the sofa, directly facing Sezai's. Outside the residence stood armed guards, while inside, Zhou Langtao, Guantong, and Feng Cheng, along with a contingent of others, formed the gathering. Among them was the visibly restless Xu Yong. Additionally, two local individuals clad in military uniforms, presumably Sezai's aides, were present. Zhou Langtao occupied the left side of Li Yi, his gaze fixed on Sezai's while his mind pondered the latter's standing in the Democratic Republic of the Congo and his connection to Li Yi. Guantong, having never encountered such a scene before, felt a tinge of anxiety. When Li Yi had bestowed a firearm upon him, he had assumed Li Yi was merely a legendary mercenary. However, observing Sezai's affable demeanor and even hints of flattery, this notion was swiftly dispelled. Yet, one aspect he had not misjudged was Li Yi's influence in the region, which indeed could facilitate some form of military tourism. Meanwhile, after handing Li Yi a cigar, Sezai's contemplated engaging in conversation. He showed little concern for Li Yi's companions, regarding them merely as his subordinates. However, noticing the upright posture of the 10 or so individuals, whether standing or sitting, he surmised they were the instructors Li Yi had arranged. Exemplifying the esteemed spirit of a military from a nation renowned as the foremost in the East. After savoring a puff of smoke, Sezai's remarked, "Li, my father now holds a position within the Ministry of Defense. I believe our military academy project can progress more smoothly." This revelation indeed surprised Li Yi, who nodded in acknowledgement. The original plan had been to utilize the security training base as a FAAD. However, with Sezai's rising influence, it was likely that the military academy could now operate under a legitimate banner. This development entailed numerous considerations: funding, military procurement, and recruitment, all of which could significantly impact various facets. For Li Yi, possessing a legally sanctioned military academy, bolstered by Sezai's power, presented vast opportunities. For instance, utilizing the military budget of the DRC to sustain a private army was indeed Sezai's aspiration. Conversely, for Li Yi, this meant he could cultivate an elite core force. "I've already selected a location," Sezai's continued. "As per your requirements, the area within a 5-kilometer radius will be under our control and is situated near the rainforest. It is quite secluded. Although access is somewhat inconvenient, I am currently arranging for a road to be constructed." Li Yi's expectations for the military academy site were modest. Yet it had to meet the criteria for fulfilling the system's objectives, which is why Sezai's ultimately identified a more remote location. After discussing the academy, Sezai's warmly invited everyone to partake in dinner. Following an evening of camaraderie, arrangements were made for everyone to rest within the villa. Subsequently, Sezai's and Li Yi convened privately in a room to deliberate on certain matters. Sezai's primarily informed Li Yi of his gains amidst the ongoing power reshuffle, revealing that his father had ascended to the position of second-in-command at the Ministry of Defense, while also commanding a particular military unit. He maintained a good relationship with the newly appointed head of the military government. However, CC's candidly expressed to Li Yi, "Li, the military government status cannot endure for long. The European nations will not permit it. Therefore, I am simultaneously preparing for a popular vote." "Do you intend to enter politics?" Li inquired. "No. I will not engage in politics," CC's replied, shaking his head. He elaborated, "Due to tribal affiliations, it is quite challenging for either my father or myself to emerge as political figures. Yet, we can unite with other forces to support an elected politician." Li Yi understood CC's implication but believed that the task would not be easy. The realms of international politics and domestic politics are entirely distinct, particularly for a nation like the Democratic Republic of the Congo, where elected governments often bear the shadows of other great powers. Nevertheless, Li did not intend to dissuade CC's. On the contrary, he greatly admired his vision. "What do you require?" Li asked directly. Upon hearing this straightforward question, CC's displayed a sense of gratitude. In truth, even his father did not believe that his plan could succeed. Yet, Li Yi unhesitatingly inquired about what support he needed. Undoubtedly, in terms of both interest and loyalty, Li Yi was trustworthy. "I need influence," CC's declared after a moment of contemplation. "I require it from both the East and the West. This would not be an easy task." Li gently tapped his fingers on the table. He understood little about international politics in the prevailing situation. However, acquiring regional influence could be achieved through two straightforward avenues: providing equipment and financial support. An idea struck Li, and he continued, "The Eastern aspect is relatively simple. As long as you are willing to make some concessions, you can attract substantial investment. As for the West," he quickly reviewed the items in his mind and added, "Perhaps you could procure some advanced Western military equipment, such as F-15 fighter jets. This might send favorable signals within the region." Upon hearing this, CC's grasped Li's meaning. In essence, it was about leveraging Eastern investments to purchase Western equipment, thereby gaining recognition for his dual relationships within the region. The former was manageable, but the latter, although the F-15 was not considered a cutting-edge fighter jet by the United States and was available to many nations, it was utterly unattainable for the Democratic Republic of the Congo due to its exorbitant cost. Purchasing it would be far less advantageous than acquiring China's J-10. Unless CC's looked at Li with anticipation. He was well aware that if Li could sell hypersonic missiles, then acquiring a few F-15s should pose no issue. Furthermore, Li's prices were always reasonable. If he could obtain F-15 fighter jets from Li at an affordable price, it would not only lead him to believe he had secured Western support but also significantly enhance his father's standing in the Ministry of Defense. As he met the hopeful gaze of Caesar, Li smiled and said, "Indeed, I can provide it, and at a most favorable price. However, it will require some time. How does a year sound to you?" If the system's currency were ample, Li could actually supply it at any moment. Unfortunately, he still owed CC a missile, and he was not in a position to afford an F-15 in the short term. Moreover, this transaction would not be funded by Caesar, but rather by the defense budget of the Republic of Congo. Having recently undergone a significant power reshuffle, the Republic of Congo was also unable to amass such a sum in the near future. Thus, a year's time would serve both as a period for Li to accumulate the necessary currency and for the current government of the Republic of Congo to gather funds. Of course, if the current administration were to falter by that time, there would be little more to say. "Li, you always come to my aid when I am at my most desperate." Caesar expressed his profound gratitude once more. Li could not help but feel a burgeoning sense of anticipation. He had controlled many individuals and had brought many to ruin. Yet he had never attempted to govern a nation. Perhaps it was time for him to begin his education in the art of international strategy. Chapter 63, Arrival at the Campus, glaring at the hippopotamus. "How do you feel?" In another room, Zhou Langao gazed out at the night sky, inquiring of Guantong. "What do you mean?" Guantong was puzzled by Zhou Longtao's question. "I meant this city. Haven T, you spent some time here?" "Kinshasa." Guantong pondered for a moment before articulating his thoughts. "It's chaotic, and it instills a sense of insecurity. During my first encounter with customs, I was asked for $200, and once I nearly fell victim to a robbery. Apart from the local Chinese residents, tourists generally must hire at least one bodyguard." Guantong responded, "I feel it's not as bad, not as chaotic as I imagined." Zhou Langtao expressed his sentiments. However, Guantong shook his head. "How can it be the same? Today, we are escorted by the military. That makes a difference." "Indeed. It's all thanks to old Li's influence." Zhou Langtao chuckled heartily, knowing he had quite the tale to recount upon his return. The following day, Li and his companions arrived in Kinshasa. After a night of rest, the fatigue from the long journey was dispelled, although some struggled to adjust to the time difference. Their curiosity about the new surroundings kept their spirits high. In the morning, Li, accompanied by Zhou Langtao and Guantong, boarded a modified Humvee with Caesar. Meanwhile, Feng Qing and his team climbed aboard a minibus, with military vehicles leading the way, the convoy included, at its rear. A troop transport vehicle and 3 trucks laden with supplies. As the convoy departed Kinshasa, it journeyed eastward. The Democratic Republic of the Congo, having recently endured internal strife, still bore the scars of war. Rebuilding efforts had yet to commence, and remnants of destruction were visible along the roads. With burnt vehicles scattered about and the lingering scent of gunpowder permeating the air, Li had long since acclimated to such sights. However, for Zhou Langdao, Feng Qing, and others, this was their first encounter with such scenes. Upon spotting a corpse dangling from a withered tree by the roadside, some felt a wave of nausea wash over them. For instance, although Li's young uncle was bold, he had never experienced anything like this, and the poor condition of the roads quickly led to his discomfort. Feng Qing and the others, being from military backgrounds, managed to endure the sight, merely furrowing their brows without revealing further emotion. When they stopped for lunch in an unremarkable village, Li called Feng Qing over and asked, "What do you think of these soldiers?" Feng Qing scrutinized the escorting soldiers and replied, frowning, They lack tactical discipline and competence. They are merely ordinary locals with guns, emboldened a bit. Li Yi did not comment on Feng Cheng's assessment. After hastily finishing their meal, Li remarked to Feng Cheng, "For the time being, these will likely be your first group of trainees. How prepared are you with the lesson plans I asked you to draft?" "They are ready," Feng Cheng nodded. The difficulty of drafting a lesson plan is not particularly high. It merely involves revising the new recruit's training manual and incorporating additional training content tailored to local conditions. Although Feng Cheng does not hail from a teaching background, considering the average standards in Africa, this task is exceedingly manageable. "Very well. I look forward to your results." Li Yi clapped Feng Cheng on the shoulder and then beckoned everyone to board the vehicle. The convoy set off once more, departing from Kinshasa in the morning. They arrived at their destination by dusk. The journey was not excessively long, yet the poor road conditions significantly hampered their progress, especially on the latter part of the route, which was still under construction. Ultimately, as twilight descended, the convoy entered the rainforest and came upon a clearing that had been artificially cleared for the military academy site. To call it a site is somewhat misleading. It was essentially a camp, a two-story, L-shaped concrete building surrounded by a central open space, bordered by barbed wire, with watchtowers at each corner. At this point, Shiza introduced, this was originally a camp for an anti-government militia, but they have been eradicated, and the entire area is now under my control. There is a plentiful water source, although electricity relies on diesel generators. Undeniably, this place was merely a rudimentary camp nestled within the rainforest, characterized by a harsh environment. Long-term residence here would not only entail scarce supplies but also the constant threat of mosquito bites. Zhou Langtao wandered around, feeling somewhat disappointed. This was far from the military academy he had envisioned, yet he found solace in the prospect of future expansion and improvement. Wantong, on the other hand, found it rather intriguing. A military academy hidden within the rainforest was bound to attract attention. Feng Cheng and the others furrowed their brows, but thoughts of the lucrative salary offered by Li Yi quickly eased their expressions. Spending 2 years here, earning a substantial sum, would allow them to return home easily, purchase a house, and marry. With this in mind, the hardships of 2 years seemed entirely worthwhile. Moreover, they would be engaging in work they excelled at, albeit with more freedom than in a military camp, which was quite acceptable. The only one unable to come to terms with the situation appeared to be Xu Yong. "Is this really the school I will attend abroad?" Gazing at the shabby surroundings, Xu Yong shuddered. What about the promised extravagant lifestyle in the beautiful Federation? What about the golden-haired beauties of New Zealand? What about the romantic indulgence found in France? Even if there were no signs of civilized society, one would expect it to be situated in a town. Yet, looking around, not far away, a hippopotamus was baring its teeth in the river. A snake was flicking its tongue from a branch, and a leech had latched onto his arm without him noticing. Must I face a hippopotamus in this wretched place in the future? "Sister, grandmother, I want to go home." To this day, Xu Yong remains uncertain about what specialized skills he is meant to learn. However, this school has utterly extinguished all his fantasies. Regardless, Xu Yong, unable to escape his fate, was dragged into the camp. When he attempted to push open a door, the sight within made him vomit once more. A decaying beast's corpse lay in the room, exuding a foul stench, teeming with countless writhing maggots. In this scene, not only Xu Yong but also others couldn't help but frown. Naturally, this did not include Li Yi. "This place is quite satisfactory," Li Yi remarked. "With ample fresh water and food sources, it is quite convenient for both training and combat." Upon hearing Li Yi's assessment, no one voiced any objections. In truth, had it not been for Li Yi's insistence, Shiza would not have contemplated establishing the military academy in such a desolate location. However, since Li Yi ultimately chose this site, the others had no choice but to acquiesce. Before long, through the diligent efforts of a multitude of soldiers and the team led by Feng Cheng, the various buildings were rendered barely suitable for habitation. Subsequently, supplies were unloaded from the arriving trucks and systematically transported into the camp, while others busied themselves with the cleanup and logistics. Li Yi convened a small meeting with Zhou Langtao and Shiza. "The first order of business is to determine the name of the military academy," Li Yi declared. Chapter 64, A Rudimentary Ceremony, a Temporary Sanctuary. When one thinks of military academies, only a handful of names typically come to mind. For the citizens of Huagua, the most renowned is undoubtedly the one beginning with the character Huang. Aside from this, there is the esteemed West Point of the United States, which might lead some to mistakenly believe it pertains to pastry making. Then there is the Voryan Academy of the Russian Federation, a name that evokes associations with the Temple of Dharma. In fact, there exists a military academy in Kinshasa known as Kananga, which is quite reputable but wholly government-owned. However, Decisive yearns for a military academy that he can call his own, one that will cultivate warriors and commanders who will become his loyal subordinates. As for the name, Decisive seems to have had a vision in mind, promptly declaring, "Let it be called Bantuja," which means creatures sheltered by the mighty eagle in the tribe. Li had no objections. After all, in addition to the name of the military academy, there would also be a sign for wildfire security. Moreover, he did not crave fame. Many had met untimely ends due to their notoriety in his past life, such as Dingzi and Kage. Zhou Langtao, although he might have had his own ideas, lacked the standing to voice them. While Li Yi was willing to bestow upon him the honorary title of vice president, in reality, he would neither contribute financially nor partake in the operational aspects. His role would merely involve facilitating connections and introducing individuals. Thus, the name was swiftly established: Steel Fruit Gold Bantuja Military Academy, Wildfire Security, African Training Base. After finalizing the name, Li glanced at the calendar and stated, "Let us officially inaugurate the school tomorrow." The calendar indicates it is an auspicious day for funerals and grave repairs. Decisive, unfamiliar with the concept of auspicious days, believed that the sooner the academy opened, the better. He had already arranged for the first batch of students, comprising his close security detail. Zhou Langtao blinked at Li Yi, pondering, "Is this what you call an auspicious day?" Following the discussions on these two matters, Li Yi and Decisive addressed some additional details. Contrary to previous expectations, although this military academy appeared rather unremarkable and lacked renown, it had received official recognition. The necessary paperwork had long been prepared by Decisive. The future student body would consist solely of individuals from Decisive's troops, in addition to those Li Yi had designated. Decisive would serve as the principal, Zhou Langtao as the honorary principal, and Li Yi would act as an advisor. The curriculum of the academy would gradually be established and expanded. However, the immediate priority was to train a cadre capable of executing basic combat and command operations. Hence, the first group of students would undergo what could be described as a short-term training program lasting less than 6 months. If one were to label them as students, it would seem that only Xu Yong, the unfortunate soul, qualified. Furthermore, Decisive would regularly supply the materials and resources necessary for the academy's construction. The basic armaments would still fall under Decisive's purview. Should advanced equipment, such as sophisticated firearms, tanks, or even armed helicopters, be required in future courses, Li Yi would provide them. Additionally, the training expenses for this cohort of students, as well as their future tuition, would be covered by military expenditure. However, given the current state of the military in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, it seems that this sum of money still comes from Siko's own pocket. Of course, most of it is merely a transfer from one hand to the other. The small remainder that has been pocketed constitutes the salaries of individuals like Feng Qing. Once all discussions were concluded, Li Yi returned to his quarters. That night, many found themselves restless, not due to excitement over any particular event, but rather because of the harsh surroundings, with swarms of mosquitoes persistently intruding. Yet, Li Yi was free from such troubles. Ever since his body had evolved, no insect dared approach him. In fact, they actively avoided his vicinity. Time swiftly passed, and the next day arrived. At 9 a.m., in the open grounds of the military academy, a wooden pole was erected. As the gentle breeze played, the national flag of the Democratic Republic of the Congo ascended gracefully. There was no semblance of ceremony. Everything appeared exceedingly rudimentary. Subsequently, Li Yi had 3 120mm mortars brought forth and exchanged a knowing glance with Feng Qing. Feng Qing immediately rallied his team to complete the loading of the shells and awaited the command to fire. Fire! With Li Yi's authoritative call, 3 shells erupted in the air with a resounding boom. They quickly reloaded for another round and continued to fire. After a total of 8 rounds, culminating in 24 resounding salutes, the inauguration ceremony of the academy was deemed complete. The air was now thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder. Shortly thereafter, a makeshift sign was hung at the main entrance, and to the left stood a plaque announcing the Wildfire Security African Training Base. It would be hard for anyone to imagine that this dilapidated place was, in fact, an officially recognized military academy. Zhou Langtao felt a twinge of disappointment. Had it not been for the 24 cannon salutes, it would have been difficult for anyone to believe this was a military academy. Fortunately, he had gleaned some insights into the plans for future expansions from Li Yi the previous night, though these would require time to materialize. Nevertheless, it was officially recognized. and as long as no one came to inspect the site, the FAAD would hold. After all, CC had provided him with a formal appointment letter bearing the government seal, and he had donned military attire, complete with insignia for a photograph together. Once these matters were settled, Li summoned Guantong, patting him on the shoulder, and said, "During this period, I appreciate your assistance as a translator. But please refrain from taking photographs for now. Once Old Fong and the others have practiced their language skills sufficiently, I will arrange for a team to act as your bodyguards. At that point, you will have access to most areas in the Democratic Republic of the Congo." "Absolutely. Brotherly," Guantong replied with a broad smile. Although the inauguration of the military academy was somewhat austere, it nonetheless provided him with valuable experience. Furthermore, he intended to learn military knowledge alongside instructor Fong, which would lend a more professional air to his future documentary series on warlords. It was merely a few months of hard work. When he emerged from this endeavor, he would undoubtedly deliver a significant competitive edge to his peers. Subsequently, CC left behind a contingent of personnel and returned with the main force to Kinshasa, where numerous matters awaited his attention. Zhou Langtao, much like Li Yi, intended to linger a few more days. Having finally ventured abroad, with an abundance of firearms and ammunition at his disposal, it was simply impossible for him to resist the temptation. He also aspired to redeem himself regarding marksmanship in the presence of Li Yi. However, Li Yi, preoccupied with other matters, had no time to attend to Zhou Langtao. After advising Feng Cheng on certain issues, Li Yi retreated to his room, silently contemplating. Confirm the shelter. In the next moment, a voice resonated in his mind. "Would you like to designate this location as your primary shelter?" Li pondered for a few seconds before communicating with the system. Designate as a temporary shelter. Due to the limited resources at his disposal, he could only establish the shelter on the territory of CCs to fulfill the system's task. In the future, once he possessed a territory entirely his own, he would transform it into a true base. Soon after, the system responded once more. Temporary shelter designation failed. Failure reason: dangerous creatures exist within a 5-kilometer radius. Corresponding functions cannot be activated. Please eliminate these threats before attempting to designate again. Upon hearing this, Li Yi's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. Chapter 65: Eradication of the Giant Spicy Snack and Elite Lottery. In the heart of the Equatorial Province lies the majestic Congo River, the second longest river in Africa, surpassed only by the Nile. Its arc-shaped course winds through the equator twice before merging into the ocean. This unique shape has given rise to the Congo Basin, nurturing the world's second-largest tropical rainforest. Li Yi is an experienced explorer of these verdant realms. Entering this lush environment feels akin to returning home. The rivers and swamps teem with life. Lurking crocodiles and grinning hippos abound, making this place an inexhaustible treasure trove of biodiversity. However, Li did not venture deep into the rainforest. His sole objective was to eliminate the dangerous entities identified by the system within a 5-kilometer radius surrounding the Bantu Military Academy. The rainforest is rich in fauna, yet locating his target proved to be a straightforward endeavor. Less than an hour into his planned expedition, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Detected elite mutated biological entity. Initiating emergency extermination mission. Target: two-headed conglomerate python. Mission description: this elite organism, born from the consumption of mutated blood orchid and the amalgamation of numerous mutated creatures, can be eradicated or could potentially become your meal. Will you accept the mission? A giant python. Upon hearing the system's task, Li Yi was reminded of his favorite spicy snacks. Whether grilled or in a stew, the meat is always delectable. He recalled how his inexpensive uncle had traveled thousands of miles to join him in Africa, yet he had yet to treat him to a meal. With this thought, Li Yi's gaze sharpened, pupils contracting as his keen eyes scanned the surroundings like a radar, searching for any suspicious signs. Simultaneously, as he silently accepted the mission, a new interface materialized before him. Extermination mission commenced. Please eliminate the two-headed conglomerate python within 6 hours. Countdown initiated. Li Yi was no stranger to pythons. The largest of all, the extinct Titanoboa, was said to reach lengths of 13 meters and weigh over 1 tons. However, due to environmental factors, such colossal creatures are now but a relic of the past. The largest extant pythons today are the reticulated python and the green anaconda, both towering at 2 to 3 stories high. Such massive beings inevitably leave conspicuous traces of their movement within the rainforest. Thus, after a mere 15 minutes of searching, Li spotted a path carved through the undergrowth by the slithering serpent, confirming his direction. Following the snake trail, he soon encountered a murky river. As he contemplated whether to wade into the water, the surface suddenly erupted in a flurry of splashes. Moments later, the massive form of a python emerged from the depths. The serpent coiled tightly, seemingly having captured its prey, constricting with ferocity. Upon closer inspection, Li realized that the creature was ensnaring a thrashing crocodile. Crocodile meat is rather tough. Li mused about its texture. Now that he had located his target, there was no need for haste. After igniting a cigarette, Li silently awaited the completion of the hunt by the reticulated python before him. In a short while, the large spicy snack in the river blissfully swallowed a crocodile, gradually inflating its body, and leisurely made its way onto the shore. The python sensed Li's presence, yet having just satiated its hunger. It had no intention of continuing its hunt. However, as it prepared to nonchalantly slither away from Li, its body suddenly tensed, twisting rapidly. In the next moment, a massive serpent head reared up, its girth comparable to that of a water barrel, with a pair of vertical pupils looking down, reflecting Li's figure in its cold, eerie gaze. If it could speak, it would likely exclaim, "Who dares tread upon my tail?" Indeed, as the python leisurely sought a spot to digest its meal, Li extended his foot, anchoring the nearly 7-meter-long python's tail firmly to the ground, as though it were a nail. Li scrutinized the colossal snake before him, and upon not spotting a second head, he felt a twinge of disappointment. It seemed this creature had mutated only after the onset of the apocalypse. Prior to that, it was merely a larger-than-average reticulated python without any remarkable traits. With that in mind, Li raised his hand. The dark muzzle of his gun aimed at the python's head. Bang! Bang! Accompanied by 2 thunderous blasts, 2 shells, thicker than an adult's thumb, ejected from the right side of the Remington M870. In the blink of an eye, 28 steel pellets shot forth from the .28 caliber shotgun. The notion that all beings are equal before a shotgun is one of Li's favorite aspects of this close combat weapon. Merely after 2 shots, the python's head exploded like a struck watermelon, splattering chunks of flesh and blood into the air. Li astutely used his mental prowess to shield himself from the debris, quietly observing the python's body convulsing on the ground. Such is the nature of serpentine creatures, even with its head obliterated, the body can still maintain basic functions for a brief period. Approximately 10 minutes later, the python ultimately succumbed to its injuries. At that moment, Li heard the voice of the system. Mission accomplished. You have successfully eradicated the elite mutated entity of this area, the 2-headed aggregated python. Rewards are being distributed. Following this, a series of announcements resonated in his mind. You have received a mission reward, 8,000 system currency. You have received a mission reward, gene lock catalyst. You have received a mission reward, elite lottery ticket. It appeared that this python was indeed more advanced than the vines of the Dalian Mountains, as the system's monetary reward was significantly higher. Subsequently, Li retrieved the recently acquired gene catalyst from his personal space. After consuming it in one gulp, he felt a jolt of energy surge through him, banishing all fatigue, and he felt as if he had been rejuvenated. This was Li's second time taking the gene lock catalyst. According to the system, with one more dose, he could perfectly solidify the gene lock and ascend to a 2-tier genetic entity. In that moment, Li's gaze swept across the system marketplace. Initially, his system currency was insufficient to procure the gene lock catalyst. However, the recent deposit of 8,000 had resolved this dilemma. Yet, Li refrained from making an immediate purchase and opted instead to utilize his elite lottery ticket. Recalling his last lottery experience, which had not been particularly fortuitous, he pondered what fortune awaited him this time. As the lottery interface materialized before him, Li silently uttered the word start, causing the interface to swirl into motion. After a few breaths, a dazzling violet light flickered before his eyes. It appeared promising, he mused. Having participated in numerous draws within the system, Li was well aware that the prize levels were categorized by color: white for the mundane, blue for the acceptable, purple for the commendable, and gold for the grand prizes. Thus, what treasure would he uncover this time? Chapter 66, A Bountiful Reward. A new development plan. In an instant, a flash of purple light appeared, followed by an influx of information. You have received a superior reward, Queen Bee Core. Queen Bee Core, the core of a hive quantum computer. Endowed with advanced artificial intelligence, it can only unleash its full potential when equipped with a hive host and paired with a worker bee system. Otherwise, its performance will significantly diminish. A quantum computer core, artificial intelligence. Li swiftly grasped several key terms. He then directed his gaze to his personal space, where a palm-sized silver cube quietly resided. With a mere thought, This disc-like silver cube materialized in his hand. It felt cool to the touch, possessed a certain weight, and its surface was devoid of any interfaces, appearing smooth and even. Almost instantaneously upon grasping it, an influx of information flooded Li Yi's mind. Queen Bee Core has found a compatible device. Device name, Huawei MX6 smartphone. Connection performance, 0.0000001. Would you like to connect? Declining the connection, Li Yi silently resolved to return the Queen Bee Core to his personal space. Even though he had limited understanding of such technologies, he could discern the significance of the Queen Bee Core. With that in mind, he realized preparations were necessary. Thus, Li retrieved his satellite phone and called Yu Chaojun, who was far away in Timisek. Once the call was connected, Li instructed, "Please procure the best enterprise server available on the market and temporarily place it at the Research and Development Center." "Understood, Mr. Li. I will arrange it immediately." After a brief conversation, Li Yi pondered for a moment before shifting his focus to the system marketplace, purchasing the Gene Lock Catalyst. With a thought, the system currency, which had accumulated to 5 digits, swiftly diminished. In the blink of an eye, 2/3 of it vanished, and the Gene Lock Catalyst appeared in Li Yi's hands. Once he consumed this vial of Gene Lock Catalyst, his genetic lock would solidify perfectly, and his body would ascend to a 2-tier genetic form. Without any hesitation, Li drank it down in one swift motion. Moments later, a sudden headache surged through him, prompting Li Yi to shut his eyes. However, soon after, something miraculous occurred. As he closed his eyes, the surrounding environment, the flora and fauna, even the wind speed, ultraviolet radiation, and the angle of sunlight transformed into a detailed 3D image within his mind, reminiscent of the divine perception found in cultivation novels. Upon testing, Li discovered that this perception extended in a radius of 50 meters from his center. While it may not seem extensive in urban combat, it would undoubtedly be akin to possessing X-ray vision. Indeed, a slight smile graced Li Yi's lips, and he felt a heightened sense of security. Meanwhile, the system's voice echoed once more in his mind. "You have successfully evolved into a 2-tier genetic form. Corresponding permissions are being activated." Shelter-based permission activation failed. Reason for failure: shelter base not found. The successful activation of the 2-tier permissions in the system store marked the completion of the updated merchandise. At this moment, Li reopened his eyes, a flicker of light shimmering in his pupils. After a brief contemplation, the system store interface reappeared before him. There was little change compared to before, save for the introduction of an array of new products beneath each category. Li meticulously examined the offerings, identifying several items of considerable interest. First among them was the Exoskeleton Combat Mech, in the weaponry category. Exoskeleton Combat Mech, the fundamental combat ensemble for Gene Warriors. Boasting robust power and endurance, capable of accommodating various weaponry, and equipped with a Hive network interface and a brain-machine interface. Next, he discovered the Mass Production Gene Warrior Modification Procedure in the genetic category. Mass Production Gene Warrior Modification Procedure. This technology is dedicated to the bulk manufacturing of Gene Warriors. Depending on the evolution liquid of different grades, Gene Warriors can attain the same level of physical evolution as Gene Enhancers, albeit without the ability to unlock gene locks. Lastly, there was the Loyalty Chip, which Li Yi urgently required. He had been troubled by a lack of trustworthy personnel, and the Loyalty Chip promised to swiftly enlarge his ranks, transforming a mere gang into an organized entity. However, the price was daunting. Li Yi grimaced, realizing he would have to accumulate resources gradually. Nevertheless, this expedition to Kinshasa had proven fruitful. With a buoyant spirit, he dragged the tail of the colossal spicy strip behind him, making his way back to the military academy with a mix of reluctance and satisfaction. Upon his arrival at the academy's entrance half an hour later, he was met by the ominous sight of dark gun muzzles. Yet, these weapons were soon lowered. In quick succession, Feng Chung approached, clutching a Type 56 rifle, and explained, "Apologies, Mr. Li. I heard gunfire in the rainforest earlier and, concerned for safety, I initiated a temporary lockdown. You performed well, however, those 2 shots were fired by me, so there is no cause for alarm." As Li spoke, he tugged at his right hand, pulling out the massive spicy strip with a rustle of underbrush. The sight of this nearly 7-meter-long spicy strip left the onlookers in astonishment. Such a serpent, if it were to ambush the camp, might pose a significant threat if caught unawares. Li then remarked, "Make sure to clean it thoroughly. We shall cook it tonight. Someone from the cooking team should know how to prepare spicy strips, right?" "Of course." Feng Qing nodded eagerly. then beckoned a team member to assist in transporting the spicy strip away. Afterward, Li returned to his quarters, closed the door, and promptly engaged with the system. "Confirm temporary shelter," he mused. Shortly, the system's voice responded, confirming temporary shelter. "Temporary shelter confirmation successful. Please name the shelter." After a few moments of reflection, Li declared, "Name it, Kinshasa Shelter." The system quickly provided feedback. "Temporary shelter, naming successful. Failed to connect to the main shelter network. Shelter upgrade and management functions cannot be activated." Li nodded slightly, indifferent to the failure of the connection. In truth, he intended to establish Temasek as his primary base. This decision bore both advantages and disadvantages. However, the most significant advantage was that should anyone wish to bombard his primary base, they would have to consider the entire population of Temasek. In simpler terms, the whole of Temasek served as Li's human shield. While this may seem rather unscrupulous, Li was unconcerned with the morality of his methods in the absence of adequate countermeasures and deterrence. Ultimately, as long as he was alive, everything could be negotiated. If he were to perish, then let the floods come. As Li contemplated this, a new notification from the system echoed in his mind. "Survivor shelter successfully established. You have successfully recruited over 20 survivors and stored more than 10 tons of viable food and fresh water. Construction task 2 completed. Rewards have been issued to your personal space." Upon hearing the system's voice once more, Li's eyes narrowed slightly. It appeared that today was indeed a bountiful day. Chapter 67. Youth is easily deceived. Knock, knock, knock. As Li Yijing intended to examine the rewards he had recently acquired in his personal space, a knock echoed at the door. "Come in," he called out. And the door creaked open to reveal a visibly haggard Xu Yong. Li was not taken aback by Su Yong's arrival. In truth, ever since acquiring divine perception, he had been acutely aware of every movement within the camp, should he choose to pay attention. Sister, brother-in-law. Su Yong's demeanor was fraught with trepidation and fear in the presence of Li. Thus, his decision to seek out Li had come after a night of intense mental preparation. The purpose of Su Yong's visit was evident. "I wish to return home. My grandmother is unwell, and it would be best for me to care for her." Xu Yong articulated the reason he had contemplated throughout the night. In reality, from the very second he arrived in Africa, he was engulfed in profound regret. The absence of the United States and New Zealand was one thing, but being in the chaotic Congo was another. Moreover, the so-called school was in a state of disrepair. Though it was labeled a military academy, it resembled more of a militia camp. His interest in the weaponry was overshadowed by the torment of being bitten by mosquitoes throughout the night. And the mere thought of spending the next several years in such conditions was utterly unacceptable to him. Yet, to escape this predicament, he needed to persuade Li. In response to Su Yong's reasoning, Li shook his head, beckoned Xu Yong closer, and invited him to sit. Having encountered numerous troubled youths before, Li had managed to resolve each case, and, being his little brother-in-law, he exhibited a little extra patience. "Do you know what you are meant to learn at this school?" Li inquired. Xu Yong initially nodded, then shook his head. Currently, he was engaged in basic physical training under Feng Qing, but being a military school, albeit in disarray, was meant to cultivate soldiers, was it not? This point remained uncertain for Xu Yong. Li continued, "In the coming years, you will undergo combat training, which includes hand-to-hand combat, marksmanship, demolition, and driving. And you will also learn sniper techniques. Weren't you fond of the Barrett?" As he spoke, Li reached beneath the table and produced a Barrett sniper rifle. The sleek black body, the elegant stock, and particularly the distinctive muzzle brake at the barrel's end were quite striking. "Feel it," Li said, presenting the Barrett horizontally before Xu Yong. As Xu Yong gazed upon the rifle, his eyes gradually sparkled with desire. The moment he held it, the frigid sensation coursed through his fingers, sending a thrill to his brain. Li encouraged Xu Yong to embrace the Barrett, and he, undeterred by its weight, lovingly caressed the weapon. This was his favorite gun in the game, a weapon beloved by many players. Yet, he could assure that 99 of them had never touched the real thing. If the brothers back home were to discover this, they would undoubtedly be envious. If it were not for the complete absence of mobile signal here, Xu Yong would have genuinely wished to capture a photograph and share it on social media to astonish his friends. Li allowed Xu Yong to admire and caress the Barrett sniper rifle, while gently guiding him. With diligent study and effort, not only can you become a sniper proficient in using the Barrett, but you can also excel as an assault trooper, whether wielding the M4 or the QBZ, both of which boast commendable performance. Perhaps, in time, you could even become a mercenary. By the way, Li shifted the conversation with a smile. Do you have any idea how much mercenaries can earn? At this moment, Xu Yang looked up at Li, shaking his head in response. This amount. Li extended 5 fingers, 500. And that's in US dollars. Moreover, this figure reflects merely a day's earnings. Upon hearing this, Xu Yang's face immediately displayed an expression of astonishment. 500 US dollars equates to nearly 4,000 Chinese yuan. Although Xu Yang lacked extensive life experience, he understood that many individuals do not earn such a sum in a month. Yet, astonishingly, this was merely what a mercenary could earn in a single day. However, the surprises did not end there. Li continued, this is without any combat missions. If there are combat tasks, that figure could multiply tenfold. Earning 1,000,000 yuan in a month is not an impossible feat. As he listened to Li Yi's narrative, Xu Yang had entirely forgotten his initial purpose. Both the barrett in his hands and the prospect of 1,000,000 monthly salary had profoundly captivated him. In truth, what Li Yi did not mention was that such compensation is reserved for elite mercenaries, who must also bear the costs of weaponry and equipment wear. In most cases, mercenaries rarely receive long-term, high-intensity assignments unless the international climate is exceptionally favorable, providing them with opportunities to showcase their skills. Nevertheless, these details mattered little. Observing Xu Yang, who was now thoroughly entranced, Li Yi continued, earning 1,000,000 in a month allows you to return home to purchase a house or travel to a neutral country or Siam, where legal red light districts abound, filled with beautiful women. Perhaps you can host a lavish party with fine wine and lovely ladies eager to indulge you. Of course, if such pursuits do not appeal to you, that is perfectly acceptable. Li looked at Xu Yang, adjusting his collar with a gentle touch before resting a hand on his shoulder, saying, you could save for 2 or 3 years and with a stroke of luck, amass tens of millions. Then, you could return to your homeland, buy a house, or even get married. Many toil their entire lives without ever earning such wealth, while you would only need to work hard for a few years. So, are you willing to strive for a few years to become a successful man? Or would you prefer to retreat like a turtle, returning to the Daliangshan Mountains, doing nothing? Li finally inquired. In truth, regardless of the circumstances, Xu Yang found himself devoid of any real choice. However, as he was Li Yi's brother-in-law, Li opted for a blend of persuasion and authority. Interestingly, it seemed that he had once been similarly swayed, promised freedom after serving the organization for a decade and completing a certain number of tasks, along with a retirement fund. In the end, Li dismantled the entire organization, barely reclaiming his retirement funds. Meanwhile, Xu Yang had already immersed himself in the dreamlike future that Li Yi had painted for him. Indeed, after a few years of hard work, he could revel in a life filled with wealth. Moreover, he would be engaged in the legendary profession of a mercenary, a title that would undoubtedly impress. If he were to return home without clarity, how could he face his brothers and girlfriends who spoke of studying abroad? Wouldn't that render him a mere braggart? Contemplating this, Xu Yang caressed the barrett in his hands and exclaimed, I understand, brother-in-law. I will train diligently and earn a fortune soon. Upon hearing Xu Yang's declaration, Li Yi feigned a look of satisfaction, patting Xu Yang on the shoulder as he said, excellent. Now you're embodying the spirit of a true man. I shall await the day of your triumph. Who knows, perhaps by then, I might even join you. After saying this, Li took the barrett from Xu Yang's hands and sincerely added, once you graduate from this, I shall gift you this barrett as your graduation present. Although Xu Yang felt a pang of reluctance, he nodded earnestly. Watching Xu Yang depart with vigor, Li smiled subtly, realizing that the youth were indeed easy to persuade. Chapter 68, Ammunition Production Line and Human Repair Chamber. After bidding farewell to his inexpensive brother-in-law, Li summoned Feng Qing. Pay close attention to Xu Yang. Li instructed Feng Qing. What I mean is, do not regard him as a child. It's best not to see him as a human either. Feng Qing instantly grasped Li Yi's intent. In simpler terms, it meant that as long as he could endure, he should be pushed to his limits. This posed no challenge for Feng Qing, who had previously trained new recruits. Then, to Feng Qing's astonishment, Li Yi picked up a barrett rifle and handed it to him, saying, if he exhibits emotional issues, let him touch this. Sometimes, a little coaxing is necessary. I understand, Mr. Li, Feng Qing replied, gently caressing the barrett in his hands. This weapon, quite frankly, would be difficult for anyone, including Xu Yang, to resist. He decided to indulge himself with it for the time being. By the way, Li Yi continued, producing a small booklet and presenting it to Feng Qing. This is my manual on special operations training. You might want to study it since we will be implementing these courses in the future. Feng Chung set aside the barrett and began to peruse the manual. After a brief glance, his eyes sparkled with excitement. He had no doubt about the manual's worth, especially since Li Yi was a certified elite personnel from a classified unit. As for why such an elite warrior would venture to the hostile terrain of the Democratic Republic of the Congo to establish a military school with the local forces, Feng Chung sensed that this was a matter best left unasked. In any case, he had already concocted various plans originating from Huagua in his mind. Consequently, he viewed Li Yi not only as a boss but also as a superior officer. Though we have retired, we are still contributing to our nation. This was the heartfelt sentiment shared among Feng Chung and his comrades. After Feng Chung departed, Li finally turned his attention to his personal space. It now contained a plethora of items, and he focused on the two newly appeared additions at the end. The first, ammunition production line, capable of mass-producing various calibers of standard ammunition. Quite satisfactory, as it could be utilized for personal use or sold. However, Li Yi preferred to keep it for himself, considering the inconvenience of constantly purchasing weapons and ammunition from the system's marketplace. Moreover, he currently lacked a stable method to acquire system currency. The second, human repair chamber, capable of rapidly healing external injuries. This was indeed a remarkable asset. Although Li Yi might not personally benefit from it, it held immense potential for future applications. Naturally, if he could reverse engineer the underlying technology, it would be even more advantageous. Nevertheless, Li Yi was not inclined to unveil this innovation just yet. After reviewing the two reward items, Li Yi made slight adjustments to his forthcoming plans. By the time everything was settled, darkness had descended. It was the second night at the Bantam Military Academy, where everyone enjoyed a sumptuous feast featuring an entire snake. As the new day dawned, Li Yi once again plunged into the depths of the tropical rainforest. The tropical rainforest of the Congo, second only to the Amazon in size, spans an impressive 2 million square kilometers, roughly equivalent to 33.6 Tonlio. The rainforest is a veritable paradise teeming with diverse species of flora and fauna. Li Yi intends to search for a period within this verdant expanse, hoping to further fulfill his system tasks. The system has assigned the Conquest Task 2, which encompasses two requirements. The first is to cleanse the area within a 5-kilometer radius of the shelter. The second is to eliminate 5 mutated creatures. The former has been successfully completed, while he still needs to dispatch 3 more of the latter. Additionally, within the description of an elite creature known as the Spicy Big Stick, a mutated plant named Blood Orchid has been mentioned, although, according to the current timeline, this flower has yet to undergo mutation. Its potential for transformation during the apocalyptic era suggests it possesses some exceptional qualities. Thus, Li Yi resolves to seek it out, hopeful of uncovering unforeseen treasures. Thus, Li Yi traverses the tropical rainforest day and night in search of his objectives. For many adventurers, this place may resemble hell. But for Li Yi, it is akin to his own backyard. Mosquitoes actively avoid him, and ferocious beasts present themselves as mere offerings. Whether navigating rivers or swamps, Li feels confident in his evolved form, and even in his past life, he would have moved through these terrains with ease. Time flows swiftly amidst this relentless pursuit. 7 days later, Li Yi returns to the Bantugwa Military Academy. Zhou Langtao, who has been indulging in hunting nearby, greets him with a grin, carrying a bird sniper rifle. "Old Li, you're back. I bagged a big one today. Let us have a feast tonight." "Sounds good," Li Yi replies with a nod. During this time, Zhou Langtao has been living quite freely. Aside from hunting, he occasionally assumes the role of an instructor, guiding the trainees in their drills. Although the living conditions are less than ideal, plagued by insect bites, his days are nonetheless fulfilling. After all, while strict regulations govern life back home, within the remote tropical rainforest of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, not only is hunting permissible, but even the act of taking a life poses little concern. Moreover, there is Guantong. He not only serves as a translator but also doubles as a language instructor, participating in team training. Perhaps due to some inherent talent, Guantong's marksmanship has progressed remarkably. Occasionally, Zhou Langtao invites him along for hunting expeditions. In addition to the changes among the people, there have been notable transformations within the military academy itself. Feng Chung and others have renovated and arranged the establishment in accordance with domestic customs. Bilingual slogans adorn the walls, and a set of school regulations has been devised, complete with a daily flag-raising ceremony, though not for the national flag. On this matter, Feng Chung specifically consulted Li Yi, who advised, "We teach only skills and tactics, not ideology." Feng Chung felt a tinge of regret. But Li Yi was reluctant to import the rigid hierarchies rooted in domestic military units. After a day of rest at the academy, Li Yi, accompanied by Zhou Langtao, sets off for Kinshasa. At the international airport in Kinshasa, Li Yi bids farewell to Zhou Langtao. Before departing, Zhou Langtao earnestly implores, "Old Li, please don't forget to bring back the game I hunted. I'm counting on those to make a splash back home." Due to security checks and customs regulations, Zhou Langtao was unable to bring everything back and had to entrust it to the resourceful Li Yi. "Rest assured, once you return, please assist me in locating an instructor, preferably a veteran from the Special Forces." Li watched as Zhou Langtao boarded the plane. After bidding farewell to Zhou Langtao, Li encountered Seiss once more. To his surprise, Seiss was accompanied by Sally, the representative from Fox Say, who had previously procured hypersonic missiles from Li. "Li, my friend, about the second missile." Almost upon their meeting, Sally urged Li to expedite the shipment. However, one could hardly blame Sally, as the current situation was exceedingly tense, necessitating the swift acquisition of the second hypersonic missile from Li. Chapter 69. The first business of wildfire preservation stretching from the eastern and southern Mediterranean to the shores of the Persian Gulf. This region constitutes one of the most intricate and tumultuous areas globally. An adage within the industry encapsulates the sentiment, the grand stage of the Middle East. Come if you dare. This locale serves as a vital nexus for East and West, where both the historical bipolarity and the contemporary trilateral dynamics strive to enhance their influence. Thus, a state of tension has become the norm here. The brothers of Gaza are engaged in fierce battles at the front lines, and we desperately need to instill confidence in them, proclaimed Salih. Even those indifferent to international affairs must be acutely aware of the unfolding events in Gaza. Li refrained from commenting but grasped Salih's urgency. To bolster his father's stature, a Nimitz-class aircraft carrier from the Federation of America has entered the Red Sea. Despite the relentless efforts of the resistance to develop their capabilities over the years, it is undeniable that a formidable gap remains in the face of the Federation's naval prowess. "Li, I earnestly request you to bring us good news." Salih gazed at Li, his eyes brimming with anticipation. The identity of this enigmatic Eastern figure remained shrouded in mystery. However, the nations capable of supplying embargoed weapons are few, and they undoubtedly share an inherent conflict with the Federation. Consequently, both Salih and the faction he represents are inclined to forge closer ties with Li. Ideally, they hope to leverage this opportunity to topple a colossal adversary, thereby securing invaluable breathing room for themselves and their allies amidst the ever-shifting international landscape. Li, however, was not preoccupied with such grand considerations. After reviewing his system currency, he pondered briefly before responding, "Transactions can occur later this month. I require time to marshal my resources." In truth, having recently completed a system task and vanquished an elite aberration, Li possessed ample system currency. Nevertheless, he was reluctant to acquiesce to Salih too easily and wished to reserve some for his forthcoming plans. Upon receiving a definitive timeline, Salih's face finally broke into a smile. Although there remained a fortnight until the end of the month, the mere existence of concrete information was enough to invigorate spirits. After Salih's departure, Seiss offered Li an apologetic expression, then, with a sense of resignation, remarked, "I sincerely apologize, Li. I owe him a favor, otherwise I would not have allowed him to meet you. This shall not happen again." "Understood," replied Li. Of course, seeing that Li was not angered, Seiss felt a slight sense of relief. Although their relationship appeared amiable, the reality of their positions was imbalanced. Li could provide him with high-quality military equipment, even including embargoed weapons that were otherwise unavailable. Conversely, Seiss could only offer Li a base for cultivating raw materials. In essence, Li could easily seek another collaborator, whereas Seiss would find it nearly impossible to locate an ally of Li's caliber. For this reason, Seiss was particularly attentive to Li's sentiments. In a certain sense, bringing Salih to meet Li was not only a matter of repaying a favor, but also a subtle probe into Li's disposition. As for the outcome, it was neither distinctly favorable nor unfavorable. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the two of them set off for the raw material cultivation base. In comparison to their previous visit, the area of the plantation had doubled due to the smooth cultivation process. Inside the glass greenhouses, the planting boxes were neatly arranged, while the automated irrigation system stood ready at all times. Since there was little that Seiss could do for Li, he paid particular attention to the cultivation base, not only attracting talented agriculturalists, but also introducing advanced automated equipment. Within the entire glass house, it was possible to automatically regulate temperature and humidity, as well as continuously monitor the condition of the plants. Such a scale and level of intelligence and cultivation were exceedingly rare throughout Africa. You have done exceptionally well, Li remarked, carefully inspecting the leaves of the plants while expressing his approval to Decisive. This is merely my duty, Decisive replied with a smile. To ensure timely and sufficient delivery of raw materials to Li, Decisive indeed invested considerable energy and finances, even deploying specialized personnel to protect the plantation during times of unrest. After taking several photographs of the unique crops, Li sent them to Kong Hongfei. According to the technical documentation, these crops would mature in half a month, after which they would undergo a meticulous and complex processing to ultimately become the core raw material for the Grade 1 gene repair agent. When the time came, Kong Hongfei would be able to synthesize the agent promptly. After inspecting the raw material cultivation base, Li and Decisive returned to Kinshasa together. During this time, they also struck a new deal. This time it was also a trade in arms, albeit with a different principal party. Decisive would make payment from the defense budget of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and Li would not need to offer a discount, proceeding entirely at market price. The transaction was scheduled for 6 months later. Having settled everything, just as Li was about to depart Kinshasa, he received an unexpected phone call. The call was from Lao Wang, a broker who ran a Cantonese community center in Kinshasa. Mr. Li, I hope I am not disturbing you, Lao Wang began, his speech imbued with a strong local accent. Speak your mind, Li replied directly. It's difficult to convey everything over the phone. If you're in Kinshasa, why not come over for some tea? Lao Wang suggested, glancing at the departure time on his ticket. Li instructed Decisive to redirect the driver towards the Cantonese community center. In the elegantly furnished parlor, Lao Wang received Li with great warmth. However, pressed for time, Li bypassed pleasantries and stated, please get to the point. Lao Wang quickly divulged the reason for contacting Li. This was not a matter of rescuing hostages, rather, it was a legitimate escort mission. Several business owners from Canton had contracted small mines in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Initially, everything was going smoothly, but later they faced extortion from the locals under the pretext of environmental protection. After paying a cleaning fee, one did not anticipate that the other party would escalate matters further by demanding a protection fee. Several business owners were compelled to reach out to the Ministry of Commerce. However, due to the severe fragmentation in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, the ministry was unable to exert effective control over the local situation, leading to an inconclusive resolution. Nevertheless, those who dare to engage in mining within the DRC are not of a benign nature. Through connections established by Lao Wang, they employed a group of locals as a mining protection team. Unexpectedly, this protection team colluded with the very individuals they were meant to guard against, secretly engaging in mining and trafficking activities. Aware that this could tarnish his reputation, Lao Wang sought to remedy the situation. However, having recently endured internal turmoil, many of his original relationships and networks had been significantly disrupted, prompting him to reluctantly attempt to contact Li. After listening to his predicament, Li offered little commentary, simply providing Lao Wang with the satellite phone number of Fengcheng. This was a security company with considerable strength, conveniently located in the DRC, as Li noted. Chapter 70. Setting up the Hive host. Queen Bee takes over the RD Center on the way to the airport. Li made a phone call to Fengcheng. I've secured a business deal for the company. Please make the necessary arrangements. It's all just practice anyway. He informed Fengcheng of the specific arrangements. In truth, Li held little regard for the meager compensation offered by Lao Wang. However, since personnel could be dispatched from the military academy, he didn't mind earning a little pocket money. He only needed to allocate 2 to 3 instructors, along with the trainees assigned by Cs, to seamlessly earn the funds. Moreover, work related to mineral protection tends to be long-term and stable, making it a fitting inaugural venture for wildfire security. After finalizing the arrangements, Li boarded a flight from Kinshasa, and after an arduous 8-hour journey, arrived at Brussels International Airport. This city is the capital of the kingdom, bordering several European nations. Although referred to as a kingdom, it transitioned to a federal state many years ago, adopting a tripartite system akin to that of the United States. Li's impression of the kingdom was vague. He only knew that it had been occupied by Germany and Italy during both world wars. Notably, the kingdom had once exploited the Congo with ruthless brutality. Additionally, the site of the ill-fated Battle of Waterloo, where Napoleon met his demise, is located in Brussels. Li did not linger in Brussels for long. After 2 hours, he transferred to a Swiss Air Airbus A350, embarking on a 12-hour flight that ultimately brought him to Temasek. Upon disembarking the plane, Li felt as though he had become a frequent flyer, having traversed continents repeatedly over the past few months. His arrival in Timasek had been communicated in advance to Yu Chaojun, so as soon as he exited the terminal, he spotted Yu Chaojun waiting for him. Once in the car, Li inquired, "How did the server procurement go?" Yu Chaojun promptly replied, "As per your request, I have purchased the Huawei Kunping series blade servers, totaling an expense of 4,280,000. While they may not be the pinnacle of what the market offers, they are the quickest to deliver and have already been installed at the RD Center." Observing Li Yi's expression, Yu Chaojun added, "If circumstances allowed, I know you would prefer a supercomputer. However, given the exorbitant cost and the lengthy pre-order process, it might be more practical to utilize these for now and see if we can develop a quantum computer through the system in the future." "Well done." Li nodded in approval. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the RD Center, where Kong Hongfei quickly greeted them. "Boss." Upon seeing Kong Hongfei again, Li noticed that his complexion had improved considerably, suggesting he had been resting adequately during this period. Li acknowledged him with a nod and, under Kong Hongfei's guidance, entered a server room. Inside, rows of blade servers were neatly arranged on racks, resembling a well-organized warehouse. At that moment, Kong Hongfei remarked, "The technical engineers responsible for the installation have informed me that everything has been calibrated and is ready for activation." Li Yi, in truth, was not particularly adept with electronic devices. The only skill he possessed was the ability to maneuver drones for bomb deployment or to create mobile phone dialing bombs. It was said that before his time travel, beepers had seemingly evolved into remote-controlled explosives, though the underlying principle remained a mystery. After surveying the server for a brief moment, Li instructed the two individuals behind him, "You should wait for me by the entrance." Upon hearing this, Kong Hongfei and Yu Chaojun promptly exited the server room. Subsequently, Li retrieved the Queen Bee core from his personal space. This palm-sized silver cube, upon its emergence, inundated Li Yi's mind with information. Queen Bee core has detected multiple connectable devices. Device names: Huawei MX6 mobile phone, Huawei T200 blade array server. After a fleeting glance, Li Yi silently commanded, "Connect to the array server." Soon enough, the silver cube emitted a radiant blue light. The Queen Bee core has fully taken control of this device. Connection performance at 0.001. Would you like to set this device as the Hive host? Yes, Li Yi mentally affirmed. With his command, additional information surged into his consciousness. Hive setup successful, awakening the Queen Bee. Due to insufficient Hive performance, not all functional modules can be activated. Queen Bee awakening successful, you have acquired the highest administrator privileges. After perusing the information, a delicate voice resonated in Li Yi's mind. "Esteemed administrator, I am the Queen Bee, at your service. What can you do?" Li Yi inquired directly. The response came swiftly. "Based on the current Hive performance, I can provide you with data intelligence analysis, recording, and archiving. May I have your permission to connect to the external network?" the Queen Bee requested. After contemplating for a few seconds, Li Yi replied, "Permission granted." In the next instant, the servers within the room began to flicker with green lights, accompanied by the humming sound of operational devices. The Queen Bee had accessed the network and commenced data collection. The data has been analyzed, time confirmed, and calibration completed. Then, above the silver cube, a blue three-dimensional image projected itself before Li Yi's eyes. The image depicted a deep blue cube resembling a Rubik's Cube, exuding a sense of science fiction. "Esteemed administrator, would you like to set my personality and appearance?" This time, the voice did not resonate in Li Yi's mind, but sounded audibly beside him. "No need," Li Yi replied, then issued a command. "Now, take control of all devices in the research center. Set Kong Hongfei as a regular administrator and classify all research related to genetics as confidential, accessible only to administrators." Almost instantaneously after Li Yi's words, the Queen Bee responded, "Your requests have been fully completed, and a security check has been conducted on all devices. The camera in Zone A21 is reported as damaged, assessed as a routine device issue." Li Yi paid little heed to this, instead gazing at the cube in his hand. He posed a question: "If I store you in my personal space, will it sever the signal between us?" The Queen Bee swiftly provided her response. "My signal cannot penetrate Your Excellency's private domain, yet you may place my entity in a secure location, as I can communicate with you at any moment through your brainwaves or other devices." "Brainwaves, you say?" Li Yi pondered for a moment before inquiring. "Can you establish a connection with the brainwaves of others?" "No," the Queen Bee replied. "The minds of ordinary individuals are too fragile to forge an effective link, for now." We can only rely on brain-machine interfaces. According to the gathered data, there are currently no successful and effective brain-machine interfaces available worldwide. Li nodded in understanding. Do you possess the capability for technological development? He asked again. Due to equipment limitations, the research and development module cannot be activated properly. An upgrade of the Hive's mainframe is necessary. I see. In the ensuing period, Li engaged in a more detailed exchange with the Queen Bee, ultimately gaining a clearer understanding of her current capabilities. Chapter 71. Welcome to the Fate Club, constrained by the limitations of the mainframe's performance. The Queen Bee currently operates at a fraction of her full potential. In her prime, she possessed the capability to command all electronic devices globally, alongside autonomous development and combat functionalities. However, the quantum computer required, the Hive's mainframe, is something Li cannot procure at this moment. Nevertheless, the basic functionalities at hand, such as secure network defense, intrusion detection, and fundamental intelligence, suffice for the time being. Under Li's directives, the Queen Bee swiftly commandeered all electronic devices within Konglon Pharmaceuticals, establishing layers of defense mechanisms and corresponding management privileges. Personnel were categorized into levels A, B, C, and D, with Li occupying the singular S level. The S level, as expected, signifies the sole administrator. Level A comprises administrators who possess the authority to access relevant documents and utilize select core functions of the Queen Bee. Li assigned Kong Hongfei an A-level clearance, while Yu Xiaojun was temporarily granted the same status. Only after Yu Xiaojun receives the loyalty chip will he be awarded formal A-level clearance. Level B consists of middle management, including administrative staff and the forthcoming operational combat division. Level C encompasses basic personnel, ordinary employees, and grassroots combatants. As for Level D, it pertains to peripheral personnel or experimental subjects. Following Li's specifications, the Queen Bee promptly established a hierarchy and personnel records, assigning privileges and functions accordingly. Additionally, she conducted security checks on all personnel's electronic devices, revealing no anomalies, save for an unexpected collection of adult films discovered on Yu Xiaojun's computer, which certainly raised eyebrows. After arranging these matters, Li exited the control room, accompanied by Kong Hongfei and Yu Xiaojun, into a conference room. Once seated, he placed the silver cube representing the Queen Bee's core on the table, offering no explanation to the two men. After they reported on their recent work progress, Li turned to Yu Xiaojun and remarked, "Your recent performance has been commendable. Have you considered dedicating your life to work for me?" Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojun was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend Li's intent. In contrast, Kong Hongfei appeared to ponder the implications. "Mr. Li, I have great faith in our company's prospects. As long as you do not find me lacking, I intend to work until retirement." Yu Xiaojun replied after some consideration. He had gleaned from Kong Hongfei that the technical challenges in the development of the new drug had been overcome, with mass production and market launch on the horizon. At that point, Konglon Pharmaceuticals would undoubtedly soar. Though Li had not granted him shares, the simplicity of the work, combined with a multi-million annual salary and a prominent position within the industry, would deter any sane individual from relinquishing such an opportunity. However, it was clear that he had not grasped the underlying meaning of Li's words. Li continued, "What I mean is, I am formally inviting you to join us." As Li's words echoed in the conference room, the printer within the room unexpectedly whirred to life. Immediately, a freshly printed document, imbued with the scent of ink, was held in the hands of Li. He pushed the document before Yu Xiaojun and fell silent. Yu Xiaojun promptly began to scrutinize the contents. The document predominantly presented itself in tabular form, and after perusing several pages, Yu Xiaojun gleaned some understanding. This document appeared to be an unconventional personnel structure archive, categorizing individuals into levels A, B, C, and D. Each level corresponded to distinct benefits and authorities. While this alone seemed unremarkable, what captured his attention was the inclusion of something termed fate points, in addition to the standard salary. Yu Xiaojun had an inkling that perhaps these fate points were the crux of the matter. Soon, as he turned to the next page, he was left utterly astounded. It was a table for redeeming fate points, and the items available for exchange were both astonishing and perplexing. For instance, 100 points could be exchanged for a gene repair serum. He was somewhat familiar with this, as it was a primary research project of Kong Hongfei, seemingly capable of completely curing any genetic ailment. Furthermore, 200 points could grant a single-use permission for the Action Operations Department. The Action Operations Department? Yu Chaojun knew full well that such a department did not exist within the company, indicating that this was another facet of Li Yi's power. Moreover, by its literal interpretation, it appeared to be a department with armed combat capabilities. Yet, this was not the most startling revelation. With 500 points, one could obtain a gene evolution liquid. According to the document, this liquid could significantly enhance human physicality and possess properties to extend lifespan. Additionally, there were various eccentric redemption services, such as 50 points for external injury repair and 250 points for genetic enhancement surgery. What on earth was this? Yu Chaojun found it difficult to comprehend at that moment. This entire document was, in fact, a meticulously constructed points redemption system devised by Li Yi utilizing the intelligence algorithms of the Queen Bee. Although many items on the redemption table were currently unfeasible, this was of little consequence as no one was yet capable of redeeming them. The sources and quantities of points were calculated with utmost precision. Taking Kong Hongfei as an example, once he completed his current series of tasks, he would precisely have enough points to redeem a gene repair serum. In summary, the conditions were stringent, and the difficulty of acquiring points was notably high. Meanwhile, after Yu Chaojun had read through the entire document and confirmed with a glance at Li Yi that this was no jest, he inquired, "Mr. Li, much of what is presented here is hard to believe. If all of this is genuine, what must I sacrifice?" Yu Chaojun was a pragmatic individual. His motivation for working with Li Yi stemmed solely from the lucrative salary that supported his large family. Yet now, it seemed a novel opportunity had emerged. Whether it was the company's imminent production of a new drug or the document before him, it was undeniably a precious chance for class advancement. Simply put, all you need to offer is your loyalty. Li spoke as he pushed the loyalty chip he had just purchased from the system before Yu Chaojun. Unaware of what Li Yi had presented, Yu Chaojun was about to inquire when Kong Hongfei, who had remained silent until then, suddenly interjected. "This is a nanobiochip, harmless to the human body. Its primary function is to monitor emotional nerves. Just ingest it. It actually tastes rather pleasant." After speaking, Kong Hongfei gave Yu Chaojun a meaningful glance. Although Yu Chaojun couldn't decipher the significance of Kong Hongfei's expression, he understood that sometimes making a choice is more critical than sheer effort. Moreover, having reviewed the document earlier, he realized that failing to consume the chip might lead to the imminent loss of his position. Especially considering he was already privy to so many corporate secrets, it was a gamble. Yu Chaojun steeled himself, seized the loyalty chip before him, and tossed it into his mouth. The taste was indeed quite agreeable, and he felt no sense of unease. He thought to himself. Meanwhile, Li Yi observed the system. Yu Chaojun, loyalty 80. Although lower than Kong Hongfei's current score of 95, it was surprisingly commendable. Li smiled slightly at this and then stood up, applauding as he proclaimed, "Welcome to the Fate Club." Chapter 72, Organizational Development and Talent Acquisition. The loyalty chip serves two primary functions. Firstly, it monitors the emotional neural pathways, allowing for the assessment of the implant's loyalty through emotional responses. Secondly, it possesses the capability to obliterate neural connections with but a command from Li Yi. Or should the loyalty fall below the threshold he established at 60, the chip will instantaneously render the individual a vegetative state. In the realm of organized factions, the greatest fear is betrayal, and it is often the internal disintegration that heralds the downfall of most organizations. Thus, while the loyalty chip may be costly, it undeniably represents a valuable asset. Li Yi intends to implant the loyalty chip solely in personnel graded B or above, while alternative methods will be employed for those in C and D grades. The simplest approach involves utilizing the Bee Queen to monitor their electronic devices and physical movements. In summary, with respect to the establishment of the Destiny Club, Li Yi has finally taken the first step. Upon the formal integration of Yu Chaojun into the organization, Li Yi transitioned his temporary A-grade status to a permanent one. Subsequently, Li Yi convened a small meeting. "You must expedite the public relations efforts for the pharmaceutical launch," he directed Yu Chaojun. "If money cannot resolve the issue, employ this." As he spoke, he placed a bullet upon the conference table. Given that those present were allies, there was little reason for Li Yi to veil his intentions. Kong Hongfei was unsurprised by Li Yi's actions. From the moment Li Yi introduced the gene repair technology and the loyalty chip, he recognized that his boss was no ordinary individual. Yu Chaojun, however, was still acclimating to this transformation. While it is commonplace in business to employ less than honorable tactics, these typically manifest as lavish banquets and indulgent festivities. Even in high-stakes corporate warfare, it merely entails sabotaging a rival's financial prospects or pilfering official seals. The sudden revelation of a bullet by Li Yi evoked an unexpected thrill in Yu Zhaojun's imagination. Li Yi continued, "Should public relations encounter insurmountable obstacles, inform me, and I shall arrange for the operations department to intervene." Although the operations department had yet to be established, this did not deter Li Yi from making such declarations. As Yu Zhaojun adapted to Li Yi's approach, his confidence surged. With resources readily available, there was little left to deliberate. Yu Zhaojun promptly affirmed, "Rest assured, Mr. Li. With your support, everything will proceed smoothly." After discussing the progress on Yu Zhaojun's end, Li turned his attention to Kong Hongfei, stating, "The entire company is now under the core control of the Bee Queen, whose capabilities are formidable. You should adeptly leverage this in your research and development. Furthermore, the talents we previously engaged can be introduced to some core projects. The Bee Queen will monitor them continuously, thus alleviating concerns regarding potential leaks." "Understood, boss. I will begin arrangements immediately," Kong Hongfei replied with a nod. Subsequently, Li Yi introduced the two to the Bee Queen and briefly outlined its current functionalities. As the meeting approached its conclusion, Li Yi intended to disperse the assembly but suddenly recalled, "The organization is currently seeking to recruit a batch of technical talent. If you have suitable candidates, please recommend them. The requirements stipulate that, regardless of the technology, it must be of the highest caliber." According to Li Yi's vision, the threshold for joining the Fate Club would be exceedingly high. However, due to a current shortage of personnel in various aspects, the criteria could be moderately relaxed. Both individuals contemplated Li Yi's words with earnest consideration. Ultimately, Yu Zhaojun shook his head. The individuals he was acquainted with were primarily from the business sector, evidently not meeting Li Yi's expectations. Moreover, if a business expert were to be recruited, what role would he serve? After a moment of reflection, Kong Hongfei bit his lip and tentatively suggested, "Boss, I might know of a suitable person, though I am uncertain of his current circumstances." "Do share," Li urged. After a few seconds to gather his thoughts, Kong Hongfei began to recount the individual he had in mind. Due to illicit experiments and pharmaceutical dealings, Kong Hongfei had served time in a German prison. During his incarceration, he befriended a middle-aged German man. I recall him mentioning that he was previously a member of some G9 unit. Kong Hongfei mused, struggling to remember the full name of the unit. However, Li promptly articulated the complete designation and offered an assessment. GSG-9, the German Counterterrorism Special Forces, renowned for their expertise in close-quarters battle and urban warfare. Their overall proficiency is fairly commendable. Nodding in agreement, Kong Hongfei continued, "His story is rather intricate, so I shall condense it. The essence of it is straightforward. His family was struck by a drunk driver, resulting in the immediate death of his son and leaving his wife paralyzed from the waist down, while the driver evaded appropriate punishment through influence. In a fit of rage, he committed an act that a husband and father ought to undertake, ultimately leading to his arrest and a life sentence. After my release, I intended to visit him, but due to deportation, I am unaware of his current status." Kong Hongfei sighed. After absorbing Kong Hongfei's account, Li Yi found himself intrigued by this individual. "Please provide me with his name," he requested. "Leo," Kong Hongfei replied, "Leo Hartmann," which translates to brave lion in German. Li nodded and promptly commanded, "Bee Queen, initiate a search for this individual." Moments later, the voice of the Bee Queen resonated within the conference room. "Leo Hartmann, male, 36 years of age, German national. Arrested in March 2015, successfully escaped from Kusuo prison on April 15, 2022. Shall we authorize an incursion into the German Ministry of Transportation Systems to locate the target?" "Authorized," Li affirmed. 10 minutes later, the screen in the conference room descended and the projector activated. Rapidly, scenes flashed across the screen. The Bee Queen's voice echoed once more. "Target has been located. Analysis indicates that the individual is currently hiding in the city of North Rhine-Westphalia. The target's contact number has been acquired." A series of phone numbers appeared on the screen. After a brief glance, Li Yi inquired of the Bee Queen, "Analyze the reasons behind his escape." The Queen Bee swiftly provided an answer. The target's wife suffered accidental burns on March 9th and attempted suicide on March 21st, but was successfully rescued. Judging by his actions, the target is gathering funds for his wife's treatment. Quite intriguing. Li smiled faintly and then commanded, "Send him a message, informing him to come to Tamasek within a week. I can cure his wife." The message was successfully dispatched. At this moment, Kong Hongfei, feeling a pang of sympathy, remarked, Boss, he is still a wanted fugitive. It may be quite difficult for him to bring his wife to Temasek. However, Lee merely shook his head in response. If he lacks even this capability, then he cannot be considered a talent. Chapter 73, Leo Hartmann. He only wishes to protect his family. On August 6, 2022, the beginning of autumn, in the Ruhr area of North Rhine-Westphalia, Germany, lies the city of Dortmund. For those unfamiliar with this locale, the name Dortmund may not resonate as deeply as that of its renowned football club, the Yellow Submarine, within the hallowed grounds of Signal Iduna Park. Over 50,000 ardent fans fervently cheered on their beloved team, the Yellow Submarine. As halftime approached, the players made their way to the locker room. Frustrated by the unfavorable scoreline, the irate coach of the visiting team angrily hurled a bottle of water to the ground, berating his players. Meanwhile, an inconspicuous janitor diligently swept up the litter that had just accumulated. Casting a fleeting glance at the janitor, the visiting coach raised his voice, rallying his team. Listen up. Lads, if you don't want to find yourselves in your 30s, accomplished, and merely working as a janitor, then muster your courage and strength. Victory. Only victory can bring forth everything we desire. Now, let us vanquish the Yellow Submarine. Let us conquer this fortress of despair. As halftime concluded, the members of the visiting team emerged from the locker room. The janitor, a man in his 30s with an expressionless demeanor, picked up his mop and continued to clean the water from the floor. Accomplished? Leo shook his head, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. Thoughts of his wife, lying in a hospital bed beyond his reach, flooded his mind. Perhaps he was not merely unaccomplished, but utterly devoid of everything. Just then, as the referee's whistle pierced the air, his phone chimed, causing Leo's brow to furrow in concern. Apart from a trusted comrade, no one else was aware of his new number. Was it a telemarketing call, or had he been compromised? Anxiety coursed through him as he glanced at his battered phone, only to discover a text message. Mr. Leo Hartmann, we cordially invite you to attend an interview at Temasek. Please proceed to the following coordinates. Upon successful completion, you will gain access to a therapeutic pod, which may provide essential treatment for your wife. The message was decidedly peculiar. It contained his real name and referenced his wife's illness, yet the number was a string of zeros. Instantly, Leo suspected betrayal by his comrade, but quickly dismissed the notion. If that were the case, there would be no need for a message. The police would have descended upon him without hesitation. Who then possessed the means to ascertain his whereabouts and send such a message? Even after the football match concluded, Leo remained perplexed by this question. Nevertheless, the intent was abundantly clear: an invitation to join an organization or faction in Temasek, with promises of medical assistance for his wife. While this appeared to be the solution he desperately sought, Leo was still apprehensive. Just then, his phone rang once more. Leo glanced at the unfamiliar overseas number, which likely pertained to the text message he had received. After a moment's hesitation, he took a deep breath and answered the call. He remained silent. Yet a voice that felt somewhat familiar emerged from the other end. Leo, it's calm. You must believe that message. This is a chance, an opportunity you cannot afford to miss. Also, my daughter sends her regards. The call was promptly terminated. Leo stared at the disconnected line, lost in thought. If he recalled correctly, Kong was a former cellmate he had met during his time in prison, an erudite individual from China. He had been incarcerated for illicit experiments. But it was later revealed that he had resorted to such measures in a desperate attempt to treat his daughter's terminal illness. Having once had a son himself, Leo found common ground with Kong. Overall, Kong was a devoted father, willing to sacrifice everything for his daughter's treatment, a sentiment that resonated deeply with Leo. However, the abruptness of the call, devoid of any explanations, coupled with Kang's urgent insistence to believe, spoke volumes. More importantly, Kang's daughter did not know Leo, making her supposed greetings all the more puzzling. Undoubtedly, Kong was conveying a critical message. With clarity of thought, Leo's eyes brightened. He understood that Kang's daughter was afflicted with an incurable congenital genetic disease, one that typically prevented patients from surviving past adolescence. Thus, Kang's mention of his daughter likely indicated that her condition had received effective treatment. If such a genetic ailment could be remedied, then perhaps his own wife's illness was not insurmountable. Furthermore, the ability to locate him suggested that the caller belonged to a powerful and enigmatic organization seeking to recruit him. The implications of enlisting a former Special Forces operative were clear. Leo was indifferent to this prospect. He had once safeguarded the populace. Yet the corrupting influence of power had shattered his convictions. Now, all he desired was to protect his family. With this resolve, Leo narrowed his eyes and swiftly dialed a number. Once connected, he spoke in a low tone, I need your assistance. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, Kong Hongfei set down his phone and reclined in his chair, exhaling a long breath. The gene repair serum would soon be ready, enabling his daughter to live and learn like any other child. As he reflected on Leo and his current predicament, he felt an instinctive urge to shield him from the rain. He knew that the recent call could not evade the notice of the Queen Bee, and consequently, the boss as well. Therefore, in his conversation with Leo, he could only offer the faintest hint, hoping that the other would catch on. Almost instantaneously after Kong Hongfei's call to Leo, Li Yi received a report from the Queen Bee, and he listened intently, fully aware of the details of their conversation. Li Yi was indifferent to the subtle actions of Kong Hongfei. To him, all that mattered was having someone capable to accomplish tasks. Whether it was Leo Hartman or Harley Ottman, it was of no consequence. Moreover, he had a preference for those with vulnerabilities. However, he pondered the extent to which the system's reward, the human repair chamber, could truly perform. As he observed the surveillance footage of Leo's wife being wheeled out of the ward by an individual disguised as a nurse, Li contemplated silently. Time swiftly moved forward to the following day. After departing from the hotel, Li chose not to head to the headquarters of Konglon Pharmaceuticals, but rather returned to the Research and Development Center. After watching Kong Hongfei conduct experiments for a while, Li sought out a conference room to initiate communication with the system, mentally affirming his decision to designate this location as the primary sanctuary. Chapter 74. Establishment of the main sanctuary, activation of new features, detection indicates a significant presence of zombies in the vicinity. Setting this as the main sanctuary may reduce safety. Please confirm. The system's voice resonated within Li Yi's mind. Confirm, he replied decisively. Soon, the system's voice echoed once more. Confirmation successful. Main sanctuary setup complete. Please name the main sanctuary. Temasek Sanctuary, Li Yi declared. Lacking any flair for naming, he opted for simplicity and clarity as his guiding principles. Shortly thereafter, the system responded, main sanctuary named successfully. Sanctuary panel activated. Connection established with temporary sanctuary Kinshasa Sanctuary. Detection confirms the presence of the intelligent core Queen Bee. Would you like to connect to the Queen Bee? Li Yi refrained from responding immediately. Instead, he focused his thoughts, and the sanctuary panel materialized before him. Main sanctuary, Temasek Sanctuary, temporary sanctuary, Kinshasa Sanctuary, administrator, Li Yi Sanctuary level, I Sanctuary residence, Kong Hongfei, Yu Chaojun. The panel was remarkably succinct. At the bottom, 3 button-like options were visible: management, resources, and construction. Li Yi's gaze first settled on management. Within this option, only the names of Kong Hongfei and Yu Chaojun appeared. Beneath each name, their respective statuses were displayed. For instance, Kong Hongfei was currently noted as excited, which was unsurprising given his usual demeanor during experiments. Yu Chaojun, on the other hand, was marked as contemplating. After exiting the management interface, Li Yi turned his attention to resources. Soon, a list materialized, revealing only a Queen Bee core, while the rest remained conspicuously empty. It appeared that non-system items were not displayed. As for the final option, construction, with a mere thought, images and text unfolded before him. Li perused the offerings, a smile gradually breaking across his face. Due to the current level of the sanctuary, the construction options were limited. Yet they resonated well with Li Yi's sensibilities. For example, vertical missile launching shaft, capable of launching various missile types. Construction requirement, 500,000 system currency. Another option read, radar control center, capable of monitoring and early warning via radar. Construction requirement, 600,000 system currency, multifunctional radar. Though the desired nuclear reactor or the ability to construct aircraft carriers or nuclear submarines were absent, the available constructions provided him with a sense of security. However, the substantial demands for system currency meant that Li Yi could only dream for the time being. After contemplating these 3 functionalities, he pondered for a moment before silently declaring, connect to the Queen Bee. In the next instant, the Queen Bee's voice resonated in Li Yi's ear. Queen Bee has successfully integrated with the main sanctuary and will assist you in management and control. Would you like to import the Hive data? Yes, Li Yi replied without hesitation. Soon, the interface of the sanctuary before Li Yi began to transform. Firstly, the number of personnel surged unexpectedly. These were employees of Konglon Pharmaceuticals, yet none possessed the loyalty chips. Additionally, a plethora of resources appeared, all belonging to Konglon Pharmaceuticals, including land, factories, equipment, and materials, seemingly diverse in nature. However, Lee felt no need to concern himself with these matters. With the assistance of the Queen Bee, he merely needed to issue commands, and the Queen Bee would autonomously devise the most optimal plans and execution strategies, thus proving to be quite convenient. After contemplating for a moment, Lee commanded the Queen Bee establish a plan to acquire the land surrounding the main sanctuary, and forward the plan to Yu Chaojun for oversight during execution. Given that the main sanctuary was situated within the Research and Development Center, it was evident that this space would soon be insufficient, prompting Lee to prepare in advance. However, as the new medication had yet to be launched and funds were relatively scarce, execution of this plan would need to be postponed for a while. Lee was not anxious. Time was on his side. 3 days later, a man wearing a cap and sunglasses, sporting a full beard, leisurely emerged from Tanamera International Airport. Though it was said to take a week, Leo accomplished the journey in merely 3 days, with the help of his comrades. His wife had arrived in Tanamera the previous day and was currently staying at a hotel. He had taken some time to forge a new identity and, after 2 transfers, ultimately reached Tanamera. He had verified the coordinates sent by the mysterious organization, confirming they pointed to a pharmaceutical company's research and development center. Through a brief gathering of intelligence, he discovered that the company, Konglon Pharmaceuticals, had recently changed ownership. Intriguingly, the new owners had yet to take any significant action, allowing competitors to encroach upon their limited market share. Additionally, rumors circulated that a biomedical laboratory in Tanamera had achieved breakthroughs in gene therapy. Combining all this information, Leo was immediately led to ponder many possibilities. What kind of mysterious organization was this? A transnational crime syndicate? A secret society? A biomedical giant? Based solely on surface information, Leo could not ascertain the organization's intentions, yet this was of little consequence. After hailing a taxi, Leo headed straight to the hotel, where he ultimately reunited with his wife. After sharing a tender moment, Leo gazed at his wife's burned face and spoke earnestly. "My dear, wait for me here. Do not act recklessly, or some will watch over us." With those words, Leo departed from the hotel, erasing all traces of his visit. He remained a fugitive, and his wife's sudden departure would undoubtedly raise alarms domestically. Thus, he could not meet her openly. After donning a new disguise, Leo drove a rented vehicle to the Research and Development Center of Konglon Pharmaceuticals. He refrained from rushing inside, instead choosing to observe the vicinity quietly for a while. The Research and Development Center, upon any observation, appears to be an unremarkable 6-story edifice. The sole aspect worthy of note is the stringent security at its entrance, which necessitates not only identification but also the verification of fingerprints and retinal scans. Just as he pondered how to infiltrate the premises, he was taken aback when his newly acquired phone, devoid of any SIM card, abruptly received a message. "Mr. Leo Hartmann, welcome to the interview location. Please proceed to conference room 09 on the 3rd floor for your interview. Wishing you the best of luck." Such remarkable technological prowess. Gazing at the message, Leo could not help but admire the ingenuity, and without further concealment, he strode directly towards the building. Chapter 75. Would you be willing to live in disguise for a lifetime? Research Center. Leo entered the building with his head bowed, only lifting it slightly upon reaching the grand lobby on the 1st floor, casting a discreet glance around, obscured by the brim of his hat. He was acutely aware that escape from surveillance was an impossibility, yet this was a habit meticulously cultivated during his time as a fugitive. The security checkpoint was devoid of personnel, even lacking a station guard. As Leo approached, the turnstile for single passage opened automatically. He was not taken aback by this. After passing through, he arrived at the elevator area, where the doors opened of their own accord before he could even press the button. Entering the elevator while still keeping his head down, he found no need to press a floor button, for the elevator had already locked onto the 3rd floor. Moments later, the doors parted. Upon exiting the stairwell, a series of individual conference rooms came into view. At the end of the corridor, a cluster of rooms was meticulously isolated, their silver alloy doors adorned with yellow radiation symbols. This was it. Leo quickly located conference room 09. Although this was an informal interview, he paused momentarily at the door to adjust his attire before gently pushing it open. Inside was a rectangular conference table, at one end of which leaned a strikingly handsome young man, arms crossed, reclining casually in his chair. The interviewer appeared to be around 25 years of age, his physique and features suggesting he was neither diminutive like the islanders nor delicate like the South Koreans. He was most likely of Chinese descent. Leo deduced this while consciously taking a seat at the opposite end of the long table. At that moment, the interviewer slowly opened his eyes, and in that fleeting instant, Leo felt as though he glimpsed a brief flash of light emanating from within the man's gaze. This was no mere metaphor, but a vivid reality. How could human eyes emit light? Leo had no time to ponder this enigma, as the interviewer had already begun to speak. A competent organization requires clear delineation of roles. Those who kill focus solely on killing. Those who arson concentrate on fire. Those who dig pits only concern themselves with excavation. Therefore, Li needs a knife lurking in the shadows. This blade must be sufficiently sharp and sufficiently concealed, something Feng Cheng and his associates cannot provide. Thus, there is Leo Hartmann before me. It was for this reason that Li's first question was, "Are you willing to live in obscurity for the rest of your life?" If this question were posed within China by an organization, many would likely agree without hesitation. However, Leo was German, and Li represented only his own faction. Thus, the question bore only its literal meaning. Instead of answering, Leo earnestly countered, "What can I gain from this?" Li also refrained from answering directly. Instead, he produced a cigar sent by Sezais, prepared it, and placed it in his mouth. After exhaling a slowly expanding smoke ring, he gazed at Leo through the circular void in the smoke and posed a reciprocal question. "What do you wish to attain?" Regarding this inquiry, Leo had once harbored numerous answers. However, at this moment, Leo had but a singular response. "Health, the health of my wife." This was his only answer. Li, unfazed by this revelation, remarked, "I thought you would be more avaricious." "You used to be." Leo merely shrugged. For reasons unknown. This brief exchange seemed to diffuse the previously tense atmosphere, rendering it unexpectedly relaxed. Soon after, Li inquired, "Then, shall we proceed?" Without hesitation, Leo affirmed, "Let's proceed." Li then suggested, "Why not call your wife and inform her that a vehicle awaits her at the hotel entrance?" Upon hearing this, Leo brandished his phone, confident that this enigmatic interviewer would grasp his intention. Remarkably, an extraordinary occurrence transpired once more. Without any network connection, signal, or SIM card, his phone autonomously dialed his wife's number. While marveling at the astonishing technology of this clandestine organization, Leo spoke into the phone, "My dear, a car is waiting for you at the hotel entrance." After this brief message, he set the phone down. Reflecting on the earlier conversation, Leo recalled that Kong had mentioned the concept of opportunity during their call. The mysterious methods, exceptional technology, and the unfathomable interviewer all seemed to be steering everything toward an unknown direction. 20 minutes later, Leo's wife appeared before them in a wheelchair. She was a middle-aged woman with paralysis in her lower limbs and severe burns covering her body, her facial scars grotesque and terrifying. Nevertheless, Leo did not hesitate to kiss her cheek and clasp her hand tightly. Yet, a lingering doubt remained in his mind. Could there truly be technology capable of healing his wife's grievously burned skin? Then, Li rose and escorted the pair to the top floor of the Research and Development Center. As the elevator doors opened, Kong Hongfei, who had been waiting for a short while, came into view. Li remained silent, while Leo openly nodded at Kong, winking to convey the phrase, "Long time no see." In response, Kong nodded back and led the way. After passing through several security doors, they arrived at a room deep within the laboratory, where a white capsule the size of a small car awaited their gaze. This was the human repair capsule, a recent acquisition awarded to Li. Prior to this, Kong had already familiarized himself with the capsule's capabilities and conducted some preliminary experiments. In summary, this was undoubtedly a medical device far surpassing modern technology and medical standards, shattering Kang's long-held perceptions. Consequently, he regarded the human repair capsule as a treasure. Knowing there were no potential issues, he meticulously inspected it before turning to Li and stating, "Boss, the repair capsule is ready and can be activated at any moment. Then let us commence." Li replied. As Li's voice faded, the door of the restoration chamber swung open, releasing a cascade of cold, white mist into the air. At that moment, Kong Hongfei nodded to Leo. Leo scrutinized the interior of the restoration chamber, and upon detecting no anomalies, he embraced his wife tightly, murmuring, "Dearest, this is the most advanced therapeutic apparatus. You will surely recover." In truth, he harbored uncertainties about the machine's efficacy. Nevertheless, he endeavored to provide his wife with psychological solace in that moment. After a brief embrace, Leo gently placed his wife inside the restoration chamber and gazed at her intently. Then, with the sound of the door sealing shut, his beloved was no longer within his sight. He fervently prayed within his heart, hoping that everything would indeed be all right. Chapter 76, Preparation for the Financial Market. The white human repair capsule presented an overall teardrop shape, its surface smooth and luminous, devoid of any seams. Once operational, it emitted only a subtle humming sound, rendering it nearly imperceptible. Leo anxiously waited outside the room, observing the machine's functions through the glass. Kong Hongfei displayed the demeanor of a scholar. Although nothing was immediately discernible, his inquisitive gaze never wavered. Li, too, felt a sense of curiosity towards the repair capsule. Friends who frequently engaged in battle were well aware that warfare was invariably accompanied by casualties, and external injuries were commonplace. Even a shard from a grenade explosion could prove fatal to the unfortunate. However, Li Yi's thought process was rather unconventional. Old Kong, do you suppose this device would be effective for interrogation? He pondered aloud. Interrogation? Kong Hongfei was momentarily taken aback by Li Yi's sudden inquiry. Leo, who was anxiously awaiting developments, also briefly diverted his attention to this unexpected question. Yet, he grasped Li Yi's implication more swiftly than Kong Hongfei. The notion of tormenting an enemy to the brink of death, only to heal them and resume the torment, was indeed chilling. One could scarcely imagine anyone enduring such a cycle. If this apparatus could indeed mend external injuries, it would be a remarkable tool for interrogation. Kong Hongfei gradually comprehended Li Yi's intent. Despite Li Yi being the superior, Kong Hongfei could not suppress a disapproving glance. Do you have any notion of the technological prowess required to swiftly heal external injuries? With such an invention, it should surely benefit all of humanity. Or at the very least, earn several Nobel Prizes. Yet, in Li Yi's eyes, it merely transformed into an interrogation device. Where was the grand vision? Of course, Li Yi possessed vision. He contemplated acquiring several more of these devices for future use, envisioning a perfect setup for an interrogation room. The human repair capsule within the chamber continued its operation. After observing for a few more minutes, Li Yi decisively called out, "Be Queen. Connect to the repair capsule and display the progress." In an instant, an image and text appeared on the glass before the three of them. The voice of the Bee Queen followed. Current repair progress. 1. Estimated completion time. 21 hours and 32 minutes. This pace exceeded all expectations. Leo's wife was severely burned, and under conventional skin grafting procedures, recovery would span several years, alongside the risks of surgery and potential complications, not to mention the considerable expenses involved. Therefore, the repair capsule's remarkable speed was nothing short of astonishing, even shocking. The anxious Leo now displayed a flicker of joy. Although he remained skeptical about whether this device could indeed heal his wife, the prospect of witnessing definitive results without prolonged anguish added to the instrument's credibility. After determining the time, Li Yi had no intention of waiting idly alongside the two individuals. "Have the Queen Bee contact me if anything arises," he stated before departing from the R&D center. The remaining two, both old friends and kindred spirits, soon began to converse. Leo directly posed the most pressing question. "Does this device truly work?" "I do not know," Kong Hongfei replied with a shake of his head. Ever since Li Yi acquired the human restoration chamber, he had temporarily set aside his laboratory work to conduct tests on the chamber. However, due to the limited time available, he could only ascertain that it could swiftly heal superficial wounds. For instance, lacerations could be healed in less than 10 minutes, leaving no trace of a scar. If introduced to the cosmetic medical market, it would undoubtedly drive people wild. As for the severe full-body burns sustained by Leo's wife, Kong Hongfei had yet to conduct any tests and could not provide a definitive answer. Nevertheless, upon witnessing the disappointment in Leo's eyes, Kong Hongfei smiled and remarked to his old friend, "You know, a few months ago, I was just like you." Then, he abruptly shifted his tone. "No, I was even more desperate than you." Leo understood the implication, as Kong Hongfei's daughter's condition was far more critical than his wife's. Every moment was a countdown, life slipping away. As a family member, Leo could empathize with the despair of watching a loved one approach death while feeling utterly powerless. It was a profound anguish capable of shattering even the strongest of individuals. "And what about now?" Leo inquired, his voice imbued with hope. He yearned for good news, for himself and for this dear friend. To this question, Kong Hongfei was now able to provide a nonchalant response. "Leo, I have never felt better than I do at this moment," Kong Hongfei replied. Undoubtedly, Kong Hongfei's answer instilled sufficient confidence in Leo. When he glanced once more at the device within the glass chamber, his tension eased, replaced by a sense of anticipation. After leaving the R&D center, Li arrived at the administrative office area of Konglon Pharmaceuticals, located on one of the floors of a high-rise building. due to a shift in business model and direction. Only a handful of company employees occupied the expansive floor. Li walked directly into Yu Chaojuan's office, prompting the latter to hastily vacate his seat. However, Li waved him off and settled onto the sofa opposite. "Have you reviewed the acquisition plan sent by the Queen Bee?" Li inquired. "I am currently examining it." "Mr. Li," Yu Chaojun responded, retrieving tea leaves from a drawer to brew tea for Li personally. "Please do so, then share your thoughts," Li instructed. Moments later, after sipping his tea, Li noticed Yu Chaojun lift his head once again and say, "Mr. Li, let me confirm, our company will not accept any financing or go public, correct?" "That is indeed the case," Li affirmed. Li harbored no intention of profiting at the expense of others. Should anyone attempt to wield power as a ticket, they must first consider whether the missile silos and the construction plan would consent to such a venture. Given this, we must secure a substantial sum of funding prior to the launch of the new drug. Yu Chaojun elucidated that once the efficacy of the new medication becomes public knowledge, rival pharmaceutical companies will inevitably face a catastrophic impact, leading to a swift decline in their stock prices. Concurrently, the industries surrounding our company, even the entire Temasek, will experience a surge in value. To maximize our profits, an additional investment is necessary to reap gains from the financial market. Although Li Yi was not a financial expert, he grasped Yu Chaojuan's intent. "Let us prepare an execution plan," Li Yi proclaimed, setting down his teacup and approaching the window. His gaze pierced through the glass, surveying the vibrant city, the dusk casting a silhouette behind him. "I will manage the funding. You just need to be prepared," he affirmed. "Yes, Mr. Li." Observing Li Yi enveloped in a golden glow, Yu Chaojun envisioned a golden pathway ahead. For him, this was undeniably an opportunity to double their assets. Chapter 77, Operation Thor. The fund of gifts for Li Yi. That day was but an ordinary one. Yet for Leo, it marked a new beginning. Under the watchful gaze of Li Yi, Kong Hongfei, and Leo, the countdown for the repair pod was nearing completion. 10, 9, 8. Leo's eyes sparkled with fervent anticipation. 3, 2, 1. As Leo silently completed the countdown in his mind, the voice of the Hive Queen resonated almost simultaneously. "Repair complete. The hatch is about to open." With a series of urgent beeps, a fissure suddenly appeared on the surface of the water droplet-shaped pod. Subsequently, a cloud of white gas erupted from within, swiftly enveloping the entire room. The gas dissipated rapidly, fading into nothingness in under 10 seconds. At that moment, the scene within the repair pod was revealed to the three men. Leo's wife lay curled up, her skin smooth and tender as that of a newborn. Unfamiliar droplets adorned her skin, seemingly remnants of the restorative solution. Simultaneously, a faint scent of medicinal liquid wafted through the air. Overcome with emotion at the sight of his wife's completely restored skin, Leo found himself at a loss for words, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He repeatedly opened his mouth to speak, only to falter, ultimately settling for a solemn nod. Kong Hongfei, however, was well prepared. He carefully extracted tools to gather the residual droplets, his movements meticulous and attentive. Although he did not harbor hopes of deciphering the technology behind the human repair pod, even a fragment of understanding would constitute a significant gain. He resolved to repay Li Yi wholeheartedly once his daughter was healed, as he had no other skills to offer, save for the pursuit of knowledge and the development of technology. As for Li Yi, he was not surprised by the outcome before him. Thus far, the system had never let him down. After meticulously inspecting the scene once more, at Kong Hongfei's signal, Leo gingerly lifted his still unconscious wife onto the mobile stretcher that had been prepared in advance. He then proceeded to wheel the stretcher towards the examination room on the second floor. An hour later, gazing at the freshly minted test report, Kong Hongfei remarked, "All basic checks are normal, the skin repair is flawless, and there are significant metabolic responses within her body. Are you familiar with how snakes shed their skin?" Kong Hongfei looked at Leo and explained, "Your wife achieved skin regeneration through a similar technique, thus eliminating the risk of rejection that could accompany a skin graft. If this technology could be applied to the cosmetic medicine industry, it would be nothing short of revolutionary." Kong Hongfei marveled, though he did not continue. He was at a loss as to where Li Yi had procured such an extraordinary human repair pod, the technological implications of which were unfathomable. Contemplating Li Yi's intricate genetic mapping, he wondered if his boss was indeed an extraterrestrial. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. Whether or not he was an alien mattered little to him. Just as Kong Hongfei felt indifferent, so too did Leo, as long as his wife can restore her appearance. Combined with his own guidance, he is certain that he can heal the shadows in his heart and emerge from the gloom, living a fulfilling life once more. He cannot afford to lose his family again. Shortly after the examination concluded, Leo's wife gradually awakened, gazing at her newly rejuvenated skin. The burns that once filled her with self-loathing and disgust had vanished entirely, and tears of joy swiftly welled up in her eyes. Following this was a tender moment between the couple, during which neither Li Yi nor Kang Hongfei intruded. After a while, in the very conference room where Leo had initially interviewed, he reappeared before Li Yi. Upon seeing Li Yi again, Leo was overwhelmed with gratitude. Since the death of his son, his wife had been the sole beacon of light in his life. Now that this light was preserved, his future would undoubtedly venture into uncharted realms. With a myriad of emotions swirling within him, Leo approached Li Yi, coming to a halt with his legs straightened and his torso erect, bowing his head slightly. He then proclaimed with unwavering conviction, "Boss, I pledge my loyalty to you. This will be the wisest decision of your life." Li placed his hand on Leo's left shoulder, akin to the ancient rituals of knighthood in Europa, accepting Leo's allegiance. However, words aside, loyalty must be earned. Li placed greater trust in his methods than mere promises. "Now, take this piece of candy," he said, purchasing another loyalty chip and presenting it to Leo. Without a moment's hesitation, Leo consumed the loyalty chip. Subsequently, the system interface promptly provided feedback. New member Leo Hartman added. Loyalty 95. He appeared to be a promising asset, with a loyalty level that matched Kang Hongfei's right from the outset, which greatly pleased Li Yi. Following this, Li granted Leo B-level employee privileges. "You will now join the operations department as the leader of the Thor action team," he announced, contemplating the arrangements. "Currently, the organization cannot spare personnel to assign team members to you. You may recruit your own or await further instructions." Li hoped that Leo would take the initiative to address the issue of assembling his team, though he refrained from voicing this expectation outright. "At present, there are no tasks to execute," Li continued. "First, go to Yuchaojun to apply for funding, and then undergo recovery training, remaining in a state of readiness at all times. By the way, for the equipment needed for operations, submit a proposal, and I will make the arrangements." After providing Leo with some additional details, the conversation came to a close. Just before departing, Leo hesitated and said, "Boss, I am still wanted." Li waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I have already arranged for Kang Hongfei to facilitate a surgical procedure for you. After the operation, you will obtain a completely new legal identity." Li Yi was utterly unconcerned about Leo's wanted status. In fact, Leo's ability to escape captivity and evade apprehension for months was something Li Yi valued. Wasn't being wanted merely a minor inconvenience? In his previous life, he had certainly found himself on the wanted lists of various prestigious agencies, including the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the Central Intelligence Agency. It was said that the bounty had reached an astonishing 8-figure sum, which even made Li Yi somewhat tempted. After bidding farewell to Leo, he was preparing to meticulously contemplate his forthcoming plans when he received an unexpected phone call from Yuchaojun. "Mr. Li, there is something I feel compelled to report to you," Yuchaojun conveyed over the line. "A European fund is interested in investing in Konglon, and I am quite certain that the company has not leaked any information." Yuchaojun promptly provided details about the origins of this fund. After a thorough search and analysis, the fund's underlying background was laid bare before Li Yi. Upon reviewing the information, a smile spread across Li Yi's face. This was not merely an investment. It was evidently a generous infusion of capital. Chapter 78, The Longevity Foundation, A Gift of Fate. Human desires are insatiable. Just like Li Yi, who initially sought merely to satiate his hunger, later aspired to survive, and eventually yearned to live freely and with dignity. Every moment, individuals incessantly crave more. In other words, each person harbors a longing for a splendid life and the right to pursue it. Consequently, a group of affluent capitalists from Europa has nurtured even greater desires. They not only wish to live well, but also to extend their existence, ideally achieving immortality and eternal youth. In ancient times, there was the art of alchemy. Today, there exists the pursuit of cybernetic transcendence. The foundation intent on investing in Konglon is precisely composed of these avaricious capitalists. In Mandarin, it could be aptly termed the Longevity Foundation. This foundation is not particularly enigmatic. To put it plainly, it consists of a cadre of capitalists wielding substantial sums of money, casting a wide net in their investments in projects that may prolong life. Within Europa alone, they have poured funds into hundreds of research institutions, both large and small. What merits attention, however, is why they suddenly chose to invest in Konglon. Upon learning of the interest from the foundation in investing in Konglon, Yu Chaojun's first inclination was to suspect a leak. He feared that the new drug from the research center had been compromised. However, after consulting with the Queen Bee and conducting meticulous analysis and investigation, he dismissed that possibility. Subsequently, the Queen Bee scoured a series of information and ultimately arrived at a rather amusing conclusion. Mr. Lee, did I not release a few rumors previously? Over the phone, Yu Chaojun explained, originally, it was intended as a prelude for the forthcoming drug launch and to gauge early market reactions. Logically, no one should have taken it seriously, especially since we haven't even published any relevant academic papers. Yet, the Longevity Foundation, due to this false rumor, conducted a thorough investigation of all potential research institutions associated with Temasek and decided to invest in the majority of them. Yu Chaojun's tone was a mix of bemusement and admiration. These old-school capitalists from Europa truly had an excess of funds, indiscriminately throwing money at rumors. Nonetheless, it must be said that this scattergun approach might yield remarkable results. Yu Chaojun was aware that within the Fate Club, there indeed existed techniques that could extend life. If Li Yi were willing to disclose even a fraction of that knowledge, it would undoubtedly drive these investors into a frenzy. After all, the greatest agony in life is not having spent all one's wealth before death, or finding oneself aging while one's newlywed wife has just turned 18. Mr. Li, I will decline their offer, Yu Chaojun stated after reporting the situation. He naturally assumed that Li Yi would reject the investment, as no one wishes to share their wealth with others. Yet, Li Yi replied, do not rush to decline, perhaps you might consider it. We do have a financial plan to implement, and the more funds we acquire, the smoother the execution will be. Yu Chaojun quickly grasped Li Yi's intentions. Although accepting an investment was out of the question, the funds must remain securely in their possession. Mr. Li, I shall draft a proposal immediately, Yu Chaojun declared. 2 days later, in Europa, France, at the Violet Gold Manor. Since the dawn of civilization, social classes have emerged. The Howard family undoubtedly stands as one of the upper echelons of society. When the title of Duke passed to Norton Howard, he was born into the pinnacle of this hierarchy. As feudal dynasties were supplanted by capital, the Howard family, having amassed considerable wealth over the years, had garnered a reputation surpassing that of princes. Consequently, whether in terms of wealth or status, the elderly Norton Howard was unwilling to relinquish what he had. He yearned for health and a longer life. Yet, the human body is ultimately bound by limitations. Now, he lay bedridden, his remaining strength insufficient even to feed himself. He felt as though he had reached the limits of his existence, while his children eagerly awaited his return to the embrace of the divine, hoping to inherit his astronomical fortune. However, Norton was not ready to concede. If God requires my company, I would rather forsake my faith. He bellowed in despair from his sickbed. It seemed that his betrayal had drawn the attention of the devil. Before Norton's astonished gaze, a peculiar image suddenly appeared on the tablet before him. A black envelope adorned with golden floral patterns emerged on the screen. On the front of this envelope, beautifully inscribed, were the words, "To His Grace, Duke Norton Howard." Above this inscription, at the seal, was a complex emblem, although presented electronically. The old-fashioned style and meticulous details evoked a sense of fondness in Norton. Which old friend is playing a prank on me? He mused, extending a trembling finger to open the electronic missive. An invitation materialized before his eyes. To Duke Norton Howard, dear Duke Norton Howard, we cordially invite you to this year's Destiny Club Symposium. We shall collectively discuss the fate of humanity. We shall embark on an extraordinary enhancement of personal life. We shall address. Finally, as one chosen by fate, you shall receive a modest gift of destiny, a trifling token of gratitude. Destiny Club. Norton slowly perused the invitation, his feelings of resentment and despair unabated. Such inexplicable invitations filled his correspondence each year, all merely attempts to extract money from his pockets. In truth, he had already disbursed substantial sums, having spearheaded the Longevity Foundation. Regrettably, despite the considerable expenditure, there had been little to no effect. His body continued to age day by day, his organs perpetually tormented by pain. So was this the end? Norton turned his head and gazed through the window at the grand tree within the estate. It was planted by his father at the time of his birth. Now, as he approached the end of his life, that tree had grown ever more robust and would continue to thrive. He had heard whispers that the children had begun to squabble over matters of inheritance. It seemed they could hardly wait for the day of my demise. Norton mused with a touch of self-deprecation. At that moment, the butler approached his bedside and quietly reported in his ear, "Sir Norton, A package has unexpectedly appeared in the study. The security personnel have inspected it, and it poses no threat. Which child sent it? Norton inquired, his expression impassive. No one. Sir, the butler shook his head. It is signed by the Club of Destiny. Chapter 79. Stepping onto the Table of Fate. Beneath the night sky. The fog-laden city glimmers with vibrant lights. The cafes and taverns along the banks of the Thames, where gentlemen and rogues mingle like the falling maple leaves, compose the very essence of this British metropolis. As Leo emerged from the bookstore, he clutched a volume cherished by his wife. He appeared to wander aimlessly through the streets. Yet he was meticulously following the directives of the Queen Bee. This assignment unfolded with remarkable ease. Indeed, it felt less like a task and more akin to a leisurely excursion. The Howard family's violet gold manor, seemingly fortified with stringent security, became a realm of accessibility under the Queen Bee's guidance, allowing Leo to effortlessly deposit the items within the study. In retrospect, his former cellmate, Kong Hongfei, had been astutely correct. This was not merely an opportunity, it was a fortuitous chance. A new identity had emerged. Please proceed. The voice of the Queen Bee resonated in Leo's earpiece, akin to celestial music. Violet Gold Manor. At Norton's sickbed, the security chief was reporting with palpable tension. Mr. Howard, all alarms and surveillance are functioning normally. Absolutely no outsiders have entered the estate. Norton cast a glance at the box held by the butler, then replied in a flat tone, "Thank you for your service to the Howard family." "No, sir," the security chief attempted to articulate further, but was swiftly silenced by the butler, who then guided him out of the room. It was only at this moment that the security chief realized that this seemingly frail butler possessed the strength to effortlessly subdue him. After dismissing the security chief, Norton summoned his private medical team. "Mr. Howard, the test results are in." The team leader, frowning, presented the report to his employer. Norton scrutinized it briefly before coldly stating, "So, after all the money I've invested in top-tier equipment, you are telling me that you have failed to detect anything?" Reluctantly, yet truthfully, the team leader conceded, adding, "If you permit us to conduct animal or human trials, I assure you we will yield results." Upon hearing this, Norton shot a glance at him and fell silent. The butler, understanding the cue, discreetly ushered the medical team leader out. Once the room descended into quiet solitude, Norton found himself once more ensnared in contemplation. The enigmatic invitation, the mysterious small gift, all hinted at the extraordinary origins of the sender. The so-called trivial token of gratitude was a vial containing a pale green liquid, accompanied by an instruction manual. According to the manual, this vial was labeled Fate No. 1 and claimed to significantly ameliorate all physical ailments. Naturally, Norton was not inclined to accept this at face value. Thus, he summoned his medical team to conduct tests and analyses without compromising the integrity of the potion. Yet, the results were inconclusive. As for animal or human trials, Norton let out a derisive laugh. If the efficacy of this potion is genuine, it undoubtedly serves as a life-saving remedy for him. Even the slightest possibility compels him to grasp it with unwavering determination. Thus, this gift of fate. Norton squinted, gazing at his loyal steward who had accompanied him for many years, and spoke. "Jack, you are my most trusted companion. Do you believe I should place my bet?" The steward, holding a small box, pondered for a few moments before meeting Norton's expectant gaze and sincerely replied, "My lord, you have already made your decision, have you not? Fate has always shown you favor. I trust it will be so once more." The steward's words plunged Norton into silence. In his youth, he had resurrected his fallen family through a series of audacious gambles, transforming from a feudal aristocrat to a capitalist nobleman. But now, could he still defy the odds? Was this mysterious potion a divine summons, or the poison of Satan? After a brief pause, Norton sighed deeply. As long as he remained enamored with worldly wealth and power, he had no true choice. Perhaps Jack had already discerned everything, which is why he offered his blessing. This was what he appreciated about Jack. The steward, who was as young as his son, always able to perceive his thoughts. "Jack, let us take our places at the gaming table," Norton ultimately resolved. And this time, he wagered his very life. "Very well, my lord." The steward opened the small box in his hand, revealing a test tube the width of a thumb. A pale green liquid filled it, reminiscent of tender new shoots. Following the instructions, Jack carefully opened the test tube and swiftly administered the potion into Norton's mouth. There was no discernible taste or texture. Norton swallowed every last drop. Gradually, a profound weariness enveloped him. Is this the end? This was Norton's final thought. The steward observed Norton losing consciousness, glanced at the stable readings on the instruments, and began to wait in silence. Norton plunged into an extensive dream. In it, he sometimes transformed into a fish, swimming in warm sea waters. At other times, he morphed into a butterfly, extracting sweetness from every blossom. Ultimately, he became a grand tree, adorned with lush green leaves, standing steadfast on a mountain peak, as if existing since time immemorial. When the dream concluded, he slowly opened his eyes, only to find his most trusted steward, Jack, before him. Jack's eyes sparkled with surprise and anticipation, a smile gracing his lips. Whether it was an illusion or not, though he was not wearing reading glasses, he could clearly see Jack's visage, even the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. Instinctively, Norton extended his hand, wishing for Jack to assist him in rising, a habit he had cultivated over the years. For 5 years, he had been unable to rise unaided. To his astonishment, however, Jack seemed not to grasp his intent. An even more miraculous event unfolded. His torso regained sufficient strength, and with the thought of rising, he managed to sit up unaided. Norton was momentarily rendered speechless by astonishment. Meanwhile, the butler Jack, wearing a broad smile, exclaimed, "Congratulations, my lord. Fate has favored you once more." Subsequently, the butler presented a tablet to Norton. Unlike before, when he could only timidly glide his fingers across the screen, this time he took the tablet into his own hands and began to peruse the latest health reports page by page. The reports revealed that many of his ailments had significantly alleviated and numerous cells had regained their vitality. Could this be a miracle? Norton pondered in awe. Yet, he quickly shook his head. No, this is destiny. With renewed determination, Norton straightened his posture and slowly lifted his feet, eager to reclaim the sensation of walking. Chapter 80. Sending Rockets to Old Friends. The Fate Gathering. The I-Tier Body Restoration Potion, originally known as Fate No. 1, is designed to enhance the physical condition of individuals, alleviating ailments and providing a certain degree of healing for more fundamental illnesses. However, following professional evaluations conducted by Kong Hongfei, it was concluded that this potion has minimal efficacy for individuals in their prime. Conversely, for the elderly, who harbor various minor afflictions and suffer from organ aging and deterioration, its effects are markedly immediate. Regrettably, this effect is not permanent. Yet, this shortcoming is merely a matter of perspective for the users. For Li, it is not a flaw, but rather an advantage. What adds to its appeal is the potion's affordability in the system's marketplace. In order to implement his financial scheme, Li requires a substantial amount of capital, even surpassing the funds needed for the acquisition of Konglan. Engaging in the sale of large toys undoubtedly presents one avenue, not to mention the entertainment it brings. However, Li has never considered himself an arms dealer. What profit can be made from selling weapons? To grow and prosper, one must print their own money. Inspired by the concept of digital currency, Li instructed the Queen Bee to devise a system of fate currency, which bears resemblance to the fate points used internally within the organization. The distinction lies in the fact that points are reserved for internal personnel while currency is intended for external individuals like Norton. The means of acquiring fate currency is not merely through simple mining. It ultimately depends on Li Yi's particular needs. Presently, his requirements are rather basic and mundane: money. On August 18th, the 15th day of the 7th lunar month, a Sunday, and the Ghost Festival, there are few holidays that Li Yi remembers, and this is one of them. That night, still in Temasek, he found a crossroads, drew a circle on the ground, and began to burn joss paper. Before he ascended to the position of gang leader in his past life, Li Yi had a mentor and friend who was also a superior. This individual often joked about Li Yi burning paper for him when he passed away. Li never took this seriously, as he had not yet contemplated becoming a leader at that time. Yet, in the world of underworld dealings, one often finds themselves unable to escape their fate. In any case, Li fulfilled his promise, burning joss paper for his superior each year during the Ghost Festival, and even now, in this parallel world, he has not forgotten this commitment. "Brother Nan, I burn a little extra for you. You surely needed to recruit troops down there. And remember, always wear a helmet when fishing." As the flames before him grew ever more fervent, Li Yi ceased his murmurs. The lonelier one becomes, the more they cherish old friends. Until he submerged Brother Nan into the depths of the river, Li Yi believed they remained very good friends. The complexities of male friendship are often intricate, yet pure. After honoring his old friend across worlds, Li Yi settled into the back seat of a sedan and addressed Leo at the driver's seat. "Let us proceed to the airport." "Yes, boss." 10 hours later, under the warm gaze of the smiling flight attendant, Li stepped out of the first-class cabin, accompanied by Leo. Addis Ababa serves as the capital of Ethiopia and is renowned as a significant transit hub in Africa. Most flights to various African cities necessitate a stopover here. Lee, too, required a layover, yet his destination this time was not Kinshasa, but Djibouti. His previous visit to Djibouti was to facilitate a rocket launch over the Red Sea. But this time, in addition to the launch, he was tasked with orchestrating a distinctive meeting. Due to the time difference, Addis Ababa was still cloaked in the shadows of night. Upon entering the hotel, while Leo attended to the check-in procedures, Lee contacted Seiss. Seiss, recently preoccupied and, due to his altered circumstances, unable to freely appear in Addis Ababa, expressed his apologies for not being able to welcome Lee personally before addressing pertinent matters. Lee, the raw materials are prepared. Shall I arrange for someone to deliver them to you? Seiss inquired. Certainly, Lee replied without hesitation. Subsequently, Seiss provided an update on the progress of the military academy's construction. With consistent investment, the Bantu Military Academy had completed its first phase of expansion. Although conditions remained rudimentary, it finally resembled a proper institution. Continue the investment. This will sow the seeds for the future, Lee concluded. As the dawn illuminated Addis Ababa, Leo knocked on Lee's door. Upon entering, he placed a silver briefcase on the table. Boss, this just arrived, Leo announced. Stepping aside with his hands clasped in front of him, eyes scanning the surroundings. Lee paid little heed to Leo's demeanor, inputting the code to unlock the case. Inside, he beheld grains of fruit, each encapsulated in a glass temperature-controlled device. These were the essential raw materials for the production of Class 1 gene repair agents. After nearly 6 months of cultivation, this first batch of materials had finally reached fruition. Once delivered to the research center in Temasek and subjected to specialized processing and synthesis, the agents could be produced. However, Lee did not immediately instruct Leo to return the materials to Temasek. Instead, he stated, from now on, you shall safeguard these items until we return to Temasek. Yes, boss, Leo replied, straightening up and accepting the case from Lee. Although he was unaware of the contents, his loyalty to Lee compelled him to perform his duties diligently. Lee then handed Leo a black satchel. This is your equipment. Let me know if it is insufficient, he said. As Leo opened the zipper, his eyes lit up with excitement. Arriving in Addis Ababa, he had initially worried about accomplishing the tasks assigned by Lee empty-handed. However, upon witnessing the complete array of equipment capable of arming an individual to the teeth, he immediately felt reassured. Observing Leo as he meticulously inspected the weaponry, particularly the expression of relief etched on his face, Lee found himself in full understanding. Only with sufficient firepower could one attain a profound sense of security. Soon, Leo completed his transformation, emerging as an undercover operative clad in a suit on the outside, yet brimming with weaponry and ammunition beneath. As for Lee, he remained in his simple yet elegant black and white casual suit. Once the equipment concerns were resolved, Lee instructed Leo to rent a jeep, and the two set off from Adias, driving towards Djibouti. Previously, Lee had traveled to Djibouti by train. However, he realized that driving could prove to be more efficient. Before dusk, even navigating the rugged terrain at high speeds, the jeep finally arrived in Djibouti. Chapter 81. The Pink Peppa and the frigate. As Lee and Leo arrived in Djibouti, they observed the multinational peacekeeping forces mobilizing in the area. A substantial number of peacekeepers were boarding infantry fighting vehicles, forming an extensive convoy on the streets. What chaos has emerged here? With such thoughts in mind, Lee issued an order to Queen Bee for an intelligence analysis. Within 5 minutes, he received the response. Queen Bee reported, according to the latest information, a civil war has erupted in the Republic of Syria, as the opposition forces abruptly violated the previous ceasefire agreement and launched a fierce assault on the government troops. The front lines are advancing rapidly, and analysis suggests that the government forces may face complete collapse within half a month. Upon hearing that it was the Republic of Syria, Lee found the mobilization of the peacekeeping troops unsurprising. The Republic of Syria is well known as a front line in the geopolitical contest between major powers, where the United States and Russia have long engaged in a proxy war within this already devastated nation. It is noteworthy that the United States supports the opposition forces. Furthermore, the mobilization of peacekeeping troops is not aimed at quelling the civil war, but rather at conducting evacuation operations and managing refugees. Otherwise, the wave of refugees resulting from the war would swiftly impact European nations. Lee held little interest in the refugees. After all, he was not a human trafficker like those in Colombia. His primary concern lay with the situation at hand. Should the opposition forces seize control of the Republic of Syria, they would sever the connections along the arc of resistance, effectively splitting it into two segments. Moreover, Husai, a client of Li, is a significant member of the arc of resistance. No wonder he has been urging me to expedite the delivery. It seems the situation is indeed dire, Li mused. After checking into a hotel in Djibouti, dusk descended. Following a brief respite, Li instructed Leo to rent a yacht. As night fell, the two drove to the port, boarded the yacht, and set sail toward the Red Sea. This transaction method differed slightly from the last, as there was no need for a launch vehicle. A single yacht was more than sufficient to accommodate their needs. Additionally, both Li and Leo were capable of piloting the yacht, ensuring greater confidentiality. However, due to the situation in the Republic of Syria, the Red Sea appeared particularly bustling in recent times. No sooner had the yacht left the port than Li spotted several warships. Observing the heavily armed vessels, he felt a swift decline in his sense of security as he glanced down at their yacht. Leo, do you have a preferred class of warship? Li casually inquired of Leo, who was at the helm. Warships, you say? Leo pondered seriously before responding. Boss, I have a fondness for destroyers, especially Aegis-equipped ones. The Aegis destroyer is a Zumwalt-class vessel belonging to the United States, representing the new generation of multifunctional land attack ships of the U.S. Navy. Despite its high-tech features and formidable armament, Li found little appeal in it. I am an advocate for battleships, Li declared. I have an affinity for all things large caliber and multiple-barreled. Do you not find that immensely reassuring? Li envisioned a series of large-diameter tubes emerging behind him, and he thought it would undoubtedly look impressive. Boss, this indeed instills a sense of security. Leo solemnly nodded, catching a glimpse of his boss's sparkling eyes, unaware that there existed such an endearing side to him. However, how many men could resist the romance of colossal warships? The yacht continued to glide smoothly across the ocean, beneath a night sky adorned with a multitude of stars. After sailing for a while, a grayish-white giant vessel suddenly appeared on the left side of the yacht. Due to the darkness, only the faint glow of its signal lights was visible. Yet, from the height and scale of the lights, one could roughly infer the vessel's tonnage. Simultaneously, the radio on the yacht crackled to life. Pink Peppa Yacht. Pink Peppa Yacht. This is the Huagua Red Sea frigate. The current situation in the Red Sea is tumultuous. Does your vessel require assistance in joining our formation? What on earth? Li blinked, disregarding the notion of joining any formation. He was solely interested in one question and asked directly, Leo, didn't you check the yacht's name when you rented it? Li fixed his gaze on Leo, posing the question. Under Li's intense scrutiny, Leo immediately felt a chill run down his spine, soon followed by a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Boss, just as Leo pondered how to explain himself, the radio emitted another voice, calling Pink Peppa, does your vessel require assistance? Please respond. Please respond. Concurrently, a robust searchlight beam emanated from the warship, directing itself towards the yacht. Li had no choice but to temporarily let Leo off the hook, picking up the radio's microphone to respond. Pink Peppa Yacht received. Our vessel is functioning normally and does not require assistance in joining any formation. Our vessel is functioning normally and does not require assistance in joining any formation. There was no immediate reply from the warship, as if they were observing for a moment. After a brief pause, the searchlight retracted, and another voice came through. Frigate received. Should you encounter any issues, please switch to channel 13 to broadcast. Wishing you a pleasant voyage. Following this, accompanied by the sound of crashing waves, the warship began to accelerate, cutting through the waves towards its destination. Soon, the warship vanished from sight of the yacht. Observing the speed and armament of that vessel, and then contemplating the Pink Peppa Yacht, especially its pink pig head resembling a hairdryer, Li felt a wave of despair wash over him. Although he had lost face, he knew he had to proceed with the task at hand. After navigating at full speed along the designated route for a while, Li turned off the radio and instructed the Queen Bee to disable the yacht's GPS. Subsequently, Leo adjusted the helm, and the yacht, named Pink Peppa, deviated from its original course into the night. As dawn approached, Li received a message from Sally. Sally had arrived at the designated maritime area and sent the coordinates. After glancing at the coordinates, Li commanded Leo to steer towards the specified location. Before long, a cargo ship appeared within sight, surrounded by 3 small boats. The Red Sea was bustling with activity. Even Foxeye, the notorious leader of the Red Sea rogues, was exceedingly cautious at this moment. As the vessels drew closer, Sally promptly boarded Li Yi's yacht with his crew, in stark contrast to the tense atmosphere between Leo and the opposing armed personnel. Li Yi and Sally exhibited a much more harmonious interaction, even sharing a brief embrace. "Li, you are always so efficient and punctual," Sally exclaimed with a wide grin as he surveyed the boxes within the yacht. "It is a matter of professional integrity," replied Li Yi, giving a pat to the box containing hypersonic missiles. Soon, Sally's crew began their operations, transferring the boxes from the yacht to the cargo ship using ropes and hoists. Before parting, Sally clasped Li Yi's hand and invited, "My friend, do come visit me. I have prepared the finest coffee and tea for you." Chapter 82. Warships, Carrier Aircraft. Smuggling Li displayed no interest in coffee or tea. He was certainly not Su Wei. After learning the remittance time from Selena, he prepared to set off once more. However, just before his departure, Selena cast a contemplative glance at the pink pig head on the yacht and jested, "Li, you are forever an enigma. Even your preferred style is so unique." Of course, Li Yi replied expressionlessly. In truth, if he did not require the boat for future endeavors, he would have relished the idea of detonating a bomb to obliterate that pink Peppa into smithereens. After bidding farewell to Selena, the yacht resumed its normal course, ending its radio silence and GPS jamming. Subsequently, it glided steadily northward. Noon arrived swiftly. As Li languidly basked in the sun on the deck, a thunderous roar echoed in his ears. Moments later, a formation of 7 sleek black fighter jets soared swiftly overhead. F-35C, Leo exclaimed. The F-35C is the latest generation of carrier-based aircraft for the United States Navy. Notably, there exists a variant in Huagua, retrieved from the sea. The presence of F-35C aircraft above the Red Sea, where U.S. carriers operate, was not surprising. However, the direction in which the jets were heading prompted Li Yi's contemplation, and he quickly deduced the answer. They were likely bound for Syria. Considering the situation there, it was hardly unexpected. After watching the F-35CS vanish into the distance, the yacht continued its journey along the Red Sea coast, heading north. By nightfall, it reached the port of Yanbu. Yanbu is a significant port city along the Red Sea coastline, serving as a crucial oil export hub for Saudi Arabia. Following the yacht's resupply at Yanbu, Li Yi had no intention of lingering. Coincidentally, he spotted the warship with which he had conversed the previous night docked at the port. It was only then that he discerned the full profile of the vessel. This was a Type 056 frigate, known in Europe as the John Dow class, presumably there to undertake a mission of evacuating citizens. The frigate was also replenishing its supplies at Yanbu, likely operating independently, as there was no supply ship in sight. After stealing a few more glances, Li Yi took advantage of the night and continued his northward voyage. With just one more day of sailing, he would reach the world's most vital maritime transport route, the Suez Canal. Beyond the Suez Canal lay Li Yi's ultimate destination, the Mediterranean Sea. However, just as he was still some distance from the Suez Canal, he unexpectedly received a call from Su Wei. "Go, let me support you." Su Wei's opening words left Li Yi astounded. Was this woman out of her mind, proposing to support him? She ought to consider his previous notoriety. Nevertheless, Li soon grasped the reason behind Su Wei's audacious declaration. Wildfire Foreign Trade, a shell company established for arms trafficking, surprisingly turned a profit last month by selling coffee. Moreover, this month's transaction volume has surged 5-fold compared to the previous month. If all goes as anticipated, Wildfire Foreign Trade is poised to reap substantial profits this month. You cannot fathom how the chaos in the Congo, coupled with the situation in Syria, has adversely affected numerous coffee import businesses. On the phone, Su Wei exclaimed with exuberance, "You must extend our gratitude to our partners in the Congo. They have been incredibly supportive. Due to the civil war, other companies' goods are unable to exit the Congo, while our shipments have been arriving without issue, which has propelled our company into the limelight." Listening to Su Wei's jubilant tone, Li felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. Initially, it was merely a FAA day of a company, yet now it was thriving beyond expectation. If someone were to take notice and investigate further. With this thought, Li Yi resolved that upon returning to the country, he would initiate a strategic separation from the company. Su Wei was a formidable woman. It was one thing for her to remain complacent, but her ambition to expand and strengthen the company was alarming. If she were to acquire a rifle and an AK, would she not be contemplating rebellion? Despite his internal musings, Li Yi outwardly praised her, saying, "You are doing exceptionally well. I will reward you upon my return." Then you must come back soon. I miss you dearly. After discussing company matters, Su Wei, who adeptly balanced her romantic and professional pursuits, expressed her longing for Li Yi. Only towards the end did she mention her brother, Xiu Yong. Li Yi explained, the institution he is attending is a closed technical training school, focusing on advanced skills, leaving no room for distractions. Thus, I had a friend take away his phone. Rest assured, I will ensure you receive a photo of him periodically. Su Wei naturally believed Li Yi's words without question. She was all too aware of her brother's character and understood the necessity of strict supervision. Sending him abroad for studies was intended to equip him with skills to lead a proper life, and he could not be allowed to drift aimlessly. After exchanging sweet nothings for a while, Su Wei reluctantly ended the call. Li Yi then put away his phone and glanced at Leo, who was fishing. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Were you in the Air Force?" Leo, unable to grasp Li Yi's underlying intent, simply replied, "Boss, as you know, I was in the Special Operations Force, which technically belongs to the police, but it is quite similar to the Army. However, I did aspire to fly fighter jets in my youth, so I later learned to pilot helicopters." Li Yi nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further. After a day of sailing, the yacht finally arrived at the Suez Canal at a leisurely pace. Paying the toll to cross was customary, yet it necessitated a certain amount of waiting time. Especially due to the prevailing circumstances, a significant influx of refugees had poured into this land of pyramids, plunging the surrounding areas into a state of turmoil. Although the impact on the capacity of the Suez Canal is minimal, stringent inspections of passing vessels have been mandated to prevent refugees from entering Europe via sea routes. This, in turn, has directly affected the speed of maritime transit. Fortunately, the Pink Peppa is merely a medium-sized yacht, with a passage different from that of large cargo ships, allowing for a considerably swifter queuing process. However, as Li Yi patiently awaited the inspection, a local staff member wearing a hat boarded the yacht. Shortly thereafter, the individual discreetly uttered in English, "Hi, Captain. Would you like to earn some extra money?" Mistaken for the captain, Leo remained silent, merely glancing at Li Yi. At this moment, the staff member realized the hierarchy and addressed Li Yi, saying, "I see there are still many spots available on your vessel. Perhaps you might consider charging for tickets?" Chapter 83. I truly possess weapons of mass destruction globally. There exist three major gray industries: arms trafficking, drug trade, and human trafficking. The former is an area with which Li Yi is quite familiar, as he frequently engages in such dealings and has even acted as a temporary participant on numerous occasions. As for the second one, he holds it in low regard. The latter, human trafficking, entails an entire chain of illicit undertakings, including sexual exploitation, organ smuggling, and clandestine migration. The most developed of these operations is found in Colombia, renowned as a global center for organ transplantation, attracting affluent individuals seeking such services. Wherever profit can be gleaned, darkness inevitably follows. The means by which organs are procured, whether through donation or breeding, becomes irrelevant. At the very bottom of this industrial chain lies the act of clandestine migration. These individuals believe that by departing from their homeland and venturing into the so-called civilized world, they can bask in freedom under the sun. However, in reality, they face myriad dangers along the way and may easily fall prey to human trafficking syndicates. The man boarding the vessel before Li Yi may well be a cog in this grim machinery. "I do not require it," Li Yi replied, his expression impassive, dismissing the man's proposal. Yet the man did not relent. He had observed that Li Yi's yacht could accommodate hundreds. He had already navigated the inspection hurdles. Should Li Yi agree to take on a few passengers, he could swiftly sell over 100 tickets. Refugees escaping from Syria, clutching their entire fortunes, yearn desperately for an escape. Even if tickets are costly, many would accept the price. If they cannot afford it, they could arrange for installments. Women could resort to prostitution, and men could assist in drug trafficking. As for the children, they represent even greater value. Powerful figures constantly seek to push the boundaries of human depravity and thrill-seeking. Regardless, he stood to gain significantly. Thus, he would not abandon this vessel. "Captain, perhaps you might reconsider. These individuals are pitiful refugees, mere women and children. Their countries are ravaged by horrific wars, and if they do not escape, they will surely perish." The man began to appeal to emotions, producing a roll of dollar bills. Li remained unmoved, coldly scrutinizing the man before him. His patience was waning. Meanwhile, Leo quietly entered the cabin to retrieve his equipment. When the moment arose, at the boss's command, he would promptly ensure this bothersome rogue was removed from the vessel. The man under Li Yi's gaze, sensing a hint of danger, became aware of the unusual combination before him. a mysterious Asian youth paired with a seemingly formidable European bodyguard. Such a duo was certainly not ordinary. He felt a flicker of hesitation creeping in. Yet, the prospect of the substantial profits from such an ideal yacht was difficult to relinquish. Ultimately, the scales of his inner deliberation tipped towards greed. Even if these two were formidable, so what? After all, there were only two of them. And a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. The man, under the piercing gaze of Li Yi, steeled himself and, facing the overwhelming pressure of that scrutinizing look, gritted his teeth and declared, "My friend, you have two options. Accept a payment of $50,000 for a ticket, or..." As he spoke, the man suddenly unfastened the buttons of his outer coat. Leo, initially believing the man was about to reveal a weapon as a means of intimidation, had already gripped the handle of his gun. However, the man revealed his work uniform, pointing to the emblem, and threatened, "If you refuse, I will have to conduct a customs inspection of your vessel." With this proclamation, he felt emboldened, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he continued. "If any dangerous materials are discovered, my friend, that could lead to complications, don't you agree?" His intentions were now abundantly clear. He was employing both coercion and temptation. Yet, to the man's surprise, the Asian youth who had been staring at him with cold eyes suddenly burst into laughter. Li was indeed laughing, as he recalled a joke from his past life. "If the U.S. government suspects you possess weapons of mass destruction, it is best that you actually do." The situation bore a striking resemblance, for he indeed had dangerous materials on board. Li shrugged, turned to Leo, and casually remarked, "Leo, this official suspects that we have dangerous materials on our ship. I believe we should dispel his doubts and assure him there is nothing to worry about." Understanding Li's intent, Leo grinned broadly, revealing a set of white teeth, and beckoned to the man, saying, "Come now, my friend, let us eliminate any suspicion." Given that they were on their own turf, the man was not afraid of any violent outburst from them, so he coolly walked into the cabin. Upon catching sight of the items on the table, his pupils dilated in shock. Bingo! Leo snapped his fingers beside the man and pointed at the firearms, ammunition, and the round grenades laid out on the table, as well as the slender RPG, stating, "You need not doubt any longer. We indeed have dangerous materials on board. So, will you be calling the authorities?" Leo regarded the man with a cold smile. Call the authorities? What a ludicrous notion. Beads of sweat trickled down the man's forehead. He had anticipated that the two were not ordinary, but the brazen display of such armaments on the ship was something entirely different. This was the hallmark of international brigands. If he was not mistaken, there appeared to be a machine gun with an unmistakably real ammunition belt. At that moment, even a fool would understand that these two were not to be trifled with. Otherwise, one might incite far greater troubles. Consequently, the man quickly recalibrated his thoughts, stating, "Gentlemen, your vessel is exceptionally safe, entirely compliant and legal. There are no dangerous materials on board." Leo, with a derisive smile, picked up a round grenade and coldly inquired, "And what about this? Is it not dangerous? How could it be? This is merely a small toy." In a moment of quick wit, the man spoke as he hurriedly disembarked from the vessel, calling out, "Inspection complete. All is well. I wish you both a pleasant journey." Soon, he vanished from their sight. Li and Leo exchanged glances, each reflecting a shared amusement in their eyes. This world is but a grand farce. One should not envision transnational criminal organizations or interest groups as shrouded in mystery or professionalism. The man they just encountered was merely a pawn, having bribed the staff and the smuggler overseeing the operations. Upon encountering that table laden with perilous goods, he must have realized he was dealing with forces best left undisturbed. Thus, barring any unforeseen events, it is likely that for the foreseeable future, this man will remain tight-lipped, daring not to utter a single word. For Li, this incident is merely a trivial interlude in his travels, hardly worthy of concern. Chapter 84, Istanbul, a fateful encounter half a day later. The yacht gracefully navigated through the Suez Canal, subsequently entering the vast expanse of the Mediterranean Sea. Once the course was set, the yacht commenced its automated voyage. Li entrusted the recently acquired funds in US dollars to Decisive, who would subsequently transfer them to the Fate Group, the wholly owned subsidiary of Kongwan Pharmaceuticals, through legitimate channels. It is noteworthy that fate is a transliteration of the word for destiny. This sum, while significant, would only serve as a drop in the ocean for the forthcoming financial initiatives. Thus, the endeavors that Li was about to undertake would represent the true capital for launching these financial plans. Beneath the placid surface of the Mediterranean, tumultuous currents stirred, reflecting the complex geopolitical landscape involving Turkey, Greece, Italy, Libya, Lebanon, and others, each nation a force to be reckoned with. Li Yi's next destination was steeped in history and legendary tales, Istanbul, or, as it is more widely known, Constantinople. The rich history of this place speaks for itself, and Li Yi intended to leverage its esteemed reputation to achieve greatness. Meanwhile, in the fog-laden metropolis, under yet another drizzly sky, the proprietor of the Zijingwa Manor, Norton Howard, stood before a full-length mirror, meticulously assessing his attire with the assistance of his most trusted butler. Despite his silvered hair, his eyes sparkled with wisdom and his complexion radiated vitality, a stark contrast to the frail figure he had recently embodied. "Jack, do you think this outfit appears overly formal?" Norton inquired, his gaze fixed upon his reflection. A sense of unease had taken hold of him, prompting the normally discerning gentleman to scrutinize every detail of his ensemble. Years of holding high office had dulled his sense of nervousness. Yet the prospect of the miraculous medication that had restored his health and the invitation that might rejuvenate his youth compelled him to exercise utmost care. As if preparing for an audience with the divine. "My lord, you might consider swapping the tie for a bow tie," suggested the loyal butler Jack, fully cognizant of Norton's excitement and apprehension, having witnessed the miracle firsthand. "That is an excellent suggestion. Additionally, forgo the wristwatch and bring me my cherished pocket watch," Norton replied, inspired by the antiquated elegance depicted in the invitation. Soon, adorned with a gentleman's hat, cane, pocket watch, and spectacles, Norton felt as though he had been transported back several decades. He longed for his body to mirror that youthful vigor. He had nearly forgotten the pleasures of companionship. After a thorough preparation, Norton, accompanied by his butler, embarked on a lavish vehicle, which set forth toward the airport in grand procession. On the runway awaited a luxurious private jet destined for Istanbul, ready to take him on his journey. On the final day of August, after traversing the tranquil Aegean Sea, Li Yi's yacht arrived in Istanbul. This ancient city, steeped in a millennium of history, serves as a vital crossroads between Europe and Asia. Once the capital of the Roman, Byzantine, and Ottoman empires, it now stands as a significant urban center in Turkey. Regrettably, Turkey no longer wields the immense influence that these three great empires once commanded. Upon arriving in Istanbul, Li leisurely roams this historic metropolis, a city that has borne witness to a plethora of influences, resulting in an abundance of remarkable landmarks. Over 20 churches and 450 mosques reflect the confluence of Eastern and Western religions and arts. Amidst throngs of tourists, Li admires the indelible marks of history that adorn this city. Above him, a private jet gracefully glides across the clear sky. As night descends, this ancient capital shows no signs of slumber. A multitude of visitors sustains the city's opulent nightlife, yet the Hagia Sophia remains untouched by this revelry. Surrounded by minarets, its magnificent dome has changed hands amid the strife of competing religions, ultimately becoming a museum, a symbol of compromise. Nevertheless, every corner of this edifice, even a speck of dust, resonates with the echoes of spirituality. While Li is indifferent to the religious fervor, he cannot help but acknowledge the grandeur of its exterior and the intricate beauty within. Thus, he slows his pace, taking the time to appreciate the architectural splendor. As the clock strikes midnight, the sound of hooves and wheels heralds the arrival of an antique carriage at the church's entrance. Though the site is closed at night, this poses no challenge for Norton. To emphasize the significance of this meeting, he has opted for a decidedly vintage mode of arrival. With the assistance of his butler, Jack, Norton descends from the carriage, pausing momentarily at the grand entrance to consult his pocket watch, ensuring the time is just right. Satisfied, he nods to Jack and, with the butler's watchful gaze upon him, enters the church. Inside the vast sanctuary, the sound of footsteps reverberates against the intricately carved walls. Norton has entertained countless speculations regarding the choice of this historic venue for their rendezvous. He even enlisted a specialized team to analyze the situation and devise various contingencies. Among his hypotheses, he considers the possibility that his counterpart might belong to a secret society, one that has endured for centuries, hidden within the annals of history. However, none of these scenarios prepared him for the singular figure awaiting him, a strikingly handsome and enigmatic individual of Eastern descent. Clad in a simple black trench coat, devoid of ornate embellishments, the man's presence exudes an undeniable and captivating aura. Particularly striking are his eyes, which seem to emanate a mesmerizing brilliance, ensnaring those who meet his gaze. "It is a profound honor to receive your invitation, sir." Norton removed his hat with great poise, articulated the speech he had long prepared. Although his wealth was sufficient to command respect anywhere in the world, in the presence of this enigmatic young man from the East, Norton chose to display humility. Perhaps it is the immutable laws of nature and the inevitability of death that render even a president or a wealthy magnate humble. The most egalitarian truth in this world is that all must eventually face death. Yet, in response to Norton's humility, Lee displayed no emotion, merely stating with indifference, "I have not extended any invitation. It is merely the hand of fate." In that moment, Lee bore an uncanny resemblance to a charlatan. However, Norton remained unfazed by such remarks. Even if his parents were openly insulted, he would simply smile and nod, responding, "I share the same sentiment, sir." Chapter 85. The initial encounter between Norton and the Fate Club Lee was not one to indulge in the supernatural. However, as the years passed, he inevitably encountered enigmas that defied explanation, such as time travel and systems. Understanding was unnecessary. Reverence was essential. For Norton Howard, however, as his desire for life intensified, this reverence deepened significantly. The church, constructed over 15 centuries ago under the orders of the Byzantine Emperor Justinian I, exuded a serene ambience. Within its tranquil confines, Lee's voice resonated softly. Norton had reserved the entire church, and even in the stillness of night, it remained aglow with light, allowing for a clear view of the exquisite frescoes. "You are truly knowledgeable," Norton remarked with earnest flattery. In truth, he held little interest in Byzantine history or Justinian himself. Yet, this enigmatic inviter likely intended to convey something significant, prompting Norton to listen attentively and ponder deeply. Unbeknownst to Norton, Lee shared a similar disinterest in this historical narrative. He merely felt that, while traversing this storied church and observing Norton in his vintage gentleman-esque attire, discussing history was necessary to avoid appearing incongruous. Nonetheless, Lee retained but a single phrase from their exchange. As Norton contemplated how to further extol the other's greatness, Lee abruptly shifted the conversation. "We are executing a grand plan and conducting further remarkable research, the outcomes of which will shape the destiny of humanity. And you, Duke Howard, how much are you willing to pay for a ticket aboard this vessel of fate?" Lee's words were direct. After a moment of stunned silence, Norton erupted into laughter. His heart brimmed with awe and admiration for this mysterious organization that promised him vitality. Should they have any demands, he would not hesitate to deploy his wealth and resources. On his way there, he had harbored concerns that they might be indifferent to monetary gain, seeking instead something ethereal, like history, glory, or faith. But now, all was well. Norton Howard, while lacking in certain aspects, possessed financial resources that far surpassed mere list of billionaires. The legacy of a century-old aristocracy was incomparable to the fleeting fortunes of companies barely a generation old. Thus, with confidence, Norton declared, "My lord, I swear by the Queen. No, I swear by my family's honor. I am absolutely willing to pay a sum that would satisfy you." There would be no bargaining, no back and forth. Norton was acutely aware that he was not the only affluent individual in the world. Yet, it was highly probable that only this enigmatic youth from the East could assist him. A healthy body was essential to enjoy wealth, and a prolonged lifespan could yield even greater riches. Throughout history, power has relentlessly pursued the secret of longevity. It appears you share a desire akin to those who seek to dominate their own destinies. After feigning a polite acknowledgement, Lee lifted his pace and began to walk forward slowly, while Norton maintained a respectful distance behind him, uncertain of Lee's destination. He found himself reflecting on the years of suffering that had rendered him incapable of self-sufficiency. Now, however, he had regained the right to what could be termed a life, rather than mere existence. He could no longer imagine himself lying helpless in a hospital bed, for he had glimpsed the light of hope. After a brief moment, the two had yet to leave St. Sophia Cathedral but had instead moved to a side chamber. There, Norton beheld a mysterious apparatus, strikingly different in style from the cathedral itself. It was entirely white, taking on a droplet form large enough to accommodate a cow, with a smooth surface devoid of any seams. At that moment, Lee placed his hand upon the human restoration pod and casually remarked, "This is the Fate Capsule, a component of the Arc of Destiny." Norton had countless questions swirling in his mind, yet he refrained from asking, opting instead to praise, "This is truly a magnificent creation." But did it matter where its greatness lay or what constituted a masterpiece? Lee found great amusement in Norton's unabashed demeanor, perfectly aligning with his perception of the shamelessness of capitalists. "Well, let us experience it," Lee said with a slight smile, gently tapping the surface of the pod. In response, a seam illuminated, releasing a cloud of white mist. As the mist dissipated, the pod's door opened, revealing the human chamber within. Having previously experienced the first version of the restoration pod, Norton felt no trepidation regarding Lee's intentions. Moreover, it appeared that this fake capsule was far more advanced than the initial model, igniting a spark of excitement within him, evident on his eager face. "Must I undress?" he inquired, suppressing his exhilaration and brimming with anticipation. "Not at all," Lee replied, shaking his head, "though if you prefer, it is not out of the question." Ultimately, Norton removed his coat and footwear before stepping into the human restoration pod. As the door closed, he swiftly lost consciousness. Lee, glancing at the restoration progress, chose to disregard the proceedings. Truth be told, the primary function of the human restoration pod was to mend external injuries. It could not reverse the natural aging that afflicted individuals like Norton. However, it might alleviate some superficial wrinkles or hair loss, rendering one appear more youthful. This, combined with the power of suggestion, would lead Norton to envision its efficacy as far more formidable than it truly was. And that, in itself, would suffice. After confirming the time, Lee casually placed his hands in the pockets of his coat and strolled out of the cathedral's main entrance. At the threshold, Norton's diligent butler, Jack, stood steadfastly beside the carriage, his gaze contemplative, poised to speak yet hesitating. Lee approached the butler directly and, after a glance at his watch, stated plainly, 12 hours from now, come to collect your master. Prior to this, do not allow anyone to enter. Although Butler Jack was unaware of who Lee was, he was acutely aware of Norton's purpose for being there. After a brief moment of contemplation, he raised one hand to his chest and bowed, stating, "As you wish, the Howard family extends its deepest respect to you." Lee, however, chose to disregard the devoted butler, his hands tucked into his pockets, leaving behind only the silhouette of his back. He had been traversing various locales for some time. While it could not be deemed exhausting, it was indeed time to pause and savor the pleasures of life. Yet, before long, Lee could not help but furrow his brow. Goodness, everywhere he looked there were women adorned with headscarves. How on earth could one discern beauty amidst such uniformity? Chapter 86, the first holder of the D-Class ticket to the Destiny Club. The sudden closure of the St. Sophia Cathedral for renovations left many visitors who had come specifically for it in a state of disappointment. However, 12 hours later, the one emerging from the cathedral was not a workman. The warm and salty breeze of the Mediterranean in September enveloped Norton as he stepped out barefoot, clad only in a light garment, and he was greeted by the fragrant aroma of blooming flowers in the air. His strides were resolute and steady, and an unmistakable smile adorned his face. Norton could distinctly feel the lightness in his steps, as if strength had been reinvigorated within his muscles. Even his skin seemed to have taken on a newfound delicacy. The scar on his waist, a remnant of a past mishap, had miraculously vanished. Whether it was a marvel of science or a divine miracle, one thing was certain. Norton had no doubt that his body was increasingly robust, even rejuvenated. So much so that when his loyal butler, Jack, laid eyes upon him again, astonishment was unmistakable in his gaze. "My lord, you appear to be." Jack hesitated for the right words. But Norton, with a hearty laugh, interjected, "Do you think I look younger?" "Indeed, my lord." Jack nodded eagerly, exclaiming, "This is nothing short of a divine miracle." However, such flattering words prompted Norton to solemnly shake his head. He produced a badge and carefully affixed it to the collar of his freshly donned coat, stating earnestly, "This is not a miracle from God, but fate." As Norton adjusted his collar, his fingers caressed the circular badge as tenderly as one might stroke a beloved skin, his gaze imbued with profound affection and sincerity. In that very moment, an astonishing event transpired once more. A voice suddenly resonated in his ear. "Congratulations on joining the Destiny Club. The Fate system is now online. I am your exclusive assistant, and you may contact the Destiny Club through me at any time." Startled, Norton paused in his tracks upon hearing this voice. Soon, his gaze returned to the badge. When he had awakened, the white, teardrop-shaped Destiny capsule had vanished, leaving him lying alone on the ground. The mysterious young man from the east was nowhere to be found, only a black envelope inscribed with Destiny Club. Inside that envelope lay but a single badge. This badge, the size of a fingernail, was circular with a glossy black background, and its center was adorned with intricate golden relief patterns. The design was enigmatic, resembling an eye. Norton initially believed this badge to be a form of identification, as many secret societies and organizations often employed such symbols to signify membership. Yet he was taken aback to discover that the badge possessed a communicative function. Suppressing his excitement, Norton urged Jack to hasten their return. Upon arriving at the hotel entrance, he was so eager that he did not wait for Jack to open the car door. Instead, he pushed it open and swiftly exited. Butler Jack hurriedly followed, his mind unable to suppress the murmurs. Indeed, the master has regained his youth, even exuding the charm and efficiency of his earlier days. Upon returning to the opulent top suite of the hotel, Norton promptly dismissed all attendants, including Butler Jack, and locked the door behind him. Taking a deep breath, he ventured to ask, "Excuse me, how might I establish contact with the club?" Since passing the half-century mark, few things in this world have been able to evoke feelings of nervousness and excitement within him. However, upon encountering the Fate Club, such emotions invariably resurfaced. Once again, he heard that voice whispering in his ear, "You currently possess a Class D ticket and may only communicate through electronic devices." A Class D ticket? Norton pondered for a few moments, attempting to decipher its implications, before retrieving the bespoke phone provided by his company. The voice returned, "Simply position the ticket in front of the camera." Norton swiftly removed the badge from his collar and aligned it with the camera lens. A remarkable scene unfolded once more. Astonishingly, without entering any password, the phone unlocked itself. In an instant, the home screen appeared, and a software application he had never installed emerged automatically after a brief black screen, accompanied by a fleeting flash of golden light. A beautifully written line of text appeared, "Weavers of fate, fishing alone at the end of the river of time." A phrase perplexing in its nature. Yet Norton resolutely committed it to memory. Following this, the screen displayed another message, "Welcome, Duke Norton Howard, holder of a Class D Fate ticket." This message lingered for approximately 3 seconds before vanishing, replaced by an exceptionally simple interface. At the center of this interface was a circular emblem titled Fate Fabrication System, indicating a progress of 1. Norton gazed at this progress for a while, attempting to deduce its meaning through reasoning, but he found it challenging to arrive at any conclusive insights. He redirected his attention elsewhere. Soon, 3 buttons on the left side captured his interest, labeled Mission, Ticket, Currency, and Shop. Were it not for his personal experience, this simplistic page bore little resemblance to the product of any organization. It resembled more the interface of a subpar game. Yet speaking of games, perhaps within the realm of fate, everyone is merely an ordinary player, while the ticket holders ascend to VIP status. With this speculation in mind, Norton clicked on the mission button. Instantly, darkness enveloped him, accompanied by a line of small text. "The Fate Weaver currently has no tasks available." Norton was taken aback. He recalled the mysterious young man from the East who had informed him that the Fate Club required funding. He was well prepared for this, possessing a substantial amount of cash readily available to offer at a moment's notice. Wasn't this the place? Norton found himself momentarily at a loss. So he reluctantly selected the next option, Ticket. Subsequently, his personal information materialized on the mobile interface. Norton Howard, Class D ticket holder. Current status, passenger, at this moment. Norton stroked his chin and could not resist tugging at his beard as a vague idea began to take shape in his mind. He then turned his gaze back to the currency display, which, as expected, revealed a rather disappointing 0. And what of the marketplace? With a sense of anticipation, Norton took a deep breath and moved his finger towards it. In the next instant, a page resembling a product shelf emerged before him. At the top, a line of Latin text read, "Class D passenger cargo hold." What could await him there? Norton gazed intently, his focus unwavering, even more so than when he welcomed his firstborn into the world. Chapter 87. Norton in need of funds, a twist of fate. On a flight destined for Temasek, Lee sat in first class, smiling as he accepted a glass of white wine from the flight attendant. After savoring a sip, the sweet tannins reminiscent of Mediterranean fruits blossomed on his palate. Setting down the glass, Lee continued his communication with the Queen Bee. Although passengers were required to activate flight mode on the aircraft, both Lee and the Queen Bee seemed undeterred by this minor obstacle. In fact, the Queen Bee had covertly commandeered a communications satellite, providing Lee and the entire organization with a dedicated and highly confidential communication channel. Of course, it would be even better to launch a satellite of their own, but that was a matter for another time. At present, through the Queen Bee's transmission, Lee was apprising himself of the movements of Norton Howard, the sole registrant of the Fate Club. Norton might be puzzled, considering that Lee had ostensibly come seeking funds yet had left no avenue for donations or sponsorship. Lee merely smiled in response. The art of enticing the affluent to willingly part with their fortunes had long been a fundamental lesson for him. The crux of this endeavor lay in instilling a sense of urgency within the target. As for concepts like the Fate Weaver D-Class ticket passengers, that was an entirely different theory. Ultimately, the objective was to ensure that the target, after willingly relinquishing their wealth, would feel grateful towards you. That was the true mastery of the art. Thus, it was time to lower the bait. Lee mused, his gaze drifting past the window to the enchanting spectacle of the illuminated nightscape below. In a luxurious hotel suite in Istanbul, Norton was utterly engrossed in his phone. His finger ultimately glided towards the D-Class passenger cargo hold. Before him, the shelves unfolded, revealing a selection of goods. The offerings were few, yet Norton's gaze grew increasingly fervent. At that moment, even the most beautiful woman in the world would not divert his attention, for each item was a coveted pursuit of those in power throughout their lives. Fate Code 0927. Fate Number 1. Effectively cures 99 of diseases. Particularly effective against organ failure due to natural aging, capable of slightly enhancing the essence of life. Price: 10 Fate coins. Norton was well aware of the miraculous efficacy of Fate Number 1, having experienced it firsthand. It had snatched him from the clutches of death when he was at his lowest and had swiftly restored his health, an extraordinary feat. Norton would wager that if Fate No. 1 were to hit the market, it would fetch a price of at least $1 billion, with countless wealthy individuals and medical research institutions clamoring to acquire it. However, this remarkable product was merely the most basic item within the D-Class passenger cargo hold. As he continued to peruse, Fate Code 0843, Fate No. 2, effectively cures various genetic diseases in natural humans, capable of enhancing the essence of life to a certain degree. Price: 30 Fate coins. While the information was sparse, its implications were profound. Norton gazed intently, scrutinizing the information repeatedly while contemplating its implications. The ability to effectively cure genetic diseases is undoubtedly a formidable technology, deserving of the label miraculous. The Longevity Foundation, which has consumed a significant portion of his resources annually, has funded hundreds of biomedical research institutions. While some results have emerged, they pale in comparison to the outcomes of Destiny Number 2. Even Destiny Number 1 fails to hold a candle to it. Otherwise, he would not have endured years of suffering on his sickbed. The mere thought of the Longevity Foundation elicited a disdainful scoff from Norton. After using Life Number 1, he had already commanded the cessation of support for the Longevity Foundation. In contrast to the fruitless endeavors of the Longevity Foundation, the Destiny Club stands as the true savior. However, natural person? Norton pondered the significance of this term. While he understood its general meaning, he was eager to discern what lay beyond the natural person. Superhuman? Evolved being? He could not arrive at a conclusion just yet, but this was undoubtedly encouraging news. Despite his persistent hopes for the Destiny Club, Norton felt he had underestimated its capabilities. Yet, this was precisely what he wished to witness. With such sentiments, Norton focused his gaze and continued reading. Destiny No. 0777, Destiny Cabin. One of the Destiny Arc accessories, capable of effectively healing 99 of injuries, with a slight enhancement of natural lifespan. There exists a minuscule probability of inducing a temporary youth reversion state. The exact probability remains unclear. Price: 188 Destiny coins. Upon reviewing this product, Norton's eyes ignited with fervor. He had also experienced this Destiny cabin, and not long ago. He could now distinctly feel his body seemingly rejuvenating. His baldness had vanished, replaced by a fresh growth of fine black hair. The arthritis that had plagued him was gone, and he felt each joint stretching comfortably. His eyesight had improved to the extent that he no longer required reading glasses. Even his masculine functions were undergoing restoration. Astonishingly, these powerful medicines and items were available for purchase in the D-Class passenger cabin. What, then, might be accessible in the B-Class or A-Class? And what if he were not merely a passenger, but a member, or even a mid to senior level leader within the Destiny Club? What vistas might he behold? Contemplating these prospects, Norton felt a fiery passion igniting within his chest. After a lifetime of wealth and power, he had now discovered a new purpose. A purpose far more noble: to become a core member of the Destiny Club, to preserve eternal youth, and to attain immortality. As for doubting the authenticity of these promises, Norton merely curled his lip in disdain at such thoughts. He had lain bedridden for over a decade, enduring countless agonies. And now he could comfortably recline on a hotel bed, engrossed in his phone. He was acutely aware of this transformation, and this was just the beginning. In the D-Class passenger cargo hold, there lay a final item, akin to a mysterious gift, awaiting Norton's attention. Norton shifted his gaze once more. Fate Code 0666, Life Quality Enhancement Ceremony. One of the forbidden rituals, possessing certain risks. Those who complete this ceremony can significantly enhance their physical attributes and ascend to the status of guide or crew member. Price: 999 fake coins. The information was obscure yet profoundly evocative. Norton needed no further contemplation to grasp the implications of these terms. The notions of guide and crew member were clear enough. However, simply observing the price, and having experienced the fate one and the fate hold, he understood unequivocally that this was precisely what he required. Yet now, the pressing question arose: how could one acquire fake coins? Norton pondered, his mind consumed with thoughts of monetary investment and the allure of indulgence. Chapter 88: Strengthening Through Investment, a Shift in Mindset. The age-old truth remains steadfast: one must invest to become stronger. As Norton pondered how to enhance his strength through expenditure, Lee, aboard an aircraft, observed Norton's actions for a while before issuing an order to Queen Bee: commence in 3 hours. Queen Bee acknowledged the instruction, preparing to initiate the Destiny compilation task shortly. Meanwhile, seated on the other side, Leo also held his phone, utilizing the communication satellite under Queen Bee's command to browse a certain website. Rest assured, it was not an unsavory sight. Unlike Yu Chaojun, he had long transcended base interests. Upon witnessing Lee open his eyes, Leo promptly blinked and quietly inquired, "Boss, I plan to recruit a few team members. Do you have any suggestions?" Leo was acutely aware that although he currently appeared as Li Yi's personal bodyguard, he was, in fact, the leader of the Thor action group, albeit a solitary commander at present, with the intent to contribute significantly to the organization. Leo resolved to take the initiative and attempt to assemble a team dedicated to serving Li Yi. Upon hearing Leo's words, Li Yi was instantly intrigued and instinctively replied, "Creating a gang? Now, that is a familiar territory for me." The moment he uttered those words, however, Li Yi felt a twinge of regret. Realizing that as a law-abiding citizen with a legitimate identity, he should not speak in such a manner. Yet, Leo seemed entirely unfazed by this detail. Attentively absorbing Li Yi's forthcoming advice, Li Yi quickly recognized Leo's potential, noting that such awareness was not commonplace. Thus, he began to share his invaluable insights. Establishing a group is not merely about arming oneself with an AK-47 while others wield shotguns. Li possessed profound understanding of group dynamics and offered practical suggestions that could be executed even by those with no prior experience. The extent to which Leo could grasp this wisdom would depend solely on his personal aptitude. And so, 3 hours later, as the two transitioned through Bahrain, Leo continued to reflect on the knowledge imparted by Li Yi, feeling that each word was a gem and every sentence a truth. Particularly resonant was the statement, "What is most crucial in forming a group? Talent? Skills? Funding? No. None of these. The most vital element is a shared goal. A common aspiration. For instance, to eliminate a military base of the American Federation. Ultimately, one must possess a grand ambition." As Li Yi and Leo awaited their flight to Timisek in Bahrain, Norton remained ensconced in his opulent hotel in Istanbul. For nearly 3 hours, he incessantly scrutinized the Fate Club on his phone. Even when his butler, Jack, delivered his meal, he mechanically consumed the food, one hand persistently clutching his phone, his gaze unwavering. He contemplated extensively, attempting to decode various specialized terms. While he made some progress, he was also engulfed in further confusion. For instance, the term crew seemed to signify passengers who had ascended. But what, then, was a guide? For instance, if there exist natural persons, then it stands to reason that non-natural persons must also be present. What could they possibly be? A torrent of information surged through Norton's mind. And only when a dull ache began to throb in his head did he gradually cease his contemplation. He almost forgot that despite the transformative effects of Destiny one in the Destiny capsule, he was still a venerable nonagenarian. Perhaps I should take a moment to rest? He pondered while gazing out at the nocturnal landscape. Yet, he soon shook his head in dismissal. At that moment, his phone suddenly erupted with an urgent series of beeps. Norton swiftly turned his attention to the device. In the interface of the Destiny Club, a brilliant flash of golden light appeared, followed by the emergence of text. The Destiny Weaver has released a new task. All ticket holders are advised to take note. 3 seconds later, the text transformed. Task number 8668. Raise $1 billion and transfer it to the designated account. Task deadline: 30 minutes. Task reward: 13 Destiny coins. $1 billion, 13 Destiny coins? As a leading capitalist, Norton instinctively calculated the exchange rate. A staggering $76.9 million for 1 Destiny coin. It seemed that any currency in the world would pale in comparison to such an exchange rate. Simultaneously, Norton's business acumen prompted him to deliberate on the costs and benefits of this endeavor. However, just as he began to formulate his thoughts, the phone interface flickered once more with a new line of text. Task has been accepted. Destiny fabrication progress increased by 0.0001. Upon reading this line, Norton jolted in realization and could not help but slap his thigh in frustration. He had been pondering from a capitalistic perspective, entirely neglecting the fact that in the face of such a mysterious organization as the Destiny Club, the concept of money left no room for negotiation. This was not merely a matter of capital. Commercial thinking was utterly unnecessary. Destiny coins were the true currency of value. Norton sighed deeply, his expression a mixture of regret and despondency. Fortunately, he had finally discerned the origin and approximate value of Destiny coins. If he were to liquidate his entire fortune, purchasing the most expensive life enhancement ritual currently available would not be out of reach. However, considering the potential emergence of even more superior offerings, he realized he must secure additional funds. The thought of earning money brought a lightness to Norton's spirit. He was confident in his abilities. Who says money cannot buy health? I beg to differ. Within the Destiny Club, it indeed can. With these reflections in mind, Norton remained vigilant, constantly monitoring his phone. Yet, soon he felt his confidence waning. 2 days swiftly passed. During this time, the Destiny Club had released merely 2 tasks, both of which he was unable to accept. The first task was a secret mission, accessible only to ticket holders of sea level and above, which left him feeling frustrated. The second task, although viewable, rendered him powerless. This second task is not one of fundraising. Rather, it entails the procurement of a confidential document within the confines of the United States. Frankly speaking, given sufficient time, he might possess the capability to accomplish this endeavor. However, the task stipulates a completion window of merely 6 hours. Although no penalties for failure were expressly stated, Norton, a fledgling member of the Fate Club, deemed it prudent to refrain from attempting it. And so, it was not until the 5th day, when he was abruptly roused from slumber by the urgent beeping of his phone in the dead of night, that a transformation finally occurred. Task number 4396, raise 77 billion US dollars to be transferred to a designated account. Deadline, 6 hours. Reward, 95 fake coins. Upon reading this information, Norton was not overwhelmed by the irritation of being awakened from his dreams. Instead, he was enveloped in sheer astonishment. Without a moment's hesitation, he promptly pressed the button to accept the task. In the preceding days, he had amassed a considerable pool of readily available funds, even inciting a power struggle among his juniors. But what of it? Perhaps those children, eagerly anticipating his demise, would never fathom that he would stand resiliently at the pinnacle of his family for a far longer duration. Moreover, his robust health ensured that he could readily sire new progeny. Therefore, did it truly matter what those coveting his wealth and status thought? This, indeed, signifies the transformation in the mindset of the immortal. Chapter 89. Funds received, plans in full swing. Mr. Lee, the funds have been credited, a total of $77 billion, exclaimed Yu Chaojun, his face alight with excitement. The counterpart even accounted for transaction fees, ensuring that the entirety of the $77 billion reaches our account without a single cent missing. Although Yu Chaojun had encountered substantial sums before and had participated in projects worth billions, he knew that such figures often comprised equity or valuations, with actual fixed assets rarely exceeding 1/3 of the total. The thought of having $77 billion in cash was astonishing. If laid out, it could fill an entire warehouse. Indeed, Mr. Lee is remarkable. This over $70 billion arrived without so much as a contract or even a note. It's practically a gift. Yu Chaojun marveled. In truth, orchestrating a transfer of over $70 billion is an arduous endeavor. Not only do banks monitor such transactions, but national financial authorities behind them also get involved. For smaller nations, a transfer of $77 billion abroad would undoubtedly constitute asset loss, potentially triggering first- and second-tier asset shocks and a downgrade in international ratings. Thus, this sum was transferred through multiple accounts and in several installments. Even so, the sheer influence behind the transfer must have been immense to accomplish this feat in such a short time. Yu Chaojun was in awe of Li Yi's capability to locate such individuals. However, Li Yi himself felt little sense of accomplishment. While $77 billion was indeed a considerable amount, it could neither procure an aircraft carrier nor a nuclear weapon, at best. It remained a mere string of digits or a pile of inked paper. What intrigued Li Yi was that after parting with $77 billion, Norton acquired a total of 95 fake coins without making any purchases. From the Queen Bee, he learned that Norton had hesitated, contemplating the acquisition of Fate number 1. But for reasons unknown, ultimately refrained. Could it be that he sought to purchase the so-called life quality enhancement ceremony? Lee speculated. The so-called life quality enhancement ceremony was merely the mass-production gene warrior modification surgery, available in the system's Tier 2 marketplace. This technology could indeed significantly enhance a natural person's physical attributes. In the future, Lee even envisioned the formation of a special forces team of gene warriors. But that was a matter for another time. Ultimately, whether Norton could gather 999 fake coins was contingent upon Lee's discretion. Half a month swiftly passed. During this time, supported by Norton's funds, all plans progressed remarkably smoothly. First came Konglun Pharmaceuticals. Upon returning from Istanbul, Lee promptly instructed Leo to deliver the essential raw materials for the gene repair serum to the hands of Kong Hongfei at the research center. Once the long-awaited materials arrived, Kong Hongfei immersed himself in the laboratory, working tirelessly through the night, even poring over data during meals. After several days and nights of relentless effort, Kong Hongfei finally emerged from the laboratory 2 days ago. The next step must be entrusted to time, which will likely require 3 days. Kong Hongfei, with bloodshot eyes and a fatigued complexion, spoke to Lee with an invigorated spirit. Furthermore, it pertains to Konglun Pharmaceuticals. Not the research center, but rather the overall corporate operations overseen by Yu Xiaojun. Thanks to substantial financial backing, the public relations regarding the drug's market launch have proceeded remarkably smoothly. At least for now, there has been no need for Lee to intervene. Concurrently, Yu Xiaojun has begun to disseminate information into the market, which has stirred a few ripples. However, these disturbances pose no significant threat, primarily coming from the authoritative rebuttals of some pharmaceutical giants. After all, to this day, the medical community and scientists have yet to present any papers indicating groundbreaking advancements in gene therapy. As for the idea of having the research center of Konglun Pharmaceuticals publish academic papers, should any researcher entertain such a thought, Lee would be prepared to dispatch them to Africa as a live target for Xu Yong at a moment's notice. Additionally, with the arrival of funds, the financial plans surrounding Konglun Pharmaceuticals' new drugs are being progressively implemented. It can be anticipated that this will incite a tremendous upheaval in the pharmaceutical financial market. Lastly, we come to the Fate Club. Following a period of development, it cannot be said that the Fate Club has significantly expanded, but it has remained unchanged. Lee has issued several more tasks related to the Fate structure, acquiring $3 billion from Norton once again. According to the report from the Queen Bee, aside from the core industries, Norton has liquidated the majority of its fixed assets, all to readily satisfy the demands of the Fate Club. Lee has not relentlessly extracted from Norton. Instead, he has employed the same strategy to engage Leo in role-playing games. If all proceeds smoothly, the Fate Club will soon welcome new lambs. On September 19th, the eve of the Mid-Autumn Festival, while Lee was exercising his will gene lock in his room, the voice of the Queen Bee suddenly resonated in his mind. Class A employee Kong Hongfei reports, the gene repair agent has been successfully developed. Has it been completed? Lee blinked, then stood up, and the several lead balls, each the size of a pigeon egg, that were swirling around him fell to the ground with a resounding thud. 15 minutes later, in the main laboratory of the research center, Lee encountered Kong Hongfei, whose face was weary yet brimming with excitement. Before him stood a test tube, quietly upright in a specially designed rack, containing a deep green liquid. Boss. Upon seeing Lee's arrival, Kong Hongfei immediately turned his head, his voice choked with emotion. Was it excitement? Was it gratitude? Or something else? Ever since his daughter was diagnosed with a congenital genetic disorder, Kong Hongfei had wagered everything in pursuit of a cure for her ailment. Yet regrettably, even after relinquishing his wealth, status, and even family and freedom, he had achieved nothing until he met Lee. And now, the medicine that could save his daughter lay before him. As the creator of the potion, even without undergoing clinical trials, Kong Hongfei harbored an unwavering confidence in his work. Boss, do you know? His trembling hands clasped one of Lee's as his voice quivered, tears welling in his eyes. One is saved. She will be well soon. Kong Hongfei spoke through his tears. It is no small feat to bring a middle-aged man, who has endured numerous hardships, to tears once more. Yet, the mention of that which he holds dear can shatter even the most resilient of exteriors. She can go to school. She can paint. She will even attend university in the future. Kong Hongfei murmured, more a confession than a declaration. Heaven knows the immense pressure he had accumulated during this time, countless sleepless nights spent in the laboratory. Yet now, all of it was worthwhile. Chapter 90. The successful creation of the gene repair serum, the first beneficiary. Gazing at the gene repair serum before him, Lee attempted to summon his thoughts. Unfortunately, nothing transpired. It appeared that items crafted using the technology provided by the system could not be stored in his personal space, he mused. However, this did not dishearten him. After regaining his composure, Kong Hongfei shyly smiled at Li Yi, expressing his apologies. I am sorry, boss, for the earlier. Li waved his hand, indicating for Kong Hongfei to refrain from continuing. In truth, Li Yi held a deep admiration for Kong Hongfei, a man willing to sacrifice everything for his daughter. Although he laid bare his vulnerabilities, this could also be seen as a strategic retreat. Moreover, such individuals are easier to manage, yet they are also prone to losing control. Returning to the matter at hand, Li inquired about the status of the serum. Kong Hongfei swiftly replied, all data and technical documentation yield consistent results, with slight fluctuations remaining within normal thresholds. However, it has yet to undergo clinical trials, so adverse reactions in various complex environments cannot be confirmed. I suggest we commence human trials immediately. After speaking, Kong Hongfei looked at Li Yi with anticipation. Li Yi understood Kong Hongfei's implication and asked, are you certain you want to use your daughter for the experiment? Kong Hongfei's gaze faltered, revealing a moment of hesitation, yet he ultimately nodded earnestly. He had overseen the entire process of technical interpretation, experimentation, and pharmaceutical production of the gene repair serum. Each detail was etched in his mind, and he was well aware of its functions and effects. Hence, he possessed ample confidence. More importantly, he was eager for his daughter's recovery, even if it meant gaining back just a day, an hour, or a single moment. Very well, please inform your daughter. I will arrange for Leo to bring her over. Li Yi responded. He did not impede Kong Hongfei's decision to have his daughter as a test subject. Moreover, the system had never provided false information. As long as Kong Hongfei did not act recklessly, the outcome should be promising. After all, how could Kong Hongfei possibly jest with the well-being of his beloved daughter? On September 20th at 8 p.m., a passenger aircraft from the mainland landed on the runway of Timisek International Airport. Shortly thereafter, a tall and robust European man emerged from the arrival hall, pushing a little girl in a wheelchair. Kong Hongfei, who had been waiting anxiously, rushed forward. Wan. Kong Hongfei exclaimed, kneeling beside his daughter in the wheelchair. The frail girl, almost 10 years old, struggled to lift her hand and touch her father's face. Though she was nearly 10, her frame resembled that of a 3-year-old child, thin and delicate, with a pallid complexion. After sharing a tender moment, Kong Hongfei cradled his daughter into the vehicle while expressing his gratitude to Leo. Thank you, Leo. Leo shot a glance at Kong Hongfei before taking his place in the driver's seat. After pressing down on the accelerator, he responded, I should be the one thanking you. If it weren't for you, I would likely still be a janitor at the Signal Iduna Park in Dortmund. These two seasoned men, weathered by life, yet filled with hope, exchanged knowing looks that curled the corners of their lips into a shared smile. Time swiftly advanced to the following day, September 21st, the Mid-Autumn Festival, a time for reunion. However, Li perceived this day as one ripe for chaos. After all, the moon hung large and round, and one must eradicate threats thoroughly. A complete family gathering indeed epitomizes true togetherness. Yet, Kong Hongfei held a markedly different view. Early in the morning, he was at the research center, diligently conducting a comprehensive examination with his daughter. The multitude of tests was enough to leave any hospital shaking their heads in disbelief. His daughter, Nuan, was remarkably well-behaved, seemingly well acquainted with the various procedures. Even when faced with painful tests, she bore them stoically, determined not to cry, a testament to her thoughtfulness. It is no wonder they say daughters are like little cotton-padded jackets. For the first time in his life, Li contemplated the notion that perhaps having a daughter might be quite delightful. He was momentarily startled by this bold thought. Had he truly become so idle as to desire a child? He promptly scolded himself for such musings and swiftly cast the idea aside. Due to the extensive and intricate nature of the examinations, the results concerning Kong Hongfei's daughter, Nuan, did not materialize until late in the evening. In truth, had they been in a hospital, these results would have taken at least a week to obtain. However, at the Konglan Pharmaceutical Research Center, all equipment and instruments were exclusively dedicated to this single patient, offering her an unparalleled level of care. Once the results were available, Kong Hongfei meticulously analyzed and recorded them. Although he had mentally rehearsed this moment countless times, the actual moment of administering medication to his daughter filled him with both anxiety and anticipation. Meanwhile, Lee had returned to his residence early. Anticipating frequent stays in Temasek and backed by substantial financial resources, he spared no expense in acquiring a luxurious villa there. Upon arriving home, Lee first contacted Su Wei. After listening to her express her feelings of longing, he remarked, "Don't forget to arrange for the mid-autumn gifts for my family." As he uttered these words, he found himself enveloped in a complex array of emotions. On the other end of the line, Su Wei's voice responded, "Rest assured, Ego, I already sent your family's mid-autumn gifts by high-speed train around noon. Originally, Uncle and Ann invited me for dinner, but I felt a bit shy, so I said I had work at the company." "You did wonderfully," Lee replied with a smile. "One must admit, having a capable partner brings peace of mind. Moreover, women are inherently emotional beings when their passions are ignited. Their resolve often surpasses that of men." Even in the absence of a loyalty chip implanted in Su Wei, Lee could confidently assert that as long as he did not harm the family members Su Wei cherished, she would never betray him. After concluding the phone call with Su Wei, he steeled himself to reach out to his parents. Several minutes later, amidst their repeated reminders to take care of his health and not to forget to have breakfast, the conversation came to an end. At that moment, gazing through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the villa at the luminous full moon in the sky, Lee silently lit a cigarette, allowing the smoke to billow upward. Time seemed to pass unnoticed until suddenly, a radiant arc streaked across the night sky, followed by a resounding bang as splendid fireworks erupted against the backdrop of darkness. It was only when he witnessed the blossoms of fireworks competing in their brilliance that Lee recalled that Temasek also celebrated the Mid-Autumn Festival. Quite delightful. He flicked the ash from his cigarette, a smile gracing his lips. Chapter 91. Boss, 300 million patients worldwide should worship you day and night. On September 22nd, at the research center, Kong Hongfei's daughter, Wan, sat in a wheelchair, being gently pushed forward by Leo. As the automatic glass doors opened before them, the two arrived at the heart of the laboratory, where Kong Hongfei was engrossed in the final adjustments of a piece of equipment. The administration of the gene repair agent itself required no auxiliary devices. However, Kong Hongfei sought to meticulously monitor the various physiological indices of his daughter throughout the recovery process, providing reliable data for future research. This also allowed him to oversee her physical condition, ensuring absolute safety. Adjacent to the laboratory, a space had been transformed into an ICU, fully equipped with an array of expensive emergency devices and staffed by a professional medical team on standby. It could be said that Kong Hongfei had prepared everything possible, a feat made feasible by the ample funding provided by Lee, which allowed him to proceed without reservations. Wan, you will soon be well again." Upon seeing his daughter, Kong Hongfei set aside his scholarly detachment, embracing her with a face full of affection and concern. Perhaps due to her long battle with illness, Wan exhibited remarkable composure, even offering comfort to her father. Leo, observing this tender scene, felt a pang of envy. He once had a delightful and mischievous son, but a wretched car accident had shattered that bliss, plunging his entire family into despair. Fortunately, he had received an invitation from the Fate Club. His wife had undergone treatment, and although he remained a fugitive, it was evident that the boss and organization he served were undeterred by such matters. Perhaps he could have another child, a daughter. If fate allowed, would be wonderful, so obedient, so lovely, like a little angel, Leo mused. Unbeknownst to Kong Hongfei, his daughter had sparked in Leo the notion of becoming a devoted father. After embracing Wan, Kong Hongfei adjusted his lab coat and awaited the final procedure in silence. Moments later, with the familiar sound of footsteps, Lee appeared before them, clad in a casual suit with the top two buttons of his shirt undone, exuding an air of handsomeness and mystery. For Kong Hongfei, Lee's arrival signified the completion of the final procedure, or rather, the most reliable safeguard. As one of the earliest recipients of a loyalty chip and a founding member of the Fate Club, Kong Hongfei was acutely aware of Lee's extraordinary capabilities, technology that far surpassed current scientific advancements, whether in gene therapy or human repair chambers. The enigmatic methods, the profoundly intricate genetics that eclipsed ordinary human understanding, and the miraculous techniques he had occasionally witnessed from Lee all contributed to his reverence. In summation, if there were deities within the realm of science, Kong Hongfei would unhesitatingly regard Lee as a divine figure. Thus, during his daughter's medication process, Lee was the paramount assurance. Lee, unaware of Kong Hongfei's thoughts, agreed to his request, finding himself with nothing pressing to attend to. Upon arrival, Li Yi glanced around the scene and stated, "Let us begin once you are prepared." Kang Hongfei nodded promptly, then checked the time. After confirming that everything was in order, he turned around and opened the cold storage behind him. As a plume of white mist escaped, a test tube was carefully extracted by Kang Hongfei, gloved hands cradling it with utmost caution. This test tube was the culmination of his arduous efforts over the past few months. Undoubtedly, the primary contribution came from the technical documentation provided by Li Yi. Without it, Kang Hongfei would likely have never accomplished this feat in a lifetime. After retrieving the test tube, Kang Hongfei meticulously examined it once more. Once he was satisfied that everything was flawless, he extracted the liquid into a syringe. The gene repair agent could be administered through various methods. The simplest is oral ingestion, though it is slow to take effect and prone to waste, making it the least recommended option. The second method is intravenous injection, which yields rapid results but may induce slight discomfort in the patient. Lastly, there is intrathecal injection, which offers the best efficacy, although it requires a lumbar puncture for administration, a complicated process that can cause the patient considerable distress. Kang Hongfei opted for intravenous injection, and after preparing the syringe, he gently reassured his daughter, who lay on the bed. "Nuan, dear, once we finish this injection, you will truly be well, and you will be like the other children." Nuan was indeed a well-behaved child, perhaps already accustomed to such situations. Her face bore no expression of hope. She seemed to nod obediently, merely to comply with her father's words. Li Yi sensed that rather than Kang Hongfei comforting Nuan, it was Nuan who was offering solace to her father. Perhaps she had endured countless similar scenarios, having long since relinquished her hopes, simply wishing for her father's happiness. What a perceptive child, Li mused. Before long, Kang Hongfei commenced the injection of the gene repair agent. As the adorable furrowed brow of Nuan indicated her discomfort, the medication was swiftly administered. Shortly thereafter, as if under the influence of an anesthetic, Nuan fell into a deep sleep. Kang Hongfei then explained, "This is a protective mechanism within the agent. The process of gene repair can be quite painful, hence the presence of potent anesthetic components in the medication. Consequently, patients wishing to receive this or similar agents must first undergo anesthesia testing." Li nodded in acknowledgement. As time passed, the effects of the medication began to manifest, with the various instruments connected to Nuan rapidly providing corresponding readings. In an instant, the entire laboratory was filled with the rhythmic beeping of equipment. However, Kang Hongfei remained remarkably composed, swiftly and intently scrutinizing each metric, confirming that all readings fell within the normal range of the drug's reaction. Subsequently, Kang Hongfei released a sigh of relief, his voice brimming with excitement as he declared, "Nuan is afflicted with SMA, or spinal muscular atrophy, a rare autosomal recessive genetic neuromuscular disorder. At the tender age of 6 months, the young girl began to exhibit symptoms of a type 2 condition, which, according to her ailment, would ultimately lead to the loss of mobility in both her lower and upper limbs. Although the disease is relatively benign in nature, it will eventually result in demise due to respiratory muscle paralysis." In the past, Kang Hongfei often spoke of his daughter's illness with a heavy heart, filled with despair. However, he now expresses a sense of exhilaration, for he has discovered a potential cure. This rare disease, until now, was deemed untreatable, and even the most effective medication available, priced at an astonishing $14 million, proved utterly ineffective for the girl. Now, my esteemed boss, all 300 million patients with rare diseases around the globe ought to erect a monument in your honor, worshipping you day and night," Kang Hongfei concluded. Yet, Li showed no interest in such a monument. "Only the deceased merit a monument. I have no intention of leaving a legacy that endures through the ages." Chapter 92. Engage the father of the American Federation. An hour later, the young girl stirred from her slumber. In her tender age, she remained oblivious to her surroundings, her body still in a state of weakness. However, upon observing the stability of various indicators, Kang Hongfei exhaled a profound sigh of relief. Subsequently, he and others conducted a targeted genetic test on the girl. After a series of meticulous procedures, witnessing the restoration of the missing neuronal copies brought tears of joy to Kang Hongfei's eyes. It was almost unbelievable. This man, who had endured numerous hardships yet remained steadfast, was now overwhelmed with emotion. "Boss, thank you so much." Truly, Kang Hongfei expressed, embracing Li Yi in a moment of excitement. Li Yi, seeing Kang Hongfei's loyalty surge to a perfect score of 100, reluctantly accepted the embrace. Meanwhile, Leo, who had been attentively observing from the sidelines, burst into applause, genuinely celebrating for his friend. Those who have shared similar tribulations can indeed empathize when joy is shared. Yet, the treatment was far from complete. The complications of SMA are numerous, with scoliosis being among the most severe. Although the girl was still young and her spine had not yet fully developed, a significant trend was already evident. Now that the genetic issues had been rectified, reversing the spine's condition would prove to be exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, due to years of prolonged medication, the girl's body was, regrettably, in a state of disrepair. It was for this reason that Kong Hongfei gazed at his benefactor, Li Yi, and carefully broached the subject. "Boss, may I request an advance on some fate points? Are you referring to the human repair chamber?" Li Yi responded, raising an eyebrow. Indeed, Kong Hongfei nodded vigorously, his eyes filled with hope as he looked at Li Yi. Li Yi did not immediately acquiesce, despite the fact that the so-called fate points were merely a feature he had casually set up, and the human repair chamber was merely one of the rewards from the system. After feigning contemplation for a moment, he placed a hand on Kong Hongfei's shoulder and spoke in a solemn tone. "This is a one-time exception." Kong Hongfei's initial anxiety instantly transformed into elation. "Thank you, boss. Rest assured, I will expedite the development of the new genetic medicine." After expressing his loyalty, Kong Hongfei lifted the girl and made his way towards the laboratory housing the human repair chamber. Li had no intention of following. Instead, he led Leo to a conference room. Inside the conference room, Li lit a cigar and, after savoring a puff, inquired, "How's the plan progressing?" Leo stood respectfully before Li Yi, quickly organizing his thoughts to report. "Boss, there have been minor setbacks with Target 1, but it is expected to be operational soon. Target 2 is somewhat more complex, yet I believe they will soon make the right choice." The so-called Target 1 and Target 2 had been selected by the Queen Bee, akin to figures such as Norton Howard. The distinction lay in that these two targets were a financial magnate from the American Federation and an energy oligarch from the Russian Federation. Both had entered their twilight years, yet still wielded substantial wealth and power. Although he did not aspire to establish a longevity foundation like Norton in pursuit of eternal life, he nonetheless cherished his own physical well-being. Li did not intend to exploit Norton mercilessly. Rather, he aimed to find a few competitors for him. Having opened the situation, it was imperative to act swiftly. Li nodded and then inquired, "How is the recruitment for the Thunder God Task Force progressing?" Upon mentioning the future team that would fall under his command, Leo's spirits visibly lifted, and he promptly reported, "Under your guidance, boss. I have already filtered through some candidates and had Queen Bee conduct preliminary assessments. A few individuals have been confirmed. I plan to initiate contact with them immediately after completing the tasks you have assigned." "Well done," Li Yi casually praised. Although the organization was beginning to take shape, he still lacked sufficient personnel. Kong Hongfei was focused on research and development, and Yu Chaojun was intent on generating profits and expanding influence. Currently, only Leo was capable of handling the more arduous and unseemly tasks. As for the military academy team, Li was reluctant to employ them hastily, given the myriad complications involved. Perhaps, in the future, his brother-in-law could be cultivated into a valuable asset. However, for the time being, Li did not have the luxury of waiting for gradual growth. Regarding recruitment, Li had no intention of implementing a recommendation system, as it could easily lead to factionalism and the formation of internal cliques among his subordinates, though he was not concerned about betrayal due to the loyalty chips. The internal strife between factions could severely hinder efficiency. He had no desire to engage in any form of imperial balancing act. After pondering for a moment, Li imparted a few more instructions to Leo before allowing him to continue with his tasks. He decided not to follow up on the situation regarding Kong Hongfei's daughter. After exchanging a few words with Yu Chaojun, he boarded the flight back to his homeland. Having been away for over 2 months, it was time for him to return, rest for a while, and then embark on his subsequent plans. However, unexpectedly, while he was still soaring at high altitudes, he received a message from Queen Bee. "There has been a recent development regarding matters of your interest. 15 minutes ago, the Foxy Armed Forces launched a hypersonic ground-based missile from the coast, successfully hitting a U.S. Navy frigate. In approximately half an hour, a spokesperson for the Foxy Armed Forces will make an announcement to the world." "Is that all?" Upon hearing Queen Bee's report, Li blinked, feeling a profound sense of disappointment. The first hypersonic missile handed over to the Iranians could be overlooked, given the familial-like relationship between the two parties, making reverse research quite normal. However, The second missile was evidently a strategic deterrent strike compelled by the recent circumstances in Syria. In this context, it was perplexing that they had the capability to sink an aircraft carrier but opted instead to target a frigate. This could be viewed as a case of alarming the snake or letting the tiger return to the mountain. In any case, Lee felt somewhat disillusioned with the Foxy. With the world in disarray, how could he seize the opportunity to create chaos? No, next time, he would have to raise the stakes. Lee contemplated. Though now supported by the affluent patrons of the Destiny Club and poised to profit from innovative pharmaceuticals in the near future, Lee has never contemplated relinquishing his arms trade. This is not merely due to financial gain. It is also about influence and control. When the armed factions of a region become reliant on him for weaponry, he effectively possesses his own agents within this tumultuous territory. In a grand arena, who among the capable would not desire to showcase their prowess? Even those in Turkey, despite their shortcomings, aspire to make their mark. Thus, Lee would not hesitate to seize the opportunity. No, he must stoke the flames. With this thought, a resolution began to crystallize in Lee's mind. Since a direct confrontation with the American Federation is unfeasible, he shall first endeavor to unsettle its patriarch. Chapter 93, Returning Home, System Task. As the Mid-Autumn Festival lingered, Lee discreetly returned to his homeland without informing anyone, including Su Wei. There was no particular reason for this clandestine visit. It was a spontaneous decision, a whimsical impulse to embark on a journey. Upon arriving at the airport in Chengdu, he did not return to the city, but instead purchased a high-speed train ticket to Tongzhou City. Hours later, he arrived in Tongzhou around noon. Revisiting Tongzhou, Lee felt little in the way of sentimentality. His scant memories included a former girlfriend whose name began with Huang. To be frank, his recollections of this so-called ex-girlfriend paled in comparison to those of a certain Russian acquaintance. Reminded of her, Lee commanded his assistant, B. Queen, to search for Alina, a Russian who had visited Tongzhou this year. As he boarded a vehicle to the countryside, B. Queen provided the pertinent information. Alina Danilova, a resident of Tula City, was identified as a member of a mafia family based on her behavior and relevant records. Not surprisingly, a mafia connection. Lee smiled faintly, unfazed by the revelation. His inquiry was merely a fleeting curiosity, lacking any desire for significant findings. Rather than fixate on distant matters, he preferred to focus on the present. Upon entering the narrow streets of his hometown, Lee felt as though he had stepped onto a perilous battlefield, each step taken with utmost caution. He lowered his gaze, attempting to evade the eyes of passers-by. The town was small, comprised of only 3 streets, 2 intersections, and 1 junction. The pedestrians, though not related, were familiar faces from the neighborhood. With the new year still approaching, the streets were not bustling with youth, making Lee's striking presence even more conspicuous. Navigating through the empty alleys guided by memory, Lee paused at a corner, pressing himself against the wall and peering cautiously around. At the intersection stood a dumpling shop named Lee's Dumplings, where steam billowed from the baskets outside. His parents, Li Fu and Li Mu, were busily attending to customers inside, occasionally stepping out to serve freshly made dumplings. Though the establishment had been in operation for over 20 years, it remained largely unknown beyond the town, distinguished only by diligent service and meticulous budgeting. Lee pondered how such a mundane existence could persist for over 2 decades, a question he found difficult to comprehend. Yet, he was not one to expect others to understand him, nor did he feel compelled to understand others. After observing for a moment, he chose not to approach but instead turned away, retrieving a cigarette as the smoke curled around his silhouette, drifting towards the intersection. He found a ride-sharing service that traversed between the town and the city. As the ride-sharing vehicle maneuvered away from the main thoroughfare of the town, the driver frequently cast furtive glances at the rearview mirror. After a brief while, he ventured to speak. "You must be Lee, the one from class 2 at the township high school, right? Your homeroom teacher's surname is May." Upon hearing this, Lee furrowed his brow, rapidly sifting through his memories. Moments later, he replied, "You are." His recollections did not encompass this driver, yet the details he provided resonated with accuracy. "I am Zhao Xiaolei. Just call me Lei Gu from class 3. Do you remember me?" The driver continued while navigating the road. "I do not recall," Lee responded succinctly, his tone devoid of any semblance of apology. He had never been one to pander to others. Yet, should he ever choose to indulge someone, that individual would do well to tread carefully, for he would undoubtedly have ulterior motives and would not relent easily. Zhao Xiaolei, discerning Li Yi's unyielding demeanor, managed a sheepish smile before resorting to small talk. "I heard you have been admitted to a university in Rongqing. Which company are you working for now? I am not employed. Li Yi's brow had now deepened with concern. Not working? That must mean you've struck it rich, Zhao Xiaolei remarked, finally ceasing his attempts at trivial chatter. In truth, he had recognized Li Yi the moment he entered the vehicle. After all, Li Yi had been a prominent figure during their school days. Observing his attire and demeanor now, it was evident that he must be engaged in a lucrative occupation, prompting Zhao Xiaolei's desire to reconnect. Naturally, his comment about striking it rich was merely a customary flattery. After all, someone who had truly made it as a successful entrepreneur would hardly return home to catch a ride in a carpool. How disappointing. He seems rather proud for someone who isn't doing so well, Zhao Xiaolei thought to himself, smirking disdainfully. Over an hour later, the ride-sharing vehicle arrived at a luxurious hotel in Tongzhou City, just as a sudden downpour began to cascade from the heavens. Gazing through the window at the relentless raindrops, Li sent a message to Su Wei. 4 hours later, as twilight descended, Su Wei tossed the car keys to the hotel doorman and hurriedly entered the establishment. Her tall stature and striking beauty drew many admiring glances as she rushed through the lobby. Upon spotting Li Yi opening the door to his room, she wasted no time in rushing towards him, discarding her high-heeled shoes in the process. Outside, the rain intensified, accompanied by rumblings of thunder. Once the storm passed, Su Wei tenderly lit a cigarette for Li Yi, leaning against him while expressing her affection and longing. After receiving Li Yi's message, she found herself unable to procure a ticket in time, thus opting to drive herself, exceeding the speed limit on numerous occasions to reach Tongzhou City with utmost urgency. Ego, have you finished your business abroad? Will you be staying put for a while now? Su Wei inquired, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, her long eyelashes fluttering in the air. Indeed, I have no plans to go abroad anytime soon, Li Yi replied casually, regardless of Su Wei's current delight. Li Yi's return to his homeland was initially devoid of purpose. However, upon reflection, he concluded that one ought to have a goal in life. Consequently, Li Yi resolved to complete the task of eliminating 5 mutated creatures as outlined in his system mission. Thus far, he had successfully dealt with 2 of these abominations, one mutated vine in the Daliang Mountains and a mutated spicy snack in the tropical rainforests of Kinshasa, both of which had yielded commendable rewards. The vast and beautiful landscapes of his homeland, replete with deep mountains and uninhabited regions, surely harbored at least 3 more mutated beings. If all else fails, he could always broaden his search to see if any mutated zombies might be lurking about. Additionally, considering the current international situation, Li Yi planned to amass a reserve of system currency to prepare for future endeavors related to the American Federation. Chapter 94. The changes in wildfire foreign trade. Li Yi and Su Wei departed from the hotel the following morning. However, a minor incident occurred at the front desk during the checkout process. Li, what a coincidence to see you here, a voice called out from behind him. Without turning, Li recognized the speaker as Zhao Xiaolei, the rideshare driver from the previous day. Strangely, today Zhao Xiaolei was impeccably dressed, and the car keys he held had transformed from a domestic passenger van to a luxurious model from the renowned German automotive brands. The reason for this change soon became apparent when a portly gentleman emerged from the elevator. Zhao Xiaolei, without a moment to spare, hurriedly approached him, adopting a subservient posture. Li Yi paid little attention to this scene and completed the checkout process before stepping outside the hotel. There, he spotted Su Wei waiting for him in a lavish SUV, seated in the driver's seat. Ego, would you like to drive? Su Wei inquired with a playful smile. Let me handle it, Li Yi replied. Having driven all afternoon and worked hard through the night, he felt a sense of chivalry toward her. All right, Ego. Su Wei smiled sweetly, then gracefully maneuvered her long legs around the front of the car to take her place in the passenger seat. Once Li settled into the driver's seat, Su Wei thoughtfully fastened his seatbelt, her fragrant hair wafting gently toward him. At that moment, Zhao Xiaolei followed his boss out of the hotel. Upon witnessing this, he momentarily froze, his gaze lingering on the emblem of the departing luxury SUV. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and get to work. Zhao Xiaolei snapped back to reality upon hearing his boss's voice. The journey back to Rongshan was not particularly smooth. Su Wei frequently made distractions, causing Li Yi to nearly pull over onto the emergency lane and roll up the windows. Fortunately, they arrived safely in Rongqing, or it could have cost them several billion. Upon returning, they did not head straight to their residence but instead visited the Sihai building. This was not Li Yi's intention, as he truly had no desire to switch careers to coffee sales and had even contemplated severing ties. However, he could not decline Su Wei's enthusiastic invitation. especially after their diligent efforts during the journey. It felt inappropriate to dampen her enthusiasm. Yet, upon entering the 19th floor of Wildfire Foreign Trade, Li's gaze widened in surprise. Before his departure abroad, Wildfire Foreign Trade had been a small operation comprising only Su Wei, a receptionist named Lin Xiaya, and a salesperson whose name he could not recall. However, now the orderly workspace was bustling with employees of both genders, each engrossed in their tasks. A few employees who noticed Su Wei's arrival glanced curiously at Li before respectfully greeting her with "Hello, General Manager Su." Su Wei would invariably respond, "This is our company's boss, General Manager Li." The employees would then promptly respond, "Hello, General Manager Li." Thus, amidst the chorus of greetings, Li made his way into the president's office. Upon entering the office, Su Wei immediately shed her aura as the female CEO, transforming into a charming woman who playfully sought praise. "So, Egu, our Wildfire Foreign Trade coffee ranks among the top in the same category of African imports." To this, Li could only respond with a resigned compliment. "You have done remarkably well. It seems we must assign you more responsibilities." Although he had long been aware of Su Wei's adept management of the coffee business, her success still exceeded his expectations. However, this was not entirely surprising. Amidst the chaos in the Congo and surrounding regions, including across the river, companies engaged in the import of African coffee had been severely impacted due to the perilous transportation of goods. Yet, at this critical juncture, thanks to Li, Decisive reliably provided coffee on schedule, despite the tumult outside. This circumstance allowed Su Wei's Wildfire Foreign Trade to rise prominently. He mused regretfully that he should have halted Decisive's supply sooner. Watching the triumphant Su Wei, Li shook his head and muttered to himself. Nevertheless, it was commendable for a woman to possess ambition. It ensured that her heart was not solely devoted to a man. After showering Su Wei with praise, Li declined her suggestion to convene a staff meeting to announce his identity. Instead, he instructed Feng Ho to contact a law firm to begin drafting the division of assets. Since Su Wei was so passionate about selling coffee, he thought it best to let her indulge in her endeavors. When she presented her company development plan, Li feigned earnestness as he perused it. As for her aspirations to establish her own brand and develop vertical e-commerce channels, he agreed without a second thought. Moreover, when Su Wei broached the topic of the company's financial matters, he waved his hand dismissively. "You can manage all the finances for Wildfire Foreign Trade. I have no need to withdraw funds. If you find yourself in need, I can provide additional investment." There was no doubt that even with the burgeoning Konglun pharmaceuticals on the horizon, just a fraction of the resources from the Destiny Club would suffice for Su Wei to sell coffee for a lifetime. It was not that Li looked down upon selling coffee. Rather, he found it rather unexciting, unless it underwent some transformation to become something more intriguing. Of course, that too was of no interest to him. In summary, after spending some time at the Seahai building, admiring the empire Su Wei had built, Li drove to the villa he had purchased for his parents. The renovation of the villa was progressing well. According to the designer, it would be completed by December. After allowing it to settle for a while, with the addition of a fresh air system and eco-friendly materials, they anticipated moving in by June of the following year. This timeline was quite suitable. After surveying the villa, Li returned to the long-absent residence. This rented apartment, much like Wildfire Foreign Trade at the Seahai building, had undergone significant changes. Every corner of the room was infused with the essence of life, likely a result of Su Wei's thoughtful decoration during his absence. For Su Wei, this was the love nest of the two. For Li, it was merely a temporary refuge, not even worthy of being called a safe house. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Although Li intended to live as a law-abiding citizen upon his return to the country, his naturally cautious disposition led him to prepare several properties. With ample funds at his disposal, he decided to allow the queen bee to diligently sift through options, purchasing any that seemed suitable. On the 3rd day following Li Yi's return, he presented a contract before Su Wei. "Sign here," he instructed tersely, flipping to the page designated for signatures and handing her the pen. Su Wei, without hesitation, swiftly inscribed her name before smilingly inquired, "Egu, what exactly am I signing? Is it a contract for servitude?" Chapter 95. Mercenaries, Assassins, and Corporate Divisions. Indeed, it is a contract of servitude. With a smile, Li retrieved the document and inscribed his name upon it. Subsequently, he gathered the seldom used items such as the foreign trade license, official seal, and U-shield of Wildfire, placed them into a folder, and unceremoniously handed them over to Su Wei. Instead of inspecting them immediately, Su Wei gracefully maneuvered around the small round table before draping herself against Li Yi. So, Brother Yi, where do you intend to sell me? In your heart, perhaps? Su Wei teased, her breath fragrant as orchids. You little enchantress. Li Yi realized that Su Wei was once again being her mischievous self, always both inexperienced and playful. After a brief respite, Su Wei lit a cigarette for Li Yi, then, swaying with grace, brought him a glass of water. It must be said that this was one of Li Yi's favorite traits of Su Wei. Despite being utterly exhausted, she still thought to attend to his needs. Leaning gently against Li Yi's shoulder, Su Wei's voice turned husky as she inquired, Brother Yi, what would you like for dinner? I shall prepare it for you. Anything will do. Li Yi uttered the most troublesome words for a chef. Yet, Su Wei felt no distress. Instead, after a moment of affectionate closeness, she took a shower and soon donned a fresh outfit. I'm going out to buy some ingredients. You should rest well, Su Wei declared before departing the residence. Li Yi found himself bemused. It was Su Wei who truly needed rest. What had led her to believe he was the one in need of recuperation? It seemed he would have to exert more effort. Chuckling, Li Yi flicked the cigarette but with his finger, which gracefully spun in the air before landing in the ashtray, extinguishing itself. After dinner, the night enveloped Rong City. Li was a connoisseur of nocturnal pleasures. Particularly in his previous life, leading a gang had brought immense pressure, necessitating a means of release. He recalled a subordinate who, not only possessed remarkable skills but also literary talent, authored a book titled Mercenaries, Assassins, and Prostitutes. He had even engaged a publisher, successfully distributing it in a certain region, thus elevating himself into the literary realm. To quote him, I once thought I was shameless enough until I became a writer. Unfortunately, he passed away young due to HIV. Adding an additional 5 minutes to Li Yi's time spent burning offerings. As Li Yi reminisced about those glorious days of yore, he was suddenly startled by Su Wei's exclamation, Brother Yi, what do you mean by this? Have I done something wrong? In her hand, she clutched the contract signed earlier that day, her beautiful face marred by tears. Li paused, momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended the situation. What are you thinking? He said, beckoning Su Wei to come closer. She obediently sat beside him, though confusion lingered on her delicate features. At that moment, Li Yi gently remarked, seeing how passionate you are about pursuing a career, I thought it would be quite wonderful to hand over the foreign trade division of Wildfire to you. Wouldn't that be delightful? Upon hearing this, Su Wei displayed a relieved expression and then playfully chided, I thought you no longer wanted me, ego. Li chuckled as he affectionately ruffled Su Wei's hair, saying, what nonsense are you thinking? You mustn't let your mind wander like that. Su Wei immediately nodded obediently. If this scene were to be witnessed by other employees at Wildfire International Trade, they would likely be left agape. The formidable and decisive President Su, known for her authoritative demeanor, was now exhibiting a delicate and submissive side in front of a man. Undoubtedly, this tender side of Su Wei was something only Li Yi could perceive and appreciate. On another note, Su Wei initially felt a surge of panic upon receiving the grand gift from Li Yi. After all, her concern lay more with Li Yi than with Wildfire International Trade. She nearly mistook his gesture as a form of severance. Fortunately, it turned out that her fears were unfounded. True to his character, Yi Gu unhesitatingly transferred ownership of the company, a gesture far more significant than any trivial gifts of flowers or luxury cars that other men might offer. Wildfire International Trade had previously invested several million, enduring a lengthy period of losses. Now, having finally turned a profit, albeit modest, they were beginning to recover their investments. Yet, at a time when they should be reaping the rewards, Li Yi unexpectedly decided to hand over the company without a word. Su Wei was aware of Li Yi's wealth, yet she had never asked for a penny. In fact, her current finances stemmed solely from the monthly salary she received from Wildfire International Trade, and she had never leveraged the authority Li granted her to increase her pay. The clothes Li Yi wore and the shoes on his feet were purchased with her own money, as were the expenses for her residence, including utilities. Thus, Su Wei found herself with limited funds, still far from her goal of buying a house and bringing her grandmother over. This was not to say that Li Yi treated her poorly. Rather, he simply had not considered this aspect. Li Yi had previously mentioned that Su Wei could manage the company's finances as she saw fit, without his interference. Little did he know that this earnest girl maintained a clear distinction between public and private matters, continuing to draw a monthly salary of less than 10,000 for the past few months. It was only during the process of transferring the company that Li Yi discovered this fact while reviewing the accounts. Make sure to pay yourself a higher salary in the future, he remarked with a smile. No way. Su Wei shook her head, rising to her feet. Hands on her hips, looking down at Li Yi with authority. She then raised a finger to lift his chin, declaring, "I intend to expand and strengthen the company. And my next step is to create my own coffee brand. I must cherish every cent of our funds. At that time, man, I shall support you," Su Wei proclaimed with an assertive declaration, while Li Yi could only regard her with a look of bemusement. Why choose the most challenging task for oneself? All he could do was commend her bravery. However, he shook his head and replied, "Before I transferred Wildfire International Trade to you, I injected an additional 20 million into the company. Come back to me when your annual profits exceed 20 million, and then you can make such claims." As for the present moment, Li Yiheng lifted Su Wei into his arms and swiftly made his way towards the bedroom. Since he had vowed to intensify his efforts, he could not afford to go back on his word. Thus began another day of the king neglecting his morning duties. For Li Yi, a night of toil was hardly an inconvenience. However, to his surprise, Su Wei also struggled to rise from her slumber. "You're not actually going to work, are you?" Li Yi inquired with a playful blink. While donning her attire, Su Wei replied, "My ambition is to achieve an annual profit exceeding 20 million. All right, Li Yi sighed, shaking his head in resignation. He had no objections to a woman with aspirations, especially one whose heart was so clearly entwined with his own. After bidding Su Wei farewell as she departed, the television in the living room flickered to life, revealing the image of the queen bee. Chapter 96. The new ticket holders and the formation plan for the action department. Upon the unexpected appearance of the queen bee, Li Yi felt no surprise. He leisurely picked up the oolong tea that Su Wei had brewed before her departure and settled onto the sofa opposite the television. With a flick of a lighter, he ignited a cigarette, propping his legs on the coffee table. "Please proceed with the report," Li Yi instructed. The voice of the queen bee followed. "The Fate Club has welcomed 2 new holders of Class D tickets, both of whom are now online. Below are the details of these 2 Class D passengers." Li cast a brief glance at the information and immediately understood. These 2 individuals were targets previously identified by the queen bee, and after interactions with Leo, they had now become passengers of the Fate Club. In essence, they were external individuals, commonly referred to as sheep being sheared. The first sheep was Woody Maslow, a new generation financial magnate from the United States. At the mere age of 36, this prodigy had made his mark in the financial market at just 18. Through a series of high-stakes gambles over the years, he had ascended to the ranks of elite capitalists. He not only held shares in multiple commercial banks but also served as a director in globally renowned investment institutions. Although he may have lacked in tangible industries, in the realms of finance and the internet, he was a formidable shark. However, fate had dealt him a cruel hand. 3 months ago, he was diagnosed with terminal cancer. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, his time left on this earth was unlikely to exceed 6 months. How could such a successful and influential young figure in the financial world willingly accept such a fate? Hence, Leo, sent by Li Yi, offered Woody Maslow a vastly different destiny. Yet, to alter one's fate, monetary investment was indispensable. As for the second sheep, it was the 67-year-old energy oligarch from the Russian Federation, Shurko Antovsky. The term oligarch carries little need for elaboration. In some regions, he might be deemed a significant player, but under the iron-fisted control of the Tsar and the Russian Federation, it becomes a perilous occupation. However, Shurko did not need to wait for the Tsar's intervention. 3 months prior, he had been hospitalized in the ICU due to renal failure, barely clinging to life. He now relied on an expensive extracorporeal circulation machine to prolong his existence. A mere minor malfunction or a power outage could lead him to his grave. Nonetheless, Shurko's will to survive was undeniably commendable, and thus he awaited a turning point. Yet, every gift from fate had already been covertly priced. With the addition of these 2 new passengers to the Fate Club, Li no longer needed to engage in hunger marketing when releasing tasks. With 3 passengers in total, 2 teetering on the brink of life and death, and the other in the twilight of life, it was no surprise that the simplest fundraising task for the Fate Club would drive them into a frenzy. In a short span of time, Li secured billions in funding once more. The price paid was merely the acquisition of a remarkably economical level I body restoration potion from the system's marketplace. This concoction, while incapable of curing cancer or rectifying renal failure, effectively enables its users to lead a semblance of a normal life for a limited duration. Norton, without doubt, is the most qualified to speak on this matter. Following the swift accumulation of substantial funds through the Fate Club, many of Li Yi's plans began to unfold gradually. The first step was to secure land and purchase islands. The surrounding land of the Timasek Research Center required no elaboration, and Li also intended to acquire several additional small islands, some designated for the construction of airports and docks, while others would serve as bases. Next on the agenda was the expansion of personnel. Kong Hongfei's division required a considerable number of research staff, with numerous vacancies at both the grassroots and mid-levels. Furthermore, the action department currently consisted solely of Leo's Thunder Group, and lamentably, Leo was left as a solitary commander. It could be said that the entire action department was merely a name without substance. For the establishment of this department, Li Yi planned to adopt a multifaceted approach. Firstly, he aimed to urge Cecile at the military academy in Kinshasa to expedite the construction and expansion efforts, allowing Li Yi to recruit a batch of new candidates. After all, the chaos and warfare had generated a significant number of refugees, particularly orphans. Secondly, he instructed Leo to recruit from within the mercenary circles. Although mercenaries are typically motivated solely by financial gain, Li Yi happened to possess ample resources. Moreover, he had numerous means at his disposal to exert control over these mercenaries. That said, it must be noted that ordinary mercenaries often become mere cannon fodder on the battlefield, surviving only slightly longer than the expendables. Thus, Li Yi intended to recruit elite-level mercenaries, preferably those who had already formed cohesive units. Training new recruits from the ground up would have to wait until the military academy in Kinshasa was fully operational. Thirdly, under the guise of security, he sought to attract a group of capable and legitimate security personnel. These individuals could serve as visible security forces while gradually being transformed into the executioners of the action department. All individuals recruited from these three channels would initially be considered peripheral members, only to be absorbed as true internal members after thorough vetting. If all proceeded smoothly, the formation of the action department would be relatively swift. Li pondered, realizing he had inadvertently created such a vast enterprise. As he contemplated his upcoming plans, he recognized that, if successfully executed, the Fate Club would evolve into a formidable entity. However, until then, it was imperative to maintain a low profile, unless someone foolishly sought trouble. After making some subtle adjustments to the plan, Li Yi waved his hand, and the image on the television flickered before turning to a black screen. Remarkably, a mere commercial-grade server was capable of endowing the Queen Bee with her current abilities. Now that he had financial resources, it was time to consider an upgrade for the Queen Bee. After some contemplation, Li Yi summoned her once more and said, "Please select a body you prefer and place your order." Do you comprehend the meaning of like? The Queen Bee was able to understand. The Queen Bee swiftly responded. She harbored a fondness for quantum computers, yet none were presently available for use. Consequently, she proposed the construction of a supercomputer, which was projected to require a staggering sum of $568.42 million from the financial reserves and an estimated construction period of 11 months. She requested the administrator's approval. Merely $500 million, Li Yi thought without hesitation, granting his consent. It must be said that with the advent of the Queen Bee, he had indeed alleviated many burdens. Questions he found too tedious to ponder were effortlessly delegated to her for optimal solutions. However, such reliance left Li Yi feeling somewhat uneasy. He was a person plagued by insecurity, unable to fully trust either humans or machines. Sighing, he realized it was time to embark on his journey. His gaze swept across the map, delineating a clear route ahead. Chapter 97. Human Evolution and Consumption. The First Nuclear Bomb of Youth. Li Yi still had 3 mutated creatures left to eliminate in his quest to eradicate 5. It appeared that in the impending apocalypse, the flora and fauna in the remote mountains were more predisposed to evolving into mutated elite beings than humans. At least, in his numerous excursions to populous areas, he had yet to receive any system notifications regarding humanoid mutated elite zombies. Curiously, what kind of virus could precipitate a biochemical apocalypse and swiftly dismantle societal order? As Li Yi embarked on his journey to his first destination, he pondered this question. Indeed, there were numerous conceivable answers, each teeming with possibilities. After half an hour of reflection, Li Yi arrived in Meizhou, a prefecture-level city adjacent to Rongqing, famously known as the hometown of the renowned literary figure Su Dongpa. Upon his arrival, Meizhou was enveloped in a persistent drizzle, with the autumn rain accompanied by a melancholic breeze, evoking a sense of chill. He relished the rain, as it effectively washed away lingering traces. Moreover, rainy nights were particularly suited for vengeance. There was an uncanny harmony between rain and murderous intent. Thus, Li Yi refrained from using his gene lock ability to shield himself from the raindrops, viewing it as an excellent opportunity to hone his mental fortitude. After departing the bus station, he hailed a taxi, directing the driver towards Shushan. Shushan, the second highest table mountain in the world, is characterized by its flat summit and steep edges, resembling a table, a rather straightforward concept. Today, a small section of Shushan serves as a scenic area, while the majority is designated as a nature reserve, seldom trodden by anyone beyond research teams. Li Yi's purpose for visiting was self-evident. Shortly thereafter, amidst the enchanting autumn rain, he arrived at the Shushan scenic area. Instead of hastily venturing into the uninhabited zones, he purchased a ticket and leisurely entered the park to admire the surroundings. Perhaps due to the weak day and the rain, there were few visitors. The forested mountains were shrouded in mist. After relishing the natural beauty for a while and playfully interacting with a couple of adorable red pandas, he soon grew weary of the scenery. Seeking a less crowded spot, he swiftly slipped off the tourist path and into the wilderness. Upon entering the thicket, Li Yi felt invigorated. He activated the awareness bestowed by his gene lock, allowing him to perceive everything around him, even the hidden creatures nestled beneath the foliage, with his eyes closed. However, this heightened perception meant his brain had to process more information. Yet, Li Yi was no ordinary individual. The evolution brought on by his genes endowed him not only with physical prowess but also with enhanced mental acuity and willpower. His capacity for efficient information processing allowed him to think and analyze with remarkable speed and memory retention. Although uncertain if his IQ had improved, Li sensed a notable enhancement in his analytical abilities. Utilizing his heightened awareness, he navigated the rugged and steep forest terrain as if it were level ground. Soon delving deep into the protected area, a plethora of rare flora and fauna thrive freely in this realm, yet Li Yi's aspirations do not lie with them. Time swiftly passes, and as the autumn rain of the day draws to a close, it is greeted by a waning moon illuminating the sky, adorned with a few twinkling stars. At this juncture, Li Yi paused his search amidst the mountains and forests. Despite his current physical condition rendering daytime activities effortless, prolonged activation of his consciousness inevitably burdens his mind. Consequently, Li Yi retrieved his camping gear from his backpack and opened several cans of beef, the taste evoking a sense of nostalgia. As he consumed the military rations, memories of the past inevitably resurfaced. Curiously, one would assume that a more robust physique necessitates greater energy intake. By all rights, Li Yi's appetite should have significantly increased. However, in reality, his consumption had not only failed to rise but had even diminished somewhat. This anomaly warranted investigation. With this thought, Li Yi communicated with the Queen Bee, relaying the query to Kong Hongfei. At this hour, Kong Hongfei was undoubtedly still engaged in his experiments, and after glancing at the question sent by the Queen Bee, he pondered for a few minutes before providing an answer. Boss, your genes are already extraordinary. It is hypothesized that your absorption and digestion systems utilize food far more efficiently than those of an average person. While an ordinary individual may absorb merely 10 of the nutrients from the same food, you could achieve 50 or even higher. This mirrors advancements in technology, where the primary focus is on energy efficiency and conversion rates. The human body operates similarly. Kong Hongfei offered his insights from a professional standpoint, which, while not necessarily entirely accurate, addressed some of Li Yi's uncertainties. According to Kong Hongfei's hypothesis, should further progress be made, it might even be possible to draw energy directly from the environment. So that's how it is, Li Yi murmured, nodding in understanding. Additionally, Kong Hongfei brought up another matter of interest. Boss, if you are intrigued by the field of evolutionary biology, I suggest you reach out to Professor Finch at the Cold Spring Laboratory in the Federation. He is not only an authority in this domain but also a respected scholar genuinely devoted to academia. He would undoubtedly be interested in our gene repair technology. Thus, Kong Hongfei conveyed his message. Li Yi grasped Kong Hongfei's implication and promptly instructed the Queen Bee to commence a search. However, the individual in question was evidently of significant stature, classified within the Federation's confidential archives. Given the Queen Bee's current computational capabilities, it would require some time to gather the necessary information. Li Yi remained unperturbed, simply requesting that the Queen Bee report back once sufficient data had been acquired. Nonetheless, Kong Hongfei's suggestion served as a timely reminder for Li Yi. In addition to the formation of action teams, the establishment of a research team must also be prioritized. With a systematic presence, he is not lacking in technology, yet he requires a sufficient talent pool to translate that technology into reality. Contemplating this, Li issued a directive to the Queen Bee to establish a framework for cultivating scientific research talent. It must be said that since the inception of the Queen Bee, Li has indeed found his burdens lightened considerably. Whether in communication or intelligence gathering, the efficiency has markedly increased. This has further fueled Li's anticipation. Should he one day acquire a quantum computer and construct a complete hive, the power it could wield would be formidable. At that point, it is likely that every electrically powered device across the globe would fall under his dominion. Perhaps he might even experiment with transforming a mobile phone into a bomb? Yet, Li has always felt that such a minor explosive lacks a certain gravitas. Reflecting on the uranium or stored in C's eyes, he wonders when he will have his own Grand Ivan. As the inaugural nuclear device of a young man, it ought to possess a certain prestige. Chapter 98. The Scarlet Ganoderma, a Fortuitous Surprise. Li set forth once more in the early hours of dawn. However, he had scarcely ventured far when he received a message that left him astonished. Urgent report. 5 minutes ago, Country H declared a state of emergency. The Queen Bee sent this brief report. Upon receiving the news, Li's first reaction was, who orchestrated this? It is well known that the nation south of the peninsula is not a volatile African country, nor is it one of those obscure small nations. As one of the adopted sons of the American Federation, that region is home to the presence of the Supreme Emperor. Although this Supreme Emperor may not be a 5-star general, he is certainly not someone who can be easily toppled by a ragtag force. The last military coup dates back over 40 years. While it is true that 99% of the leaders there have not met a favorable end, and the political landscape is hardly stable, the military has maintained a remarkably steady state. Pondering these matters and unable to ascertain the source of this upheaval, Li commanded the Queen Bee, keep a close watch and report at once. If this individual were indeed successful with such audacity, Li was determined to recruit him into the Fate Club. He was undoubtedly a tremendous talent, and it was imperative to glean insights and learn from his success. Yet, one might wonder why he felt the need to study such experiences. Li found it peculiar that his mind was wandering to thoughts that seemed inappropriate. This sensation was rather exhilarating, such as life in the Huagua. Otherwise, which young man could be devoid of dreams akin to those of Qinsheng and Wuguang? Continuing his surge through the dense forest of Shushan, as dawn approached, Li reached a near 90-degree cliff edge. To advance further, he would need to climb. This posed no challenge to him. Free climbing was a fundamental skill, and now with a more robust physique, bolstered by the capabilities of his genetic lock, he had no concerns for his safety. After warming up his hands, Li began to ascend at an astonishing speed. If anyone were present, they would surely exclaim that even the world's finest climbers could not match his pace. Soon, with a final push of his feet, he effortlessly reached the summit. From this vantage point, although the day had yet to fully break, his keen eyesight allowed him to glimpse the undulating mountains shrouded in mist and vapor. Every time one ascends to great heights, an irresistible surge of conquering nature arises within. However, Li had no intention of letting out a triumphant roar. After a moment of contemplation, he pressed onward. As morning dawned, accompanied by the awakening of the forest's myriad creatures, Li spotted a round, black and white creature. This little being was quite astute, vanishing in an instant upon noticing him. Since no system task prompts had been triggered, Li chose not to pursue it. As Li continued on his journey, just when he began to believe that this expedition to Mount Shu might prove fruitless, a voice akin to celestial music resonated in his ears. Detected elite mutated biological entity, issuing emergency extermination task. Target, mutant devil fungus. Task description, a mutated fungus born from the corpse of the mutated entity, its range continuously expanding. Any hosted infects will become a puppet under its control, and at its core, it appears to be nurturing something dreadful. Do you accept the task? Upon hearing the system's voice, a smile blossomed on Li's lips. Finally, something had arrived. Otherwise, this trip would truly have been nothing more than a leisurely outing. With this thought in mind, he focused his intent and accepted the task. The system's voice then announced, extermination task initiated. Please eliminate the mutant devil fungus within 12 hours. Countdown commencing. A countdown of 12 hours materialized before Li's eyes. 12 hours, you say? Compared to the initial 3 hours for the corpse-rot vines and the 6 hours for the dual-headed spicy strips, this devil fungus appeared to be somewhat more formidable. Yet, given that it was a fungus, its expansive coverage might seem fragile, but in truth, it was a potential ruler of the forest, which was hardly surprising. Just as Li contemplated this, he found no need to search deliberately. After only a few steps, A decaying beast's carcass appeared beneath his feet. Beneath the carcass, a dense layer of white fungus was relentlessly spreading outward. However, this fungus was merely a small fraction, surrounding it, on the ground and in the air. Various plants were also enveloped by the white fungus. Such a scenario rendered it impossible to incinerate everything in one go. Instead, it required meticulous, incremental cleaning. Truly a hassle. Li shook his head and began to harness his spiritual awareness, starting the cleanup. The fungus was not particularly difficult to manage. It was merely vast in number and widespread, necessitating a careful approach. Fortunately, with the ability of the gene locked, bolstered by both mental and physical prowess, his pace was not slow. After more than 3 hours of diligent effort, Li Yi reached the epicenter of the fungal colony. At this moment, his movements faltered slightly. Before him stood a fungus remarkably resembling a lingji mushroom, its cap's edges displaying a vivid blood-red hue, standing out strikingly amidst the expanse of white fungus and lush greenery. This is. Just as Li Yi pondered, the system's voice echoed once more. Discovered mutated spiritual plant, Crimson Lingji. Crimson Lingji, a rare mutated plant born under special conditions, serving as a primary ingredient for various genetic medicines, and can be sold to the system marketplace for a corresponding price. This was indeed an unexpected delight. Temporarily setting aside the mutant devil fungus, Li Yi carefully unearthed the Crimson Lingji from the soil. He then accessed the system marketplace to check its resale value. Crimson Lingji. Selling will yield 5,000 system currency. This item was indeed quite valuable. To acquire a grade 1 gene evolution fluid, one would merely need 5,000 system currency. When converted into weaponry, that equates to a substantial number of AKs. Contemplating this, Li Yi felt a flicker of temptation, yet he swiftly quelled the thought. Subsequently, he captured a photograph of the Crimson Ganoderma and sent it to Kong Hongfei, ensuring to include the surrounding soil in the package. Although uncertain whether departing from this location would affect the efficacy of the Crimson Ganoderma, he decided it prudent to transport it to Kong Hongfei for thorough analysis and testing. Ideally, this research would yield a cultivation method, thereby providing Li Yi with a reliable channel for accumulating system currency. He felt as though he was one step closer to the grand ambition of Decisive. Chapter 99. Son, I heard you've caught the eye of a wealthy woman? For hours later, surveying the land he had nearly plowed through, Li clapped his hands in satisfaction. With a mere thought, the grime adhering to his hands was instantly shaken off. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in his mind. Subjugation task completed. You have successfully eradicated the elite mutant entity in this region, the mutant devil fungus. Rewards are being distributed. Then, a cascade of messages erupted in Li Yi's consciousness like a shower of gold coins. You have received a subjugation reward. System currency 10,000. You have received a subjugation reward. Tier 2 Gene Evolution Liquid. You have received a subjugation reward. Elite Lottery Ticket. Observing the rewards, Li Yi pursed his lips. With a fleeting thought, a test tube materialized in his hand. The Tier 2 Gene Evolution Liquid was akin to its Tier 1 counterpart. The sole distinction being that the liquid within the test tube shimmered with a dark golden hue, exuding a faint luminescence. Without further contemplation, Li Yi consumed it. As he swallowed the Tier 2 Gene Evolution Liquid, a lingering sweetness remained in his mouth. In terms of flavor, it offered little to commend. Subsequently, Li focused his mind, quietly attuning to the changes within his body. A wave of heat emanated from his lower abdomen, spreading to his internal organs, and ultimately enveloping his limbs and brain. He experienced a fleeting moment of dizziness, lasting merely 2 or 3 seconds. The temperature of his body increased, yet he felt no discomfort or unease. After a brief interval, the peculiar sensation swiftly dissipated. At this moment, Li released a deep breath, feeling a surge of hunger. Once more, he retrieved several cans of beef, indulging in a feast, which ignited a powerful sense of vitality within him. He had grown stronger. Clenching his fists, he discerned a tangible enhancement in his physique. Though he had not conducted a formal test, the sensation was unmistakably clear. Moreover, what concerned Li Yi most was the strength of the gene lock. After all, no matter how robust one's body, it could not withstand a nuclear explosion. Yet, the potential of mental fortitude remained an enigma. Glancing at a nearby boulder, he endeavored to experiment. As he concentrated, his mental energy surged forth, manifesting as a potent force. Veins throbbed from his eye sockets to his temples, his pupils glimmering with golden light, rendering his visage fierce and his gaze piercing. Remarkably, the nearby boulder began to tremble slightly. After a few breaths, the boulder gradually lifted, hovering in the air. However, Within approximately 10 seconds, Li felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, compelling him to retract his mental energy. Exhaling, Li sighed in relief, rubbing his temples. Overall, there had been some growth, albeit modest. He was not disheartened by this. After assessing the expansion of his mental prowess, Li took a brief respite to allow his mind to recuperate. By midday, having regained his composure, he finally directed his attention to the last reward. Let the lottery commence. Li silently contemplated as the scene of the lottery reappeared before him. Moments later, accompanied by a flicker of blue light, a prize materialized in front of him. Explosive bullet gun technical blueprint. This blueprint encompasses the complete production technology for explosive bullet guns. Explosive bullet gun. This firearm launches explosive bullets propelled by rockets. Models include pistols, rifles, machine guns, and rotary cannons. It is also compatible with 8 types of ammunition. This represented a type of weapon completely unfamiliar to Li, prompting him to examine it closely. However, since it was merely a technical blueprint without a physical object, he could only assess its capabilities through its appearance and partial descriptions. It appeared to be a remarkably powerful weapon. Depending on the type of ammunition and model, it could effectively engage targets at both close and long ranges, with formidable bullet effects. Yet, to Li's mind, it seemed ill-suited for combating zombies. After all, based on the weapon's size and the specifications of the ammunition, it resembled something intended for slaying monsters. Was it possible that in the impending biochemical apocalypse, colossal zombies would emerge? Li speculated, but considering that even flora and fauna could mutate, the appearance of monstrous beings was not entirely surprising. Nevertheless, this technical blueprint would require the expertise of a qualified military engineer. Entrusting specialized tasks to skilled professionals was one of Li's guiding principles. Reflecting on this, he once again communicated with the Queen Bee, adding the task of seeking military experts to their search for talent. As the organization sought development, the demand for skilled individuals only intensified. Indeed, the 21st century is an era characterized by a surplus of talent across all industries. After resolving the issue with the mutated devil fungus, Li departed from Mount Shu on foot, bearing the unexpectedly acquired scarlet Ganoderma. Although there were still some areas in this mountainous region he had yet to explore, based on his estimations, there should only be one elite mutated entity within a specific area, excluding vast expanses like the steel fruit tropical rainforest. Just as Li left Mount Shu and prepared to find a vehicle for his return journey, the Queen Bee conveyed another message. The state of martial law in Country H has been lifted. Specific intelligence has been compiled and uploaded to the server, available for immediate review. Upon hearing the Queen Bee's voice, Li's thoughts shifted to that audacious individual who dared to challenge the authority of the Emperor, prompting him to immediately access the intelligence dossier. The 21st century is indeed the age of talent, and the Destiny Club is in dire need of such individuals. Regardless of whether the individual succeeded, their audacity alone warranted recruitment. However, as Li perused the intelligence, his brow furrowed in dismay. The reality diverged significantly from his expectations. What kind of fool dares to incite rebellion without even grasping military power? Or is it a rebellion against oneself? After finishing the intelligence report, Li couldn't help but curse vehemently. He had anticipated a figure of talent, only to find a simpleton. How foolish of him to harbor even a modicum of hope. Indeed, this reaffirmed the adage, the world is nothing more than a colossal farce. With a heart heavy with disappointment, Li hailed a vehicle from the entrance of the scenic area and returned to Rongqing that very night. He initially anticipated a prolonged search in the Shu Mountains. Yet fortune smiled upon him, allowing him to conclude his quest in merely a day. His next destination was Shenanjia. However, just before his departure, Li received a phone call from his mother. As soon as Li's mother spoke, he found himself perplexed. "My dear, I heard from one of your middle school classmates that you seem to have attached yourself to some wealthy woman. What is going on?" Her tone was devoid of accusation, infused instead with profound concern. Li felt utterly bewildered. Did he truly need to cling to a wealthy woman? Unless she could rival the likes of a grand figure, he would never acquiesce. Nevertheless, Li refrained from responding immediately, his gaze flickering towards Su Wei, who was presently tending to his feet. Chapter 100. The Progress of Talent Acquisition in Startups. Undoubtedly, Li aspires to provide a better life for his parents, and he now possesses the means to do so. However, he must devise a suitable explanation regarding the source of his wealth. The notion of lottery winnings is entirely dismissed, as such overnight fortunes would instill a sense of unease in his parents. Moreover, this method of affluence cannot be flaunted before relatives and friends. It would only elicit envy. His original plan was to earn money through his own entrepreneurial endeavors. Li intended to bring his parents to reside in a villa in Rongqing next year, confidently attributing his success to his business ventures. This way, his parents would also feel a sense of pride. Nevertheless, this rationale requires time, for aside from illegal enterprises, which startup can amass wealth in such a brief period? Lastly, there are various other reasons, yet upon hearing his mother's concerned inquiries, Li Yi was struck with an idea. He playfully nudged Su Wei's hand with his toes, mistakenly believing he wished to engage in playful banter. Su Wei extended her delicate fingers to caress him. At that moment, Li addressed the phone, saying, "Mom, where would a wealthy woman come from? I would indeed like to enjoy some soft living, but only if someone is interested." Li Yi surmised that the rumor must have originated from some middle school alumni. News in a small town tends to morph into something increasingly exaggerated. Seizing the opportunity of the conversation, he shifted the topic. "Mom, I forgot to mention. I am planning to start a business." Upon hearing this, his mother immediately expressed her concern, not for his entrepreneurial pursuits, but for his health. She even inquired if the family could provide support, mentioning that they had some savings, albeit modest, enough to contribute 50 or 60,000. Li Yi quickly reassured her, "You needn't worry. Who invests their own money in a startup these days? It's all about investor capital. Profits are mine, and losses belong to them. Investment carries risks." As he spoke, he gestured to Su Wei, who understood his cue and leaned closer to the phone's microphone, cheerfully greeting, "Hello, Auntie." Subsequently, Li Yi continued his fabrications. "This is a former colleague of mine, now also my business partner." He winked at Su Wei, who, although unaware of Li Yi's intentions to deceive his parents, was unwaveringly supportive of her beloved. Thus, she promptly added, "Andy, Gu is absolutely correct. That is essentially how it is." From that point onward, Li Yi need not exert any further mental effort. The adage that the more beautiful a woman, the more adept she is at deception, certainly applies to Su Wei. Although the narrative may sound somewhat implausible, the world abounds with fantastical occurrences. Are there not countless magical tales in life? Moreover, neither Mr. Li nor Mrs. Li possessed any understanding of corporate matters, and thus, under Su Wei's eloquent persuasion, they swiftly fell prey to this fantastical tale. It was not until nearly half an hour had passed that Li Yi finally exhaled deeply and set the phone down. He had spun countless lies throughout his life, but this particular fabrication proved to be the most arduous. "How truly I am an honest man, ill-equipped for deception," Li mused humorously. At that moment, Su Wei smiled gently, having tenderly dried his feet, before returning to Li Yi's side. "Brother Yi, if you wish to indulge in a life of comfort, I would certainly oblige." Su Wei whispered softly in his ear, her gaze enchanting and her breath fragrant. It was needless to say that this girl was quite insufferable. Thus, as the evening breeze gently stirred the curtains into waves, the atmosphere in the living room was equally charged with a subtle tension. Upon returning from Shushan to Chengdu, Li Yi did not linger for long. After imparting a lesson to the wealthy Su Wei for an entire night, he shouldered his bag and set off once more the following morning. His next destination was Shenangjia, renowned for being an uninhabited zone steeped in legend. The expanse of Shenangjia far surpassed that of Shushan, promising a search that would undoubtedly be more laborious and time-consuming. Nevertheless, Li harbored a glimmer of anticipation. Beyond the mutated elite entities, he hoped to stumble upon treasures akin to the scarlet Ganoderma. Speaking of which, he had already summoned Leo to come to Huagua, ensuring the safe transport of the scarlet Ganoderma back to the research center at Temasek. Simultaneously, the talent acquisition mission for the Queen Bee also saw an influx of professionals from various fields. Truly, the dearth of talent was palpable. Perhaps it was time to establish a few educational institutions to cultivate talent internally. As he approached the fringes of the Shenangjia uninhabited area, Li Yi continued to ponder the issue of talent. It was no wonder that large corporations and organizations sought to establish reserve cadres or talent pools. The need for skilled individuals was ever pressing. In summary, burdened with myriad thoughts and distractions, Li commenced his search in Shenangjia. Meanwhile, in the biological research laboratory located in Cold Spring Lane, the United Federation, 65-year-old Finch Clark remained steadfastly engaged in experimental work. Despite his exceptional abilities, Finch was not particularly well-liked among his colleagues. Those who knew him often deemed Finch Clark excessively extreme. Within his worldview, ethical and moral considerations were conspicuously absent. All his pursuits were focused solely on biological experimentation. He was willing to undertake various ethically questionable experiments to achieve the desired results. Frankly, Had it not been for the United Federation's need for such talents, Finch would likely belong not in a laboratory but in a federal prison. Yet, one could not deny that in terms of academic prowess and research ethos, Finch Clark was extraordinarily distinguished at this very moment. This remarkably talented individual in biological research was furrowing his brow as he gazed intently at the computer screen before him. What on earth is this? It is simply marvelous, Finch murmured to himself, his eyes fixated on a segment of genetic modeling. This segment of genetic code is not representative of any organism within his existing knowledge framework. It bears a striking resemblance to human genetic sequences, potentially originating from the same source. However, Finch is unequivocally certain that this is not human, at least not the genetic makeup of a typical human. The source of this genetic module is an enigmatic organization, shrouded in mystery, its name unknown. The only discernible aspect is the organization's formidable communication capabilities. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to circumvent the scrutiny of the federal electronic security systems and deliver this information to his inbox. The intent behind this delivery is remarkably clear and straightforward, an invitation for him to join in a more profound exploration of biological entities. Even though the details of the research project were outlined without any promise of funding or even a discussion of compensation, the proposition remains irresistibly alluring to Finch. He has long transcended the pursuits of wealth, fame, and status. Now, he approaches his academic endeavors with a pilgrim-esque devotion. The pursuit of a higher evolutionary understanding of biology is his singular ambition. This mysterious genetic module seems to subtly illuminate the path forward. Contemplating this, Finch fixated on the screen, gradually maneuvering the mouse while one hand hovered over the keyboard.